Hello everyone, how's it going? Today we're going to cover up two e-commerce video in this one. As you see, that will be the first one, a super gear e-commerce website. Then is coming that very e-commerce website. Both is reliably full stack e-commerce website, but two functionality is different. One is we are going to create that our own API. Beside this one, it going to having also our similarities of that having that entire data set. So just I'm gonna go and ramp up just a bit of feature. What it's gonna have, you're gonna have this entire things, how you can build it, how you can fetch it from that logging to just fetching the products to have also particularly get the payment authentication. Entire things it gonna cover up here. And beside this one is super cool. That will be a very good details provided should be there, and you're gonna love it when you're gonna finish it. And by the way, there is one thing you will get in this the description, which will be provided, that the source code for this. So the repo for the first one, the super gear YT, it will be provided here in the description. Beside also that very e-commerce that also be provided, and both repo is in public, and you're gonna can access that and find the recommendation procedure, and you can just feel free to go with that and clone it. And if you are looking forward to just making everything from the scratch, feel free to follow the entire video for both e-commerce. I think these two projects can really, if they are in your portfolio, you can fundamentally get a perfect job or your dream job. Or so you can, you have to be to preferably do that to get a perfect to drop up with a perfect portfolio scenario. So all the best. I think that you can ramp up through, so finish it and have a very good shot. Hello everyone, welcome to another video. In this video we're going to create this amazing e-commerce website using react.js and node.js. So this will be our front-end part, and we will also going to have a backend part from which we're gonna fetch the product. As you see, the categories, the products, all the available things, all the materials we're gonna fetch from our API from the backend. So in this project we're gonna have two particular projects, one for the front-end or the client side, another for the backend in the admin side. So all the single products, also these details is appearing from the backend part. So let's just see how our functionality is happening, then we'll just start building. So this will be our search bar. As you see, you can search product from here, you can add product to cart, you can also add that to any of that same functionality which we're gonna have in the below. You're gonna grab this all together. As you see, you can add more products, you can delete products. So all the functionality is just perfectly aligned with that. If you click on the category section, it will take to that particular category. You can just toggle through the categories, and also from here you can initialize your purchasing. Now let's roll back to home page, and from that home page we have some more sections here. And also if you click in the shop, it will align with all the collection here, all the products it will be available. Let's roll back to the home. You can view to your favorite section, you can add to cart from here. As you see, that's just perfectly cart functionality is appearing here, and you can delete your product from favorite. Now let's roll back to our cart. So this much a product we have here, but still we cannot be able to create this checkout as we are not logged in. And to login authentication, we are using that Firebase authentication, and also storing our data here, we are using that Firestore database, and storage we are using that Firebase storage. And for the payments, we are using that Stripe payment. So let's go and create one successful payment. So this will be the last checkout, 1500. We will use one particular user from here, so let's just try with that user, and we will create that all functionality by which we can create the user. So I'm gonna put that my email, and also I'm gonna access my password. Let's sign in, and after signing in we will be able to see the welcome messages. So that will be our dashboard. There is a lot of other parameter which we can entertain later. So let's roll back to our cart. We can also go from here. So now in the cart, let's just click on checkout. And by the way, you may remember my project is not running from the local host, as the frontend also and backend also. This both projects are on live and I deployed it in Vercel. So I'm gonna do the same thing for the video which I'm making. I'm gonna create those projects, then we are going to successfully deploy with all the credential, with all the env credential, and we're gonna make it live. So you can, like, all those actions is happening in real time, not in localhost. So let's just create in checkout. So it will redirect me to the checkout instance page for the Stripe payment. Okay, now it's already previously my card is saved, so I can just go through it. As you see, 1940, that will be my payable amount, and that's the 7 items is available here with the quantity, with the price. Let's just pay, and after paying there will be several things going to be happen. My card will be empty, the product it will save in my Firebase, and then we'll get into the order list. So as you may remember, my card is empty, nothing is appearing here. Let's view orders, and we'll be able to see the number 3. As you see, order item 7, payment status paid by Stripe 1940. And if we roll back to our Firestore database, and we can just go through that, particularly that user, because that database is designed so that we can just click the user and we can get what the orders that user have been done. As you see, that's the user. So now we can grab his orders. Order items 1, that's the last one which have been created. So let's roll back here, and as you see, okay, all the single things is just appeared here. So that's the order items, and we can just go with 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. That's the 7 items. So this is a very unique, it's just like fully functional e-commerce website. So like this kind of e-commerce website, it can be highly maintainable, and you can utilize that one. You can add more functionality to go on, and I'm going to show you how easily you can cope up with all those scenarios. So to start with the project, we're gonna use that Vite to create our Frontend part, and we will use the Tailwind CSS to style it, and we'll use that simple Node.js functionality to create our backend part. And to initialize the project, thus I took my one of the empty directory, and here I'm gonna open my terminal. Now you need to keep in mind that the project, it will be 2 separate project, right? So I need to make 2 directory here. One should be for client and one should be for admin. In the admin, it will align all the other prospect. In the client, it will align for the other perspective. So if I put ls, as you see, admin client is available, I'm gonna just open it within my code editor. You may also did that one by just going directly in your directory, and from here you can just also open it from that code. Okay, so now from here I'm gonna take a 2.3 terminal, because I'm gonna run both projects from here. So that will be my initial part. That's the client, that's the admin. So let's just roll into cd client, cd, it should be client. So first I'm gonna create the client side project, then we'll go with the admin proportion. And for the client, as I said, we're gonna use that Vite. So I will go with that pnpm. Either you can go with npm yarn, but I love to go with the pnpm. Just it will change the command line, other parameter it will be same. So I will put that pnpm create Vite, and I will configure that within this directory, which is the client directory. Okay, so I will choose from here okay, React, and also the TypeScript. Okay, so now I need to run that pnpm install, then it will install all the dependencies requiring which will run my application. Okay, everything is installed. Now I run that pnpm dev to initialize that application in localhost 5173. So that's the first time I'm running my localhost. Remember, I used to run my application directly in my server or in my domain. So that's the localhost, that's the default parameter which I have. So right now we need to go through several setup. First thing first is that let's open my client side directory, and here we have just a simple setup of Vite project. So what I'm gonna do is that in that app.tsx, I'm gonna make it bigger so you will be able to see it properly, and also I'm gonna make it smaller so both section can come aligned together and you can see whatever happening in real time. So now from here, you see that empty braces, I'm gonna remove that one, and I'm gonna take a main tag here, and within that main tag I'm gonna take a p tag which going to be, say, e-commerce demo. Okay, so now as you see, e-commerce demo is available, and I'm gonna remove all other parameter which is not necessarily required, and done. So now this is a clean project, and there is something pending, is that this app.css, I'm not requiring that, as we are going to use that Tailwind CSS by which we're gonna directly inject that index.css. So I'm gonna click all, choose all, and remove. So now that's a brand new project we have, nothing here, it's just our simple project. So in the Tailwind CSS, let's click on get started, and from here we'll choose that framework guides, and from here we will go with that Vite. You can say Vite, whatever pronunciation you are dealing, it's okay. So as I'm using the pnpm, I'll just copy that much, and I will go to my another directory here, another terminal here. Remember, whenever you are switching the terminal, be careful just to put ls or dir just to see which directory you are in. Let's go cd into client, and here I'm gonna make that pnpm and install. So this command will install that Tailwind CSS in the dev dependencies also, and after dealing with that, I need this command which is going through that npx, giving that read-write permission to my project, which will just create a simple tailwind config.js file or ts file for my project. Okay, I think, yeah, it's just a js file. So now a little bit more configuration is that in that content we will just replace those codes here. Okay, done. And one more setup is that index.css file, let's just open here, and I'm gonna replace it that. So that's the overall setup, and now I'm gonna close my terminal, and again I'm gonna run that pnpm dev to rewrite, just reload again. It's not like Next.js is taking it pretty configurably, but sometimes it also very fast, but it's its own way, so don't worry about it. You can also just deal with Next.js and run this project in Next.js project, and if you want me to do it, let me know in the comments below. And again, if you're enjoying building it, please like this video and subscribe the channel. It's very hurtful that 70% of the users which is viewing right now are not subscribed. Please do subscribe, which will help me to create and build those kind of projects more and often for you. Okay, so let's roll back here. So now it's in our app.tsx. So just let's start to make things pouring up. So I'm gonna go in my source, I'm gonna take one folder which it will be UI folder, and here I'm gonna take one file which will be my header.tsx. let's put just rafce. First we're gonna create header and footer, then we're gonna inject all the pages. We're gonna just create a simple setup by which it will be pretty much faster. Okay, so now in the app.tsx, I'm gonna just make that header here, header. As you see, header is popping up. So in that header also I'm gonna go to do another portion, is that which it will be footer.tsx, rafce, and the footer it will be below that properties footer. Okay, then one more properties would be nice to just to go and follow through with that, which will be the container, which will give us a setup. So let's go in that, and we'll create that container.tsx, rafce. So that will be the container by which we will wrap each and every single properties. Let's go in the app, and as this much it will not be within that parameter, I'm gonna just put that container here, and within the container I'm gonna wrap that our e-commerce demo. So let's roll back in the container. There will be just a simple properties which will be children, and that children also you're gonna get that class name which can be provided by default, and we're gonna write that a props properties to define the types for it. So that properties it will be interface props, and now it will be children should be react node. Okay, and for that class name, now sometimes we will provide the class name, sometimes not, so it will be just an optional properties. Okay, so now what we are missing, let's just, I believe the name was not that much properly. Oops, it will be class name. Okay, so now over here we will just pass that our children to use that properties, and now we will use one more properties, is that which going to be tw merge by merging that Tailwind CSS. So let's just pnpm I, it will be Tailwind and then merge. So what it gonna do, it gonna just like it will not make cross contamination, so it will define my class names with the new class name, then we can just wrap it up. So just let's see how we're gonna do that. Now whatever the class name I'm providing here, I'm gonna put it a new class name, so it will be class name, and that new class name, it will be tw merge, and here first I'm gonna give our define a class name which going to be max width screen axle mx auto, to just keep that things in the middle, and padding y it would be 10, and padding x it will be 4, and in larger screen padding x going to be 0. And after passing those parameters, but it gonna define our class name first, then it gonna give that other parameter. So let's just roll back in the class name, and it going to provide the new class name. Okay, so as you see, that things is looking perfect. So now if we just give a background bj red of 300, as you see, it will be in the middle. But now what is going to be happen if I provide the class name from here? If I put a class name, just put that blue of 400. Okay, you need to provide bg. Okay, see, it's it's just making the priority. The prioritize the first one, the one I'm providing from here, it will get the priority, but the default one, it will get the less priority. So like I'm gonna just make that priority 1 setting, just importing, keep important whichever I am providing right now. Okay, let's roll back to header. We need to create the other properties. I'm gonna just close that. So in the header, what we have actually, so this header, we're having one image, the logo, we have one search bar, we have icon, then we have the image logo. Just first I'm gonna just make it log out. Okay, just a glitch here. Okay, just give me a second. Okay, that's done. So first I'm gonna just go without the login so we can see the properties properly. So now what I'm gonna do to gonna style and create that one. So let's go head back to our header file, and we're gonna create those properties. So now first we're gonna create one div within a div, and now we're gonna go with to extract that. So put a class name with it will gonna be full, and bj it will be, now we need to define some of the background, so by which we can use that one. So let's roll back to our tailwind config.js file, and here what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna define that our flex properties, which going to create a flex properties of okay, in the extent it going to go. So this is the flex we're gonna use whenever we are going to inject our that property our parameter of that styling. And also I'm gonna define some of the colors, so that will be the colors for our project: white text, dark text, light text, green text, red text, and sky text. So that's the properties is defining. And for the plugin, I'm gonna use a 2 plugin here, so that would be these 2 plugin, which going to be Tailwind CSS typography, and I'm gonna get that pnpm I, and another it will be Tailwind CSS aspect ratio. And don't worry, I'm gonna explain you when and where I'm gonna inject that, so don't worry, everything I'm using here, it will be workable later on. So just keep patient, and you're gonna find out where and how we are going to use it. Okay, because that I think the application is break, so what I'm gonna do, just close the application, and again pnpm dev. I'm gonna just rewrite, just start it again. Okay, let's see. Okay, it's spinning. Okay, cool, it's done. So now let's roll back to header again. Now we can provide our background color, the one we are preferring. So let's just keep, it will be bj white text, means the white background, and we're gonna just yeah, that much. So now we'll get another div, and within that div we're gonna first go and grab the image properties. So in the image we're gonna have our image, and that's the image should be our logo. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna grab that asset properties here. So that's our asset for this project. I'm gonna remove this, and I'm gonna grab my asset properties here, and don't worry, all the properties, it will be available in the GitHub repo, which it will be linked in the description below. You can go through it, you can just grab each and everything. You see, that's all the images is available here, which I'm gonna use, and I just create one index.ts file from which I'm just importing all the images, sorry, exporting all the images from a single variable, from a single file, by which I can just easily grab those errors. So now here I'm gonna use that logo. As you see, it just imported from the asset, and it will be that for logo. If I click save, you see the super gear is already available, and put a class name with going to be 44, just to make it a little bit good. Now in this parameter, put a class name which going to be max with screen axle, and mx should be auto. Oops, it will be mx auto, just to keep in the middle. And height, I'm gonna give it 20, keep it flex, item center, justify between, just a normal procedure of header we used to create it. Px going to be 4, and lg screen px should be 0. Okay, cool. So now that's the one parameter which we created. There will be another parameter by which we're gonna create those other things. So what we need to create is that to create a search bar right now. So that's the div. Within this div it's gonna happen. So here it will going to be search bar, and then it going to be the it will be the menu bar, just to make it clear. And this is for our logo. So here we're gonna create the search bar. So how the search bar going to inject it? So we're gonna grab a div here, and in that div we're gonna put an input tag. So within that input tag, okay, click on save. We should be able to see something, but okay, nothing is appearing. Okay, let's just okay, let's just try again. So now in that div, let's just grab off that class name. By default it's going to be hidden. md, it should be inline flex, but right now I'm gonna just, okay, it could be inline flex. And also I'm gonna make that max width of 3 axle, and then width going to be full relative. Okay, and let's just put a bg of red, just to see where that things is appearing. Okay, it's not appearing, it's nowhere. Okay, yeah, it's here. As the small devices it will not be appearing, so it just be gone. So we'll just keep in the big screen. Okay, so now I'm gonna remove the background. So first what we are going to deal with that search area. So that one, it will be a placeholder which going to be says as search products. Okay, search products, yeah, as you see that is here. Okay, I'm gonna make it a smaller case. Now let's just put some class name here, which going to be width, will give a full width, and flex we're gonna provide a flex 1, which gonna grab all the properties, and rounded should be make it full, or unded should be rounded full, and text should be gray of 900, and text would be lg means the larger text will appear, and placeholder text would be base, and placeholder text, not the text, should be tracking, should be white, and also shadow should be a small shadow. Let's just see. You see, it's working. Okay, now we need to make some more properties. We will make it ring as 1, just to roll up with the ring properties, and ring should be insets within inner properties, and ring should be gray of 300. Okay, now you can see that's the ring properties. When I just go over, you see how it's appearing. Now let's just pour some of more class name here, and that could be okay, ring gray, and placeholder text should be gray of 400. Okay, fine. And placeholder font should be normal, no fancy thing. Okay, cool. And focus, whenever I'm gonna focus, okay, it should be focus. Whenever I'm gonna focus, the ring should be, I'm gonna provide a 2, or yeah, 2 I think. Focus, or by default is inset, so it will be inset always. And whenever I'm gonna focus, the ring should be dark text, and SM text should be small text, and okay, padding X should be 4. Okay, now as you see, okay, now what we are missing is that one more properties, we should be a padding Y, so padding Y should be 2. Okay, cool. I believe ring should be 1 is good, because 2 is making more issue. Okay, yeah, that's nice. We can also just add 2-3 dots here. Okay, that's cool. Now we should be create another one where or before creating another one, we need to also keep one more the icon, which going to be our icons, and that icon should be for the search icon. As you may remember, that's the icon should be appearing here. And for the icons, we will install that our one more package, which will be React icons. So pnpmi, it would be React icons. Okay, so that from here we're gonna grab those icons. So first we will use, I think, 2 icons. As you may remember, if I search something, you see that is appearing. So these 2 icons should be appearing here. So just roll back here. Okay, this would be coming from here. First it's going to be search outline, which we're gonna use just here. So after that input, I'm gonna use that icon, and that icon also going to be class name. Okay, it would be absolute, and then from top it will be 2.5, and also right should be 4, and then text going to be Excel. Okay, let's just see if it's appearing or not. Okay, that's appearing, but it's missing something, so that's the div. Maybe absolute, yeah, it should appear. Okay, it's appear, but it's missing that properties, which is not aligning with that. And okay, not ring. Yeah, should be right. Yes, not the ring properties, as you see. Okay, now we can do one more thing. We can just create a state here, over here, put which is going to be a search text, and set search text, and by default I'm gonna just make that use state, which is going to be empty. Now what is gonna happen, whenever we're gonna create a search state, it will be just like the icon should be different. So just copy that, and whenever the search text going to be appear, then it going to provide something, otherwise it going to be provide something. And now what I'm gonna do, if it's not the search text, like if search text is available, then we're gonna just create that IO search, and we're gonna make that set search text. Is it missing all the properties? Set SEAR, or should be SEAR, yeah, search text. Okay, done. So if the search text is available, it will be create like that. If it's not available, then it will just go with a similar fashion, and whenever we click on that search, it will just go with that, make it empty. So now just create an on change event here to just go with that. I'm gonna just keep it as simple as possible for right now. Later on we're gonna create all the other parameter, so it will be e.target.value. okay, and the value should be search text. Okay, so now let's just try in real time, typing something, okay, done, typing something, okay, done. So cool. Okay, done. Now one more parameter is that to create our menu bar, and how we can go with that. To eradicate the menu bar, we will just go in a simple way. You can see there is the icon for user, icon for our favorite, and icon for our cart. So these are three things going to be aligned together. So first let's just go and create that. So I'm gonna just get a div here, and within that div properties I'm gonna get that file user right now, as it will be just go with a simple fashion, no fancy user right now available, so we'll just keep it simple. Okay, and we're gonna make that hover text. Okay, it should be with the class name, and yeah, should be with the class name. Hover text should be sky text, and let's just grab it. Duration should be 200 for that, and object. Okay, right now nothing else. Okay, you see that properties is available, means it's working. And from here we're gonna grab some properties, give a class name. We're gonna make flex, item should be center, gap in x-axis going to be 6, and text going to be 2 pixel, because all the icons should be same parameter as you see, text 2 pixel. Okay, cool. And now I'm not gonna give a cursor pointer because we're gonna wrap it with the link, then we can do it later on. Okay, so now or we can do that link parameter, but right now I'm gonna just create those parameters, just those users, and here I'm gonna take a div here. Within that div I'm gonna grab that 5 star, okay, that star icon, which going to be give that. Yeah, that's cool. So now later on we're gonna merge that with the link parameter, put a class name. I'm gonna make it as relative, and I'm gonna make it as also block. So that's the star, and that same properties I'm gonna popping through up. So also you can make that cursor pointer, not a big deal. Okay, I'm gonna copy that, and here I'm gonna paste that. So I have the file user. So now I'm gonna take one span tag, and I'm gonna keep it 0 as well here, so that will be inline flex. Okay, inline flex, item center, justify center, just keep everything in the middle as you see. Okay, that's cool, not a big deal. So bg should be red text, and text should be white text, and I'm gonna make it an absolute. From the top I'm gonna keep it 1. Let's see. Okay, not looks good. Let's keep -1 here, and I'm gonna make it some more properties here, which going to be -right should be, I'm gonna give it as 2 parameter of the right, and text I'm gonna give it a 9 pixel. Let's just make that rounded full, and also width it will be full, height should be full, let's say. Okay, that's the properties for that. And now I'm gonna just copy these properties, and I'm gonna replace with my shopping bag, so it will be shopping bag. Okay, so now if I go in the small devices, as you see, the scrolling back is working smoothly. Okay, nice, cool. So now that's our header. So now we will just quickly roll back to our footer just to create those instances, and after that we will create all other filler properties. Or before creating that, we can directly go to create this one also, which going to be our footer. Not footer, the below header. So let's roll back here. So that's the div we are talking about for the first parameter. Let's go in the second parameter. We just take a div here, and then we're gonna make our container to wrap it here, because we're gonna get other properties here. Okay, so now Let's just go with that. First I'm gonna keep a p tag which is going to be select category for right now, just to keep it as simple. As you see, select category is available. And now we can roll back to other parameter, so that will be one. And then we're gonna create one, we're gonna just grab one array here which going to give us that bottom navigation parameter. Okay, so we'll just roll back in the top and the top layer. So now here is the bottom navigation, the title which is going to be give us home, and the shop which is going to be take us to the product, cart, and other parameters. So let's just go here and just style and create those properties. It will be just simple as well. So first thing first, before going to that, let's just roll back in that particular top layer div, put a class name here width going to be full, and bj should be dark text, and text by default I think the text is white text. No, the text should be white text. Okay, so now there we need to be just keep it simple. See the category that is coming from the backend. Okay, so if we just, okay, I think it's a caching issue. Okay, just hold a second, sometimes it's giving me that trouble. Okay, see the category is all are going to be fetched from the backend, so we need to start working on it. So right now I'm just gonna create it in a very simple way. So that will be my category, and also I'm gonna just grab one that chevron icon here, so it will be that far down. Okay, so this both parameter, or I'm gonna keep it here. Okay, that's it. I think it can see, it can visible. Yeah, it's visible. And also I'm gonna make that flex item center. I'm gonna give a gap up to 1. Okay, so now in that container we can go and keep all the alignment. So let's put a class name, padding y should be 2. Okay, because by default is 10, that's why it's getting the 10 parameter, and max width should be 4 axle, note that is screen axle, and flex item center gap should be 5, and then justify between. Okay, so now let's roll back to the other parameter which going to get us that bottom navigation. So let's from here we're gonna prefer that other parameters which should be bottom navigation dot map, and we know there is the title and there is a link, so that 2 parameters we can access and use. So directly we're gonna return without injecting anything. So right now again I'm gonna just take a deep properties. Don't worry, later on we're gonna define with other properties here. I'm gonna just later on define with the link. So the key should be the title, and other properties should just keep align, and I'm gonna just take a p tag by which I'm gonna give this the title. Okay, or I can just take the p tag here, yeah, directly the p tag, so no need to keep any extra fancy. Okay, I need to wrap it for sure. What I did, okay, yeah, so okay, this thing should be removed. Okay, so now as you see I can see my all the properties here. Now what I'm gonna do is that for right now I'm not gonna take the link. So let's just go and grab some class name here, put the class name which going to be uppercase, all the things going to be uppercase, and by default it will hidden, md it will be inline flex, and then text should be small text, and font should be semi bold, and text it will be white text with 90% of opacity, and hover text directly it will be white text. And after that also I'm gonna make a duration of 200, and I'm gonna make it relative because there will be absolute something running, and overflow should be hidden, and then I'm gonna make it as group. Now why I did that, in that after the title I'm gonna take a self-closing span tag, and here I'm gonna put it class name inline flex, and then width should be full and height should be 1 pixel. Okay, so you'll be able to see one line here. Let's just go with that, and bj should be white text. Okay, cool. Okay, my account, what's wrong with that? Did we miss something? Okay, what we missed, that it's just giving that. Okay, it's the same. Okay, it's the same parameter, and here is working properly. Let's just see. So what's wrong here? Okay, so what we are going to do, okay, we are going to measure that error later. First we're gonna finish that, and now what we're gonna do is that we're gonna make it an absolute, and also we're gonna make it from bottom should be 0, left should be 0. Okay, it's just for that properties here, nothing fancy. Okay, now let's just make a transform, should be transform, and then I'm gonna make it translate x should be, let's just make it 105%. so it's going to appear. You cannot see it because our flow is hidden. If I just remove that, you can see it just appearing here. Okay, so let's just make it our flow hidden again. So now what I'm gonna do is that creating that animation effect, so that will be whenever I'm gonna make it in that. Okay, oops, what's wrong with me? Whenever I'm gonna make it group hover, the translation, it should be in 0, and then the duration should be 300. Okay, if I now go here, as you see, okay, that's cool. Okay, now it's just giving that with the boost, and for the select category we will come later on. And right now what we are going to do is that to create the other properties. So what we gonna do is that let's just roll back to our main tag here. In the main, now we are going to create our particular scenario, which is going to be create the routing and other setup, because without routing we are going to be get nowhere. And for routing we will use that React router DOM. So first I'm gonna just install that properties, which will be pnpm pnpm I is React router DOM, and simply we're just going to set that up, and then we're gonna build with other parameters. So how we can set that? So everything is running from here. I'm gonna close others. So that's the main tag and that's the app. So these two is the things which is coming for right now. So now from here we are running our app within our main.tsx. So now let's just create our routing. And how we can create the routing? First let's create a layout. So it will be router layout. Okay, so that will be as simply as a function, and from here I'm going to return something. And from here to return on that particular layout, what we can do is to create a simple layout also. So that will be, I will just in the UI I will take another file which will be our layout.tsx rafce. Now in that layout we're gonna inject some of the properties. So it will be, first we're gonna grab that children, we're gonna wrap all the children here, children, which going to be react.react note. Okay, so now here inside and curly braces I'm gonna just define my header. So just okay, first it's going to be header, then I'm gonna pass that my children. Okay, and also as I think I have been created the footer, and I'm gonna inject that footer here also. So footer. So now that's my layout, and later on we're gonna create other properties, so don't worry about that, all will come with a particular fashion. So now here I'm gonna inject my layout. Okay, so now within that layout I'm gonna just put that outlet, and that outlet is a properties which going to coming from that React router DOM. Means in the layout, first it gonna go through whatever the properties layout going to be injected, then all the other pages, other components, it gonna just gonna inject it as the children. So that's it. That's so simple within that parameter. So now that's our root layout. So now we need to create the router. And how we gonna create the router? So let's just make that const router. It will be create browser router, and as it will be a function which you're gonna be take an array as a parameter. Within that array we're gonna push that object. The path we're gonna keep it as a home path, and element, first element we're gonna make that with that I think router layout. Yeah, that will be our first part, and we're gonna provide the loader data, but not now, later on we're gonna do that. And in the children, which going to be an array of objects, of course. So first the first path which going to be the home route, and that path is going to be take that element which is right now we are having that our app. Okay, and okay, right now that's it. So we have our router. So we need to inject that router. How we can inject? As you see, this properties here which we are going to be just seeing here, we're gonna remove everything, and I'm gonna make that as a router provider. And here in the router provider, the router, it's just going to get us our router. If we save, as you see, we can see now the double things, the duplicate parameter. Remember, in the app we provided those parameters. So let's just remove that parameter, the header and the footer. Okay, done. So now we can see that's our home page. So now first thing first, let's just grab and create a sum of the pages which can be later on be very helpful. So how many pages we gonna create? Okay, so let's just grab those pages. In that source directory, I'm gonna take another file, sorry, not the file, should be a folder, and which giving us to say that pages. So all the pages is going to be aligned here. So just let's make that product.tsx rafce, which going to create that product. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is that let's put ls, let's go to cd src, okay, ls and cd pages. So I'm gonna create some of the pages here. So one of the product, and another should be our category.tsx, and then it would be profile.tsx, and after that it should be card.tsx, and also favorite.tsx, and then success.tsx, and then cancel.tsx. I think that will, and also one more pages there should be not found.tsx. Okay, touches the okay, what's the thing I have been wrong? Touch. Okay, let's try again. Okay, I think the problem was I was in the PowerShell. It was the created. So now I'm in the git bash, so it's giving me that, and I created all those things. So in that here I'm gonna just roll back to create all the pages for the card. Okay, and then for the category, for the favorite, and for also that not found page. Okay, product page is created for the profile and for the success. Okay, so now we are having those parameter. I'm gonna just close all, and okay, what's wrong? Should be there. I'm gonna just minimize it a bit, and now I will roll back to my main.tsx. Now here I'm gonna define all the parameters. So as you see, that's my home. I'm gonna just copy that several times. Okay, should be app, and now after the app I'm gonna go with that my product, which going to be just roll back directly in that, okay, product, and here it should be product. Okay, and now should be another route which going to be product, and it will inject with id, which is going to be get us with the single like the single product parameter. And after that also we're gonna inject that category should be category, and then the similar parameters which are going to be happen category with id, also it will inject the similar the single categories should be aligned with that category. And after that we're gonna roll back to our profile, and the pages is going to be profile. We're gonna having our cart, and also it will take us to our cart. We're gonna get our favorite with the name of favorite, and then we're gonna align with that our orders, which will take us from that order. Did we create that order? No, so let's just create orders tsx. Okay, so should be orders, and then I think 3 more to go, so 2 3. Okay, so one should be for our success, like once we just successfully the payment is done, it need to give us to one of the screen, so that will be the success. And another should be cancel, and it will be cancel. And now one which going to be in asterisk mark, which is going to find out in everywhere whenever we're gonna get us any not found screen. Okay, like if we just go here and try something, you see it just pump like giving us to the page where not found is just remark. So that's the way we created all this screen. So now let's just go and build some other parameters. So we are already, I think we created our route setup and other properties. So now what we're gonna do is to create our backend part. Before injecting with that properties of the backend, let's just work a bit with the other properties where I'm gonna work with in the layout. I'm gonna inject one parameter here, which going to be I'm gonna grab this react hot toast, by which we are going to show the toaster. So I'm gonna remove that, and here cd dot let's put ls. Okay, where we are, yeah, so it will be pnpmi, which will be react hot toast. And what we are going to do is that we're going to align that react hot toast toaster here, so that we can access that from everywhere. So it will be, I think, toaster. Okay, yeah, toaster. And in the toaster we're gonna just put some of the properties by which it will inject it in nicely, we can access from everywhere. Okay, that toaster is done from here, so now we can use the toaster. And also some of the setup, we can grab the footer also here before going to further level. So let's roll back to the footer, and in the footer I'm just gonna put a class name which will be empty10. Just roll back, okay, just roll back to give us some of the room from the top. And now I'm gonna just put that container here. Okay, what's wrong? Yeah, it should be container. Okay, that container, okay, I'm gonna just grab that p tag here, which going to give us the text for those particular event. Okay, now what I'm gonna do in that container, put a class name should be flex, and yeah, because we will also define one image here. Okay, image, and the source is gonna be image of that payment image. Okay, payment.img. Okay, as you see, that two need to be aligned together. Okay, flex should be in column, and MD should be flex row, and item center gap should be 4, justify need to be between, as you see. Yeah, and also for that image, put a class name, object should be cover. Okay, cool. And now we need to also define one of the footer top parameter, by which we can if you just go roll back here, you will be able to see one of those dynamic builds. So I'm gonna just create the design very fast so you can grab it. So what I'm gonna do is that in that UI it should be footer top.tsx rafce, and footer top it will be align. So here I'm gonna make that as footer top. Okay, so if we go over here, you see footer top is aligned. Now what we need to do is that we're gonna create one of the parameters by which we can name it with that. So should be, I'm gonna just go with the Tailwind configuration which we have been chosen. Okay, so there is one array of incentives, the name, the image sources, and then the description. So that's the parameter we can grab and keep it here. So again I'm gonna use it, the container here, container. Okay, so within the container, okay, just hold a second. Yeah, within that container, now I'm gonna take a div, and within that div I'm gonna take another div, then another, and then h2 tag, which going to say we built our business on customer service. And in that layer, okay, for that container put a class name, py should be 0, because I'm gonna give a padding from here. Okay, should be around it, just put okay, 2xl, I think it will be good. And bj, that one we can put a custom bj which is going to be f6 f6 f6, and px should be 6, padding y going to be 16, sm padding going to be, just give a 16. Okay, so should be n equals horizon. Okay, cool. So now here what we're gonna do is that should be mx auto, and max width should be xl, and lg max width should be none, and that div okay, we can, yeah, text should be center. So in that h2 tag put a class name, text should be xl, and sm text should be 2xl, and font should be bold. Okay, looks cool. And after that tracking should be tight, so it will be stick together, text gray of 900. Okay, that's the parameter we have been done. Now we need to grab those things, and how we can do that. So remember, okay, I believe note that this is the positioning which we have been done. Now after that we need to grab one div, which it will be go with that incentives.map. We can make incentive, or we can just put that as item. Okay, and in that item we can just grab a div within that, and key should be item.name. Fine. And after that we can take a div, and then another div, and then I'm gonna grab that images, which going to be item.image source, and here in that all tag let's just put image, and also grab the class name for it, which going to be mx auto, keep in the middle, height should be 16, width should be 16. Okay, let's see, it's already here. And now what we are going to do is that in particular top layer of the div put a class name, mx should be auto, margin top should be 12, I'm gonna make it as grid. Okay, so max width should be okay, yeah, we can, yeah, max width should be small. And then I'm gonna make it grid cost 1 and gap should be 8 and okay, SM max width none, and also LG grid cost should be 3. Okay, now it's rolling back. So in that particular layer, put a class name, text should be in the center, and then SM should be flex, SM text should be left, and LG should be block, LG text should be center. So now that's our image, and so this image we can possibly make that with the class name should be SM, it will be flex, should be SM flex, it will be shrink 0, and also we can put another property should be flex root to keep aligned with that properties. Now we can take another div, and that div we can put an h2 tag which is going to be item dot name, and then a p tag should be item dot description. Okay, and in that parameter mt should be 3 for the margin top, small margin left should be 6, and lgml should be 0. And for that h3 tag, put a class name, text, let's just put a base, font put medium, and text would be gray of 900. And to align with the description, put a class name mt2, text should be sm, and text should be gray of 500. Okay, so within that we have been done the footer. So now it looks cool. Remember, we have some parameters, home, shop, cart, orders, so we can go with there. So if we go in the header, remember we keep that things aligned with all together. Okay, so this parameter now we will be able to use it. So in that logo we can wrap that logo within that link parameter, which now we can access with from the React router DOM. So now, and here also too should be wrapping to home. So now we are now in the not found page. If we click, you see we are in the home. Let's go back to not found. And after that also remember we are creating a p tag here. So instead of that p tag we will get that link, and the two should be link, and we're gonna pass that link parameter here. Remember we are having that link, and if we just click in the shop we can see the product, cart, we can see the cart, orders, my account, blog, which is not found. So one more properties before going in a further layer, I believe, no, before going that also we need to, in the top layer we need to create those, is that for the user we need to do one more things. So if I click on that user, should be we can go in that profile, so it should be to profile, and also that parameter I'm gonna make that as link to favorite, and okay, it should be okay, and also this one to cart. If I click now, see we are in the favorite, we are in the card, we are in the profile. Let's click in the blog, not found. So let's just injecting that not found parameter so that it will be just be as cool. And for the not found, remember is all are the parameter of to create those scenario, how you can really evaluate that. So I'm gonna go with that my not found, and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna dump everything here. So simply I'm gonna explain what I am creating here right now. Okay, yeah, link button. Okay, there is a link button we need to create. Okay, and where I use that link button. Okay, let's just not use that link button. Okay, let's see how it's going to be appearing. Okay, not found. Is it coming? Yeah, that's the not found. And yeah, for not found page is accessible. If I just click in the block, okay, start shopping. So that's the button we need to create also, just to give us that properties. So let's roll back to our UI. So now here, I wanna just go in a simple demonstration that what I have been done here. See, we just click links with the product, which giving us to go and access some of the features. When a user having that not found, they can click in the product and they can roll back to the product. Oh, sorry, it's not in here. So if we click here in the product, you see, simply they can roll back to the product. So if we click on that my account, it will take us to the profile. If it's not here, okay, it's account, should be profile. So shop, I'm gonna give it as the name of profile, and blog should be blog. And then what I'm doing, just passing that parameters, giving that location name. As you see the blog, if you click any of the name, blah blah blah, you see the blah 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 name is here. Just passing the path from the path name, which is getting from the use location, and then giving it with the actual path name, giving that path name, passing that message, then just links, I'm just mapping that, putting that references here. So you can do it as the way you preferable, but it's just a simple style and other properties. So now what I'm gonna do in my UI, I'm gonna create one button, which is going to be link button.tsx rafce. So in that link button, we're gonna create some more properties here. So instead of div, we're gonna just take that link. That's why we created as a link button. It will not be a button parameter, but we can pass the link on it. So now what we are going to take it. So first thing first, we're gonna take two parameter. One should be show button, or I think the show button, yeah. So with that we can be able to see whenever we're gonna show an arrow or not. And then we're gonna take the link, then also you're gonna take that class name, and I'm gonna define that parameters with that interface, which going to be that similar. If show button available should be boolean, link should be string, and class name should be a string. All are with an optional parameter, either one can provide or not. And two should be the link, whichever we are passing. And then what we are going to say is that, okay, what's wrong with that? To string, yeah, should be taking that. Okay, we will see it around. So now what we are going to do, just going to passing some of the class name, which we're gonna create on that properties with the TW merge. As you remember, we have been done before. We are just passing that BJ dark of 800, opacity hover, BJ dark, text white text, padding y, padding x, rounded full, and just similar properties. So here we can pass the class name. So what we can do, class name should be new, or we just grab it as that as a class name. I'm gonna just make it as reload. It should not appearing that error, just to see, maybe just some of the IDE caching. Okay, yeah, it has been gone. Okay, so link is link, and now we can pass one property. If a show button is available, means we need to just from that show button is coming, then and we're gonna give a far arrow left. Okay, and then we're gonna pass that start shopping, and that class name we will provide that new class name. And what's wrong with the link? I believe it's that two. Okay, two, because by default it can be mismatched. So if link is available, it will be link, otherwise it will just by default going to forecast as products, because maybe the link will not be there, so we need to make a default parameter. So now in the dot found, okay, we can grab it here, Okay, show button is true, and then we are grabbing that link as particular link. So let's just roll back to our home screen. Let's go in the blog, and start shopping is taking us in the home screen. So with that, we are almost done our home parameter. That's the other properties is going to be coming up later on whenever we gonna inject this our class name and other properties. These things we'll do it together. So now what we need to do is that to create our backend structure, and to create the backend, remember we are already dealing with two directory here. One is for the frontend, one is for the backend. So now our frontend, we have been done a lot of things. So let's just roll back to with our backend properties. I'm gonna take two more PowerShell here at the bottom. So let's cd in the admin, and also from here we're gonna cd admin. Okay, so now in that here I'm gonna make that pnpm init. You can make also npm init if it's your npm project. As you see, that package is done. So now we can roll and keep starting with that. Okay, now in that scenario, our root project layer, which is going to be index.js. Now here we're gonna make some changes. We are just put a description which is going to be admin data backup for e-commerce app, and here we're gonna make that not JS, we're gonna put it with MJS. Okay, that's a new form. So why we are dealing that? Because we're gonna use that module type here. So it will be type, and that's going to be as module. And also we're gonna also just refactor the engines, which going to be that node, and it will be okay. And within that parameter, as you say in this script, we need to go through with that. We need to write an start script which going to be node index.mjs. Okay, so now what we're gonna do, we're gonna create a file here which is going to be index.mjs. Okay, so now we just simply write a log hello from backend. So what we need to do, node index.mjs. okay, hello from node is here. So now we can also initially make that one that pnpm start. As you see, it's provided that hello from backend. So now we need to make one thing is that to install, which is going to be pnpm I, and then we're gonna create install that nodemon. And why we are dealing that, so that we can use that nodemon to set up so no need to run each and every time the dependency. So we can use that nodemon to initialize each, like we just start our project, then we don't need to just console log each and every time. So it will be instead of node, it should be nodemon index.mjx. So it will be pnpm start. And as you see now, if I just go back here, just make duplicate some of the properties, you see it's running properly. So now what we need to do, we need to properly inject things up. So as I'm here in my admin, I'm gonna just install some of the properties. So pnpm I, I'm gonna install xpace.js. I'm gonna install .env for my env file, and then I'm gonna install course. Okay, for right now that three, I think it will be just simple. So here, as you see, we are going to use the module, so we can just simply write that xpace, import xpace from xpace, and also so const app should be xpace. okay, so our app is running. Now we can go with that, we can just make that app.get, and here we can just passing with that home/reference, which going to be one request and response going to be coming, and we can just make that app.use, which should be it just puts nothing, just to see how it's working. And also we can make that app dot listen. And by the way, I'm just showing from my project perspective, and if you are seeing from where it's coming, you can just go with that express.js, and from here you can grab each and every single properties, and then it will just make a good sense to you. So let's just go with the hello world. And okay, first instances I'm gonna just put that thing, just you can to understand how it's working. So instead of that 3000, I'm gonna put it 8000. So make that pnpm start. So now we will be able to see it's running or not. What's wrong with that? Okay, okay, that's the problem, because we are using the module import express from express. That's it. Okay, let's just terminate and run again. pnpm start. Okay, it's running. An example should be okay, there is an error. Let me just see where it's just giving us that. Okay, recur express, which we have been resolved. Okay, event throw error note. I believe in the package we should not define that right now, as we are going to handle that. Yeah, so it should be now the port 8000 should be able to grab our things. So let's open it, remove that, and it should be localhost 8000. Okay, hello world is coming here. So the default parameter is done. So now we can start working on it. So first thing first, let's go in that admin properties, and we're gonna create another folder which we're gonna make that constants. And here in the constants, I'm gonna just grab one index.mjx. Okay, so now what's actually having with that index.mjx? This is the properties which is going to be mainly just work on that. We have the categories listed here, then we have our all categories which is coming with id, name, image description, and the base parameter. And after that we are going to having the highlights products with the products parameter. Then we're gonna having this our blocks data to create a unique block parameters. Then the main purposes of those things is the products which coming with id, name, images, then the description, and that regular prices, discounted prices, quantity, rating, reviews, category, colors, brand, easy stock, overview is new underscore base. So in the link on the description, the first link, you're gonna see that GitHub link by which you're gonna find all those properties. I think both folder it will be available, and you're gonna find that data here. So we're gonna merge and create that dependency by using those products. So let's go in that over here. So first, now what I'm gonna do to create a route here in the admin. So it will be, let's just say what we can say, it will be routes. So in the routes we can define the routes, and also in the public I'm gonna grab another directory which it's going to be public, and in that public I'm gonna just grab two properties which one going to be my icon, another going to be my one of that index.html file. So that's the simple setup of HTML file. I'm not gonna just go with a fancy round, because that's the similar setup which we're gonna create sooner. I have a lots of video cover how to create those things here. You can find out in the playlist. So now that's the admin server which I want to show it first, and that's the properties which I'm gonna create. So now in that routes, so in the route we can define our route. So here I'm gonna just grab those route. I'm gonna just explain how it's been created. So as you see in the blog routes, I'm just using the router from Express and then grabbing that blocks data and then just exposing that with the router, and router.get it's the blocks data. On that block parameter it will get the blocks data, and categories, checkout, and also okay, I think for the checkout right now we will keep it. we'll just go with the product, we'll just go with the highlights and the categories, and the checkout we're gonna do it later. Now there is one fundamental things is happening in the products. Just be careful with to see that in the products we are getting also router.get/products and with the ID. So in that ID I'm gonna just making the parameter, extracting the parameter from as ID, then passing that product as product.find that product ID. So if product ID available, like it's not available, I'm just passing the single phone was not found or single item was not found, and if it's available I'm just sending that product. That's for or the single parameter of the product. If ID is coming, then giving passing the ID which coming with a single product. It's a simple fundamental things. If there is no ID, like simply if you hit that products router, it's giving the product. If you hit that products with the ID, it's passing, just checking if ID is available, passing the product. If it's not available, just returning it that status 404. The same thing happening with the categories. That's the things. So you can go through it with to having a better understanding. I just create with that just a simple cover up with that. So now how we can wrap up those things within our home route. Okay, so first thing first, I'm gonna grab one what you call that .env file here. So let's just create a env file. Here I'm gonna have two properties. One, it will be port, which is going to be 8000. Another, it will be stripe secret key, and another it will be other it will be base URL. So that three parameters should be coming here. Right now I'm just gonna keep that port 800 because we're gonna grab the port things in together. So now what we're gonna do is here we're gonna make that we can use that import should be .env, and we're gonna grab this config from here, so directly we can use that one. So now let's just get the port. So it will be const port equal to process.env dot port if the port is available, otherwise it's going to grab us from the 8000. It's just a default parameter. So now we can change the message here, should be server is running on port 8000. Now if you just to check on that how that things can be really changing, if I just grab it as 3000, you can see the message as it should be. If I just come here, yeah, port is, it cannot be running in 3000 because 3000 our server is running, so we just need to pass it with the 8000 right now. But if you just change it here, if it's 3000 is empty, it will run that with the 3000. Okay, so now we can make a several procedure with that. So which going to be I'm gonna just make that layout here. So app.use, our app's going to be used that course, okay, course compatibility things. So also did we install course here? So this package no, not yet. So I'm gonna grab that course here. Oh, I'm running is two parameter. Okay, pnpm I course. Okay, should be course. So that should be a functional parameter. And also app.use, we should also use that express.json. So you're gonna get the JSON format data, and now we're gonna just port through with the two parameter. Should be we're gonna give that a file name. Should be, it will be a file, just grab it, file URL path, I think so, URL path, and that one going to be inject that import dot meta dot URL. and of course we need to import that. Should be import URL or file URL path, I believe. Yeah, from URL. Okay, and another property for the directory name should be directory name, and also it's going to come with that path dot dir name. Then now we're gonna pass that file name. So now we have our directory name. Now we can go and just passing that with a good fashion. So what I'm gonna do right now is that if we roll back to our localhost 8000, right now it's 8000 is running. So okay, is it running? Okay, for that parameter it should be messing around. So let's just npm starts again. What is saying? URL does not provide an export name. File URL, oh okay, file URL not, I believe it should be file URL to path, maybe. Yeah, should be to path. Yeah, file URL to path. Yeah, that could be misunderstanding happened. Okay, what's wrong? Just let me see it. Okay, path the directory name. So okay, path is not defined. Of course we need to import that, so it will be import path from path. Okay, now it's running. So again, if we just hit back in the localhost 8000, so now what I'm gonna do now, instead of just declaring every single path for all the pages, I'm gonna map through of my route here. Then I'm gonna pass the route, so that anytime I can go with that, I can directly just pass that from there. And initially with that, I'm gonna pass that res.send file, and that file which is going to be path.join. I'm gonna join with that and make that directory name should be, and it will just go with that public directory, and then it going to access that index.html. So now if we just hit again, it should get my index.html. So we are getting that categories, products, highlights. If I click on the categories, you see it should go roll back to the categories route. If I click on that highlights, it's getting on that highlights route. So right now we need to connect our routes here. So to connect the route, we will simply just access some of the properties. So let's go back here in the top. Okay, so it would be const routes should be path, and that it should be path.resolve. We will resolve the path parameter, and here okay, directory name it going to coming, and now we can just get the parameter of routes. So if we just make the log, you can see route, and here we will access that routes path. Okay, you see, so now we can get the routes path, the actual path where the routes is underlying. So we have the paths, so now we can access the route, right? So so what we're gonna do is that, okay, from here we can make that a const route files. We can get the files here, and we will use that read directory sync from that fs, from the file system of Node.js. We're gonna access that, and we're gonna give that routes path, so we can access the path parameter. Okay, so now if we just make log with that, so it will be route files. We can access the files, as you see, the blog.mjs, categories.mjs, highlights.mjs, products.mjs. So these files now we can access. So what we can do here now, map through it and pass that as a single route. So we can map through that and pass every single file as a route parameter, so that we can easily access those parameters and make our initialize our route setup. So what I'm gonna do, write route files.map, as you see it's coming as an array. That's why we are putting the map here. So route files.map, it should be an asynchronous way, because we're gonna grab this file and we're gonna get it as the file. Okay, then we're gonna return something. So it will be const routes, it just module, and it will await, and then we're gonna import. What we're gonna import is that we're gonna go with the backtick, and we're gonna go in that. See, we can access the routes, right? And from that route we can just access the file name, because that's the extension name we get, and that's the route, that's the extension of that file, and that's the full parameter of routes. So now as we are having that, we can just make that app.use. We can use that. So first it's gonna go with the /home, then it's gonna make a route module dot default. Okay, so now let's go and grab the things up within categories. You see the categories is available. If I go with that 1002, okay, nothing match. 1002, it should match over here. Okay, anyway, I put the products. Let's just check with the products. That's the things we are needing here. So with the ID of 2002, okay, we are having a product. So right now our every single fundamental items is working. So our backend is now kick started. So we can go and access the backend properties in the frontend part, where we can go and grab to create those properties. So okay, okay, so first we can create that, then we can create other properties also, like all other parameters we will start. And to create that one, let's roll back to, I will close everything from here, minimize a bit here just to see side by side. Okay, first we're gonna grab things up. So let's go here and we start. So that's our client here. So in the client, I'm gonna create a two utilities function, and let's just create a folder here, which is going to be our lib. And in the lib, I'm gonna put one index.ts file, and here we're gonna create a two separate fundamental function. One is to create our like to get the data. So it should be export const get data, by which we're gonna get the data. And of course, as we are going to access to the server, it should be an asynchronous function. And here we're gonna just giving that endpoint here, and after providing the endpoint, we're gonna grab the data and pass it here. So let's just put a try catch. Okay, so whenever we are having that catch, we will just pass a log here so that we can see that. So error while fetching data, and we are going to pass the error, and we're gonna also throw error if we are passing any of the problem, like we are cannot accessing that data or something others. So now I'm gonna make that response here, response, and it should await. We will use that fetch functionality here, and first we're gonna pass that endpoint, and whenever it's gonna just hit with that method, okay, method should be get, did we okay, yeah, it should be wrapping within an object. Okay, because I didn't wrap it, you see, now it will give that the properties. So it will be method of get, and then one more property should be headers, and that headers should be content type. It will be application JSON. Okay, so we are passing our method, we are passing our headers. So now what's if the response is coming? If that response is not okay, like if there is some a problem with that, the message is not coming as okay, what it's going to do is that throw new error should be data fetching error, and we are going to make that response dot status text, just to see what kind of status is just throwing us, so that we can get the error of that message. So now const data should be coming await response dot JSON. and we'll just return not the response, return the data. So what this function going to do is that we are passing that endpoint simply with that parameter, and then it gonna make response with that. It will await for our backend response, then it gonna fetch that, and from there it will grab the data. So now we will get one more properties here. We will do one simple specific thing, is that to create a configuration file here by which we can get that which route we are right now. Okay, so that one route, it should be our public route, another it should be our production route. So let's go in the top layer. Either you can go in the top layer, you can go create in the source folder, but as it's the config file, I'm gonna just give it in the top layer, config.ts. so here I'm gonna just make that const check config, so it will check the configuration. So first we're gonna take the server, which is going to be as a string, and then it will also, I'm going to define a type for my server here, which is going to be interface config, and here base URL should be string. So now that could be passing parameter as config or as an empty object. Okay, so now I'm gonna just make that let a config is equal to okay, it should be config or object, and should be equal to an object. So now we can make that switch case. So we can switch to first case in the server, which will be an parameter on that. So now is the case is coming with that production, so means we are heading that production route. Then we're gonna pass that config. The config URL should be, so right now base URL, right now we're gonna keep it as empty. Okay, and after that parameter we're gonna pass that break. Okay, and now whenever the case going to be local, then we're gonna pass a route here. So that config, which going to be as the base URL, it should be our URL, which we are providing right now, should be localhost 8000. Okay, that should be our base URL. If the URL is not provided, I'm gonna just keep that as simple. Okay, so now it should be break. Oops, it should be break, and default we can make that default. I just default right now. I'm just not gonna keep anything. Okay, so what is mentioning here, we can now define with that configuration, like when the production is, which config it gonna grab. So if it's the server and if the case is production, it will take that right now empty, but when our project is uploaded, we're gonna put that base URL here. If it's now in local, we're gonna just keep in the localhost 8000. And now let's put that export const select server, which going to be right now I'm just gonna pass as local, and export const config equal to check config, which I'm gonna pass that select server, and it should be the parameter as config. So now from here what it's going to do is that okay, what's wrong with that? A function whose declare type neither is undefined. Okay, that possibly be happening because we didn't return anything. So we need to return our configuration, the config we generated here. So now with that server or the local, we can get from the config, we can get our server here. So let's roll back to our index here, where we're gonna make that things done. So in that not index, should be we roll back to our header, where we are going to grab those things. So now let's just come over here, and also I'm gonna make our inspector here, as we are going to just to go and define some parameters here. So first thing first, let's just grab those things here. So after here, we're gonna make that a const should be categories. It should be categories, or what else? I believe it should be, yeah, we are showing the categories here, so it should be categories here. Okay, categories, set categories, use state, by default should be empty. So now we are going to get the data, so it will be okay, use effects. So now we're gonna just roll it here. Whenever data is changing, that should be a dependency. So now okay, so not with that data. Oops, I just misspelled with any other parameters. Okay, so now what we are going to grab it here, just const fetch data should be a sync function should be running here, and now const endpoint should be, let's just grab from there config. Okay, that config is not coming up, so let's just go here on the top. We need to define it normally. So import config, and that should be coming from, okay, config. I think, yeah, that should be the config. Why this configuration is not okay? That's exporting here, that should work, but why is not giving that configuration? Again, let's just roll back, import config. Why is giving that? Okay, let's Tailwind configuration from, okay, config. I think that will work. So let's just see. So it will go with that config parameter, and after that config, let's just, yeah, it's just coming, it's just passing with that parameters, and then it will just hit back categories. So if we roll back to our server here in the categories, you see that should be that parameter. So if we go here, that should be our categories. Okay, now we will make that try catch so that we can get that parameter. So whenever we are having that catching with that, either way it will define with that parameter also. You can just put that also. So it will be console.error, which going to say as error fetching data, and now we're gonna passing our error. So in the try functionality, we can make that const data should be await get data, and now we can pass that endpoint. Now if we just make a log here, just passing that data as data. Okay, so now we need to define the fetch data here. We're gonna just make a call with that fetch data. If we hit save, we should be able to see our data. So 12 categories is coming here. The similar categories TV audio, as you can see here, TV audio particularly here. So now our data is started to coming. So what we can do here, instead of that log, we can just simply make the things to set in our, so set categories should be that data. Okay, so as we are having the data, we can now create that our menu which we started before but didn't finish yet. So that's the select category parameter here. So we can now make the things start functioning here. So how we can do that? So after the container, so let's just grab those things. I'm gonna pass one menu. We're going to use that headless UI, so that's the parameters going to passing from there. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna grab the properties which I'm gonna use from them. So it will be okay. Okay, let's go in the root layer. So we are going to grab those okay, I think I grabbed those wrong things. Okay, so it will get the menu item, okay, menu button, menu item, menu items, and transition. Okay, what's wrong with that? Did we install that headless UI? Okay, let's just go with that package. Okay, that's the Frontend backend package. So let's go in our Frontend package. Okay, let's just to see. No, we didn't install yet, that's why the problem. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna install that. Should be in our Frontend perspective, pnpmi, and remember where, like which directory you are heading and where you are underlying here, otherwise it will start giving so much more error. So if you just roll back here, you can search here headless UI react, and you can go back here. There's a very simple utility library using that same Tailwind CSS. As you see, that's very good things here. We are going to use that parameter, the same thing which is created here. Okay, I believe it's installed. Okay, so right now we can just make things to start shuffling. So what I'm gonna do here, okay, I'm gonna cut that, I'm gonna remove that. Should be menu. So within the menu, okay, should be menu, and here menu button should be available, and within the button, what's wrong with that menu? So this is my menu here, then I'm gonna passing that menu button, and I'm gonna give my properties, as you see. So now as it's just coming with that much way, put a class name here, not in the menu, it should be wrapping through that menu button. Put some class name, okay, and should be inline flex, item center, gap should be 2, and then rounded should be empty, and also border gray of 400, and then hover border should be white. Okay, looks cool. And after that we can also make some things dealing with that. Padding y should be 1.5, and also we're gonna make that padding x should be 3, and font should be semi-bold. Oops, it will be semi-bold. Okay, looks cool. And then text should be gray of 300, not amber, should be gray of 300, and hover text going to be, you can put the white text or you can just go with the white. Okay, yeah. So now did our border, okay, that's the properties. Should be, we should keep a border here. Okay, we keep hover border. Okay, border of gray, but we need to make that as border. Okay, now looks fine. And also we can do one thing here, put a class name, text, small text, or we can make base text, and empty should be 1. Okay, looks cool. If we click, now nothing going to be happen, but we will let it happen. So now that's the menu button here, and after menu button we should be able to create that our transition. So within that transition we will create the other properties. So in that transition it should be menu items, and on that menu items, okay, should be menu items. What's wrong with that? Okay, so that will be the within the menu items, and within menu items we're gonna just make that categories, we can just map to that categories. So it will be categories.map, and here we can pass that item. So now we will return something which going to be also menu item. So in that menu item we're gonna pass like we can get the key and other properties. But before that, going any further, I'm gonna create one type file which will be type.ts, where I'm gonna define all my type property. So now I'm gonna grab all my types here, which going to be interfaced later on. So now what kind of types I'm going to get? So for that highlights, I'm getting their ID base title and category props. That's the one I'm gonna use, ID, image name, and base URL. And then that will be our product post, and that will be our blog props, and that will be the user types, and that will be the order types. So all things I'm gonna explain a bit by bit later on once you're gonna import. But right now in our category we have one ID, we have image name, base, and description. So that's the one I'm gonna create right now. So in the item, what we can say is that it should be category props. And of course we need to import that category props in the top layer, otherwise it will start giving us error. So let's just roll here and let's create that import category props. Should be from we can just roll back to type. Okay, so there from here we can grab our category properties. So now we can access those things and make that beautiful design layout by which we're gonna show that. So if we make that key parameter should be item dot. So if it's everything working, you see the base, description, image we can see. So that will be our title, and here we can pass a link property. So that link, remember the link from that next link. So now first I'm gonna keep one image tag properties here. Okay, should be img. Okay, should be item dot image, and that will be category image, and also put a class name which going to be width going to be 6, height going to be 6, and rounded should be md, rounded md. So that will be our image. If I just click here, you see this coming, but it's not in a good fashion because we need to style a bit, otherwise it will just start popping like that. So what we're gonna do here in the transition, I'm gonna give some of the properties, but don't worry, we're gonna go in bit by bit. So we're gonna pass that 2 for it, so it will just roll back to us with that category, and then it gonna pass us with that item dot base. So with that we can roll back to our particular category layer. Okay, so now what we're gonna do, we're gonna make the things start happening in a proper way. So we will just go and grab some of the properties for the transitioning to be working, and that it will be enter. Transition is our duration 75, and enter from opacity to 0 to scale 95, and when it's enter, opacity should be 100, scale should be 100, and whenever leave, it just a transitioning a point how it going to come up. If you see, it will just give us easy in out. So before going to deal with the design, I'm gonna just also give my item dot name. So it will be item dot name, just to see if it's coming aligned together. You see? Okay, cool. So now let's go in that menu items. In that menu items, I need to make that anchor, which going to be bottom end. Okay, as you see, it's now entering at the bottom. Okay, so now here let's just give some class name, which going to be giving us that width should be 52 and origin should be top right. Okay, and then rounded should be axle. I'm gonna give a border. Border should be white, opacity of 5, and bj should be black. Okay, and then padding should be 1, and text should be small by 6. Text should be gray of 300, and we're gonna pass that the anchor which we use that. So anchor should be, I'm gonna give a gap on that, and that gap going to be coming out with a spacing parameter. Should be spacing okay, spacing of 1. Okay, and after that focus should be outline, none, and then hover. Text should be white, and z index should be 50. Okay, now if I click here, as you see, yeah, that looks cool. It's similarly on that, but there is minor setup is missing, which we are going to deal with now. So let's come in the link parameter here. That's now where we need to focus right now. Put a class name, should be just make that flex, which should be full. Item center, gap should be 2, rounded should be lg, padding y should be 2, padding x I'm gonna provide as 3, and then data, whenever we focus on that data, yeah, we can just yeah, whenever we focus on data, we want to provide a background which is going to be bg white of 20% opacity. Tracking should be white, and that one is that, you see that the background is coming. If I just make of white of like that 80%, you can see. So that's the parameters we are providing. Now if we click on the TV box, you see category with the power tools, it's just moving. So I think that's the things which can, if you click on outline of that, it's just disappearing. So with that we finish on that parameter. So now let's close all and let's go to that our app parameter. Now what we're gonna do is to create the other properties which can make that things running properly. So that is our categories here. So now we need to create one properties here which is going to be the banner categories, but before, yeah, we can create that right now. So let's go back to our banner categories. We need to create that. So let's roll back to our UI. We will create a file, name is banner categories.tsx. RAFCE should be our banner categories in the app. I'm just gonna go and grab that. Okay, so let's just remove that banner categories. Okay, now as you can see, banner categories is running, and to go with that banner categories I need one we're gonna use that React multi-carousel. So let's just go back their documentation, that how we can start with that. Okay, so that's the things we can just go and start with. So let's just go with those properties. Okay, arrow functionalities and others. So now I need to get that to install. Okay, so just restore back my project here. I'm gonna make that pnpm and install that carousel, and after installing we need to import these two parameters here. One is for the styles and another for to running those things up. So let's just keeping those things. So one for the carousel and one is for the React multi-carousel live styles.css. Now you can also put it in the layout. It depends on you how we want to keep that things. So now what you need to do, we can, for the breakpoints, we need to import the breakpoints, then we need to grab the images. So remember, we are having that categories, the similar categories function where we used in the header. So you can pass that properties also by referring on that, but for right now to keep it is just in a simple fashionable way, I'm gonna just grab those things from here, just copy that and here paste it. So it should be, I need to import my config here, I need to import my state here, and also I need to import my effect here. After that, don't forget about that get data. So now I'm having my categories here. So what we need to do, I will just grab that responsive breakpoints here, which I'm gonna define it here. Okay, that's are the breakpoints which I'm going to use. So right now what I'm gonna do is that, so that would be in the div. So let's just go, instead of the div, I'm gonna directly inject that carousel. Okay, okay, the carousel, yes. So that would be give us our headshot properties, so how we can go and see that. So now let's just put that responsiveness, it should be go with that responsiveness which we created at the top, and we will make that infinite, should be okay, we can just wrap those things up. It's just a simple properties here. So what we are doing is that we are passing that carousel properties as the simple things which you can just go in the documentation, passing that responsiveness, then getting those speedy things up to run this application. That's it, nothing fancy. So now if we go back here, okay, undefined length, okay, we understand. So we need to provide that length, so we can make that categories dot map. So we can get with the item which will get with that category props, and then we can just return on that link parameter. We need to import the link from React Router DOM, and then we will grab things of that called image, which going to be item dot image, and should be category image, and then it should wrapping that too as with the backtick, go with that category, and after that should be item dot base. Okay, that looks okay. Now also need to pass the key, should be key item dot id. Okay, what's the parameter we are missing around here? I think everything is cool. Yeah, as you see, that's now start popping, but not so good. So we need to make some styling, and those variation is coming actually from the caching of we created here, so don't worry about it. Oh no, so it's the default variation, so we need to create from here like that. Okay, we'll create it. So now that's the image, and also the image will go with some of the class name and other properties, otherwise it will not look so fancy. So let's just go in that image, put a class name, should be flex, item center, gap in x should be 2, and padding should be 1. Let's just make that border. Oh, oops, it should not be here, it should be in that our link properties. Okay, should be border, and also okay, first make that image a bit smaller, put a class name, and that width should be 10, and height should be 10, and then font okay, should be rounded, should be full, and object should be cover. Okay, image is coming in proper way, and then we also need to make here as a border, should be border of gray of 100, and margin right should be 1, and flex we're gonna give flex 1, around it should be MD, and then hover border should be sky text, and then hover shadow should be LG. Okay, giving a shadow off here, you see. Now we need to provide another properties which going to be coming as a p tag, or you can just directly passing that item dot name. But the problem is if we directly pass, we cannot inject the style on it. Yes, we need to provide the global layer, but it's better to just create that and grab it from here, put the class name, text should be SM, font should be semi-bold. Okay, That's working fine. Now we need to design with that two parameters. So what I'm gonna do is that in that UI I need to make two arrow which are going to be custom right arrow dot tsx rafce should be that right arrow, and another one should be custom left arrow dot tsx. So now in that right arrow we can define the properties here. So right now what I'm gonna do, just grab those things clearly here, and I'm gonna explain what we did. It's gonna inject the function as onClick. I'm getting this as any, and then returning that onClick, whatever the click event is provided from that the carousel we use, from the carousel of that React multi carousel. And then we are just passing the class name and area label, and we are getting one arrow right text. That's simple. Nothing this is nothing that much. And also for that arrow right, it will be the simple it should be arrow left. From this arrow left also simple parameter, just positioning with the left should be 0, and as you see should be somewhere left 0 to 5. Yeah, we are just keeping that positioning as in a way. Okay, so the left should be in the left side, which left 0, right should be in the right side, which should be in 0. So now how we can inject it here? To inject that one, we can just go over here, we can make that custom right arrow, should be custom right arrow, and then it's gonna make that custom right arrow. Why? Okay, suggestion is coming here. Custom left arrow should be also left arrow. Okay, so if it's working in a good manner, we should be able to see that arrow properties. Okay, now see, cool. Okay, also you can go here, and if you click on headphone, it's getting us to our categories properties. So now that things is working properly, and I believe it is pretty good in a functional way. Okay, so now what we can do, we can roll back to our app. We can just close others. Oh, sorry, we can just open the app again. Now here, what if we just make it small? You see, it's also functioning. You can just make a style a bit way so it can be looks more functional. Okay, so now we need to create our home banner. So in the UI, create another file which going to be create that as home banner.tsx. So that home banner, it should be an static generated home banner. We will just keep it simple as it possible. Should be home banner, and we need to import that one from UI home banner. So as you see, home banner is appearing here. So in the home banner, we will keep everything within that container. Okay, now what we are going to inject here, so in the home banner we will create a div here. So within that div, I'm gonna take an image properties. So in that image, it will take the image of home banner which we are having that, and it will be just named as home banner, and we're gonna make that properties in a proper way. So put a class name which should be full, and height should be full, and object should be cover, and rounded should be empty. As you see, that's the image we are having right now. Okay, why it's just shadowing? Yeah, so that's the properties. Also it will align with that. Okay, looks good. So now let's go in the container, put a class name should be relative, and py as right now is 10. I'm gonna make it as 5, and then again, so I'm gonna make it overflow should be hidden, nothing go out beyond on that. So let's just go and we're gonna make it as right now. Okay, we're gonna make it as, put a class name relative, and I'm gonna make it as Or just to keep it simple way, as you're gonna see, I'm gonna just going to give a shadow effect here. So we're gonna make that as a self-closing div here. Put a class name which should be full, height should be full. I'm gonna make it as absolute. From the top should be 0, left should be 0, bj should be black. As you see, totally black. I'm gonna give a 10% opacity. Now we are having that little shadow effect. Okay, so after that I'm gonna take another div, and here I'm gonna take an h2 tag which going to say as mi air purifier. Okay, and after that I'm gonna take another p tag which going to say the new tech gift you are wishing for right here. And also after that I'm gonna get a link button. Remember, we created a link button which we can pass an arrow, otherwise we can just go with the properties here, and also we can provide the class name and other things. So we can put a class name which is going to be width 44 and flex item center, justify center, bj should be white text or white, text should be dark text, and hover. Or what we can do is here right now I'm gonna just remove all the properties. Let's see how okay, let's see how it's functioning. Okay, there should be the closing div which I'm missing. Okay, as you see, that's the way it's functioning right now. So just to eliminate from there, we just need to pass some of the class name here. That's the one I'm doing. Okay, so now as you see, that's the functioning parameters is happening. So white and then the other parameters. So right now is here, we need to create it in the absolute position. So let's grab it, class name absolute, and inset should be 0. Okay, flex and should be flex in column, and then justify center and padding x should be 10. Okay, cool, it's here. Now for that h2 tag, we're gonna just make it style on a way. For that h2 tag, put a class name, tag should be axle, and whenever is md, tag should be 4 axle, and also lg, text should be 6 axle, and after that text should be white text, white text. Okay, similar, but we need to make some font weight, should be bold. Okay, that looks fine. And for the p tag also we're gonna grab some class name, should be text should be base, and md text should be lg large text, and font should be semi bold, and leading should be 6, and also text should be white text, and I'm gonna give you opacity of 90, and max width should be 250 pixel, and margin top should be 4. Okay, within that we are now dealing with that, and we finish those parameters. Let's just remember that is actually sticky, but our application is not giving that sticky parameter. So let's go to the header, we will make it sticky. So it will be sticky, only md should be sticky, top md should be md should be top 0, z should be 50. Okay, so that it will roll over on that in a smaller screen. So now we are our category, like our header, the banner option is working fine. So after that we need to create those new deals parameter, and which we're gonna just inject in a good way. So let's just roll back here. So let's go and create that highlights UI. So it will be highlights.tsx, and we're gonna import it in app.js as well, so it will be highlights. Okay, so that's the thing, it's going to be appearing here. If you see in the smaller screen, it's gonna be in a 1, but in the medium and other upper level, it's going to be as a single. So now that's our highlights. So now let's going to be incorporate with that. So here the similar fashion, it's going to be as container. So I need to import the container, and I believe as is the okay. So now here we need to get our highlights data. So first let's roll back to our admin. If you click on that highlights, you can see that highlights data with the background color, base, and the other properties. So let's just go and create one state. So it will be highlights data set highlights data, and we're gonna provide that user state as an empty array. Okay, so now we're gonna get our grab our data, so use effect as well as, and then we're gonna pass the similar fashion, remember, which the way we used to do it. So you can just grab those functionality of that categories. You can just need to change that router parameter, that's it, nothing else. So we need to import that get data, and also need to get that config. Okay, so what we are passing here in the endpoint is going to get grab that highlights, and whenever it's getting the data, it's gonna pass that in that set highlights data. So now we have that highlights data available. We can just map to it. So it should be highlights data dot map, and should be item, and that item should be highlights. Okay, it should not be that highlights type, and we need to return. And what we're gonna return, we are just going to return a div from here. Okay, so in the div, let's just put that key should be item.id. okay, and then we're gonna put a class name which going to be relative, and height going to be 60, and also rounded should be LG, shadow should be MD, and also cursor should be pointer, overflow should be hidden. I'm gonna make it as group. Okay, so now right now you can see there is nothing available that much. So in the container, I'm gonna make it as grid, and I'm gonna make it as grid calls of 1 by default. MD should be grid calls of 2, and whenever it's LG screen, grid calls should be 3, and also I'm gonna give a gap between of 8. Okay, looks cool. And now we are going to go through in some of the other properties. I'm gonna go and create a div here. Okay, now within the div, I will not keep anything, or I can just go and create a self-closing div, as it will be just a simple div. So put a class name, and here I'm gonna go and grab through to keep the positioning here. So it should be absolute, inset should be 0, bg should be okay, we can give a background. Yeah, background should be cover, and background should be center, and then rounded should be LG. Transition should be translate. Okay, transition transform duration should be 300, and group hover scale should be 110. So now what we are trying to create is that these effects, once you're hovering, you see that image is just getting in the top layer. So that's the one we are going to create. So now here we're gonna put that style over here. So on the style, we're gonna maintain of that background image. Okay, image, and that image should be, we need to pass an URL. So the URL should be coming from there. Okay, should be item dot image. Okay, we can't see anything. No, nothing yet. Okay, as it's not having any background effect. And also we can pass that color. Color should be item dot color. Okay, still till now nothing, because we need to put the items in between. So now that's the self-closing div finish here. So now I'm gonna grab another div, within that another div, and then I'm gonna get an h3 tag, and here I'm gonna get that item dot name. As you see, item dot name is rectified, and then I'm gonna take a p tag, should be item dot title. Okay, now let me grab those things. Somewhere we are messing with the class name, maybe because it's not giving the exact properties. Okay, yeah, height should not be 6, should be 60. Yeah, that's the properties is injecting. Okay, now we're getting the height, but we are not getting the background images. So now this is the self-closing div, I believe. Okay, let's just make it as a normal div. Okay, so we made that what's wrong with, okay, we made it as a normal div. And now what's we created here, it's just hopping through it. So height 60, rounded LG, we give a shadow and make it hidden. Now absolute inset 0, we just put a bj cover, background center. Okay, I think that could be these properties which we use. It should not align like that, it should be aligned with a first brackets. Yeah, that was the only problem. Now you can see that is working smoothly and properly. So now over here my text is disappear, so put a class name, we're gonna make it relative, and the z should be 10 so that we can see, as you see, it's visible. And we're gonna make it a padding should be 6, we're gonna make it flex should be column, justify between, height should be full height going to be taken. Okay, right now it's good. So in that div also it's nothing going to be happening. So now here I'm gonna just grab one link parameter, and here should be 2 should be item dot, let's just make that button title. Okay, should be button title. And if you may want to know what button title is, you see that button title, browse deals, shop cell phone, and other properties. Okay, that's my batch. Item should be underscore base, the title should be item dot button title dot button title. Okay, need to import that one from React Router DOM, otherwise it will start crying. Okay, so now we are having those properties, button and other things, but it should be look like that. Okay, to implement that one, let's go and create the design. Class name text should be 2XL, font should be bold, and max width should be 44. Okay, cool. And for the prices, let's just put a class name, text should be base, font should be bold, empty should be 4. Good. And for that div parameter, the link parameter, puts a class name which going to be text going to be base, font should be normal, not should be normal. Okay, that's it. Okay, so now there is one thing should be appearing, that's we need to put a condition here. And how we can inject that item dot color, yeah, it's here. It should be appearing here, but just we're gonna check it here what color we are provided. Yeah, that's the color for new deals for 40. Okay, from 40. Yeah, power bank, so power bank should be white. Let's go here, let's just go in the power bank is white. That is already white, but why is not showing? Okay, power bank from 40. Let's just go with that power bank. Yeah, that's the color. What's wrong with that? Let's just go in the constant here in that admin, so that we can figure out. So that is our headless product. So red ff should be cell phone and product sub shell phone. Okay, what's wrong with that? I think I didn't put this style yet. Yeah, that should be within that div, remember. So we need to put that item color. Yeah, that only then it can take that particular color. By default it's getting the black. So let's just put that style where we can make that as a color, which going to be item dot color. Okay, what's wrong with that? Oh, sorry. I just I am actually in a wrong place where I'm creating that. So it should not be happen from here, should be happening from here. So that's the div where all the text is underlying. So it should be scoop around from here. So now, yeah, now you can see that's perfect. If you go in the shop, we can see the product and it's look fine. So this is done. Now we can go with that, coming up with that product categories and other parameter which we can create. So right now as we are here, so I believe we can just go with the popular categories and the products and other things. So we'll go one by one. And right now we can do one more thing, is that just to go with that particular index.html file for here. So that would be here, and we can rewrite our properties. So it should be e-commerce solutions. As you see, the title is just changed from here, and also we can provide our href for the image, which is going to be fabiicon.ico. Did we have that in public directory? No, it's nothing here. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna grab that properties from my previous project. Okay, and I'm gonna keep it here. Okay, so it should be fabiicon.ico. So now if I go and see, okay, it should be giving us that properties. Okay, just give it a bit of time, it will just start showing later on. So now we created those portions, so let's just go and create the category portions, as we are having that categories already, so we can just make the things to be done. So let's go here and click one more file, which going to be categories.tsx, and we're gonna wrap that categories in our app. And after the highlights, it should be categories. Okay, so now in the categories we can go with several level, but right now what we're gonna do is to inject as within the container. So now within the container, remember we are passing that categories in the header, so we can just grab those categories from there. So I'm gonna copy that and pass those categories. So let's just import all the properties that is state, okay, and the config, also that get data required. So now we will also inject here, we're gonna get a div property here, and within the div we can just create one title. So it should be as you say, let's just I'm gonna just create one more file here, where I'm gonna passing the title. So it should be UI, and then I'm gonna get the title.tsx rafce. So in the title I'm gonna just generate that. What I'm gonna grab it here. So in the title, what I'm passing is that getting the TW marge, and I'm getting the text and class name. Class name is optional, so I'm just wrapping that with the text for Excel and font bold, and if I'm passing class name, it will just go back with the class name with that properties. So that's the simple procedure. So right now what I can do is here on the div, I can take another div, and now I can pass my title. So in that title I can provide the parameters, which going to be like text, popular categories. So you see the popular categories is appeared, and after that p tag, after the title tag, we should also get a link parameter tag, by which we can generate like to view all the link parameters. So it should be 2, and here I'm gonna pass that category, and then I'm gonna just put at audio, just a simple category here. Okay, so now it will give us that view all categories. So you see that text is available, and for this one I'm gonna grab some class name on that. Oops, it will be class name. Okay, so it should be, font should be medium, and then I'm gonna make it as relative, I'm gonna make it as group, and overflow should be hidden. And also in that div, class name should be flex, item center, justify between. So it should be pushing that. No, it should, that one should be here. Okay, and that class name, okay, right now I'm gonna keep it empty. So now, okay, so when I'm gonna hovering, you see there is some style is happening. So that's the things I'm gonna create. So as you see, it's just I'm gonna keeping it as relative. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna grab one span tag. Remember the way we created for the header, this portion here, that's the similar effect which I'm gonna create it right now for this portion also. So I'm gonna grab things here, and as you may see, okay, that's cool. So now our link portion is done, and after that div we can take another self-closing div, which going to give us like class name with giving with going to be giving us full height, going to be 1 pixel, and bj should be gray of 100, 200, good, empty 3. That's the line which we have been created right now. Okay, so now we can wrap through our categories for that categories properties. So after that div, I'm gonna grab that categories here, categories dot map, which going to be item, and that is category props. And right now I'm going to return a link parameter, not a div, just a link directly here, by which I can inject the routes parameter, and then I will just make that to formula, which going to be coming from that backtick, and then I'm going to pass that item dot base, and that key I'm going to provide that item dot id, which is having here. And now I'm gonna provide that image properties should be item dot image, and that should be category image. And for the class name, which should be full height, I'm gonna provide the auto height, rounded should be md, and then I'm gonna make that whenever I'm gonna hover on the group, it's going to be a scale of 110, and duration should be 300. So you will see that properties is available, but it's not look so good because it's gonna crampy. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna wrap that entire properties within a div, then I'm gonna pass it here. So now put a class name. I'm gonna make it as greet call should be 1, or by default I'm gonna keep it 3. md greet call should be 4, and lg greet call should be 6, and I'm gonna give a gap between of 7. Okay, that's cool. What we are missing? The name parameter. So now in the link I'm gonna provide some class name. Should be that class name, and then width should be full, height should be auto. I'm gonna make it relative, I'm gonna make it as a group, and I'm gonna make it overflow hidden, so that if I hover, as you see, it's giving that pop up. So after that image, let's just make a div here, and within div take a p tag. Okay, that p tag going to cover that item dot name. Okay, that's the name properties. So here class name should be absolute, and bottom should be as well as 3, and then which should be full, and text should be center align. Okay, cool. And then we're gonna go with a p tag, put a class name, text should be sm, md text should be base, and font should be bold. And we can do one more properties here. In the top align here, put a class name, mb should be 10. Okay, so now you can see our categories portion is done. So we need to create our products and then the search bar, so we can do it also align. So hoping that can really helping you to understand how actually this things is functioning. So that will be the first part for this project. We will create another that will be like 3 or 4 part on that. Each and every single part we're gonna copying up what we can do and how we can implement that. So in this part we will finish on here. So that's the things we created, all the pages, and we configure all those things. So in our next video we're gonna create all our products pages, and then we're gonna ramp these things up. So I think that can help you to understand in a better way how to use that e-commerce website in a various functional way. So we will create all other functionalities later on, one by one. So hope you will cop up with me. So we'll see you in next video with that like this next part on it. Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. So today we're going to create this product section, as well as the section below here for the popular search, and also for the blog post, and regarding the search page also we will going to create it. As you remember, in our first part we have been done till here, so till the product part it was finished. And if you are not having the code yet, remember in the link on the description below, it will be here, the repo link. In the main you're gonna get each and every code which we have been done here, and if you're interested to go with the code to know by how I did that, I will keep the link in the description below for this video. It will be the first link, so you can have this, you can have that link and get to know for the first part. And of course, if you're coming here, like the video and subscribe the channel, it will be a great help so that it can be more reachable to the other people. And so today we are going to start to create from here that product section. And if you are having this code, the first part, remember you can toggle through this part 2 branch is available here. In that part 2 branch, today's code it will be available. Okay, so the part 2 branch you can just switch the branch and your code it will be there. So after finishing each and every part, we will merge everything on the main. So today's video, whatever I'm gonna cover, this code it will be available here, and we will go each single step by steps how you can implement. And if you're not having that yet, how you can do that, just from here you need to clone that. Then after cloning, you just open your code within your editor. Then as you see, there is one admin directory, also there is a client directory. you just need to cd into your directory the way I did. I went and I just cd into the directory and just write that pnpm start, and the same with the client pnpm dev. And if you're facing any problem, any trouble that you are not able to create that, let me know in the comments below. I'm gonna help you. Maybe we're gonna just get a one-to-one session to let you do all of the things. And if you are completed the first part yet, then welcome back to the second part. So now how we are going to start today. Over here we're gonna do three parts. So first part, it will be for our product list, you can say. Then we are going to have that, okay, it will be product. Okay, then after the product list, we are going to get through that. One of another portion is, it should be discounted banner, and the last part, it will be blog section. So after finishing those section, maybe we're gonna go deep down to create other properties. And to go initialize that one in that UI, I'm gonna take a file which going to be that product list and .tsx. So let's just create our snippet function arrayfce. So now I'm having my product list. So let's go in that app.tsx. So I'm gonna just import that product list here. Okay, product list. Oops, it should be product. Oh, sorry, product list. Okay, so now we should be able to see our list here. That list is already there. So let's just go start working on it. And to implement each and every single part, instead of the div, I'm gonna wrap it within my container. It will be container. Okay, and also need to import that container from should be, yeah, from the container. Okay, so as I wrap it within the container, as you can see, the distance is already worked, and also our properties is worked properly because it's just going through max width of axle and mx auto to keep in the middle. Now in the product list, we should be able to create one div properties. So just let's create one div, then put a class name. For right now, I'm gonna take another div. Sorry, it will be div. Then I'm gonna keep my title. Did we create any title? Yeah, that's the title we have been created. So let's just get over there, and we're gonna pass that on the title. It should be the text, and that text should be top sales, but we can say the top selling products. Okay, so that's the top selling products is working. And also we can do one more properties, that below that we can put a link parameter, which we need to import from that React router DOM, as we use the Vite for creating that. And oops, instead of self closing, I'm gonna put a double tap on there. Should be view all products. So if anyone click on that, they can view all the products, all the available products. So now if anyone click on that, it will directly inject to our product. Why I'm spelling the name product, and also it should be here products. Okay, so now this is coming all together. So we need to just a bit of work with that. Let's just put class name should be flex, and item center justify between. As you see, it's separated together. Now after that div, I'm gonna just grab another div properties. I'm gonna make it as a self-closing div. I'm gonna put a class name, and that class name, it will be width going to be full, height going to be 1 pixel. You can put also that hr, that line parameter, that will also work with the fine, and 200, and margin top should be 3. Okay, as you see, there is a line between there. If I click on the products, you see it's getting us somewhere in the product. So now as we did that parameter, we need to grab the product. And how we can grab that? So let's just go and create another functionality. As you see, that's the div. So I'm gonna keep margin bottom of 10 so that we can initialize another properties, and here we're going to create that pagination. Okay, so that pagination, it should be applicable for to create the pagination and also make other properties. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna just create another file which will be pagination.tsx. Now here we're gonna do the trick. So I'm gonna get that pagination here. Okay, pagination, and also need to import pagination from pagination. So you see, that's the pagination where we're gonna wrap the data here. So it should be somewhere like that. So what we are created here, we're gonna compile it here. Okay, so now how we can make it. So let's just go in the pagination, and remember we need to get all single products here, right? So if we go back to our category, not in the category, in the header where we have been just got that category, remember we used that category from there. So what we can do is that we can grab those category and then we can use it here. In that way we can make that happen. So just let's get that categories, and we can also go with our localhost 8000 where our backend is running, our API is running. If I click on the product, you see all products data is available right now here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just get all of this code from here, just copy, and here in that product list in the pagination, I'm gonna paste it here. So we need to initialize several properties. We need to get the use state and also the use effect, and as we are going to use that hook from that React, we need to make our component as use client component, and here I'm gonna put that products, and it should be set products, products. Okay, so these products, it gonna be make the properties, and our inline should be the products, not the categories. And if you are already watched my previous video, you're gonna having a very good understanding how we have been created that. And if you're not get that yet, let me know also in the comments below. Maybe I can help you to go with to make that understand it. And also in future I'm gonna merge all of the playlist, all because it will be all that video part, whatever part is created, maybe 3 or 4 parts, it will be there, all part it will be merged in a playlist, so you can get one by one in the down. And also I'm gonna link all the video links wherever I finish that, so from there you can just grab it. So now we'll be able to get the product. So let's just log the products if we can see that. So it will be log and should be products, and we're gonna get our products here. So let's just go in our client side. I'm gonna just inspect here in the console. Let's see if we are good to go. We should be able to see our product. You see we have 25 products. So that's the similar things we have here. We have 25 products, but we can toggle through the pages. Every single page I'm giving 15 products. So if I just click, as you see the next 10 products is loaded, so 25 of 25. So that's the similar pattern we are going to follow, and we're gonna make it happen there. And to just do that, I'm gonna use one library which is I'm just loving to go with that simplicity, and it's really very easy to implement. Which one is that React pagination? If we just click on it again, what I really want you to do, go and read whatever the documentation they are providing, how they are building and how the building blocks is working. So if you are visiting here, you're gonna have a very good idea to how you can entertain yourself with those code and how you can learn much in a much better way. But to work with me, I will let you describe whatever the way I'm preferring and how the method I'm implementing. But even though after doing that, please come here and read whatever the packages or third-party libraries I'm using. Try to read documentation from here, okay, whichever is available. So let's go here, and as I'm using in the PowerShell, if I put ls, it should be showing I'm in the root. So I'm gonna go in the client, because as I'm gonna install that one in a client side. And by the way, today's all the work, it will be only in the client side. So pnpmi should be React Paginet, So after installing, how we are going to dealing with it? So let's just go. We are now having our products here. So as we are having the products, we can go with that. Okay, what's wrong with that? Implicitly any type. Okay, any type. Okay, for right now, okay, we will give that one later. For right now, just keep it the same way. So now what we can do is that we can go with our pagination and items properties. So we have our products here, and also we're gonna pass a variable, so it should be const, and then we're gonna pass that items per page should be 15. Okay, so that is our per page item. I'm gonna just remove that right now, it's not needing that one. So what we are going to do, we are just going to do some several tricks over here. I'm gonna make it bigger so you can see it properly. So right now I'm gonna just define some of the properties which I am actually getting from here. As you remember, the website I have been there for the React paginate, so that's the one I'm just getting from there. I'm gonna just hopping that everything, and I'm gonna popping, I'll just keep it below here. Okay, to keep just going simple. Now here what's actually is doing, it's just creating that set item offset and item start when the item is starting, and the current items, it should be that our products, as I'm not using the items, so also it should be the products. And again, why I'm saying you that, try to read the documentation, which can make a lot of sense there. So also it should be, as is coming with that item, should be products length. So that's the parameter is giving. So what actually is doing, it's giving you from which item it is started, and also the current items parameter, and the page count, like how many pages is. As you see, total products dot length, I have 25 products, so it gonna, with the length, it will multiply whatever the item per page I define here. So that's the similar things, simple things they are doing, and you can just you go to see all the event, but I will not go with that. I'm just setting that item offset and item start. So let's hit save. And now what we need to do is that we need to go with some of the parameters here in that div. I'm gonna just remove as a div, not gonna use it. Here I'm gonna take one parameter of items which we're gonna create it, and in the item we're gonna pass that current item should be as current items. So now that's the, what you say, that's the component we need to create at the top layer. So top of that we're gonna create that. So in that here we're gonna make that const items, and here we're gonna take that current items, and after that we're gonna define our function. So now in that current items we can actually go and get some of the properties. So what we are going to go define the type here. So interface, it should be that type properties we are going to define. So it will be items props, and that items props is going to make that current items. It should be that product props, the array of product props. And if you are not familiar with the array of product props, you can just roll back to the types we have. You can just pass here the product props, the product value we are described here, whatever the properties we are having here with the product, that's all you can find it here. So now also we need to define another properties which should be interface, because within that what kind of value you're gonna have. So it will be one for that pagination props, also we need to provide that. So in that pagination props, the items, for right now I'm gonna just define it, keep it like that. If we need, then we're gonna use it. So here I'm gonna put that items props. Okay, so that will be our current properties, and here we're gonna return a value. Okay, so return, and in that return we're gonna just simply pass a div. So in that div we are going to get that if we have that current items, and we're gonna return of that parameter. So means we're gonna map through that our current items. Okay, so we're gonna map that current items dot map, it will be dot map, and here I'm gonna just pass it as an item which going to be that product props. So it's a singular item, so it can be go eval with the product props. Okay, so now from here I'm gonna return something. For right now, just to go with that, I'm gonna just return a p tag, and it should be saying product will go here. And also, as we are mapping through it, we need to provide a key property. Let's just provide that key, should be item dot. You see, all the properties are available, so we need to provide that the unique is the id, so you're gonna put that item.id. So what you're gonna see here right now, if we go and evaluate, you see item, the product will go here. How many products? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15. So 15 products it gonna come here. So how we can just go and gather all other 10 properties? So that's what we're gonna do right now. So that's the item, so we need to create our product here. Okay, so simply we can just go here. I'm gonna just pass through right now, we're gonna do it later. Product card.tsx RAFCE. So our product cards it are going to be applied here. So instead of that one, what I'm gonna do, we're gonna just simply wrapping here our product card. Okay, so that product card it will be appeared here, and in that product card we're gonna pass the key the similar way, which going to be item.id, and here we're gonna pass one more properties. So how we can get the products, we can just simply pass the item as item. So now we can grab that items within our product card, and then we can align it here. So simple. But before doing it that, just let us go and create one more things by which we can get other properties too. So after that, below on that item, I'm gonna take a div here. So in that div, I'm gonna do some simple magic. Okay, so that simple magic, it will be included this part, these two properties it gonna align here. Whenever we click, it will just render the properties and other parameter. And by the way, it will be generating a very good way, so all the unique product it will be available here. So let's just go over here, and then in that product I'm gonna use that the proportion from that React paginate. So that's the component they are providing here to do all the binding. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just hopping through it to the parameters of what we are going to actually dealing with, or I can write name of that. So the next label, which I'm gonna just keep it empty, so we are not going to provide any label properties now. So on page change, in on page change we're gonna just make that handle page click. Remember, we are having one function here, so that function is responsible to bring up the other products. So what it's going to do is, as you see, just a simple way, it's just creating a new offset, and then with the event selected, you see this the items per page. So per page we define with that percentage is gonna just compare the length. If it's finding that some of the items is available, then it's just we just doing with the new start, and set item start is keeping with the new start, set item offset it creating with this new offset. So if I'm going to explain those things, the video gonna length be so much more. So what I'm referring you, go with React paginate, read the documentation, and you will understand much better, and also try to implement, rather than this project, try to implement also in the other project, which can be really helpful for you. So now we can get the data from handle page click, and then page ranked displayed, which I'm gonna just keep it 3, and also one properties should be margin page displayed, I'm gonna keep it 2, and then let's just page count. That page count should be the page count we are having in the top layer, so that's the count it will be there. So let's go and see if anything appearing. Nope, nothing appearing yet, because it will not give us anything yet. We need to make it more level based. So previous level, that previous level also I'm gonna keep it as empty, as I'm not gonna use it right now. So now I'm gonna give that page link class name to provide some class. So width should be 9, height should be 9, and also I'm gonna give a border of 1 pixel of border, and then border should be light color, and hover border should be gray of 500, and then duration should be 300, flex justify should be just make that center. Item should be center. Okay, that's the properties for it. And also one more thing we're gonna provide should be page class name, and margin right should be 6, and other properties container class name also we need to provide. So I'm gonna make flex, text should be base, and font should be semi bold, and after that padding wise should be 10. And the last one, active class name, whichever is active, I'm gonna just make that as background black, and text should be white. So let's see. As you see, that's the properties coming. If I click 2, as you see that 2, if I click 1, that properties is appearing. So means it's working. And we are going to get one more properties, should be just taking a p tag from where I'm gonna show the product lens. So it should be products from. Remember, now we are going to use that item start. So now I can see from which item start to. Now we are going with that math.min, so we can get the mean value. So int offset, and then item, not the item, remember we use that product, so item is coming by default. So I'm gonna just get that product dot length from there, and that's it. So after that off, and then we also need to pass item, not the item, oops, it should be product dot product dot length. Okay, so now as you see, products from 1 to 15, if I click products 16 to 25 of 25, so we can get the altogether value which is available here. Now just let's make some deal here. So I'm gonna make it, let's put the class name, I'm gonna make it flex. By default it's going to be flex column for the smaller devices, and md should be flex row, which we are just seeing right now, and justify should be center, and md justify should be between, justify should be between, and item should be center. So right now what's the wrong we are getting, we should, okay, everything is good. Okay, now we can see that product is working. Okay, so everything is working right now in a fine fashion. So this is the time when we need to create our product card. So remember that product card we're gonna use in a lots of screen and lots of other properties. I'm gonna close others. As you see, that product's going to be responsible to display the products here, display the products here, even though all other screen wherever we are going to render the products, especially if we go in the shop, remember the product card is that it will be the same product card which we are going to use. Okay, so that product card actually is gonna having a very much boost on it, so we need to make it with every single flexible way we can make. So let's just go and create that product card. Error is coming from the item, never meant for that. So let's go in that product card, and here first we need to define two parameter. One parameter, it should be let's just go here, and it should be like, first we need to get the item, and in that product card we can define, so we can just define that parameter. So we will go with that, should be interface, and we're gonna just define of that property, so it should be props, and the items which we are having now should be product props. Okay, so that would be the item as a single item. We just need to pass that props here, and as we did that, as you may see right now in that pagination error here is been done. So also I'm going to remove as we are not using right now. Okay, so the error is gone as we define the type here for that particular item. Now what we need to do, we need to show the item how it's going to look. So let's just go over here, and first we are going to show some so some of the properties. Let's just see how it will be looking. For that, as you see, okay, that would be like that. Okay, that's cool. And also if we go in that our layer here in that pagination, we need to define some of the parameter. the way we have been dealing here, see that current, that's the div, so we need to put a class name over there. So it should be grid, and the grid calls by default is going to be 2, md grid call should be 3, and lg grid call should be 4. And also you're gonna give a gap of 5. And why I'm dealing with that right now, as you remember, we need to put the grid pattern so that it should be aligned properly, so we just did that things from here. Now what we're gonna do is that in that product card we will start putting the things. So let's put some class name here just to define how it's working. So it should be border gray of 200, and then rounded should be lg, and padding should be 1. Overflow I'm gonna make it hidden, and why I make that hidden I'm gonna explain later on. And hover should be, border should be black, and then duration of 200, cursor pointer. And again I am asking one more favor from you. If my explanation you are not understanding, also if you are feeling not pace on it, let me know in the comments below. Just let me know how the way you prefer to explain each and everything, so that I can focus and let you know how it can be more preferable. Hit save. Okay, let's see. Okay, as you see, our product cards is available. So we are dealing with the product right now. If you are really feeling this, you are learning something new, let's just hit the like button and subscribe the channel, because nearly 70% of you users are just coming in the channel not subscribe. Do subscribe, it would be very helpful for me to just do the project. Okay, so now we are getting that product card. So after that I'm gonna just prioritize one image property. So I'm gonna take an img, and here I'm gonna get that item dot, it should be images. As we have multiple images, from here I'm gonna take the single parameter, because if you just go in our backend, as you see we have 5 images here, all images is available. So it's coming with that properties, because we will just to go that and throw that images here. So that's the way we have 5 images link here, but we're gonna render 1 images here. You can just go and whenever hover try to render the properties with the several image. You can do the tricks if you really like to do it, and it should be product image. Okay, hit save and see what we got. As you see, we're getting something. Okay, now let's start styling with that, and we're gonna go with that. So class name, which should be full, and height should be full height with the parameter whatever is providing true. And by the way, instead of providing in that line, I'm gonna just wrapping through within the div, because later on we're gonna have a badge tag here also. So which should be full, oops, need to provide the class name. Width, it will be full width. Height should be 60, and how much is 60? If you wrap over there, 240 pixel. And also I'm gonna make it relative, as well as something going to be absolute there. Padding should be 2, and I'm gonna make it as group. So let's save. As you see, not looking so nice, but we're gonna make it looks nice. Now it should be rounded md, so medium rounded. Object should be cover, not contain, cover, and group. So whenever we're gonna hover on the group, so it should be group hover, should be, we're gonna make a scale here. That scale should be 110, and the duration we're gonna give is as far as 300. Okay, so now as you see on hover, yeah, that effect is just coming from there. As you see, that's also the same. And I think one simple mistake which we have been done, that should be the pagination column which we provided here. It should not be, oops, it should be here. It should not be for that 4, it should be 5. Yeah, that's the one. That's why it's coming of 4 together. Okay, so now we need to do some other properties. I'm gonna take one span tag here, so it should be that span. Okay, in that span tag I'm gonna just write that save, and I'm gonna take one of the properties which should be okay, it should be that the one which we are using. We need to get that as percentage, otherwise we can't use it. So we're gonna get the percentage from here. We're gonna destructure the percentage, so it should be const percentage equal to, it should be from there that item dot regular price. So whatever the regular prices we are providing, then item dot that the price which have the discounted price. Now we should divide with the parameter to get the margin value, should be divide by that regular price, and after dividing we need to multiply with the 100. With that we are getting that percentage. So if we are just passing that percentage here, percentage, you can see there is a very big percentage, but I'm gonna just make it as to fixed, and I'm gonna just wrap it within 0, so no more other properties should be aligned with here, and outside of it I'm gonna pass the percentage side. So as you see, we can save 25%, 16%. Don't worry, we're gonna make it looks much more better. So put a class name, and it should be, I'm gonna give a background of black, and then text should be sky text, sky text, okay, and I'm gonna make it absolute. From left it should be 0, from right should be 0. Width, I'm gonna give a 16 of width, and text should be extra small text, I'm gonna make it in center, and then padding Y, so the padding vertically 1, and rounded should be MD, and after that font should be semi bold. Inline, I'm gonna make it inline block, and Z index should be 10, so it will be upper of the image, as you see. Okay, cool. And there is one more properties. If we click here, as you see the props is coming. Hurry up, you are going to save $70 from this product. Got it, thanks. So as you see, each and every click you get the idea how much you are saving. So you don't need to calculate here, you don't need to minus from here what is 11% of it, how much the money he's going to save. You can just show it here. We're gonna create also, but before creating it we're gonna create the all other properties. So let's go below here. Now as we are also, we need to provide one more properties, like whenever that's happening, once you hover in the image, see, once you hover here nothing happened in the image, this sidebar is coming. So here we're gonna create one more properties. I'm gonna just let you know we're gonna create. So it should be that product card and site nav, that navigation bar you're gonna create. But before creating it, as we finish on that div, let's just go below on that div. Now we're gonna go with that h3 tag, and it should be item dot overview. We are passing the overview now, so that we can see how it gonna look alike. As you see, that's the portion it will be. So go in that layer, I'm gonna make it flex should be in column, and I'm gonna give a gap of 2, padding of horizontal should be 2, and padding bottom should be 2. Okay, looks cool. Now we can style with that. So in a class name, text should be extra small, I'm gonna make it in uppercase, font should be semi bold, and text should be light text. Okay, so after h3 we're gonna also provide one h2 tag, by which we are going to define our item dot title, or I think the name it should be, yeah, the name properties. So now we are going to passing the name. If we click save, we can see the name, but name is coming like in a weird shape. We're gonna make it in a perfect way, but before doing that we're gonna put a class name, should be text should be LG, font should be bold, and we're gonna use that line club by default. Now previously what you need to do to use that in the Tailwind config.ts, in that parameter you need to define here for the line club, but right now in this new Tailwind CSS build is coming by default, so you no need to install or keep that plugins as require. Okay, if you're keeping it require, you're gonna get an warning, so try not to use that. It will just support by default. So we're getting that portion. Now I'm gonna make it a little bit smaller so that you can see the changes here, so no need to toggle through that. So okay, now you can see that. So now after that h3 tag, we're gonna just not h3, h2 tag, the name, we're gonna get another div, and here we're gonna put that md outline, star icon should be star outline, not star, okay, star outline, yeah. So that's the icon we are going to provide, and for that icon you can use the way you prefer, but we're gonna keep it as simple to just to show the variance. So for the class name, text should be the base text, and text text should be light text, and then flex item should be center. And why I did that, because we are going to keep it as 5. Okay, the 5 icon is done. So now we need to create one button here to just to showcase the button. And what we're gonna do to create the button, we're gonna create a unique button, not like any other properties to create a several button instances, but a unique button by which we can be deliver each and every single properties. Like whenever is adding product is added or not added, we can just show the regularity. As you see, the button I use here is also the button I use here, is also the button I use here. So everywhere I use one single button, by which it's giving, like whenever I just keep the button as a use client and all the functionality within one single component, by which I can manage it so peacefully. Like if I need to change any condition, if I need to change any style, I'm just gonna passing it. The rest is just simple, I'm just keeping it. Okay, so now let's just create that button. So what I'm gonna give a name of that, it should be add to cart button.tsx rfce. So now we will just define that button here. So after that div, so in the product cart, so it should be okay, that's the div. Now here we're gonna provide that add to cart btn. Okay, so if we go back here, that add to cart button should be aligned here. So now let's just before dealing with the other properties, I'm gonna just define our simple button here right now, because later on we're gonna provide all the complexity, the one which we want to show. So what we're gonna do, instead of the div, I'm gonna just give a name of that. What we can say, because we need to also provide the style. Okay, for right now I'm gonna just prefer it as a button, put a class name, and here it should be bj of, we're gonna give a custom bj, should be f7. Okay, that will be the custom bj. I'm gonna make it uppercase. Is it working? Yeah, it's working. Uppercase. Text should be extra small, and padding y should be 3. Okay, looks cool. And then text should be center, and then rounded should be full rounded, font should be semi bold, and hover bj should be black, and whenever I'm gonna hover, text should be white, and hover scale should be 105, and duration should be 200. Cursor should be pointer. If we roll back here, as you see, that's the same thing going to happen. Okay, but is it uppercase? Yeah, add to cart, and also add to cart btn. Okay, it should be add to cart, right? We are going to provide as add to cart, I believe. So add to cart. Okay, so as you see, the same functionality is just coming here, but we are going to do a simple trick here. What the trick should be, in that here I'm gonna take that class name, which we can pass as a props also. So it should be class name. We can also pass the title, so we can take the title. So if you want to take the title, we can pass, otherwise it will just work, would be fine. So now we're gonna define the interface. Should be, you can also define the type, okay, but I love to use the interface, just simple. You can go with the types also, no worries. So interface props, so here we're gonna pass that class name, and that class name, it is available, then it should be string. And also you can do one more things. Instead of passing it here, I will show you one more properties here. You can pass it here also. So if we put that class name, if it's available, it should be coming as a string, As you see, it's working. And also we can go with another properties. If it's title available, then it's going to also get with the string. Okay, should be aligned with the string. So we have the item, we have the class name, but what's wrong here? Okay, yeah, class name. What we did wrong? Okay, let me just see again. So that's the function element, all distracted elements are unused. Okay, we're gonna use it. Okay, so what we're gonna do it here, in that return positioning we can define a class name. So it will be new class name, and that new class name we can define here. So it should be tw merge, and then we're gonna pass all the class name which we are delegating here. Just pass it here, and we're gonna wrap that here. Then after passing that one, we can also define the class name which we are going to use or we are going to provide. For right now, as we are not having the title, we'll just keep the title as not assured, as we are not using it. So as you see, the button is not any style, so in that class name we can just pass that new class name. Okay, so now what is going to happen if we roll back in our product card, and if we just pass that class name, and we can just pass that bj rate of 600, you see that applied. So first it gonna just give the priority of the class name whichever we are providing. Later on it gonna initialize the other class name. So for right now, as we are not going to make any functioning here right now, so we're gonna just keep it like that. And also, as for the title, if you use, you can just keep that as a title. Like you can, you want to pass the title for that product card the way you prefer. Okay, it's not here, should be here. So okay, the title is a string, we can pass that title. So what I'm gonna say is that, so I'm gonna wrap here. So if the title is available, I'm gonna put the title, otherwise should be add to cart. So that's the add to cart. For right now, I think that will save the purpose. So after adding to the cart, as you see, that much functionality is okay, it's done, but we need to create this portion. Okay, so how we can do that? That's very simple. We will use a simple component properties here from that from headless UI. So what we need to do is that we need to create one properties. First we will create a function. So as we are going to do that, how we can make that happen, so we should be able to see it. Okay, so we're gonna define one state. So it should be, by the way, there should nothing for use client, or because I just mess around when I was saying add to cart button because of the client properties. No, this is not the Next.js project. Okay, so there is no advantage of use client or use server. Okay, so it's just go in a simple way. So now what we need to do is that we will just put we're gonna just make one properties which going to say const open, and also it gonna say open set, or you can just it should be set is open. So these properties we can use. Also the name of that should be is open. So with that, we're gonna keep that our toggle. So right now just make it as true, just to see how it going to be happen. So as it's showing it going to be true, so we will also define one function, should be const open, and that open going to define one parameter which going to be that like set is open should be true once is saying open, and I'm gonna just copy that property, and it should be that close, and that set is open should be false. Just a simple two parameter. And how and when it going to work? So as you see in the span here, we're gonna create it here. So on click, whenever it's open, So whenever we click, it will be open properties. So if I click here, the open should be true and false. If I just inspect for right now, as you may see, if I just make it as false right now is true, so I'm gonna make it false, and I'm gonna log the properties of is open, save as is false. If I click, you see the true. First is 15 are false, but if I click one, is showing that particular one. So now we can start working on that. So whenever is open, we need to see the value properties and what we gonna showing the user. As you said, that div, below that div I'm gonna get a transition, so it will be transition, and that transition need to import from headless UI. And if you just look at the packages which we have in the client sector, you can see the headless UI React is already installed here, and all the properties installed whichever we are using. So if we need in future, we're gonna install also. So if you're up and running with different part of the videos, just follow through the packages which we are having. So now it should be the transition, and within the transition I need to pass when the transition going to be seen. So it should be available as a div, should be as a div, it will work. And also it going to get the class name, should be the class name would be I'm gonna make it as relative, and also z going to be 10 showing the middle, and focus should be outline should be none. And also one more properties on close, and whenever we're gonna just make it close, so it should be on close. Why is not getting that property? So it should be on okay, it should not be that one. So like how actually we can make that properties happen. So it will when it gonna show, that's the we can say. So it will show when is open is available. So whenever is open available, that particular thing going to be appear. So now we're gonna take a dialog, so it will be dialog, and also it need to import from that headless UI. And in the dialog I'm gonna take a div, and within that div parameter I'm gonna take that transition child. So should be transition child, yes, transition child. So now for right now, also in the transition child I'm gonna take that dialog, so it should be dialog panel. Okay, and after the dialog panel we're gonna pass that dialog title, so it will define the title properties. Okay, so keep it like that. Later other properties I'm gonna define later on. So in that dialog box, or in that transition child box, that should be okay, so that will be the dialog. So that dialog as you see, that's the properties which we use. So it should be the class name properties. I think that is for not for the transition, it should be for the dialog. So I'm gonna just make it appear, yeah, appear. So it will appear, yes, it appear should be true. And now that property is for this one, and also the on close. So we can define an on close event. So whenever we make that on close, it should be, I think we make the function name as close, yeah, close. So now that dialog will appear. So now in that div, let's just give some of the properties. So I think it should be one div, it will not rather hop that all. So I will define it within two of that particular div. So in the first div I'm going to define some of the parameter, put a class name which going to be fixed, and in set should be 0, and also z should be 10, z index, and width should be screen, so it will hopping through all over the screen, and overflow y should be auto. That's the parameter is coming from that headless UI, the way they are preferring, we're just following through. And also in that particular div, put a class name should be flex, min height should be full, and item should be center, justify should be center, padding should be 4. So that's the parameter, and I'm gonna just pass some of the class name for, not the class name, it should be the properties for transitioning child. How it will enter, how will enter from, so it will enter like is duration 300, so it's a kind of just a shadowy blink. Then enter from opacity 0 to transition scale should be 95, and enter to from 100 to transition scale should be 100%. And whenever it's gonna leaving with giving a easy in with the duration of 200, and leave from leave to just the properties how it gonna act. So that should be the dialog panel here. So in the dialog panel, they just put a class name. So in that class name, what we are going to provide is that which should be full, and max width should be MD, medium width, rounded should be XL, and BG should be black. And also I'm going to give a Z of 50, so it will be all together in the top, and like that. Let's just Z and padding should be 6. Okay, right now let's see if we can see anything here. If we click here, okay, nothing appearing. Click one more. Yeah, as you see that blank spot is coming here. So just put comes just something here, so it should be hurry up. And also we're gonna put some class name over here, so that should be like text should be okay, should be class name, and that what you can say, it should work like text should be base, and within that 7 font should be, let's just put medium, and then text should be white. And okay, hit save. Let's see what is going to provide. And also that one we can put this as h3 tag. Okay, you see the hurry up. So now we can pass one more properties here. We're gonna give a backdrop blur, so we're gonna put that backdrop blur of just put like 2XL. Okay, so now what it's actually going to happen, I'm gonna just reload to see it properly. You see no, nothing giving yet. If I click, okay, no, backdrop blur. Okay, we gonna see it later on. So backdrop blur is it working? No, it's not working properly. Okay, we can work with that. So now after that dialog title, so now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just hopping all together. That's just the simple properties, and I'm going to explain what we are passing through. So now what we deal with that, okay, we're gonna give a closing tip. Okay, so now what we did here, as you see, you maybe remember here, we are passing a dialog title which is coming as a hurry up. So after that we are taking a p tag, so you are saving then there is, okay, what we, okay, okay, so here we are passing the saving amount. So I'm gonna just keep it as simple right now, put in a comment, because we're gonna create that formatted price amount tag. Okay, so if we go back here, also the button, okay, I think that button should be coming, okay, that button should, we need to import that button, that's why it's not working, should be coming from that headless UI. Okay, so button properties is fine. So let's go back here. If we click, okay, thanks. If we click, okay, thanks. So now that's the properties. This button is also coming up from the button of that headless UI. So now I'm gonna explore just to explain what we did. So that formatted price, to showing the price variation, we're gonna create that component. But after that dialog, we are passing that p tag. You are going to save. Then we are going to give the amount, how much they are going to save, and from this product. Then just passing little bit of text. Then we're getting a div, and we're passing the button from that headless UI. Then we are just passing with that properties of the class name. That's it. And once you on click that button, we want that action to be happen, means it gonna close the dialog. So that's the same things is just doing. So now we need to work on one properties which we didn't create yet. So what I'm gonna do, let's just roll back over here in our UI. We will just create one more functionality, which is for that, for methods. It should be formatted price. price.tsx rafce. So in that formatted price, we will do some simple trick. What is going to happen, we're gonna just inject whatever the value we are going to get, and then we're gonna just merge it with that local string, that localization. So we can put it as a USD, then we can put it also as pound or any of the value which is available. So first we're gonna take the parameter from that amount. So with that amount we can work with that. So if the amount is available, it would be obviously a number. Now here we can define the parameter. So we can just write a tiny function. So it will be const for method amount, and that amount going to take a new, and it's gonna generate a new number, and we're gonna pass the amount with that number. Okay, and after passing that, we can make that is as to local string, and whatever the local string we want to use. Now right now I'm gonna go with English USA, so United Kingdom United States dollar. So you can also defer whatever the properties you refer, or you can try to pop in with that your Indian, whoever is from India. There is a lot of viewers coming from the India. Thank you guys for following me up. So you can pass it through your NRI, so the Indian currency, the rupees, and also wherever following through from other countries, you can try to divert your own currency amount, your own local currency. So you can change it from here only, no need to change in the code anymore. So now let's go in the currency, which going to be first I need to define this style, which going to be as currency, and then I'm gonna pass the currency, and that currency going to be defined as USD, and then I'm gonna just minimum fraction of digit, which I'm going to take two of the digit, and over here instead of the div I'm gonna take just a simple span tag, and here I'm gonna passing through my formatted amount. So that formatted amount it going to be work with now. So as you see, okay, it's a misspell, should be amount. I'm gonna just replace that with here. Okay, so now we are having our amount. So let's roll back to the product card where we are just previously waiting to create that. Okay, so if I just uncomment it and import it from that formatted price, as you see what we did, item.regular price minus item.discounted price. So the regular price is the price which is not discounted, and the discounted price the price which is currently discounted. So if I 12% save, you see you are going to save $80 from this product. So got it, thanks. So you can put as many messages as you want, as the way you prefer. If I minimize, as you see, it's going somewhere with responsiveness. Okay, so cool. So now one more properties which we're gonna deal with, that whenever we are hovering on that, remember it's going to be appearing. So that's the thing we are going to create. If you click outside of that, it's also disappearing. Okay, now what we need to do is that to create the other properties, which is for did we comment it somewhere? I think we commented it somewhere. Yes, product card site nav. So that's the component we are going to create. So it should be product card sitenav.tsx. Oh, I what I did here, product card, I rename. Okay, RAFCE. Okay, so that product card site nav should be applicable here. So it will be product card site nav. Okay, so right now it will be a massacre here. As you see, it's just aligned with that particular layer. So now from that particular thing we need to make it in a proper fashion which can be perfectly aligned. So how we can do that? So let's go here in that product card site nav. I'm gonna close it. Now we are going to dealing with that. This is the div. We are going to get span tag here. So I'm gonna take a span tag. So within that span tag I'm gonna get a far star icon, which are going to remarkably get a star icon. So first okay, first I think it will be not that 5 star, should be far register. Okay, because it will not be filled. So once we click, it should be filled. So that's the sparkling view we are going to create. But just to see that's all the parameter, it's just same amount of things. So we will design one, then it will hit with the others. So let's just go in the span tag, put a class name, and here I'm gonna make that width should be 11 and height should be also 11. And then we are going to make inline flex, also make it as relative. Text should be block. Okay, why we need to make relative? I think that one not required. Okay, item block, text should be LG, and item should be center, justify center. Okay, justify center, and then rounded, I'm gonna make it full rounded. And whenever I hover, text should be white, and whenever I hover, BJ should be black. And duration I want to provide as not 300, I think 200 will be marvelous. So as you see, if I hover, it's getting somewhere with that. So that's the properties which we are going to create. So right now I'm gonna just go over here in that positioning, giving an absolute right should be 1. Okay, and also I'm gonna make it top as 1. So you see it's coming on the top layer. And then I'm gonna make it also flex going to be in the column. Gap should be 1. And right now keep it as simple on that, because later on we're gonna do other tricks. So I'm gonna just get 3 of that portion. Okay, now you see the 3 icon, I just need to change the icon. So 1, it will be for my low arrow left right, and another should be our eye. Okay, so that's the 3 icon we are having. So now what we're gonna do, there is one more properties here. Once we click, as you see, once it's added, getting that, if it's removed, it will go that. So we will create that functionality, but first we're gonna implement the design how it can be created. So now in the div, we need to go to create the other properties. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make a transition, should be transition, and that transition it's gonna affect here. So right now I'm gonna make translate x should be 12, and whenever I'm gonna make in group hover, translate x should be 0, duration of 300. Remember from where we're getting the group, as you may see in here, we keep that tag as a group tag. So if right now you see that's nowhere, if I hover, okay, that's cool, design is done. So there is one more properties which we are not using right now, I believe is here. So I'm gonna right now keep it not requiring, not require right now. Okay, so once we are going to implement, we're going to use it. So now that's the way we finish our card. So as you see, if I go into, we can see the 2 of the properties. So after the card, now it's time to create that popular search area which we are going to create now. And to go with that, let's just go, that should be not popular, it should be like a discount amount, or you can say as discount banner maybe. Okay, let's just go in here. So in that, I'm gonna close all, then let's go back in our app.tsx. So here we're gonna get the discounted banner. So let's open a new file, it should be discounted banner.tsx. Now we're gonna define our discounted banner here. So it should be discounted banner. Okay, so as you see, it should be appearing here, discounted banner is here. So now we are going to work with that. So first thing first, I'm gonna make it as container so that we can start working on it. No need to put the other designing align. Now I'm gonna take just one more div parameter here, and I'm gonna get the title which we are dealing with previously. And in the title, I'm gonna pass the text should be popular search. Okay, the popular search is already a while, and I'm gonna also get that same like the HR tag which we have been doing there previously, so with full height 1 pixel, gray and empty 3. So that's the one. Now what we did after doing that, we created some of the categories than the other properties. So that categories, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just create a popular search item category. Here I'm defining that title, which is smart watches, and the link should be smart watches. And what is going to happen if I click on that smart watch, you see it's going to in the category with that smart watches. So that's the similar parameter it's going to work on that. So that's the way you can create your unique like category parameter. So that's the, I think 336 we are going to use. So let's roll back over here. I'm gonna take below on the div, I'm gonna take another div, and here I'm gonna search through that. I'm gonna just make that up, sorry, it should be popular search item dot map, and I know it will be two type is there. One should be title, one is for the link parameter. And now okay, I'm gonna pass that link here only. So within that link I can pass through the toggle through to one page to another, and that it will be just simply the title. And as the title will be unique, I'm gonna pass that key. Yeah, key should be the title. And once we click on that, we want to let it go with that category, and after going that category I want to pass that link parameter also. Okay, so as you see it's giving that properties. Let's just go in the top layer. Class name margin y should be 7, so it will be margin vertical will be 7 from top bottom, and then flex item should be center, and also flex wrap. So like if it's just getting more, then it will be coming all together. If you just close it a bit, let's go in that header. I want to show what it's gonna do by flex wrap. So as you see it's now full screen all the tab. If I just roll back to make it minimizing, okay, where our tag, you see it's breaking by itself and getting room for other one. As you see, just the flex wrap is doing that magic within your application. So okay, so after that, after flex wrap, and I'm gonna give a gap between of 4. Now let's just come over here in that link parameter. Let's just give it some design to go and make it look better. So class name, so should be border should be 1 pixel. Oh no, not xp, should be px. Okay, and after giving the border should be gray of 300. Okay, as you see a little border is hovering here. Now after giving the border, padding x should be 8 and padding y should be 3, and rounded should be full. I'm gonna make that as a capitalized so that the first letter in every word should be caps, like the bigger letter. Font should be medium. Okay, font medium. Then whenever I hover, pg should be black, and whenever hover, text should be white, and I'm gonna giving a duration of 200. Okay, that's cool. Now it's working so fine. So with that we finish with that particular div parameter, which we are going to have the link and other properties. So that's the div we have been done, that's the div we have been done. So let's go and take another div. So within that div we're gonna create some of the other properties, which going to be, let's just define the class name on that so that you can understand in a perfect way. Which should be full, padding y should be 5 by default, md padding y should be 0, my should be 12 to give you room, and bj it should be f6 f6 f6. Okay, we need to also keep that hash. Okay, and rounded should be lg. After that, flex item center and justify between overflow hidden. So right now you will not be seeing anything. So if I just remove that padding y properties, you see there is a background available. So that's the properties which we are likely to create right now. So I'm gonna keep simple with that. Now I'm gonna take an image tag. That image tag going to get the image of discounted image 1, and I'm gonna put an alternative tag of that discounted image 1, and also put a class name. By default it's going to be hidden, LG screen inline should be flex, and height should be 36. So let's roll over. You see our first image already appeared. So after that image, I'm gonna take another div. Within that div, I'm gonna take one more div, and h2 it should be written Sony headphone. Okay, so now as you see that too, but before finishing that, I'm gonna define one more image here so that we will be seeing it very perfect way. So it should be img, and there I'm gonna say discounted image 2. Okay, and here also discounted image 2. Put a class name. By default hidden, LG inline flex, height should be 36. So see, two images. If I go in a smaller screen, okay, right now you can see, but if I go a smaller screen, it's just disappear, only the text is available. Okay, so that's what we are going to create. Okay, cool. Okay, so now we need to define that parameter of the text. So let's go here in that div. We're gonna style other properties. So after that Sony, we're gonna pass a link here which going to define that discount 20%. Now if we click on the discount, you see it's getting us to that our product screen which are going with the discounted amount. So that's what we are going to create here also. So now it should be aligned with that to our product, and of course let's put some class name. Should be border should be red of 600, and padding x should be 4, padding y should be 2, text should be axle, md text should be 3 axle, text should be red of 600. Okay, and rounded should be full. Okay, let's go. You see that text working. So now we need to also work with that h2 tag, but right now I will work with that particular div here altogether. So it should be flex item center, and then justify center, gap in x should be 3, and text should be by default axle, md text should be 4 axle, and then font should be bold. Cool, it's working. Now after that div, we can just generate one p tag. So below that div, getting a p tag. So now we just gonna pass a simple parameter which is going to say you are out to play or stepping out to make. Okay, so on that p tag, let's just define some of the class name for it. Put a class name. Should be text should be small text, and text should be gray of 600, and font should be medium. Okay, that's cool. What else we are missing? Okay, I think that's much. And also one more properties we need to provide, which going to be, or we can do it here instead of dealing with that. We can just put a class name, put a flex should be column, and I'm going to give a flex 1, so it will take the room first, and gap should be 1, and item should be center. Okay, everything in the middle. So below that we need to provide that brands we distribute, so we're gonna create those portion. So this is the div which we finish the top layer. So after that div we're gonna create that portion. So let's just grab that div. So now here we're gonna put a p tag which going to say brands we distribute. Okay, as you see. Okay, cool. So just keep a caps p. class name margin top should be 7, and here in that p tag class name it should be font should be bold, and also text should be 2XL. okay, now we need to define that portion of, okay, we can do it. So here we need to define that images. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna provide a simple div here. Within that div I'm gonna provide one div, then one of the image parameters. So it should be brand1, which actually is lying over in the tag, so it will be brand1, and class name which should be 36, height should be auto, and let's just put of whenever I'm gonna group on hover, opacity should be 50, so it will just 50% will be visible. Duration should be 200. So that's the one. You see the brand is available. So now on that layer of the div, put a class name. I'm gonna make a grid calls of 2 by default, and then md grid calls of 4, and after like when we're reaching that lg, oops, it should be grid calls of 6, and then margin top should be 7, so it's coming in the middle. Now here put a class name. I'm gonna pass a border, and then border right should be 0, and border gray should be 300. Flex item center, justify center, padding x should be 6, and padding y should be, just make it 2, and cursor should be pointer, and I'm gonna make it as group. So as you see, if I hover, okay, so as you see here, that border 1 it should be not there, then I'm gonna also make some other border properties. So that's the simple parameter on that. So that should be only changing with the properties of that images. So what I'm gonna do in that particular div, I'm gonna just replace with the other properties. So we need to import that, like the brand1 changes is that you can find it with that border r0. So you see that every single part border I'm gonna keeping r0, and with the properties, so asset, just define the asset. Okay, and here also here. So now if we go back here, as you see, why I make that border r0. So border r0 means that left border it gonna align. So all the other properties border r0 only, except here I'm gonna keep it as similar way. So it will just get all the border, except this one, other properties will get all the border. So that's the simple funda which going to happen here. You can just toggle through all the class name here. It will make sense, a lot of sense to you to understand. Okay, so with that, our discounted banner portion is done. So one more things which we need to do is to create that blog properties. So we're gonna go and create another more UI, which going to be blog.tsx. I know that can be monotonous to create a style, but just try to understand that style design which going to give a unique look for your any of the component, any of the application, so you can feel much better whenever you have this kind of look in your application. Okay, so now our block parameter is here. We need to start working on that, and remember, once we start, we will just make that as container. Once we did that, half of our problems are solved. So now we need to pass that our title should be title, and in the title we're gonna pass that as text should be our blog post. Now we can pass also the class name here. Class name text should be center. You see, so that's the beauty. You are creating only single component, but you can use it in as many way as possible. You can define it the properties, you can define the much and more class name. That's the beauty of to create on that. So now we need to get our blocks data. If we just roll back here, and if we make that as blocks, you see that blocks data is available. We are not showing it here, so let's roll back to our application there. So where we gonna heading there in the I think in the admin, Okay, let's open the admin. We can create the route parameter. In the public we have index.html, so what we can do, we can just hit that, and here it will create us with the block, so it should be blocks. Okay, just reload. You see, now we'll be able to see the block. Okay, that's cool. That's the simple way you can do with the front end. You can back and forth and create the back end also. Now what we need to do is to get that block data, and remember we did it several times, so I'm not going to explain you to understand much more. You train to understand if you are dealing with that, how we did that. We are just simply doing that use effect, getting that data, getting that config. You see that config is pretty much expensive here, you see. So with that local, whenever we gonna just go with the production layer, we will give the key here so that it will fetch all the available data. Okay, we're gonna do it later on and you will find it much more workable. So also you'll get that endpoint data, and after dealing that we will be able to get our data. I know data will be available. I'm not gonna test it with console log. I have trust it will work. So now what I'm gonna do is to render my block here. Okay, so I'm gonna take a div. In that div I'm gonna go with that blocks data dot map, and here should be item, and that item should be blocks props. Again, try to go with the type. We have all the types whatever necessary. The blocks having an ID, having an image of a string, title is string, description is string, underscore base is also a string, so everything is coming as a string. So now we can just return here, we can return a div parameter, and of course we will provide the key should be item dot id. Okay, now in that here we're gonna pass another div, then one image parameter, and what we're gonna do is that item dot image, and we're gonna write that as a block image, and also put a class name which should be full, and height should be auto, object should be cover, just to define one parameters. And also I'm gonna, okay, just see what is going to coming. Oh, that is more damaging, it's not look so good. So what I'm gonna do, in the top layer of the div class name, I'm gonna go with the grid calls of 1 by default, md grid calls of 2, and lg grid calls of 3. Okay, and the gap in between should be 10, and margin top should be 7. Okay, now looks much better and fresh. So in that div also we are going to dealing with some of the work. So put a class name, I'm gonna make it as a group, and I'm gonna make it also as a cursor pointer. Now we can define some class name first. First we're gonna define the class name here, then we're gonna define other parameters. So whenever I'm gonna hover on that group, I want that group hover scale should be, just let give how much you're gonna give, 110, duration should be 300. Okay, let's try. If I hover, you see the image is coming out of the div. So what I'm gonna do is that parent div, put a class name, overflow should be hidden so that it will not go pass on that. Okay, cool. Now you can also put, if you want that, rounded other properties, but I'll just go with that. After the image with that particular div, I'm gonna take another div, then I'm gonna take a p tag should be item dot base. Okay, cool. And also put a class name, empty should be 5. And now here class name, text should be small and it will be uppercase, font should be medium, and text should be gray of 500, not 0, 500. Okay, cool. And after that p tag, another p tag should be item dot title, and that title is a good title here, so we're gonna trim it up. Class name, text should be 2XL, font should be bold, and line club should be 1. If it's going back more than 1, it will just be strict. You see, Okay, that's cool. So with that, we are now finishing our home page fundamentals, and we did it with a marvelous pace. So now what we can do, we can go and make it more strict way. So that's our design is done. So if we go in the cart, I think the all pages which we have been created, yes, profile, my account, yeah, all the single pages created. If we go TV box, we should be see the TV box. So now we need to do one more property, is that once we click on that particular product, we need to go to land our product. So if we click here, we are going nowhere right now, so we need to go and create that proportion. So now what we are going to do is that in the product cart, we will just close everything here. Now we will go with our product cart. I believe it's in the product cart, yes. So remember how we did it here. If we just click on that here, it will go nowhere, only in the image it gonna go render here. And also there is another fundamental idea. If you see a click in the product, is going to the product, in the product same screen, okay, but what it going to happen once you click on the view all product, you see it just going on that same product layer. So means wherever we are showing that our single product and all product is the same screen, we are just rendering the product with that condition, and that uniqueness we gonna generate here. So now in the images, on that particular image, I'm gonna just make an on click event, should be on click, it will be handle, and then just product. Okay, so now I'm going to write the function here after finishing all. So const handle product, and here we're gonna define. So before defining here, we're gonna needing one more portioning here which we need to import. So we're gonna make const navigation. It should be coming from use I think use navigation, use navigate, or yeah, use navigate from that React router DOM. Let's see, yeah, React router DOM. So now what we're gonna say is that, so whenever we click on that navigation dot, or just we can say navigation, you can put also navigate, depends on you. So it should be on that product, and what it gonna take with that, it gonna grab that item dot id. So it will go with that particular product with that required ID. So now if we go over here and click, you see it's coming on that ID. So we can now get through the product with the particular ID. And also similar way, if you click on category, coming the same way, but we didn't finish that functionality so that we cannot get it. So let's just go in that our product. So here we're gonna now go all the tricks what is necessary to get. First we're gonna go through to get it whatever the things we are needing. First we're gonna define that endpoint, but before going that we need to grab the ID. From where? So we can just get that ID from that, or you can just make that what you call say params. You can say pa params. We can just make that use params. Don't forget to import it from React router DOM. So I'm just gonna open the inspector, getting the console. Okay, from where I'm getting the error. Okay, nowhere. Just go in the home page. Error, no. Okay, I think nothing that. Okay, so now if I just make that log, and I want to see that params, you see in that params I'm getting the ID. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just destructurize the ID from the params. So now if I go and get the ID, you see I get the product ID. So now I am having the ID, I can just call through the endpoint. So now I'm gonna define my endpoint. Okay, endpoint of endpoint. So that endpoint, how I want to define, if I have the ID means I'm gonna heading somewhere, if I don't have the ID I'm gonna heading somewhere. So what it going to be, first with the backtick I'm gonna define that if I'm having the ID, first I need to check the config. Okay, so it will go also not the confirm, it will config, first it gonna go and hit the configuration and it will get me the base URL, and after base URL it will go to /products, and then it's going to get me through that ID. And why is going to do it? You see the admin server, if you click the products without the ID, it's giving my all product, but if I have one particular ID, it's giving me with that simple product. And if you have no it should be, and if it's the ID is not match, it will return nothing. Okay, why? Yeah, it will return nothing, so you'll get nothing. So now that's the similar proportion. If I am having the ID, I'm gonna go with that products with ID. If I doesn't have the ID, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just simply go and grab all the available products I have, so that if I have the ID, I will get the single product. If I don't have the ID, I will get all products. So now that should be one of the very interesting things should be here. I need to define that variable here, so it should be const, and I'm going to define my product data. That should be set product data, and that one for that my of that first parameter use state, and that use state should be that product props. Okay, product props either can be product props or null, I believe. Yeah, or null, and in use state it can be provided as null. Okay, so that would be the first parameter. Why that product props is not coming? So import product props from type. Okay, so the product props if is coming, I believe so. The what's wrong should be okay. Why it's not giving that? So should be product props from the type. I think it just of that I need to hit a reload here, so it can be working properly. Sometimes the TypeScript is giving just some crazy ideas. Okay, so now yeah, it's working. So that should be the one, and then the another properties which we need to use also, that there I can provide the simple product, then I'm gonna also get all products. So I will have two things. One, it will be an object where I'm gonna save only the product data. Another, it will be an array but where I'm gonna get all products data. Okay, so I don't know why is unknown word product. Okay, yeah, I mean that product props, import product props. What's wrong? Product props. Oh, okay, that's the misspell again. Okay, so now I'm having the endpoint, I'm having my state is ready. So what I need to do, I need to define a particular use effect to get my product. So I'm gonna go with that, and remember we already did several times on that. And on here also the ID and the endpoint should be eradicated. So when the ID is changed, the product will be changed, because every single product have a unique ID, and whenever the endpoint is changed, it's gonna fetch the all products. So that time also the variation could be happen. So now I'm gonna write a function should be fetch data, and which going to be an asynchronous function, otherwise it will not save my purpose. So async, and on that, okay, and I'm gonna just make that try catch, and whenever I'm going to get the catch, I'm gonna just make that console.error, and that error I'm gonna passing that error fetching data, and I will get the overall error I'm having. And also I'm gonna get one more state which should be loading. Oops, it should be loading. Set loading. Use state should be false. Okay, so now when I'm starting trying on that, I'm gonna make that set loading should be true. And after passing all the variables, in the finally, I'm gonna keep that as set loading should be false. Doesn't matter if it's getting error, doesn't matter if it's getting the result, it should define that value. And also after passing those value, I want to declare my fetch data to make the callback. Okay, now what I need to do, I need to make the call here. So how I'm gonna make the call? So const data should be await get data, and I'm gonna pass the endpoint, means now I'm gonna have my data. For right now, in that endpoint I'm gonna get one data. If I make just log here, you can see, so if it's data, I'm gonna get that data. So as you see, one single data is available. But if just imagine if I go from here, I got all 25 data. So that's the super easy way to conduct such kind of powerful things. It's very simple to eradicate. So now I'm having the data, but how I'm gonna save the data? Because there is a two state here. One, where is the array where I'm keeping all the products. Another is an object where I'm keeping a single product. So now I'm gonna write a function, just a condition here. If I'm going to have the ID, means I have ID for the single product, I'm gonna make that set product data should be data. Okay, so means it gonna give me the single data whenever I'm having the ID. So set all product should be empty. And why I'm having that? Because sometimes maybe you click on the several product, but previous route where is the all products, so all products also available, your single products also available, so it gonna collapse together. So that you need to just set that if formula by which you can just will know any contradiction. So what I'm dealing here, whenever I'm having the ID, whatever the data I'm receiving, I'm keeping the data as a set product data. And at the same time, in all products, if any product is available, doesn't matter, I'm gonna just returning that array as an empty array. And whenever I'm having that all products, just keeping the set all products data, and other product data should be null. Okay, so that is all. And also I'm gonna just make that image and color. So I'm gonna just go and grab two of my properties where I'm gonna define it here. So it should be here. Okay, so image URL and the color, because remember we're gonna have 5 image and also the colors. So now also I'm gonna get an use effect formula here. So on that use effect, okay, so now what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna just make that set image URL, and that image URL should be product image, sorry, the product data dot images, and that should be the first images on that. Okay, what's wrong? Okay, set product data and then images, set color, and that set color should be product data dot colors of 0. Why I'm getting the error? Should be undefined or can be null. Okay, that could be, but we'll pass the value on that product data. So whenever the product data should be changed, it will change. And also we'll pass a condition. We're gonna write that if product data only available, only then it will perhaps define that. So now we are having that kind of proportion. So now we're gonna show the product and the other properties, but first we're gonna create a loading instances to show the loading parameters. So let's create a loading. So it will be loading.tsx rfce. So here we are going to generate our loading instances, how the loading should be appearing. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna just define that. It's just a simple loading parameter. I'm gonna explain what we did. And first things, you need to get that React loader spinner to installed. So I'm gonna just be sure which directory you are here, pnpmi React loader spinner. So what it's gonna give us, a little spinner which gonna spin and loading instances. So what I did here, I'm giving a full width, full height, bj giving black of 80% opacity, absolute top 0 left 0, flex called left 1, just the value, nothing else, and then passing that just rotating lines. So you can just go with that with a little bit text here. So what it did here, if I just come here and pass that, oops, it will be past that loading, you can see how simply it just going to give us that loading spinner. So let's just hit here. Okay, it's coming. Okay, just give it a time. You see that loading is happening. So now when this loading parameter should be adaptable, okay, so when it gonna be loading started, so whenever we are having that loading proportion, so whenever I'm having that loading, it gonna say us to show the loading, otherwise it gonna generate that container. Okay, so okay, so whenever we are going to show the loading, remember loading when it going to start, whenever we are going to get the data, okay, that time. Now in that container we're gonna pass several condition. What kind of condition? If we have ID, and if we are going to have that product data, and also I want to take another little bit, is a small library, but it's a very powerful library, which is Lodash. I think that would be maybe I just let me get the name. Lodash, yes, that one. So that's the library we're gonna use to get to whichever is area or not. See, it's a very good, it's 50 million download per week, so it's a very competitive library here. So first I'm gonna get that library, then I'm gonna use its functionality. So I'm gonna just make that pnpmi Lodash. And what we are going to check, we are going to just grab a function from there by which we can check if the array is available. Okay, so you can just also put array.length, doesn't matter, it will be simple way on that also. So we're gonna get that, it should be okay, what's wrong with that? Okay, first we're gonna import that properties from there, so it should be okay, get it here. Okay, import from Lodash. Okay, after importing, I think now we can go and work with that. So here we're gonna define that is empty, so it should be dot is, why is not coming, what's wrong with that? It's not, it's install or not. Let's just go in the top. Oh, I think the type definition we need to also define here, as it's a very old library, so we need to define that type definition. But it's a very powerful and very helpful, just giving us so much tiny function here, which can be really helpful when you are dealing with a big chunk of data. Okay, now I think the error should be disappear, and here is empty. What is empty should be, is empty should be our all products. So now what we are doing here, that should be giving something, that should be giving something, right? Like if I just pass a div here and pass that single product, and also pass a div here which going to say all products. Okay, so now you're gonna just see it in a very fashionable way. Let's just go in our app. As you see, all products. Why is all products? If I go back from the view products, all products, but if I just simply go with a single product, you see, single product. So now we are having the product variation, so now we can create all the possibility how we want to show the product. So first thing first, let's just go with the single product. We will create the single velocity on it. So put a div here. I'm gonna okay, so that will be our first div. So I'm gonna enclose with 2 more div from here. So one should be for the image property and another should be that other properties. So what we are going to do is that, okay, we are going to, yeah, that properties. Okay, let's just start on that. So on that particular div, I'm gonna take another div. Then on that div, I'm gonna take one more div. So here I'm gonna wrap with that product data. I think product data dot images. So I'm gonna images through I'm gonna map through that images, and here I'm gonna pass that as item, and I'm gonna take one parameter of image parameter should be item, and alternative tag also should be image. Just give a image, give a key tag which also going to be that item. Okay, so now what's we gonna see? You see, we are getting 5 images here. So that is one division where we're gonna get the images, and after that also we're gonna get one more div should be appearing here, I believe. Okay, that's the div to define that images. So let's just put class name flex start should be that one. And then I'm also in the top layer put a grid fashion should be grid calls of 1, and md should be grid calls of 2, and the gap should be 10. Okay, so that should be defining this portion and this portion. Now we're gonna create these two parameters together. So there's the one div here, and I'm gonna define another div here. I'm gonna give that image property, and whereas I'm gonna just give that image URL which going to be the first URL, and that should be main image. So now we are having those images, but it's not coming in a good way which we are preferring. So what I'm gonna do, also we can take as index the key. I'm gonna pass that as index. Maybe we can have some same images here as we are dealing with. So now in that particular images, let's just go and grab some class name. So that would be okay, let's just go here on that image. Class name should be with okay, I'm gonna define it with a backtick. Okay, so the width should be 24, cursor should be pointer, you see. Okay, that looks nice. Now what I'm gonna do is that opacity should be 80. Okay, and hover opacity should be 100. Okay, if I hover, you see. Okay, cool. And also duration should be 300. And with the functionality, if the image URL is equal to the item which is giving the first URL, and we're gonna pass one properties. We're gonna pass the border, and border should be gray of 500, not 50, 500, and rounded should be rounded should be MD, or just put SM, opacity 100. So that will give us full opacity. So it's coming all together the same product. So we're gonna go with one more products here. Okay, because I keep the same product lines, that's why you may see same product together, but don't worry, that should be aligned with that. So now also we will gonna return several things. So on click, whenever we're gonna click on that image, we're gonna set that image should be that image URL. So I'm gonna pass that as item. Should be item. So what's gonna happen if I click? You see the image is changing. Now you can keep the motion, you can keep so many graphics the way you prefer, but I think that's just saving my purpose of the day. So that's my image tag is done here. So that what we can say, that's the div is finished. So after that div, I'm gonna take another div, and here I'm gonna pass the other properties which going to say just to give an h2, and which going to be item dot it should be not item, product data. Yeah, product data dot name. So it would be my product name. So in that div, put a class name flex should be column, and gap should be 4. Okay, and also that 2 should be class name, text should be 3 XL, font should be bold. Okay, cool. And after passing that, let's just put another things which should be let's just put a div, and then we're gonna go with some price tag parameter. As you see, that's the price tag we're gonna create. So how we can do is that just to create price tag. Okay, so we're gonna create that UI. Okay, should be admin should be close, and here in the UI we're gonna create a new file, price tag.tsx. Okay, price tag, and we need to import that price tag here. So now you will be able to see the price tag is already rendered here, but we are not going to see anything right now. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna define 3 parameters from here. First thing, I'm gonna getting the regular price, which is the product data dot regular price, getting a discounted price, which is the product data discounted price, and also getting the class name from here if it's applicable. So let's go back to the price tag, and we're gonna roll back through all the properties. So here what we're gonna do, we're gonna just get that regular price, we're gonna get that discounted price, we're gonna get that class name, and also we're just going to pass that as props, and in the props parameter we just pass that interface props, and here we're just going to give that regular price, which going to be if the price available should be number, and if discounted price if it's available should be number, and class name if it's available should be number. Okay, so the regular price, discounted price, all should be appear in a good fashion. So now in the div, what we are going to do is that put a p tag, which going to define as that formatted price, and here we are going to price that the amount should be regular price. Let's see if we can see something here, anything visible. You see 20. Okay, and also after that let's just put a p tag, should be formatted price, and here amount should be discounted price. Now you can do it all together here, right? But this component we're gonna use everywhere, here. You see, we will just define the class name the way we want. That's it. So that's why we can make it more unique to use. So that's what we are going to do it right now. So let's put a class name, and I'm gonna put it with the backtick formula, or instead of backtick I'm just directly gonna inject tw merge here. So first it's gonna make the flex and item center gap should be 2, and then I'm gonna pass that class name, whatever the class name is providing. As you see, it's getting the larger Excel because I'm providing that. So now in that p tag, let's just go through it. CLASS class name should be a string. Yes. Okay, so for that p tag, put a class name line through. Okay, should be line through, and text should be gray of 500. Should be 500, and font should be medium. Cool. And for the other one, put a class should be class name, and then font should be bold, and text should be sky text. Okay, cool. So we are dealing here right now. So as we see, finish that product variable. So the price tag is done, and after that price tags, remember which we did previously for that our icon. Remember that icon, and with that icon just passing that reviews data. That's it. So you can see it here. What we did, we are just passing that icons, then the review, whatever the reviews you have. That's it. Simple. So now if we roll back here, so in between of that price tag we can go on that one, should be, or yeah, should be provide some of the class name on that. So that's the one div, that's the two div is here. Put a class name, should be flex, item should be center, justify should be between. Okay, that's cool. So after that, after this particular div, we can make one more proportion is that. So should be p tag and range I. Okay, we're gonna provide that I, then we're gonna provide that one of this span tag. Okay, should be span tag, and here we're gonna pass that product data dot review. So how many people reviews that, and after finishing that span tag we can just say people are viewing this right now. Okay, we can pass the viewable item. You see 80 people are viewing right now. So here for the class name, text should be base and font should be semi-bold. No, should be not that. I think it should be flex item center. Yeah, okay, that's it. So flex item center, and in that I we can put a class name, and margin right we can put 1, which can be pushing through it. And for that span tag here for the reviews, put a class name, font should be semi-bold, mr should be 1 to push it. Okay, 80 people are viewing it. So you can just make it with localization to keep it 80 peoples or whatever the way you're preferring. You see 50 people are viewing. You can just put in local creating it more with that, how you can show it pluralize. You can use several libraries here. Just do it if you can. Now after doing that, so people are viewing, so we are going to just generate that text, nothing else. So I'm just gonna popping up because it's nothing fancy we are putting here. Okay, we need to import that formatted price. Okay, see what we are doing here, that's the simple things. So you are saving how much you are saving minus that things we did it already. So upon purchase you are going to save that much item. We did it already beforehand. So now after dealing with that p tag, we're gonna provide one div parameter, and here we're gonna just pass that color. If the color is available, then and what is going to happen, I'm gonna pass a p tag which is going to say color, and then I'm gonna pass an span tag where I'm gonna pass the color. Okay, so the color is red, and also in that span tag font should be semi-bold, capitalize. Okay, you can see the red color is available, and I want to define one style. So whatever the color is available, if you see it's the red. If we put blue, green, so that's the things we are going to create. So in that span tag also put a style. So in style we're gonna put that color as the color. You see red is activated, the first color is red, so the red is available. So now after that's deviation of that color, we will take another div. So here we're gonna wrap that product data dot colors dot map. So we're gonna get that as, just get it as what you can say item parameter, and on that item we're gonna return a div. Yeah, let's just put a div, that okay, return a div. So in that div we're gonna map through it, the key should be item, and also put a class name, so it will go with the backtick. Then first we're gonna say that if the item is equal to color, what is going to happen, and if it's not, what is going to happen. If it's the same with the color, should be a border, and border should be black, and padding should be 1, rounded should be full. And if it's not with that, I'm just gonna make that border transparent. So oops, it should be, what's wrong, border should be transparent. So now you can see that's a whole bunch of things, but we need to generate it in a proper way. So in that particular div, I'm gonna generate one self-closing div here where I'm gonna define that color. Now let's post the class name, which should be 10, height should be 10, rounded should be full, cursor should be pointer. As you see, that's coming a lot of bunch together. So what we are missing, just in the top layer, put a class name, flex item center, gap in x should be 3. You see, that's the icon we are getting. Is it only one color? That's the map. product colors.map. Okay, so let's just see what is happening. So just put in style, should be background color, background color should be item color. So you see, now once we click, we want to change the color. Okay, so we will just click one on click event, and here we're gonna just pass a function set color should be item. So whatever the color is available, it will see. Okay, you see, that's cool. If you reload, if you reload, it will set the first color, which is read spec. Okay, so now we are having that color. So after having that color, on the below that, we also, like on that particular div over here, we will put one more variation, which should be color and n. So if color is available, we're gonna make one button, which not the bad button, should be button, and it's gonna make also that IO close icon, and here we're gonna make that clear. You see that clear button. So in that button, put a class name. So what we're gonna define here, font should be semi bold, margin top should be 1, flex item center, gap should be 1, and also hover text should be rate of 600, duration should be 200. So let's go here. As you see, now what is going to happen once we click on that clear, so we're gonna define something. If we make that on click, it should define that by default we are setting a color. Set color should be an empty string, so that red color red should be disappearing. You see, remove. If I click yellow, black, remove. So that's the fantastic parameter we have been just create. So now after doing that, I'm going to define that other properties. So this is the line which we have been done. Now what we're defining, the brand and category, similar, just making the font medium and other properties, nothing fancy. So you're getting the brand. Okay, we are in right place. I think we need to go out of it. Yeah, now we are in right place. Yes, yeah. So now after that, you see the price tag which we have been using beforehand. Now we can use even the add to cart we can use. So let's just go over here. What we need to use, that brand category we use. So brand and category. Now we will use that add to cart button, and then we're gonna use those parameters. So I think the category till category we are done. So in that p tag, I'm gonna say add to cart. I think that's the name we provided as the cart btn, and I'm gonna pass the title. So it should be saying that buy now. See the beauty of that. Now we are getting one icon which is buy now. Also, instead of that, we can define the class name here. So let's just provide the class name, and here what we're gonna pass, that bj should be black, the opacity should be 80, padding y should be 3, and then text should be base, text should be gray of 200, hover scale should be 10, hover text should be white, duration should be 200. Because remember, in that case we are having one scale properties which going to get by default. We are just not using that, so that we just use that parameter. And now in that add to cart button, we need to pass the product. So we're gonna pass that product as our product data. So that's the parameter we need to pass. So let's go to add to cart btn, because here we're gonna get that like whenever we're gonna passing a parameter, we're gonna use that cart parameter. So in the title we are having, so also we will get with that product parameter also. Should be product, and in that product we're gonna say if product is available, it should be product props. Okay, just to keep it here, we're gonna work with that lateral. So now after finishing that proportion, so you can see we are getting the product data and also the buy now. So below that we will just get one image. So after add to cart, put a div and an image tag, and here we're gonna make that product payment. I think that would be the product payment. That should be the image, should be also giving the similar name, payment. Okay, so now you can hopping. Okay, one image is available. So after that we're gonna also give a p tag, should be it should be you granted, save, and secure checkout, granted. Okay, so now here put a class name which going to be, let's just put a normal functional color, should be F7. I think we used it beforehand. And then we also need to padding should be 5, rounded should be MD, flex should be column, item center, justify center, and I'm gonna provide a 2 of gap. Okay, and for that image let's just define it, which should be auto, object should be cover, and that p tag also going to get something, font should be semi-bold. Okay, so now if I have the product, but remember once I am just coming with a link which getting the all products where it gonna land me. So if I just click here, see view all products, I'm getting all products. So now whenever I am going to the all products, I am going to do something crazy. So first thing first, I'm gonna define my products here. So in that particular div, I'm gonna get the product. So what I'm gonna do, putting a div here, I'm gonna just go in a cross link. If it's loading, then I'm gonna just, okay, I think the loading parameter is not necessarily, because it will not be loading, we are checking already that. So here I'm gonna just define that all products dot map, let's see, item, which is going to be product props, and here I'm gonna just returning the value of that product card. So I'm gonna generating the product card here, by which I'm gonna save all the product on that particular entity. Okay, also should be product card, and from here item should be item and key should be item dot id. Now if I save, you see I have all products here, but just need to make it in a proper fashion. So for that I'm gonna just make that as grid columns of 2, and then md grid calls of 2. Okay, just I'm gonna put that lg as though I'm getting that. So I'm gonna make it maximum 4 columns, or in md grid calls of 3. Okay, and I'm gonna also get a gap of 5. So now as you see we have that item. Okay, looks cool. And also we can define one more properties which going to say us to provide as a p tag, which say products collection. Okay, so in that product collection we're gonna make that just class name, text should be 4XL, font should be semi bold, margin bottom should be 5, text should be center. Okay, so now we need to make one more properties, is that, okay, something Axios error. And don't worry, that error you will never get, because I didn't use Axios when I'm building this application. So this one previously I used Axios, which I didn't remove yet, so you will not get that problem. So don't worry, don't freak out by seeing that. So now I need to get that properties. So what I'm gonna do over here, so that's my p tag. So what I'm gonna do, that div, I'm gonna wrap it through another div. Okay, so in that div I'm gonna get another component, should be another UI, and that UI, it should be for that category filters.tsx rfce. So here I'm gonna define my categories property. So now it should be category filters. Okay, I think so. Okay, now here what I will do, I'm gonna pass the id. Id should be the id, whichever id I'm providing. So now also let's put a class name, which going to be flex item start, should be item start, and gap should be 10. So that now you should be able to see that category filter property is available. So now I need to go and start working with that. So here I need to generate that id. So first it would be id, and id should be what I can say, this id, it should be a string, can be string or can be undefined, so both parameter it can be. So now here what we are going to deal with that, again I'm just going with a shortcut way, because you may already understand what we're going to do. We're gonna pass that config, we're gonna pass that use state, we're gonna get that our use effect hook here, we're gonna get our get data, because just we are going to load these categories. Remember, we already load that categories here, so that's the same parameter we are doing here. So now we are getting the categories, we can use it here. So what we can do on that div, put a class name. By default I'm gonna make it hidden, md should be inline flex, flex should be column properties, and gap should be 6. Okay, now after that I'm gonna give a p tag filters, which going to return, and put a class name. Text should be 3xl, font should be bold. Cool. So after passing that filter, I'm gonna pass that another div here, which going to say select categories. Okay, so on that select categories, I think did I missing some of the amount here. I think as much as I remember, I didn't miss anything, but why I can't see it in a proper way? Okay, we're giving the priorities, we're getting that categories. So okay, we will define the weight later on, so no worries about that. So what we need to do right now is that, so in that particular div, okay, let's keep the div like that. Class name should be text should be sm, we're gonna make it as uppercase, font should be semi bold, I'm gonna make it underline, underline offset should be 2, decoration should be just, I'm gonna make it 1 pixel. Okay, that's the select categories, and after that p tag I'm gonna define one div, and here if it's loading I'm gonna get, if it's just loading we're gonna get the loader, if it's not loading we're gonna get the other properties. So we're gonna do the same things which we have been dealing with that our toasting, with for that React loader. We're gonna define that loader, just getting the size of the limited, giving a width of 50. Now here if we are having that, means we are having the data, what we are doing, we are going to do that categories, so means we are having that categories dot map, we're gonna map through the category, and the item which going to be that category props, and then I'm gonna return a link. So that link going to generate like we can toggle through with other properties. So here I'm gonna pass that like item dot name. so that's the properties we're gonna pass. And 2, it going to be on that should be category, and then it going to pass item dot base, so that's the name it going to pass. And also we need to give the key, should be item dot id. Okay, as you see, our category is popping, but we need to make it looks much better. That we will do it. So now for that a particular category, what I'm going to do is that, so in that property, after that loading, put a class name, make it a flex should be column, gap y should be 2, and I'm going to provide the mean width of 40, so minimum width should be 40. Okay, that's cool. Now what I'm gonna do is that to make it much more fashionable, much more way is possible, so let's just go and define some of the class name here. So on that class name, I'm gonna go with a backtick. So here I'm gonna make the text should be base, not the balance, should be base. Font should be medium, text should be start, and then underline offset should be 2, and I'm gonna go with decoration, which going to be 1 pixel, and after that decoration should be transparent for right now, and hover decoration should be gray of 950, means overall dark. Hover text should be black, duration should be 200. As you see, whenever I hover, it's getting much better. And also that categories, just I'm gonna give a properties here, MB should be 2. Okay, so now what we are going to do is that let's just go with providing the text color. So here I'm gonna define one properties, which going to be is that if my item dot base is equal to dot id. So okay, I think I'm in the wrong place. Yeah, should be inside of that. Okay, if item dot base is equal to the id is available here, then it going to do something. After that it going to do something. The text should be light text. Okay, so means it's not active. You see the light text. If it's active, which going to be doing is that text should be green text, and decoration color should be also green text. Okay, right now maybe we will not be able to see, as we are not dealing with any of the categories. Once we are going to dealing with the categories, it will be popping up, so don't worry about that, don't freak out, it will come very soon. So now, because it's going to happen on that category section, because in the category also you're gonna get the same product. If you see, okay, it's just having sometimes problem. Okay, if we go in the headphones, you see headphones is chooses. If we go in the power tools, the power tools is the colors. So that's what we are going to create. So now we have our products. So in that products we can view the products and we can toggle through. If we just go in the categories, as you know, we are not seeing the categories, so let's just close each and everything from here. Let's go with that category. So in that category, now we are going to define the parameter, how it gonna render. So to do that, we are going to just go in a simple parameter. Remember the things which we have been done yet. So you see, I'm just going to destructure the ID from the use params, and then I'm going to get that set products, set loading, and now I'm just going to get my data. And as you know, we have been getting data several times, so you may already having the idea what we are doing. That you just need to copy one function, then just go and align with it. Okay, so now we are here in the category. We can now go through it. So first thing first, what we're gonna do, it's going to say if we are having a loading portion. Okay, so if we're having that loading portion, we're gonna just show that loading parameter, which we already created that component. And if we don't have any loading parameter, we will just pass that container. Okay, so that's the things we are going to work with now. And if we have the container, first I'm gonna just show you what we can do is that just put that on one h2 tag, and we're gonna just make that as id maybe. Okay, just put that id just to show the name here. Okay, not that id but that id. Okay, as you see we are having that id, but we will not see that id like that. As you see, we will show that just going to view that id on that way. So how we can do that? So you can make that const format id, and that id we will take the id which going to be coming as a string, and then we're gonna return something. Return id dot replace. We are going to replace with that. It's just a checking of that value, of that regex value. So you feel free to go to see how regex work. We're just going to eradicate with the regex how it's going to work. So it's going to remove all that empty value, all that spaces, the dollar and other properties, and then it's gonna create an, like, if you see, it's going to map through on that our, see the TV and audio. So it's gonna go and grab that property and go align with that to create one particular line. So if I put that format id, now you will be able to see something, and there is nothing. Okay, should be format id. Oh, sorry, we need to pass that id here, and we need to say id will be available. You see, TV and audio is separated, that content. So now for that id, should be text should be 4XL, and also text should be center, and then font should be semi-bold, and MB should be 5. You see, cool. So after that div, remember what we are going to do. We're gonna get that category, what you can say, filters. Okay, so in the category filters we need to pass one parameter which should be id, should be id. So you see, category filter available. And now there should be another properties which going to giving us the product, so we need to get that also. We're gonna pass a div, and in the div, remember now what we're gonna do, we're gonna pass the key parameter to get the product, so we can pass all the item. Now what we are going to do is that we already save our product here, right? So we can get the product. So what we are going to do to pass all the products property, so should be it should be product card. Okay, we can get the product card. Item should be item, and then there is a mistake, because as we did it here, we also did previously in that, we just need to get that products property. Oops, we should need to wrap it here. Okay, also we need to import that products prop, so we are getting that products. Now if you click, okay, we are having that, but not in a good way, so we will make it better. So first thing first, make some of that class name should be flex, and also item should be start, and then gap should be 10, so it will align there. Now what you need to do in that particular div, put a class name should be grid calls of 1, just put 2 md or 1 e2. Okay, 2 md, grid calls of 3 lg, grid calls of 4, gap should be 5. So now as you see, we are having those amazing flavor here. As you see, that category section work, so we can just fetch through each and every categories. If we click, it's similar things but coming in a very good ramping fashion. Go headphones available. So I think that's now giving much more uniqueness here. So what we can do, we can really make the things happen to go in a very further level. So I think that can be much more helpful. So now one more things, so to push all over the things. So now it's time to push that code, because in our next part we are going to build the other properties. To next build, it's going to be that storage and registration, like creating the user and storing the data. And the fourth part, we're gonna go with payment, checkout, order, and other properties. So what I'm gonna do, git add dot to keep everything, git commit should be second part done. Should be, I made a mistake here. Okay, I think we need to reject it. Okay, now it should be done. Git, okay, it's my bad. So git commit m done, and then git push. So it will not take, so it should be git push origin part 2. So it gonna push that code to our second part. So whenever you can march that second part here, or you can just go through it. As you see in the main, if I go in part 2, that is available right now. Okay, so that's the thing, you can just compare and pull that from the 2. So okay, so I think that can work for you, and you can do that and make the trick. So I believe it can really helpful. If you are coming here with me right now here, congratulations, you did a nice job. And in our next video, we're gonna go and try to finish all together whatever the balance is available. And I think that can really helpful to create such a good project by yourself. And I'm gonna see you in the next build. Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel to create this amazing e-commerce website. As far as you know, in our last 2 parts we have been created almost a lot of the functionality and also the pages. So today we're gonna start to build the rest of the pages and other functionality. So if you are watching the previous 2 videos, we are almost here where we can go through that particular categories. As you see, the categories is available right now. There is one more things need to be adapted, which is the scroll restoration. As you see, also we are just passing through, our scroll is not restoring on the right section. So, and also you can go and view the single pages. We can go to the shop to see all the products, available products, and we can also roll back with the categories. So those all of the things are already done, and we created the home page. Stability is fully furnished, and we have been built with our last 2 previous video. So if you are looking forward the code which is available for this particular 2 video, then feel free to go to the repo link which will be available in the description below. Here in this repo, as you see, just click on that arrow icon, you will see the branches, which is the main branch which holding that the part 1 code, and the part 2 holding the part 2 code. And today we are going to build the part 3. The part 3 code, it will be available here, and after finishing the entire project, all code it will be available in that final branch, so it will be merged later on. So now if you are looking forward for the rest of the video, you can just go through the link which is provided for the part 1, part 2. It will be just keep you here. You can find all the available link. You can just feel free to watch as per your preferences. And also if you like to roll back to my channel, you can find lots of videos here. One of you like and subscription will be very much helpful for me to create much of the boosting project. And for our this project videos, all the videos it will be available within this playlist of which called is that Super Gear e-commerce project. So all the videos it will be available here, and other particular video it will be available for e-commerce and other for the any other programming language. So many videos are available, nearly more than 100 videos, so you can feel free to go and check it over there. And now today, this link I'm gonna provide in the description, and if you have any further question, you can just let me know in the comments below. You can reach it also by my mail, so it just depend up, just roll up onto you. So now this is our project which I'm running from localhost 3000 from this code. And as far as you know, if I just roll back here, what you need to do whenever you're gonna clone this project for this part, just click that git branch. After clicking, you see the extract which is there. So if I just make that git checkout, by default you will be in the main, so you'll be roll back. Oops, it's a mistake. Checkout should be main, so by default it will be in the main. Okay, I think I made small local changes, that's why it's just giving me that error. Okay, I will just discard those changes so that I will be able to show you about that merging proportioning. So I'm gonna go git checkout, or you can just make git switch. I'm gonna switch to the main. So all the code whenever you're gonna clone that, you will just get the first beginning code. Okay, so as you see, the product is not available here, so that is available in the part 2. So you need to switch toggle between on the link and how you can get that. So if I just go with that, get checkout part 3, as you see, our all the code, which is the products and other properties, it will be available here. So I'm not gonna make you much more delay. We're gonna start building our application as we are going to move forward. And I'm running my localhost, that our server is running in localhost 8000. If we open in the admin server, as you see, that is our API from where we're getting. And also whenever we're gonna create our checkout, it will also be responsible to create our checkout portion. And after that, we are having our frontend with the client directory. As you may remember, we are having 2 directory. One is for admin, one is for the client. And our client is running from, as we created the Vite, is running in localhost 5173. Now today, the first solution is that once we are starting building, and first solution is that once we click, as you see, we are here. If we roll back there, we are not going to the top of the pages. We are just throwing us somewhere in the middle or the rest of the places, which is not look so cool. So what I'm gonna do, we're gonna create a proportion which is naming scroll restoration. So before that outline, I'm gonna call that, it will be scroll restoration, and we need to import that one from react router DOM. And I hit the save. Now if I roll back there, doesn't matter from wherever you go there, it will always keep you in the top of the screen. If you go smartwatch, if you just roll back there, go to the shop, it will be in the top. Just go to the cart, you are on the top, come back to the shop, you are on the top. So in this simple trick, you can do that. Now one more properties is missing from here, is that creating that search. So we have a search properties. If we click, it should take us to the search screen. So that's the portion we are going to create. As you see, the product is loading so fast. There is a loader here also available. If you believe that, we created that loader, but it's not giving that much effective because it's just rolling so faster. It's in our local host. But once we are going to upload in real time, which I'm having there, and by the way, if you are already knowing those issues, you can just go through that particular build section from the timeline where we're just starting the clean build. So now what we are doing here, once we click, as you see, we're calling the API then, and our API is the live API. Okay, so also our frontend and backend both end going to be deployed in the Vercel. So I'm gonna show you from the scratch how you can do that. Okay, so don't worry about it. At the end of the video, you're gonna find all the solutions, how you can cope up with that, how you can make everything in live, even from the database to your login authentication, all and every single details it gonna give to you with a very fashionable manner. So now let's head back to create our other portion, which is a 4, to roll back to create our search bar. And to create that, header is responsible to hold the search portion. And remember, we already created one properties by which we can get the search text, if you remember or not. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just put a simple log to see if it's just working on that. I'm just let's search, and it will be I think it's name search text maybe. Okay, I'll just keep that name. Now let's go back to the inspector. Okay, not this one, should be this project, and let's go super gear homepage, and I will click on inspect. Now in the console, I'm gonna type something. Okay, what's the error? Let's just roll it again. Okay, no error. See, the search is showing here. If I type something, see, the value is here. If I click, value is empty. So our search properties is already working. So what I'm gonna do now, with that, we're gonna initialize the property. But before that, I need to get the product, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna set one more array here to support all my product. So I'm gonna make const, and it's the products is already available. If you just remember, if we go with that pagination. I think the pagination, yeah, here we already got the product to start with that. So what we can do, just copy paste those codes from the pagination, and you can type if you want to type. As you see, I'm just banding the products here, and after getting the products, that's the use effect responsible to get all the products. I'm just gonna copy that code, and then I'm gonna paste it, because if I'm going to from beginning till the end, it's gonna kill a lot of time. So just feel free to go and copy that. So now what it can be done here, there is a two use effect. One is for fetching the categories, one is fetching our product. You can go with either way, create like a single one and put the condition, depends on you how you prefer. But as I am teaching you, I'll just go with the simple manner which you can understand pretty much very simple way. So it will be my product. Let's hit the save, and as you see, I have 25 products available. So all of my products are available here. Now what I need to do, create a utility function by which I can filter to all of the products according to the search bar. And how I can do that? Now over here below that products, I'm gonna create another properties which going to be like what you can say, if it will be filtered, RAD, filtered products, and I'm gonna make that set filtered products. And by default in use state, I'm gonna keep it also as an empty array. So what is actually I'm doing here to creating a filter products array, so by which I can just go and create those fashion. I think some mistake of the typo maybe, yeah, filtered products and set filtered products. So now what I'm gonna do, as you see, I'm having use effect here. I have two separate use effect. So below here, I'm gonna get one more use effect to go and get my filter data, because it always gonna check which data is available or not. So what I'm gonna do is that just run a simple use effect. I'm gonna make much more bigger so you can see it easily, and just going to copy there. And after writing that formula, I'm gonna just put an empty array, so it will not it will just mount once the application is loaded. Now what I'm gonna do, write a simple variable which it will be filtered, and in that filtered, what I am going to do is that I have my products array. So what I'm going to do, products.filter, I'm gonna filter on that array, and then how I'm gonna filter, it will be giving me an item, the item properties, which actually the types of the product props, because it's gonna return me the single product from there. So now what I will do, I'm gonna make that item dot, so item has a name, now item dot name, and then dot to lowercase. I'm gonna make that item as to local lowercase, and after that also I'm gonna go with that, I'm gonna make that includes, what it gonna include, search text. So whatever the search text I'm provided, it gonna make also to lowercase. Okay, I think it should not be local lowercase, it should be to lowercase, yeah, not local lowercase. Okay, to lowercase. So now it's also I need to pass that function which can be able to make the lowercase. So it's going to filter through my products. And how it going to filters, whenever I'm gonna search something with that text, it gonna go and just compare with the text. So whatever the products is available match with the text, it will filter, means it gonna keep those products only, a rest of the products it gonna throw away, it gonna filter that one. And also I'm gonna pass the variable here which it will be available for the search text. So whenever my search text going to be changed, it's going to be filtered. So now what I will do, I'm gonna just go and reference the log properties, so it gonna go with my that filtered, and let's just log that filter to see how it going to be appear before entering on the sense. Okay, so it's the console. Let's go here. Now in that filter I have 25 products, so all the products is available. But when I'm gonna type WAT, as you see, it's giving me 16 products, and on the name, as I'm filtering with the name, on the name it's going to be somewhere match the watch. So as you see, if I make the CH, it's always going to just check with that. If I make blah blah blah, as you see, it's not match, giving empty. If I click, it's just here. So now we need to we need to match with that the value which we are provided, and also the match with the text which we are ensuring. So now what I'm gonna do here, just simply pass the variable. Remember, we have that set filter product, and here I'm gonna just pass that. As the filter is working perfectly with us, I'm gonna keep that filter as the data on it. Now we are having that filter data, but also we need to go and provide that filter data in a perfect manner. So where we can provide, let's roll back here. As you see, we created our search bar here, and where is our search text? As you see, whenever the search text is available, is giving the key, so that's where is finishing those portion. And below that, I'm gonna create that properties. I'm gonna just write a name with that search product will go here. So here I'm gonna keep our search product, and how we gonna keep, we're gonna pass with the logic. The logic, it will be search text. So as you see, by default we are having all the products just roll back to our filter product, but whenever we're gonna having search text, only then we are going to render. And how we going to render, we're gonna pass a div, and that div, within that div, I'm gonna make that filtered products dot length. If its length is bigger than 0, then I'm gonna write a properties which going to just pass the products, and if it's not, I'm gonna just write that it will give the products. And if it's not below not than 0, means there is no products, I'm gonna just pass another div which is going to say is just like put a p tag which will say nothing matches with your search keywords. Okay, with the search keywords. And also we can pass another variable which going to be, as you see, search keywords. Then after that keywords we can pass a span tag, and within that span tag we can provide the keyword which they are looking forward to search, and that it will be, okay, I'm gonna put a backtick, and within the first bracket I'm gonna align with that. So put a dollar mark, then I'm gonna pass our variable. As I'm putting in a standard JavaScript, I need to go in that way. So after that, okay, finishing that here, then I'm gonna just provide a, okay, then it will be please try again. Okay, so that will be here for right now. If I go back here, maybe I will not be able to see anything. If I type something, okay, see, nothing match with your keywords. But if match, see, it's giving the products is here, is already available here. We just need to design on it. So on that particular layer, on the div on the top, we are going to start working on that. So in that div, with a class name, I'm gonna make it an absolute div, and from the left it's going to be 0. From the top, I'm gonna make it below 20, and width going to be full. MX should be auto to keep it aligned in the middle, and max height, which I'm gonna provide a custom height of 500 pixel. It will not go more than 500 pixel. Padding X going to be 10, and padding Y should be 5, and also BJ should be white background, and then Z index I'm gonna keep 20 to align with all other properties, and overflow Y should be scroll, so not auto, it should be scroll. So whenever where I keep that scroll, if I roll back to our previous page, if I keep watch W, as you see, there is so many other properties available, so you can go that. And it's why you can also put a max within height here, so it will not align with that properties. So if I just go for that mobile screen, so that the text you can feel free to take as your own. So if I roll back to 100% and just go on particular layer, I will go with responsive. Okay, so now as you see, doesn't matter how make it big, it just giving all the properties. You can just go through and keep it with that also with the same within height, as it depends on you. You can do that, there is room for it, so you can create that one, put your challenge. And what I love you to do is to take the challenge, try to, I'm providing that design, make it more polished, make it more perfect. try to utilize it. That's the way you can learn. Doesn't, if you copy paste my code, if you whatever I'm showing, you are doing the same thing, you are not learning. How you can learn? You are doing the same thing to learn, but when you start doing, then actually you are learning. You got my method, then you will start building your own. That's the perfect example of your code, not my code. Okay, so that's what I want you to do. Try the way you want to change it. Okay, and if you have any problem to do that, let me know in the comments or reach me with the email. I will try to help you. Okay, so overflow, it will be scroll. Cursor should be pointer, just to show. And that is not mandatory to cursor pointer. Text should be an block, and shadow should be LG, larger shadow, and I'm gonna make a shadow of sky text. Okay, not sky, should be sky text. And I'm gonna do another properties which gonna come later on. I'm gonna show you why I'm gonna do that. So now if I put, see, product is not available. If a product, so product is available, is passing the product, but if nothing available, so first we're gonna maximize this design. Later on we're gonna do the other one. Put a class name, padding y should be 10, bj gray of 50, just to see it properly. Weight, it will be taking full, it's gonna be flex, and item center, justify center, passing a border, and border of gray of 600, and rounded should be MD. As you see, matching with that. If you go here, nothing matches. You see, almost the same. Just need to go, as you see, we are getting everything, just need to style a bit on that. So let's go on the p tag. Put a class name, it should be text. I'm gonna keep Excel. Font should be let's just put normal font for this one. And for this span tag, which going to get our keywords, put a class name, it should be underline offset. I'm gonna put 2, and let's just go with that decoration. That decoration means it gonna affect with the design, means the underline method, which I'm gonna give a 1 pixel. And text should be red of 500, 50, 500, and font should be semi bold. As you see, similar properties. If you remove, it will disappear. Everything is disappear whenever it's available. Okay, it's coming. So now it's time to get our final things, is the product. So in the product, what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna go and check one more time if search text is available. As already I am tested here if search is available. So yeah, I think you don't need to check several times. Okay, I'll go just with that in particular layer. So I'm gonna just get a div. Okay, it will be returning a div, and within that div I'm gonna just go and create that filter product. Oh, sorry, not filter, it should be filtered. Okay, filter filter product dot map, and then I'm gonna get the item, which going to getting the similar product props property. And if you have no idea what product props, where is that, you can just go in the types, you can find those properties here which giving you the alignment. So now in the product properties, I'm just gonna simply return our product. So it will be product card. Remember, we created that component to go and align with that, and that component taking 2 parameters. One is the item, which is going to be the item. So one is fine. Okay, right now one is fine. Then another item, why I'm gonna pass, I'm gonna show you later on. So our item should be available here. If I put watch, you see, oh, lots of big items. It's not so good. So we need to make it in a perfect way. And overflow, see the over scroll, so that's the properties which we miss, should be overflow y scroll. Okay, so that one should be aligned. Now we can scroll through it. So what we need to do, as you know, you may already having idea what's going on that. So in that's filter text, in that particular div, I'm gonna go with that grid calls should be 1 by default, or yeah, let's just keep 1, and MD should be grid calls of 3, and LG grid calls of 5, and I'm gonna give a gap of 5. Okay, looks perfect. And now, as you see, there is a scroll bar here, which we don't want to see. That's what I'm talking about before. So that scroll bar, I don't want to see that scroll bar, and it's not look so perfect. So what I'm gonna do is to create a simple utility function there, not a function, utility class name, which we're gonna provide, and it will be on that global.css. Not the global, which the name index.css. Yeah, I'm just running through that Next.js always. So in that CSS, I'm going to run one simple class name, which going to be scroll bar, and it will give that properties of scroll bar height, and that it gonna match with that WebKit, and it will be scroll bar. What I'm gonna do, display. It will display none. It will not show that scroll bar which is hidden. So in here on that header, on that particular layer, I'm gonna say scroll bar should be hide. As you see, you can't see any scroll bar here, so you can do it on that way. So now once we click that, what gonna do, if we click, as you see, after click, it's taking us to that page, but the state is not removed. So if I just click here, if I click on that, we are already here, but we need to remove that search text once we click on that particular function. Okay, so how we can do that? So it's a simple way we can do is that passing that functionality which can be matched. So let's just roll back here. So let's go back to that's the product card here, and from here, as you know, we have that one property which sets search text. If you just remember, that one is in the top. So that's the property which giving us our search text. So we can make that one empty. Okay, there is a several way you can prefer that, but either you can follow my way or you can create your own way. It depends on you. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do, just go back to my product card. Okay, so in the product card, we will define that properties and we can just align that with. So as in the product card, we are here, we also need to get that properties which the set search text, and that one. Now there is one more task for you. You need to find the what you can say that you need to find the props properties on that. So that's your task, how you can find whatever the props it can gain. Okay, so just just giving you an homework. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is here, as you see, we are doing the handle product. There we are creating the routing. So what I will do, just passing that if there is a set search text property is available, only then it will trigger. It just going to put that set search text as empty, so it will remove the search parameter and it gonna keep the parameter. Okay, what is that? We use that, right? So it will be if set search text available, should be that one. Yeah, it's working. So now let's roll back here. If I put W, click here, as you see, gone. If I put mobile, if I click here, it's gone. So that's the way you can just keep, and also you can keep that everything center. If it's too like, just try to manipulate. Remember where you need to work. You see the grid layer where I'm putting the grid, try to manipulate that, keep it in the center. Okay, so with that, we are finishing almost all over the design. Now what we need to do, whenever we are hitting on that add to cart, we need to keep the product saved to the card, and also we need to create our as you see, if we have no user, we need to create those properties to go and align with that. We can create the registration, we can create the login section, and I have another several video where I explain that one so much and a very proper way. The link, it will be in the description, by which you can learn to how to create that, but I'm going to also show you how you can create that. So let's go and start building those portion. And the first thing first, while we are going to create those properties, I'm going to go and create my setup for my store and for my database. So that could be a really helpful scenario. What I want you to do is to pay a very close attention. We have one index.ts file here. I'm going to create 3 more files, which is going to provide that firebase.ts, where we're going to compile our Firebase setup. And here it will be our store.ts, where we're going to keep our store. We're going to use the Zustand to create our store. And also that video, it will be the link, it will be in the description, by which you can understand how Zustand work in a very good fashionable way. But rest of that also I'm going to provide in this video, don't worry about it. And also I'm going to make that one upload.ts, by which we can upload the image. Remember, we can also provide our profile photo here. If we just upload that image, it also going to get and learn truth and trigger that on that particular section. So now let's go in that Firebase console. If you just search for that Firebase console, you can find the console. Just click on the first link or the Firebase Google link here, and from there, if you already registered, means you need to register with your Google account, then you can find that your go to console button. Once you click on go to console button, you will come directly here on your dashboard. So let me click on that account go to console button, and here you will find, if you doesn't have application, it will not available. As I have one application is showing here. What I'm gonna do is to create a new project. Now I'm requesting you one more things. The credential, it will be showing to you, but don't copy and paste that, because what it's gonna do, I'm gonna delete that project after finishing that video. So don't try to copy paste that code, it will not work for you. Try to use your own credential to combine with the project. Okay, and also whenever I'm going to create the env file, this code, it will not provided on that particular section, so the list, it will be empty. Okay, so always try to use your own credential. What I'm gonna do, add a project here. So now I need to provide the name, which is going to be Super Gear, and now continue. I will not go with getting the analytics, as it will not be my project, but which is published here. I'm having analytics here, so if you want, you can create that one. So now it will start creating my project, and it will take a bit of time depending on your internet services. So don't worry about it, just keep patient until it's done. Okay, it's done. Now we can click on continue, and after clicking, it will be available in the dashboard. So it's already directing you to that dashboard. As you see, we are lying here in the Super Gear. So now from here, need to click on that web. Now we need to register our application. You can do in the same setup. You can just put the name of that, the same name, or you can put your different name. I'll not go with the Firebase hosting, so I'll register my application here. And after finishing the registering, it will provide me that Firebase SDK and other properties. And first thing, what is saying, I need to install the Firebase, right? So what I'm gonna do, let's go back to my terminal. I will just try to take one more PowerShell here. You can get your git bash also, which is preferable. Put ls, let's see which directory you are in it, as it has the multiple directory. I need to go with that client side where I will install that. So npm and that Firebase. If you're using npm, just copy and hit the code. If you put yarn at Firebase. That's it. So after, let's just installing that one, and after installing, what is saying, I need to just clearly copy that. Again, I'm saying you don't copy paste that, as you will not going to access on that. I'm gonna remove that properties. So now I'm gonna copy that code, and after copying, as you see in that Firebase, I'm gonna paste that code. So this code is now available here. As you see, that will be available after installing, don't worry about that. So in that Firebase config, I have my API key, auth domain, project ID, storage bucket, and all other properties is available here. So now I need to go and get some of the multiple properties. I cannot use the app right now after that file, as I need to export that functionality. So I can export the app, and also I need to export several properties, which are going to be export const. I need to find the auth, which going to be get auth from the Firebase auth. So now I can use the auth properties, and also I'm gonna export get the db database. So let's export const db. It will be get Firebase get Firestore. Yeah, get Firestore. And also you need to get the Firestore from Firebase, I think. Yeah, Firebase Firestore. And one more last property is that to use the storage for the image, and it will be export const storage. It will be get storage. Okay, so now these three properties is aligned with that. Now it's available to use in my application, but as you see, I have auth, I have db, I have storage, only the application I initialize, but that auth, db and storage I need to configure in our dashboard. So I will just click continue to console. And after coming here in the console, you need to click on that build. Now let's click on that authentication. So from here, I need to initialize the authentication that I want to use that authentication method. Get it started. And Firebase means the Google Firebase is providing a lot of variation. You can go and go with the third-party library or with the credential with OAuth, but I will prefer with that email and password. Just enable and save. So after saving, now I can use that provider and properties. So after that, as you see, I need to get the Firestore database. So click on that Firestore database, and after clicking the menu, it will start popping up. And what I'm referring you, do everything as a testing mode, because we are not going to right now to jump on the production mode. If you're going in the production mode, go there documentation. You need to just read some of the few items which can help you that. So create the database. Now everything, the default is fine for me. I will just go with start a test mode, so I can access that within 30 days. It will not appear like disappear. I can access that. It's fine for me for this test application, but here is already in the production. And if you are want me to do configure for the production level also, let me know in the comments below. Maybe before finishing that project, we can try to go with the production flight also. Now this creating those things maybe take a bit of time. Don't worry about that. So my database is created, and after database I will go here and create one more properties is storage. So also in the storage, get it started, I will go as the test flight and click. So everything as by default is provided is fine for me. So that's one thing is done, and while it's doing that, I will just go with that Zustand. Okay, so that Zustand we're gonna use for creating our storage. We are not going to use that React Redux toolkit. If you're feel fine with Redux toolkit, you can go with that. I'm gonna copy from here and I'm gonna type that pnpmi Zustand to install that. And again, one video, it will be the link, it will be in the description, where I show easily how you can go and save that data in real time. So feel free to go there and learn by yourself. So now these three properties I can access. Okay, so Firebase is okay now. So after Firebase, I need to also go one more properties which going to give me the functionality by which I can upload the image. So now what I need to do is to create a function by which I can upload the image. So it will be const upload, and it need to be create a assign function as it gonna talk to my database on the Firebase. And with that synchronous function, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just go and I'm gonna just provide you the properties and gonna explain you. You can understand because there is a video link by which you can get more ideas on that. See now, or I can go with that to, okay, I'll just go and explain. That will be better for you. So put const date. I'm gonna put a new date, so new date. Now that date, I'm gonna keep work on that whenever I'm gonna saving the file, saving my image on the database. So const sto storage ref, the reference, it should be ref, and that reference I need to get from Firebase store. And then I need to get to go with that storage, which the storage I am having here. As you see, we are now accessing that Firebase storage we just now we created. It's a function, but with that variable we can access that function. So you're gonna go with that storage, and from that storage we want to give the link where we want to save our image. So it will be a folder or directory called name the images, and there we are going to save that image name. You can just go with the file name, but I will put the date so we can track the name which date we are providing. And after that I will join the file dot name. So by default it will not be file dot name, file.name. So by default we will get one file here, right, as we are getting the name. So file, I'm gonna put any file. You can just go and find whatever the what you can say, whatever the combination it can be. So now that's the way we want to save the file with that particular name. Now what I'm gonna do, const upload task. And now that upload task, so how it going to be upload? So it will be upload bytes resumable. So you need to also this the very good fine tuning is that Firebase is providing by default the other functionality for which code you are not needing to write it, so you will get by free. Just go and just follow their scenario, and those everything is in the documentation. You just need to go with that, just to go over here, and as you see in the docs, go to docs, and you can go and search by which you can find all the properties, fundamentals, run, build, on build, how you can build. So everything is there. You can go in the Firestore and all the other properties. You can go, you can just explore a bit, okay, then you can find all the answer of what I'm doing here. Okay, that's also a function where I need to provide that storage reference, and after that I need to also provide that file. So by both of that, it's gonna just upload that. So now as I'm creating that function, I need to return a value on that function, otherwise this function it will not work. So it will be a new, I'll return a promise. Okay, on that promise I will just make that as a resolve, and one should be reject. So one, it will work as a resolver, so it will resolve the promise. Another, it will work as a rejectable, so if the promise is not fulfilled, it's gonna reject that entire action. So now let's go here. First let's go and just go with that upload task. That's the one we are going to make it. If upload task is on, means is the stage change, then what is going to happen? If it's change, we are going to just grab the snapshot which has been taken. So a snapshot. On that snapshot, what we are going to do, we are now create the variable to show the progress bar, so how it's progressing. Okay, it depends on you. You can show if you are going to see it, or if you're not, depends on you, but I'm gonna keep that as it is having in the documentation. So I'm gonna just write that progress, and that progress is going to return that snapshot snapshot dot byte transfer, how many byte is transferred, that is snapshot, and then we are going to make that total bytes. So it will divide that how many transfer and how many is available. So like 1 2 3 for the percentage arrow, it's going to show 1 to 100%. So you can view that properties, and to view that we will just multiply with the 100, so it will just give us the exact percentage. And for right now, as we are doing at the beginning, we can also make that as a log upload is, so we can just join that particular tag. So we can go with that progress, and after progress we can also join in our percentage, then done. Okay, that's the similar thing we can do. So after that, as we finish that done properties, we can also go here with one more thing, is that we can go with, if we have the error, okay, then we can also go and provide the error if it's having that. So let's just, if there is the error is here, we will go with that reject functionality. It should be something went wrong, and also we are going to provide the wrong message by which is wrong. So it should be error dot code. If the error is available, it's going to provide the code. So now as you see, our functionality is going to work, but we need to define that how it's going to work. So it should be on that. After everything is finishing, it will be get downloaded URL, and on that download URL it will go with that upload tags, and then also upload tags dot snapshot dot reference, and within that reference, if we're having that reference, then what it's going to do is that get download URL. So if everything okay, it will provide that download URL, and then we are passing dot resolver here one more time, which going to be resolve the action. It's just going to give us that download URL. Okay, so that's a very simple fine-tuning function which you can create here. Okay, get download URL if it's available. Okay, what we did wrong is that, let's just roll back a bit just to see where we missed that thing. Okay, everything till here is fine, right? Everything till here is working, no problem at all. If I redo, okay, if I get Okay. Yeah, previously it's not imported, but now it's looking fine. So now you can also make that as export const upload, but also you can go with here in the bottom layer, you can make export default upload. Okay, both way you can write that. So now we can use that, we can access that upload to any of our functionality, and we are good to go. So now we need to set our storage, and for the storage again I will go in a very good just a similar fashion the way we did. So our setup is ready, our functionality is ready, we are good to go with the Firebase. Now we need to prepare to good to go with our Zustand. So how we can go with the Zustand? Let's just go with that. We'll just go with the export const. We will provide the store in our store properties, and that store properties we are just use the create from Zustand. Okay, it's not providing, it's installed. Okay, just we'll try by ourselves. We need to import that. So okay, need to be in the top layer, import create from Zustand. Yeah, so we need to create the Zustand. Again, what I'm saying you can find the video link in the description, by which is you can understand how you can start with the Zustand, but I'm gonna show you how you can go through it in a quick view way. So now that's the function. So we need to create that function, and after that we will provide the persist. As that persist, it will be responsible to save our properties in real time, in the real estate. So that's the persist we are going to define here. So it will go within the persist, then we will provide the set value, and after set value we are going to pass the functionality of our all the formula which we are going to work. Okay, so right now we are going to pass several value, which will be current user, and that current user by default it should be null. First we'll set current user at null, but before doing that, as you see the persist is giving us one error here. We'll try to resolve that error. So that error can be going, we need to pass an object which we need to provide our storage name. So we will give the name as storage, and then we are okay, you can give the name of storage or super gear storage. And also after passing that we need to, okay, as it's just a new word, okay, you can put that. And storage, we will pass a variable of that custom storage. Okay, storage, but we are not having that one till yet, but we need to create that storage here. And how we can create that? Before on that one on top level, const custom storage, which going to be right now, let's just put an empty variable here. What we can do is here, as you see, is asking some of the things missing following properties, type, persist, storage, unknown, get item. So we will get that get item variable here, and that get item should be taking a name which should be string, and within that string we need to pass the value properties here. And then we'll make that const item which we need to access to the local storage, and dot get item, and after that we will go and get through the name, and we're gonna return that item. If item is available, it will be JSON dot parse should be our item, and if it's no item available, it should be null. So we are now having the two properties, and also one will be set item, and other two, one is the get item we provide, and another two it will be, one is for the set item, one is for the remove item. So with that action, what we are doing, as far as you know, whenever we are using the persist, we are just acting to get our local storage here which we are having in the browser. So if you just don't know about that, if you just click on the inspect, you will be able to see on that application, as you see index tb, you can see the firebase tb. Also for the cookies, you can see the variables of the cookies here, whatever the cookies we are accessing, this type cookies and other properties. So that's what we are accessing whenever we are making the persist, we are handling that one. So now here on that Zustand, we are getting item from here, and also we are setting item there, we are removing item from there. What the store is actually doing there. So now after that current state, we are going to get a several state, which is going to be is loading, cart product, favorite product. As far as you know, we have one variable for the cart, one for our showing the favorite, and another to go with to fix our user. So that's what we are going to create. So now that's the first is the initial setup, which we did right now. And after initial setup, we need to create the other properties. And how we gonna create? First, it will be user info. Okay, so user info, and also it will be a synchronous function. Okay, async. Then it will take the UID. If the UID is provided, it will take with that. So now we can handle that. So if we have that, if we don't have UID, then what it gonna say? It just going to say return, and on that return we're gonna set, if is no UID is provided, it going to set back with that current user should be current. Okay, what's wrong with that? Okay, it is return and set. Okay, that's the first function, that's the functional parameter. Okay, let's just go and try to go with that. So it will just make our current user to go and create with the default format, which is going to be null, and also is loading, which should be false, because by default we are providing is loading as true. So if it's not finding any user, it will be null. So now if it's not finding user, it will do nothing. It will not give us, it will not set the current user, it means no user, no current user. Then we will go with the other properties, const docref, we will get the document reference. So it will, we're going to access the Firebase document, and from here we're going to access the DB from Firebase, and then we're going to search in our users table, and we're going to search with the UID. So whichever UID we are provided. So we are now having that document reference, and after getting document reference, we're gonna get that document snap, document snap. So it will be snap, and it will await till get doc from the Firebase, and it will get the documents from as the document reference we are providing. So it will go and search with the document reference, which is a document, and it will go and search in the database with the name of the users table, and it will go with the search with the UID. So now it will go and match our user, and after means we are having the user right now. So I will just go and write a try catch. So if we are having the catch, we'll just handle that. So for right now, I'm going to go and console that. So it will be get user info error, and we are going to see the error. And also if we don't have, means it will not come here, but even though if it's coming here, we can also set that value as false. So means no user is loading, false. So there is no loading, no user. So now in the try block, we will do our other properties. So we're gonna just write if, again getting a check component here, document snap dot exist. So if document snap is exist, means we have the document, we have the user. Now we can set the user. So it will be current user, current user. Why is not giving me that properties? I believe, okay, first before going there, I'm just gonna go and type the get the typo for that properties. So because that's just giving me the error on here. So what I'm gonna do is that just go and grab my typo here in the top. You can just type it, no problem at all. So I'm gonna just get my product props. I'm gonna just yeah, so that's for my cart product item. As you see, the quantity we're gonna showcase later, and that is for our user type, where the first name, last name, password, email, avatar, and ID, which is all are coming as a string. That's our store type for the user. By default it can be user type or can be null, means it can be having the user or user not be having, it should be null. Is loading as the boolean. Get user info, it should be an array function getting uid as any, and is returning the promise with the variable with the voids. And the card item, which is the card product empty array of the product. Add to card item, which is the product props, is everything is product. Decrease quantity, getting the product id as number. Remove from card, getting the product id as number. Reset card as a function. Favorite product as an array of the card product, means array of the product. Add to favorite, also coming with the product props. Remove card function, reset favorite function. So now what I'm gonna do is to joining that here. So that property, as I am passing that array, so as you see, I need to pass that one, store type. So this will be my main type for here. So it will be store. Okay, what's wrong? Okay, it will be store type. So let's write it, store type. So the second parameter I'm gonna remove. So now as you see, as I type that store type, what's wrong? Type current null, never, product never. Okay, so it's not finding so many other properties which can be start crying. So I'm gonna just comment those properties which is not getting here. Okay, for right now it will serve the purpose. Later on we will add. Okay, so once you're adding one by one, we can go with the functioning. So now as we are having the error, having the user, so we can set the current user. As now I'm getting those things. So it will be docsnap, and then dot data. So whatever we are getting the user data, I gonna just pass that, and the user should be as a user type. Remember the type we have been provided at the top, that will be the user type. So it should be the user type here. Okay, user type. Yeah, that's the user type. First name, last name, password, email, and avatar with the ID. So that will be one. And after passing that variable, so it will be with the user type, and then the is loading should be false, means we are having the user, so our loading should be stopped. Okay, no more loading. So that is just for giving the functionality for our user. And this user, when we're gonna create our other functionality, you can see now we can write another one which going to be add to cart. So pass that add to cart, and that also going to get the product, because the product it's going to be coming up here. First we're gonna test it here right now before creating the user, as it's going to be give us a lot of sense to create that. So this will be getting the product as the props. So in add to cart, we're gonna just pass the products here, then we're gonna return something. So return. So what we're gonna return, we're gonna similarly return a new promise. Okay, so okay, in that promise, which going to be void, and here we will pass that resolve, and on that resolve bar we're gonna just passing those injection which going to be set and state, and state it should be store type state. Now we are going to pass the parameter. So first we're gonna check with existing product. So means whatever the product we are passing there, is it available in the cart or not. So we'll find if any existing product is available. So existing product. So existing product, it should be go and find from that state dot. Okay, now we can remove the other properties. So it can be, yeah, cart product, and then add to cart. Okay, so we can go here. Now it should be go with, okay, state dot cart product, and from the cart product we're gonna find with that then we will just get a p as product. So it will be p dot underscore id is equal to product dot underscore id. So now as you see, this product is coming okay, after passing, oh we made a mistake here. After passing, we need to pass that variable here. Yeah. Okay, so now what we are actually doing here, as you see, we are getting that product props from there as the product. This is the product, so we are just checking with the product if this whatever we are passing with that, with the promise, if we are having this product. So if we are the product we are passing here, that is already existed in the cart product or not. That's what we are checking right now. Okay, so right now yeah. Okay, so const existing product. So now if existing product is available, then what it gonna do, otherwise what it gonna do. So if else. Okay, so now if existing product is there, what do we want to do? So we're gonna return, and in that return we will refer that should be cart product, and then state dot cart product dot map. Again we're gonna map to that product, so means it's already available. Then what we're gonna do, so product dot id is equal to product dot id, and if both is match, then we're gonna do something. If id is not match, if its id is not match, we're gonna just pass the product, the simple product. If id is match, what we're gonna do, we're gonna spread the product. So whatever the product is available, it will be as like that, but we are going to just access the quantity, and that quantity we're gonna pass that product dot quantity. And if the product dot quantity, or if it's not available, then we're gonna keep it as 0. Otherwise we'll just go and make plus with 1. Okay, so if the product quantity is available, it will just go and start working with that, passing the quantity, and rest is that. Okay, so now we did our one proportion. So after that, whenever we are going to, like, if we don't have existing product, then also we are going to return something, and that time we're gonna just return that our product. So it will be cart product, and then with that array we're gonna just get whatever the states we have right now. So state dot cart product, and then we're gonna provide our let's just use say product, and then quantity, which going to be 1. Okay, and if everything fine, we can also now call back to get that resolver. Okay, resolve. So now it will add our product in the cart. So what we can do now, creating one of the functionality by which we can say if we have that product or not. So how we can do that, remember, okay, if we go in our home as base there, if we go back to our add to cart component, so it should be add to cart button. So here we have all other properties. As you see, we are passing the products here also. So here we can see right now, we can check all of the functionality that if it's working or not. If you remember what I told you, our add to cart functionality is dynamic. So now we can test it, is it dynamic or not? So now what we can do, we can access the store, right? So first, whatever we write here, we have the add to cart product, and then we have also cart product. So as we keep here, cart product is empty right now. So now let's go back here, and I'm gonna access our store. And how we can access is that, okay, I will just go below that. Okay, so it will be const, we will get that add to cart from there. So add to cart, and also from that cart product, and we're gonna access that one from our store, and that store is just there in the Lebanon store. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass a log here just to see if we are having that our cart product or not. So let's just say cart product and save, and from here open the inspect, and if we set up right, we should be able to see our properties. Okay, this should have a creep up in the header. Remember, or where we try in the header, let's go back in the header, and as you see here, we didn't provide the key, so key should be item dot id. Okay, Okay, just give it the time to reload because a lot of things happen now. So we have our Firebase, we have also our other properties. So just check one more time if everything is running. Yeah, it's running. Also our backend also running, so should be good to go. Okay, I will cut the inspector. Okay, it's loaded. So now let's just inspect again and see in the console. As you see, remember, you can see the card product. So now we can now see the card product. So what we can do here is to create the functionality. As you see, every card, all of the product properties, we have that add to cart functionality. And if you remember previously, I have been creating a function on that, how we can access that one. If we didn't create it yet, then we can create right now. What it could be is that in that button, let's write one on-click function, which is going to be handle add to cart. So let's just pass that here, const handle add to cart, and with that functionality we can just now go and pass the product to our cart. So it will be simply passing a variable here, and as we are having that product in the top, so as you see, we're getting the product as props. So we have that product right now. So if we just try to see the product is logging or not, so just make that product, I'm gonna just just comment that. So now if we click any product, okay, right now is undefined, means we are not sending the product yet. So now let's see where we are calling that add to cart functionality. So let's go here and see. So it's calling here in the product, we have add to cart here, we are passing that product as product data, then we are passing also add to cart button here, and in the product cart also getting, okay. So now here we need to pass product. It should be whatever the properties here defined. Let's just see how we get the products here. So it's getting item. So here is product is as item. So just keep it from here. Okay, now I think, okay, was wrong, must be assigned. Okay, we're good to go. So now if we click, as you see, we're having that value. So now we can see the product, and previously that one was in the product, it was this value which can see our product. So now we are having the product. So as we are having the product, what we can do is to send that product to our store. Okay, so as you see, we have add to cart, we have cart product. So now we can access the add to cart functionality. And did we just pass the toaster here? Let's just see in that app or in the main. I think no, I think it should be in the layout. Yeah, we already passed the toaster, so we can show whatever the action is happening. So now what I'm going to say is that if I have the product, okay, only then I'm gonna run the action. So if we have the products, only then it will run. Otherwise, I'm gonna write else condition, which is going to give us toast. Import that, and I'm gonna pass an error message, which is going to say is that product is should be product is undefined. So if product is not available, it's going to pass the product is undefined. Oops, I need to pass the variable as the product, otherwise full function going to collapse. So now what I'm gonna say is that add to cart functionality going to be taken action, and the product, it should be passing on that. Then I'm gonna pass one message, should be toast.success, as we are dealing with that. So coming up with the backtick, and here I'm gonna provide that our product, which the product we are provided, and we're gonna get that product.name dot, I'm gonna make it a substring, not providing more than 10 word. Okay, so now added successfully. Okay, so here I'm gonna just go and get my product card. If everything fine, it should be adding the product. So now as you see is empty, and if I click one product, you see it's added. If I click one more, you see 2, 3, 4. click one more, you see just replacing with the quantity. And also one of the fundamental things, if I reload, it will stay as I use the parses. So it's very simple to go with Zustand. Again, roll back to the video where I show how you can set up Zustand in a proper manner, and also the Firebase. You can go and just switch between the videos. You'll find a very good answer. So now there is one thing which I want to do is that once I click on that, remember the similar fashion we will create here. Once we click on that, you see those two activated. So these two parameters we need to work on. So now let's just go and deal with that. So what we're gonna do is that we're gonna just create a functionality to do that. So we will just get an object here. So it should be naming as, you can toggle through top and bottom, depends on you. So now here we're gonna just get existing products and set existing products. So if we have the product or not, we're gonna check it. Okay, so I will just get it below that. Or as I'm calling that, it should be in the top layer, and this class I'm gonna keep at last. Okay, so now we are going to check if we have our if we have the products or not. That's what we are going to check. So how we can check that? We will just create an use effect hook here. Okay, use effect. Also we need to provide the dependency. So to do that, let's just set const available item, and that available item should be from that our cart product which is available here with us. Dot find, we will find with that, and here I'm going to take that action as item, and from there item dot id, underscore id, it should be equal to product dot underscore id. Okay, so that means our product is available. What I did wrong, I think I missed that. No, what's happened? Okay, it should be that id. Yeah, should be that. Okay, so now that product available is here. So now I'm gonna set my available product, so it will be set existing product. So it should be as it's running with that, so it should be available product if it's available. Otherwise it could be also be set as null. So we can now go and get our existing, like the available item, it should be the available product which is created. So now what we can do it here is that let's just go and define the properties. So let's roll back, just roll that button in a while. So what I'm gonna say, if existing product is available, then it gonna just return a div. Okay, if it's not available, then it gonna pass the other properties. So what's wrong? Is anything wrong on that? Okay, because I need to get everything on a an empty basis, otherwise it will not work. So now if I click the product, okay, not here, see, now if I go, these two products is available. If I click, as you see, okay, this should disappear, but it's not disappearing, means something went wrong. It's disappearing, but okay, I need to provide the dependency. that's the problem. So in that existing product, we need to check, if always need to check with that product. So we are providing two parts, so it will always check with the product and the cart product. So whenever it's changing there, it will call that function. Okay, so now if we're going to add it one more, add, you see, that's gone. So now we need to do the other action on here. So what I'm gonna do is that before doing that, let's roll back to our store. I'm gonna also create two more functionality here, which going to be just to provide our, as we did add to cart, we can go with three more properties, which are going to be, okay, after add to cart, I'm gonna publish it here. And also in that layer, I'm gonna remove that three parameter, which is going to be decrease quantity, remove quantity, and reset cards. So now what we are doing here in the decrease quantity, similar way, we are finding our existing product. If the existing product is available, we are just going to minus here, and we cannot minus less than 1. Okay, and if also, yeah, that's the existing decrease quantity. And where is our increased quantity? I think, yeah, okay. So if we are just go and with the decrease, and also, yeah, I think increase quantity, we are just going to add to the cart. I think that will be fine. So we're decreasing that, and remove cart, which going to be accessing the we are just passing that product ID, and then with that ID we are just filtering the product and removing the other that product from that cart. And receipt cart, we are just setting the cart product as an empty array, so that the product, all cart product, it will be removed from the cart. So let's roll back to our button where we'll create other functionality. And here in the button, let's just first make the design here. So it will be class name, and make that as first I'm gonna make flex, and it will be a self center. Okay, then item center, justify center, gap should be 2. Now I'm gonna create the button properties. So it will be one button, which button gonna have a far minus icon, which going to coming from the React icons. So that button, put a class name. Okay, should be class name, and background color, which are going to be provided as BJ. It will be F7 F7 F7. Okay, and also we need to provide that hash, otherwise the color it will not appear. Okay, so after passing that color, we will make text as black text, and then padding should be 2, and we will make that border as 1 pixel, and then what you can say, border gray of 200. And after that, whenever we hover, we want to make that border as sky text, and then rounded should be full, text should be base text, and hover BG should be white. Duration we want to give 200, and cursor should be pointer. So now as you can see, it should be available here. That's the one, but we need to make it like that. Okay, we're gonna come that very soon. Okay, so okay, BG, we provide the border color and other properties, and after far minus we will also going to add one more, which going to say as far plus. Far plus. Okay. What's wrong with that? Did we just misspell on something, or we just streak on the trap? Okay, what's wrong? Add to cart title. I think something went wrong once we did that. Okay, bubble plugin is crash. Unexpected token 57. Here is the title, is title. Okay, is the title is coming from there. Yeah, we're dealing with that. I think I misstepped something maybe. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, should be. Yeah, I think I misspelled something. Okay, I will go with that. So now I will just put a p tag here. So on that p tag, I will just go with existing product dot quantity, means whatever the quantity we are providing here. Let's roll back to here. AI is providing 3. So now what I'm gonna do, just grab that button here, and I'm gonna paste it here one more time just to see. Okay, now we can say with that, I don't know what's happened to be wrong last time. So it will be far plus, a plus icon. Okay, so now we are having the icon, but I think much more aggressiveness with the icon. So we can do one more thing, is that I think we are missing any of that class name properties maybe. So let's just see if we are really missing that or not. Okay. Text, we provide the base text. Okay. Here it looks more functioning, but here it looks more tiled. But what we can do is that instead of gap 2, we can provide the gap of 5. Yeah, that looks better. And also instead of passing that icon, what we can do is that we can provide in a small one. So instead of text base, we can pass that small text. Yeah, small text is good. Okay, looks good. Small text. Yeah. So now once we click on that, we want to activate something, but before that, let's go in the p tag. Okay. As because we no need to provide that, it should be 2 should be fine, because remember, once we are going to increase the quantity, we need to go and align that one. So let's just put a class name here. The text should be base, font should be semi bold. We're gonna give it 10 of width, and text should be center. Yeah, now that's gonna take the action. As you see, yeah, now it's giving the providing the gap. So now what we're gonna do, once we click on that minus button, so on click, it should be handle delete product. So you're gonna pass that function there, and also you're adding here, just going to grab the same functionality which we provided here, add to cart. So we're gonna pass that same functionality to go whenever we are getting add to cart, but we need to write that function as we are providing. So it will be, let's go on top of it, it should be const. Okay, now what is going to do, remember in the delete a product, we are just going to provide an ID. So that's what we are going to do. Not ID, it should be the overall product we are going to pass, but let's just roll over the pages where we can see all the available products. So now if we increase, as you see, it's increasing, but when we decrease, we should be able to see that one also. So now we can just make that in the delete product. As you see, we having the existing product. So if existing product is available, means we are having that product, existing product is available, then we can do something else, we gonna do something. So like, okay, if we have existing products, then let's just make that if, okay, existing product dot quantity is bigger than 1, means we cannot decrease below 1, right? So that's why you'll check that if it's bigger than 1, we will make that decrease quantity, decrease DECREA. Why it's not providing me that auto suggestion, I have no idea. So that's the decrease quantity we are going to use. So let's just roll back here, and what I'm gonna do is that, yeah, we are using that functionality here. Okay, so in the decrease quantity, okay, we're gonna just pass that existing product dot ID. So with that ID, it will gonna check and pass the decrease quantity. So now let's just go and passing one that, so it will be toast dot success. Okay, so what I'm gonna say is to pass a message here with a backtick. So it will say product dot name dot substring the similar way. So it should be product substring 0/10, and then it gonna say decrease successfully. Okay, so now we are having a success message. And now what if we doesn't have any successful product, means it's missing that. So after that if condition, we can also pass one else condition, then it will be toast dot error. So that means we are having a product which doesn't have like more than one value, so you cannot decrease less than 1. That's the message. And now if like we doesn't have that product, means it's a new product, also we can write the functionality, so which can be, actually it will not be appearing, so it will always be there. Just to keep that functionality, we'll see if it's available. Okay, you cannot decrease less than 1. If we go back, okay, now we cannot, so increasing, decreasing, increasing, decreasing. Okay, good. So now as we are showing that product there, so what we need to do, let's roll back to the first. What I'm gonna do is to copy that portion. Okay, where is that? This portion I'm gonna copy here, and I will just roll back to our header, and in header I'm gonna get that value here, so I need to get that, so it will be cart product only. And also I'm gonna import that store. So now I'm gonna write a simple utilities there. Remember, we have our tag here, which is for the cart. So now I'm gonna say if cart product dot length is bigger than 0, then it will provide that cart product dot length, otherwise it should be available with 0. So now let's see. Okay, we have 5 items there. If we increase, if we add more items, you see the 6, more item 7. So now we can see our product is just rolling perfectly there. So now what we need to do is to show the product in the cart as we are having. If we go to the cart, we have nothing yet. So we need to just go and show the product, how that will affect in the cart. So let's just create that. In the cart, we will create that same functionality as you see. And also, by the way, it will be fully responsive for the smaller devices and for the bigger devices also. So that's the same thing we're gonna create in the card. And to align to create that, we need to roll back to our card also. So let's just open our card. And that card is here in that pages on the card. So now what we are going to do is to get our card, available card here. And how we can get that, as you see, the same thing which we have been copied there on that header, we will use that same formalities here. So now cart product should be available in our product cart. So now first thing first, instead of the div, I'm gonna make it as container. Okay, so in the container we can roll back and take the action. So now what I'm gonna do, write a first instant properties by which we can define if we're gonna have the product card or not. So now if we have that card product dot length is bigger than 0, means we are going to have the product, then we're gonna pass an empty string. Then I'm gonna pass one h1 tag here. It's going to say us to just to see what it's going to make the a real message, which it will be shopping cart. And like if we doesn't have that, right, so means we have nothing here. So we can also show us some messages here. So it will be seeing that like let's just write also an h1 tag, which is going to make no difference of that. It will be also shopping cart. And after passing that h1 tag, I'm going to take a p tag, which will be your cart is empty. And then I'm going to pass a lorem of 30 text, just a message which you want to prefer to put. And after that p tag, I'm going to write a button which it will say go to shopping. Okay, we're gonna make that one independent later on, or instead of button I can just provide a link here by which we can just to roll that to our product. So right now we're gonna see that shopping cart as we are having that particular product. So now let's just style a bit here. So it will be class name. I'm gonna provide a text of 3 axle. And then font, it should be bold font. And also I'm gonna make it tracking should be tight to stick together from side by side. And then I'm gonna make text should be gray of 900. And also SM text should be 4 axle when it's going to like the first it will be 3 axle. Whenever it's going to hitting the another screen, it should be 4 axle. Also the same functionality, I'm gonna keep that because it will be the similar of that. So now as we are having the card, what we are going to do, as you see, it will be 2 sections. One is the left, another is the right. So now after that, I'm gonna take a div and I'm gonna get a section of 2. So now in that 2 section, one will be left, one will be right, one where I'm gonna show our product. So it's going to be that I'm gonna get a div, and on that div I'm gonna make that cart product and cart product dot map, which going to passing the item, and on that particular item we're gonna return another parameter which going to be cart product. So it will be like something like cart product. So now let's create that one. So we need to create it here in that our UI. It should be .tsx. So now here we are going to define our all the available cart things and other properties. So now let's go back here and import that. And also we're gonna provide the product as the item, it would be as product, and also you're gonna give the key should be, let's just pass that as we said. We can actually meaning of that as product, depends, you can just go with that also, no worries. So it will be product dot id. So now means what we're gonna see, you see we are having cart, so that's good. So now what I'm gonna do, first create that order properties, or we can go one by one with that section. Okay, we'll create the cart product first. We're gonna now roll back to create other functionalities. So let's roll back to our cart product. So there, here we're gonna just define how we can take the action. So here first we're gonna take the product, the properties as the props. You can make log if you are having any doubt on that. So product, it should be the product props, means it will just render a single properties of there. So now on the div, let's just go and put a class name on that. So the class name should be flex, padding y should be 6, and sm padding y should be 10. So here you will see the 10 of padding, that's what is giving here also. Now what I'm gonna do, first thing first, I'm gonna generate as one link here, link, and also need to import that link from React Router DOM. And on that link I'm gonna define one image property. So it will be image, and that source it will be product dot image. And as you know, we are having multiple images, so I'm gonna get the first images here. So it will be product image, and in the link we're gonna pass the value of that. So the link I'm gonna just route through of that, it will be just going to product, and then it will hit through with that product of particular id, so underscore id. Okay, so now we should be able to see it's very big images. So what I'm gonna do is that to put a class name, we're gonna give a height of 24 and width of 24. I'm gonna just minimize it so you can see it side by side what's happening, or yeah, let's just keep bigger. Okay, no worries. So width will be 24, as you see it will be aligned with that. And now rounded should be MD, object should be cover, and SM height I'm gonna give a 48. So if it's a smaller skin, more than a smaller, should be width also 48. And then I'm gonna pass a border, and now here I'm gonna make with the other properties, which going to be border as sky text. Border should be, let's say, sky text, and of that opacity of 30, and hover border should be overall sky text, and I'm gonna put a duration of 300. So now as you see, once I hover on it, okay, that's the, I think the similar fashion which also we did. If we click, as you see, it's getting on that particular properties. So let's roll back, go back here, click, you see you can come back here. Okay, now after that, as we finish it here, after that particular link, I'm gonna take another div properties, and with the div I'm gonna take one more and one more. So now here I'm gonna take on h3 tag, where I'm gonna give this the product name, so it should be product.name, and I'm gonna make that name as substring. Oops, it will be substring, and it will provide with 0 to 80, the maximum 80 tag. As you see, the maximum 80 is providing. Okay, so that's the particular one tag, and after that I'm going to provide a p tag. Okay, and on that p tag I'm going to just pass the brand, and then I'm going to provide a span tag, and here I'm going to provide that product dot brand. So here I'm gonna showcase the brand name of the product, as you see. So first thing first, let's go in the top layer, put a style here, class name margin left should be 4, just to keep space from the image, and then I'm gonna make it a flex. Oops, it will be flex, and flex should be in column. And after flex column, I'm gonna make a justify between, so squash everything all together, and margin left should be 6. Whenever it is in the more than a smaller screen, should be 6. Okay, and also this proportion, putting a class name, I'm gonna make it as relative, and padding right I'm gonna put it 9, and sm I'm gonna make it as grid, and sm grid calls should be 4, and sm I'm gonna give a gap of x-axis should be, let's just put 6, and whenever sm padding r should be 0, so no more padding from the right. Okay, it looks not so good, but we're gonna let that work. Relative padding r, because yeah, we're gonna make something as absolute, so don't worry, it's gonna fix on that. Let's just put a div here. On the div it should be flex, put a class name flex. Again, it should be also a flex column, and I'm gonna give a gap of 1. Now I'm gonna provide a call span of 3, so my text should be get more space, and remember that one it will take only similar one span. So that's what we are creating. And I believe one more properties which we missed in the card is providing that I think a div which going to have that link, that circulation. So let's go in the card, and after that shopping cart I will just passing that div, as we have been created that div in several time. Okay, well, oh, I got the wrong div. Okay, so okay, I believe it should be something. Okay, it should not be that shopping cart. Then what we are providing, shopping cart, so that's the message. Okay, okay, let's just go with that. I think that could be, yeah, I think we can use it as a divider. So let's just scroll back here. So where we are getting the product, you see in that section, okay, that's the section we get. Before the section, let's just put a class name. So it should be, let's just make I think it should not be here, that div after the section. Okay, put a class name. It should be divide y, and also divide y should be gray of 200. Let's just put 500 right now just to see what we are doing. And I'm gonna make a border bottom, so it will be border bottom, border, and also it going to be providing that not border bottom, I should provide that. Okay, border b, border also in the top, and border gray off. Just let's put off. Okay, let's see how it's going to act it. You see, okay, that's the one. Okay, looks not kind of cool, but we will make it cool. So what I'm gonna put is that provide a divider of 200, and also the other properties as 200. Okay, let's cool. And here in that below on that section, let's put some of the things which going to say is that class name, which going to be empty of 10, margin top, Okay, cool. And then I'm gonna make LG, it should be grid, and LG grid call should be 12, and then LG item should be start, and LG gap x should be 12, and then Excel gap x should be 16. Okay, so now that particular section and that section both can be aligned with that. As you see, it's squash all together. Don't worry, we're gonna fix that things. So now what we need to do in our this particular section, put a class name. So whenever LG, the call span should be 7, so it will hit on that top layer. As you see, is hitting that. So the similar fashionable things is doing right now. Okay, that's cool. So right now we have, okay, 12, we have the 7 call span. And what I'm gonna do in that section also, put a class name, margin top should be 16, and I'm gonna provide that rounded should be LG, and BG should be gray of 50. Okay, BJ gray of 50, and after that padding axis should be 4, padding Y should be 6, and SM should be padding 6, padding should be 6, and LG call span should be 5, and LG empty should be 0, LG padding should be 8. So now in this section we can put an h2 tag which going to say as order summary. Okay, on that order summary, if we save, you should be able to see in the right side. You see, that's the order summary which we are creating. So let's just make it bigger just to see it side by side. Text should be LG, font should be medium, and text gray of 900. Okay, so now that's the order summary. It should be appearing right now. So let's just go and make the functioning the cart product. Later on we're gonna also roll back here to see the other properties. Okay, so here we make flex call and a small. We're gonna make that margin left of 6. I think all properties are cool. We are good to go. Okay, as we make the grid properties, and then call span 4, okay, and call span 3. Okay, let's go. So now in that class name, okay, text should be base, and font should be semi bold. It will take the full of the weight. Okay, so now you see it's coming here, and on the brand also put a class name. Text should be access, extra small text. And for that span tag, put a class name. Font should be medium. Okay, cool. And after that properties also, I'm gonna copy that one. I'm gonna define another one which going to give us me the category. Okay, the category is here, and after providing the category, there I'm gonna pass the prices. So let's put a p tag, should be formatted price which we already created, and that price we're gonna provide that amount. That amount should be product dot discounted price into product dot, oops, it should be product dot quantity. Okay, let's see. As you see, the price is available. So now here what I'm gonna do, pass a class name should be okay, also we can pass the add to cart button. So add to cart button, by which we can increase the quantity also. So here I'm gonna pass that product, which going to pass that a similar product which we have, product. Okay, so let's hit save. You see, okay, that's coming here. If we increase, it will do the same. Now see, you just write one function working all together. So now we can make these things much bigger. We will do it, but right now, okay, what is happening is that when we are passing on that SM, let me just see the image a bit, what we did here. SM height 48, width 48. We are passing the border and the other properties. But why the image getting crampy? That's my question. Okay, I think I'm missing some of the properties here, probably. Okay. Okay, that should be, I need to provide the flex 1 properties. Yeah, that's just single properties is making all this gig. So now as we are having there in that p tag, let's just make a style here. So the text should be base and font should be semi-bold, just for that. Okay, cool. So now in that div, let's just go make some class name on there. That should be on that flex item center, and gap should be 6 and margin top should be 2. Okay, margin top, it's not getting well, so let's just see how it's going to be looking. Okay, price and that. So flex, it's not. Oh, okay, that's one more properties which we did wrong. It's rendering on the p tag. Okay, now cool. So after that div, we're gonna also define one more properties here, which are going to be, we're gonna pass it later on. But now after finishing, as you see, that div essentially is getting within another div. So now what I'm gonna do, getting one more div and then passing one more div here, I'm gonna get a button tag here, and with that button I'm gonna pass in is like IO close icon. Okay, that's the icon which we are getting right now. Okay, the gap should be a little bit. Okay, we will find the solution on it, don't worry about that. Now put a class name. Margin top should be 4, just to provide it 4, and SM empty should be 0, and also SM padding R should be 9. As you see, it's, yeah, it looks okay, it will be fine. And now put a class name. I'm gonna make it as absolute, and then I'm gonna make it right as 0. From the top it should be 0. You see, passing it. Now let's go and hit that button. So whenever I'm gonna click on that, I'm gonna make that handle remove product. Okay, and that also for this one, put a class name. Height should be 5, or we can just put that as text should be Excel. And this button, let's put some class name here. Class name should be -m should be 2. Okay, inline flex, padding should be 2, text should be gray of 600, and hover text should be red of 600. Should be 600, and need to pass that one. So now this one we need to define here. Let's go in the top here. We can pass that properties. So what we can do is that to say const here. Okay, so we will pass one parameter here, should be saying that const remove, and I believe it will be removed from cart, and we can access it from the store. Okay, so on that properties we will just make a simple functionality here, which we did already previously. So if the product is available, what we are going to do is that passing a toast and providing that product ID. As you may remember, in the store where we are just remove from cart, we are adding that product ID. We're taking the product ID as a props, and there from the cart product we are just filtering the cart product from there with the ID. So what it will do, it will just do the similar fashion, do the same thing. It will just remove the product from cart and passing those variables. So now let's go back here, click. As you see, it just deleted, click, deleted. As you may remember, it's watch here available, so that's watch. If we click, it's gone. But and also if we just go back and see that particular watch which we have been deleted, I believe that's the one, maybe, or whatever is that, see, not available. If we click, okay, cool, You see, now you can see all the products through. Okay, so after finishing that particular line means we have the link and we have this parameter. So now we will get another div to pass the other properties. So in that div, let's just go with that passing a p tag. So we will pass that if product dot is stock, means stock is available, only then we're gonna pass that. Okay, what you can say, if what we are going to do is to create this portion in stock. So if stock is available, only then we're gonna just render that. So I believe instead of writing it here, I'm gonna just cut that, make it that, and here I'm gonna write it and then getting the p tag. So it should be the p tag providing here, and it gonna return that for check icon and for cross icon. That's okay. So it will say us that let's say, okay, first we're gonna define that our check icon, it will be available here, and then we're gonna just define this, put this span tag, which going to say us that okay, let's just see what's the message we are passing. In stock, all in stock. Yeah, okay. Let's see, it's going to say we're gonna pass a message on that, which is should be saying in stock ships in 3 to 4 weeks. Let's see if it's working, serving the purpose or not. Yeah, it's working, but I believe it's just digging. We need to roll back that one with one more of that properties up. Let's see, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. So now what we need to do is to make that one as that p tag, put a class name, margin top should be 4, and I'm gonna make it a flex, and space x should be 2, and also text should be sm, and text should be gray up 700. And for that for check icon, put a class name, text should be lg, and text should be green of 500, not 50, should be 500. Okay, cool. So now what's wrong is that we're not needing that margin top. I think also we need to go one more times up maybe. Let's just see what's happening. Okay, let me just go and figure it out. Okay, in stock. Okay, we'll just provide to show the in stock properties. That's it. I think that will be the fundamental error. Yeah, should be no need to gather those texts. Sure. So we're gonna just pass that the properties of in stock, because now we are not getting the orders, so we will not go and define that. So if its stock is available, so it means that one stock is not available, right? Yeah, let's remove that. Let's see. Okay, so now let's just go here, and also should be a while here. Okay, let's just see what else we can do. Okay, also that, okay, that will be one, and then we're gonna just pass another p tag. So that p tag going to refer this that you are saving, and then we're gonna pass a span tag, and here it will be should be that formatted price, and that price going to be amount. It should be product dot regular price minus product dot discounted price. Okay, you should saving So we're gonna say the price, and then you're gonna say upon purchase. So that much amount you are going to save from here. So now we can roll back here and pass some class name on that. Put a class name. Text should be small text, and then we will just make that, just say, okay, we are not going to define that one. Okay, just copy that. Okay, we'll go on that span tag, put a class name. Text should be small, font should be semi bold, text should be green, 500. Okay, that's cool. Okay, now we are dealing on that, so let's go click remove. Okay, as you see, if we remove everything, we are just coming on that particular layer where we are just showing our that property. So let's just design it before we are going back to there. So let's roll back here on the top and put a class name. bj should be white, height should be 96, flex should be in column proportion, gap should be 2, item should be center, justify should be center, padding y should be 5, and then rounded should be lg, and also I'm gonna pass a border, and border should be gray of 200, and then drop shadow should be 2xl. That should be white. See, that's the one is created. Now after that, that p tag, we're gonna define that also. Class name text should be lg, and then max width should be, I'm gonna define a max width of 600 pixel, and then text should be center align, and text should be gray of 600, and also I'm gonna provide a tracking which is going to be wide and small. Okay, and I'm gonna also provide leading of 6. Okay, cool. And for go to shopping, this link parameter, gonna put a class name. bj should be gray of 800, and then text should be gray of 200, and then padding x should be 8, padding y should be 4. Let's see what we're getting. Okay, cool, not so bad. And hover, okay, let's put a rounded of md. Hover bj should be black, hover text should be white. Duration, I'm gonna provide a 200 of duration. I'm gonna make it uppercase, text should be small, font should be semi bold, and then tracking should be white. Okay, now you see we can go back to the shopping, it will give us here. So now let's add more product. We will define the price parameter. As you see in the right label, we need to provide the order summary, the same thing which we are having here. So now let's roll back to create that order summary. So in the order summary, how we can do that? So where we are here, go to shopping, that's the order summary which we have been created. Now after order summary, we will try to, okay, I'm gonna make it ill, or yeah, actually we can go with just with a data layer or table layer. It's a both formulation you can follow. So here I'm gonna just get a div, and here I'm gonna get the data, and on the data, so in the data first layer I'm gonna provide that as subtotal, so it will be subtotal. And also after that data table, I'm gonna pass a data mode, so it will be formatted price. So it will be formatted price, and here I'm gonna pass the amount, so should be now I'm gonna get the total amount first, then I'm gonna go with that. So how we can define that? So first thing first, let's go here, because see, we need to get overall the prices here, all the regular price, all the discounted price, then we can give and get the value from there. So to do that, let's roll back in the top. We will just get one value parameter here. So in the store product also, I think, yeah, that should be enough. So now what we're gonna do is that const total amount, set total amount, which going to be, we're gonna pass that UseStat, and here we're gonna pass an object, so it should be regular, which you're going to pass as 0, and discounted also will be as 0 properties. I believe, did we import that? Already imported, was missing. Okay, yeah, the amount which we are just passing it here, I'm gonna just keep it right now. First I'm gonna define that amount parameter. So now we need to set, so let's just make that const shipping amount should be 25, const text amount should be 15, and now I'm gonna get an use effect hook. So here I'm gonna go and find all the like prices which going to be dependent or not. I'm gonna grab it here. So here let's just make totals. Okay, so whatever the totals should be here, I'm gonna make that cart product as that will be the all product. I'm gonna go and write a reduce function here, so sum, and then I'm gonna get the product. So both things I can inject from there. Now what I want sum dot regular, so that is that getting or not? Okay, is that need to get the properties. Okay, just okay, it should be regular, so sum dot regular should be adding on that product dot regular price into product dot quantity, so that will be the regular prices. So let me check one. Okay, regular undefined. So what I need to do is that to divide that regular price. Okay, so we are just getting the total, so cart product dot reduce, and we're getting the sum and also the product. In the variable we are getting sum dot regular. Okay, just let me go through it. One, it will be sum dot regular. One, it will be, here we are declaring the sum, but we can't access it. Why? Okay, we just make the sum dot discounted. Also I'm going to define that, which going to be product dot discounted price into product dot quantity, and from there I'm going to just return the sum. So now we are passing the sum as the returnable variable. So now we should be able to get and see that sum amount. So I'm gonna just make that set total amount as the totals which we are just passing that function here. So that function it's going to define as total. What is saying does not exist on the type of cart product. Okay, so that's what we are messing around. So we have one, let's just go on the cart product. So where is the cart product? So that's the cart product which we are getting from the store. So okay, to resolve that we also need to define that how it can be worked. So I think it will be regular should be 0, and also discounted should be 0 on that particulars. Okay, and also that one it will always call whenever the cart product, it should be just changing, it will call on that error. So now we will be able to access that our total amount. So now let's roll back to which we are created before. So let's just uncomment that properties, and on the amount we can now define the regular amount and also can define the other properties. So should be total amount dot regular. Okay, now see if it's working or not. Okay, regular price is available. So in that del put empty of 6, and space y should be 4. Cool. And now in the div, put a class name. I'm gonna make a flex, should be class name, should be flex, item should be center, justify between, so pushing all together. And for that data, I'm gonna put a class name, text should be small, and text should be gray of 600. Similarly on that dd, that class name, text should be small and font should be medium, and text should be gray of 900. Okay, so that's the similar parameter which we are trying to create. So now after passing that, what's the value we have here? Subtotal, shipping estimate, text estimate. So this all together are the same. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna wrap those entire DL amount here. So as you see, data layer, I'm gonna put it here. So what I'm dealing here, as you just get and define that here. Okay, need to also import that. Okay, so now what is happening here in the DL layer, which you have been seen right now, I'm providing that regular price, then I'm providing the shipping estimated price, which is going to be the price of that shipping amount, and then I'm passing the text estimate amount, which is going to be just coming with the text amount, and then passing the total amount, which is going to be a is coming from the regular minus discounted amount, so that will be total amount, then the order total, which is going to be that total amount, total discount amount plus shipping plus text amount. So that's what we just created here, nothing fancy. Design is the similar layer, so no need to be worried about that. So that's the properties. Now after dealing on that, after that DL layer, we need to get one button, which going to be checkout button, checkout btn. Now why we create a separate button? Because remember, we're gonna check a lot of functionality here and also the checkout functionality. So it's better to have a separate checkout button, which can be really helpful. So it will be checkout button.tsx RAFCE, where we can define our checkout button. Where we are writing it, we need to just import it from there. And in the checkout button, we're gonna pass the products, which going to be getting us the cart product. So we're gonna get entire cart product, and also we're gonna get total amount from here. So which should be total amount, and that amount should be total amount, or actually right now we're not going to pass that amount. Let's just keep it like that. So that's a btn. So let's go here, and we are going to get the properties here. So what we will do, we will get that products, and in the products we are need to going to get the properties, which should be products. It will be product props as an array of products props. So now we will define several parameters here, but before defining, we'll just go and simply create a checkout btn. Okay, but first thing first, we need to get also the current user from the store. So we will just go and grab that user. Means if we're having the user, it's gonna just return that user. As you see, we can get current user from the store. So now we'll write a condition here. So what it will be here is that if we are having the current user, it's gonna just return one button, which is going to say checkout. And also it's, if like no user is available, it will go to say login. Just provide that button and also say login. So right now it will say login, as we are not having the user. Let's put a class name margin top of 6, and in that button layer, let's just go and grab some, and that button, the type should be as name of submit, and put a class name which going to be width. It will be full width, and routed should be MD, and I'm gonna put a border, and border should be transparent, and BJ should be gray of 800. Actually what I'm gonna do is to get all of the class name. It doesn't fancy here, just providing the class name to grab the design, and that one it will not be provided here. As far as you know, the other property should be go here, that will go here. So now you can see, but it's flexible to provide that checkout functionality, that it will click the checkout, but you see, and we can now provide an alert here padding. So need to sign in to make checkout. Okay, so that text it will only appear once we have the user, only then we gonna get that. So now if we have the current user and we want to, so if we don't have the current user, we want to see that message. Okay, now we can just make a bit of a styling here. Put a class name, empty should be 2 and text should be small, font should be medium, and text should be red of, let's just put 500. Okay, and also text should be center. Okay, so now we can just put with that. So we need to go and create the checkout functionality to go with that. So with that, you see that we can just wrap through it. So now we can go and create the checkout functionality. So now we have two more things is pending. One is to create our user account, then create our favorite account, and after that we need to just go and wrap through our checkout. And while we're checking out, we need to also save the data in our Firestore to access all other properties. So I believe we can do it in our next build. So what I'm gonna do right now is to pass that data and store properties to my to that GitHub. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just remove those key, and I'm gonna remove that app also, so don't try to use that. So now all those credentials, it will just go from here. Okay, so you just need to provide your credential here, nothing fancy, then it's just going to work with the similar fashion. So with that, as I remove that one, close everything, let's roll back here. As you can see, all the changes is now in the client layer, and the admin layer there is no changes. So in here, let's roll back in the git bash, let's clear everything. I'm gonna just make that git add dot to add each and everything, and after git add, I'm gonna make git commit third part done. Oh, sorry, mistake, but it's okay. Git push. So now the code it will be available in the GitHub. So if you go in the GitHub and click on that particular repo, it will be available the code for you. So let's just, yeah, if you just roll back on that part 3, you see the code it will be seeing here as the one third part done is available. So you can just go and get it from here. So with that, you can just fulfill that one. Maybe we will get one more video, maybe one more, or maybe maximum 2. Then we're gonna wrap up this project, and also you're gonna deploy it Vercel. So wish you all the best to come here till that portion which we did today. And after doing that, only that I think 3 or 4 part is balanced, we're gonna do it in our last video. And still, if this video is helping you to learn something new, please do subscribe and like the video so that it can be reached in more users. And wish you all the best, and I will see you in next video. Hello everyone, welcome to the channel, as we are going to create this amazing e-commerce website. And today it will be number 4th part of this series of video. As you remember, in our first, second and third video, we almost cover up with so many functionalities, with the home page, with the cart page, and also with our storage management. As you remember, we initialize our Firebase authentication and Firestore database and storage, as well as also we created this Firebase config file so that you can just put the credential and start beginning the build. We also demonstrate how you can create your store using Zustand, and all the code are also available in our repository over here. If you just click on the link provided in the description. You'll land here in that main repository with the main branch. If you just click here, the main contains the part 1 video, then the part 2, 3, and today's part it will be 4. So if you click here, it will be just containing the 4th part of the video which we are going to build today. And as you remember, if you want to go through it for the part 1, 2, 3, feel free to go. And if you are having any issue, any inquiries, you can let me know in the comments below. And all the others video, as you see the last 3 videos, it will be available here. So you can see that first part 3, 2, 1, and there is a playlist with the video for particularly this super gear e-commerce. That's the one which, if you just click here, you will find all available videos, and after uploading all, it will be just locked and you can just get available all videos here. So today what are we going to do that? Today, first thing first, from here I will just, you need to create that one. How to create, I already described in the part 3, so feel free to go there and learn whatever necessary. So from the project settings, I just need to grab the credential which I'm gonna get, and after getting the credential, you just need to provide it in your .env file. So as you see, I'm running my project already here from localhost, but if I refresh, it will not open because the credential is missing. So if you clone it and if it's not working, don't freak out. You see the Firebase auth, I need to provide the API key. That's what's actually complaining. So what you need to do is a simple task you need to follow is that you just need to go to, as you see, we have pages, UI, and then where is our .env? Okay, we're gonna we can search that. Okay, we are in the client, and let's say, oh sorry, not .env, as we are maintaining the Firebase file directly. So you need to just put your Firebase app credentials. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna provide the credentials and I'm gonna close that file. Okay, I already provided. Let's see and refresh that one. And as you see, our application is running and functioning properly. So we have been done those processes. So today what we are going to do, there is a balance properties is that creating the fabric screen, and after that we will go to create our login authentication, which is going to be sign in, means the registration, login, and the profile screen. And all we're gonna do using that Firebase database, and we will gonna go with that Firestore and also the storage properties. So let's dig in to build this project. And again, if you are just cloning that application, after just you need to copy that, and then you need to switch for the part 3 till for part 3 to get everything. And if you are the latest, like later on the video, you need to copy, just need to change the branch for the part 4. So don't mess it around. If you having any confusion, let me know in the comments below. And if this video is helping you to learn something new, just like the video and subscribe the channel. Your subscription can really boost my confidence and morale. So to build that, I'm gonna close this all. And again, just a remembrance for you, there is lots of videos regarding the portfolio, e-commerce website, or many others properties and so on. You can go and find your latest video and you can learn from here. It can be a really good help for your learning methods. So I'm gonna close it, and also this repo not require, let me keep that, and this one. Okay, so now let's go in our favorite. Now to start with the favorite, I'll just go and open my favorite.tsx file. As you remember, all the pages are configured from the main file, so all routed is configured from here, and we created all the pages beforehand when we started, as we know which what kind of pages it could be. There is one more properties which we need to demonstrate. Yeah, our favorite page is already working. Sorry, that 404 are not found pages working. So to deal with that favorite, what I'm gonna do, instead of the div, I'm gonna write that with a container. Okay, container. And to compile with the favorite, there is one more properties which we need to initialize. As you remember, we need to go and activate that favorite product, add favorite, and remove favorite, reset favorite. That three functionality will work together to give us that all configuration, that how we can provide that data sequence. Okay, so now that's the three properties which going to come align with that. One is for the add to favorite, one is the remove favorite, one is the reset favorite. I'm going to explain one because it's the same functionality which we provided when we created our add to cart and other functionalities. So I'm going to just close, I'm going to just comment 2, and then I'm going to start this one. Okay, so now from here I just need to write that, so as you see, as favorite, and I'm gonna define, because what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass my product here which having the type for the product props. Then I'm just gonna write down my function. And still till now, if you're having any doubts how Zustand work, I'm gonna link also one video in that description, so that you can follow that link and then having a better idea how you can simply acquire Zustand in your applications. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go with to return a new promise. So new promise, and that promise will be void. Okay, so I'm gonna just solve with that, making a resolver. So it will be just resolve. And what I'm going to resolve, let's see, I'm gonna put set, and should be state, and in this state, the state should be the store type. If you are having any doubts regarding the types, let's go in the type, and store types what we have, as you see, yeah, it's other types. What is our store types? I think, oh sorry, it's a line here. If we go in the top, then you can find store type. The type is defined here is that, so user type, store type, this is the store type. That's we uncommented previously. So store type, it will get the favorite product as the cart product. So that's the configuration here. So it will be the similar product method, because all products is just going to coming in the same proportion. So I just keep it same as it should be. So now I'm gonna just get one functionality which going to refer that is favorites. So what it means if it's already marked through. And why I'm doing that, as you remember, if you just go any particular pages, if you click, you see is fitness M3 added successfully. If you remove, click again, it's removed, you see. So that's toggling we need to create. So that's why we are just making that separation. So is favorite, it means state dot favorite product, and from here I'm gonna make a filter not favorite product dot filter, and in that filter I'm gonna pass just the item, and from here it should be item dot id equal to product dot id. Okay, so now what I'm doing is right now, my ID should be underscore as we provided before. So now is favorite item means it can be go through with that whatever the product I am providing, it's going to be filtered alongside, means it can remove favorite, it can add favorite. So it's gonna check is already added or not. So it will just go and make that functionality to create as a filter properties. So now I'm gonna return from here. Okay, return, and what I'm going to return, it should be favorite product, and then is favorite. Now if is favorite is available, there will be one scenario. If it's not available, there will be different scenario. So is favorite is available, then it should be state dot favorite product dot filter. Now as you see, we are making filter whenever our favorite product is available. If it's not available, then okay. If it's available, we are just gonna push that within our favorite. Like we are going to maintain the array. So whenever we are selecting any of the favorite, it's gonna inject on that array. If it's already there, it will filter through. If it's not there, it will add it through. So that's toggling which that's the toggling we are creating right now. Okay, so filter, and from that filter we will pass the similar properties which we defined in the top. So it will be item item.id, and it should be equal, not equal with that. Let's see, we are passing the product.id. So means it can make and filter through. And now if it's not available, means is product is not always, is not selected for favorite, then what it gonna do, it gonna add that proportion. So I'm gonna spread that a favorite state.favorite product, whatever the product is already available, then I'm gonna just align that the product we are providing. So it should be the, okay, it should align with the product, I believe. Yeah. So now we are having the product, and as we finish all things, we need to resolve. I need to call that resolver. Okay, resolve, done. So now we can use our favorite. So how it can be applicable to our data? So to align with the favorite, remember we already defined with a configuration. So let's go, we're gonna go and tag that. You may remember the functionality we need to provide in the product card, and in the product card you can see one is that product card side nav. That's the place where we need to create the functionality, as whenever we are hovering any of the product. Let's go in that super gear on the home page. Whenever we are hovering, the product is coming here. So that's the portion which we need to start working on. We need to align it here. So to do work with that, let's just open our file here, and now here we are going to write a simple functionality and what it could be. So that's the span tag is available. So now that will be for the star. So let's go and create that. It will be, let's just make on click, and I'm gonna make that handle favorite. And we need to define that function at the top. And sometimes if you have auto save star like running, that can be really a catastrophic. So once you click, it can be really make a problem. Try to not to do it auto save, just format once you are saving it, so that it will not break your application. Because now if I save, you'll see it's already broken, because we need to define the functionality here. That's why remove the auto save, just click it once you are saving, then that will be fine. So define, and it will be handle favorite. Okay, now we are passing the handle favorite item, but remember we are not getting any product here. It will not work because we don't have any product. How we can send the product? So from here in the product card, we can pass the product, as we are having that product here which is available. So now from here we are just going to get that, is it coming as a product? No, we passed it as an item. So I'm gonna just get the name as a product as item, and also I'm gonna define that properties. So it should be, I'm gonna get that product, and that product, it will be product if it's product available. Then the typo, it should be product props. Okay, it are gone. So now I can get my product and start working here. And remember, in the card we did the same functionality which we are going to align here. So I'm just gonna grab those properties here. One, it will be just defining my store, and there we need to get the two things. One should be the favorite product, one should be the add favorite functionality, and also I'm going to define two store properties which is going to coming up as an existing product and set existing product. So if I roll back here, what is saying favorite product card are unused. Okay, that's not a big deal. Okay, so now I'm having my all the properties. So now I need to get if this product is existed or not. Remember, it's existing product, set existing product. Why I'm doing that? That will be reliable to show that icon is product is available in the card or not. See, if there is two, if I go there, it's available. But now if I just go and remove that product from here, see, it's one. And also you can remove it from here. That's just depend on you. So now let's go and create that functionality. So And to define that, we need to first provide an use effect. If you remember how we did the card, that's the same functionality we are going to follow through here. And it will be, now let's see in the card what we did, so that we can just grab dot format. So in the card, did we define that? No, we didn't define that one. So we need to create it for absolutely for that one. So it will be available item, and that item, it will come from that favorite item. If favorite, okay, this might is get the, yeah, should be the item is here, favorite item dot find. Now we are going to find if this item is available, and we take the variable as item, and as you may can see, remembering that one, we will go through with the id. So item dot id should be equal to the product we are passing as props id. Now we will be able to get our favorite id, and also we need to go and grab those to make it empty. Now how you can set the status on that? First of all, let's just log if that item is available or we are getting any of the available item. So it should be available item. Okay, console. What is saying? Code the following, either render handle fab. Oh, okay, it's our previous attempt to make that. So now when we're gonna see that, actually without keeping it here, we're gonna make it here once we click the button. So let's see if no, it will not be possible because we need to go out of this scope. So we can set the favorite product, set the existing product, set existing product. So now we can get that one with that properties. I think it should be the same name. Yeah. And now we can get that existing product here. Okay, let's hit the save. As you see, it's undefined. Of course it should be undefined, and also if we click undefined means it doesn't have, it cannot find the product is available or not, but we will just define on that it can be available or also it can be null, just to pass from the error. So now how we can add the product, and this favorite data is also going to be affect whenever we are going to change our product data, as we are going to be changing on the person, like it will toggle through in every single instances for particular product, and also whenever we are going to change in our favorite item. I think, yeah, whenever we're gonna change with that favorite product. So now what we're gonna do, we will just create that our store functionality to let it work with that, and we're gonna say if we have the product, means if this product is available, because sometimes maybe the product, it can be some error or other, so be fails, like keep it safe without trying catch. We can just check if the product, as you see, our main typo here is the product. So if we don't have product, there is nothing to be added in the favorite, nothing to be removed from the favorite. So we need to have the product first. So that's why we are just keeping that check. So if product is available, we'll run that add to favorite functionality, which we set in that our store. Then we will pass the product, entire product we will pass. Remember, if we just roll back to our store, what we written there, we will get the product as prop. So of course we need to set the product there. You can also pass the id to keep it that, but remember we need to give the data there. Either you can keep the id, then whenever you're gonna run through that favorite screen, you can get all the favorite product related to those ids. Otherwise you can set entire product to your store. Now what will be the available, what will be the catch with that? Whenever you are passing as the product all properties, it's already saving in your local storage. As you remember, even you refresh, our store will not remove. See, cart is available here. So that's what we did, because in the store it's already persist, is already used, so that it will not just go away. So now what can be catchy, whenever you are running through that cart, you don't need to fetch the product, it's already available. But if you are calling that real-time server, like you want to see, like you have the web application, you have the mobile app, then you need to align with like getting everything from the server so that it can always sync with the server, with the like in the website, also in the app you will see the similar cart product, similar favorite product. But right now, as we are not having separate properties, like only we are having web, we can just maintain with this job. So now when we pass the product, it will keep that product. As you see, it's not available there is favorite, so it will just keep that product here. If it's available, then it's gonna just push through it. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is to add favorite and then, so whenever it will just pass that favorite, what it going to do, because it's gonna create two instances, right? So whenever we are going to having that, like we will pass some of the toast.success, or we need to import the toast also, toast.success, and that success message we are going to passing with the condition, if existing product is available, then it's gonna give a success message. If not available, then it's gonna provide the several message. How it can be? As you remember, if we click on that favorite, it's already added. If we just remove, it's removed. So that's two formalities it's gonna do. And I'm not doing any other functionality. It will just go with that add to favorite, because I have been written there. If the favorite available, what it will do, it will not available, what it will do. So that's the same fundamental things, it will work from there. So no need to create any other instances. So if the favorite existing product is available, then I'm gonna go with the backtick, as I need to get the product from there. So it will be product.name, and I'm gonna make it with substrings just to go with fill the line. And here it will say removed successfully. And if it's not available, let me just copy that, and it should be added successfully. So that's two functionality. Let's roll back our local host is here. Let's go in our, or I'm gonna go with that view all products. Now let's just create. As you see, it's added, and if I remove, okay, it's just passing added, not removing. Maybe something, okay, existing product is available, then should be aligned with that. Now let me see if it's existing available or not. Let's see. It should be existing. Okay, console. Now if we click existing null, if we click null, so means it's just passing that adding. So existing product, we are not getting any of the existing product, means it's not adding. And why it's not adding, let's just go and, okay, let's just go and check our store if we just missed anything. Sometimes it can be when you are coding, it can be having some mistake, or it will work in a various way. So we set the products, we return the new promise, and then we create the result. We set our store, and with the store type then is favorite is dot product data. Okay, it should not filter. See, it should make the sum. As you remember, we are going to access our data. Filter going to be happen once we are passing that same favorite. So is favorite available, then we are going to filter. So see, it's a minor mistake, but your store is just cramp. Okay, see, now you remove and edit, remove and edit. So now you can see the product. And don't forget to, like, whenever, don't be panic whenever you are facing those kind of problems. Maybe some glitch, some of the little glitch can really break your code, but don't be freak out. Go to the code and try to understand what you are written in the code and it will give you a very good idea once you are having an understanding of error solving. So now what we are going to do to change the our what you call that, our star properties, so that should be what we need to go down here. We will just write a condition which going to be existing like if we are having that existing product, we are passing that. If we don't have existing product, we are gonna passing that. So that's the similar properties. If existing product available, I'm gonna just get that star. Okay, so now let's roll back again. If we click, you see, click. Okay, let's add some products, because now we are going to go with our header. So there I need to pass that favorite data. So let's go header, and as already we have provided our data like the cart product, we're gonna add also the favorite product, and the similar things which we have been done for the cart, we're gonna just copy that portion and we are going to replace it here, but it should be favorite product. Okay, done. So you see 3 product is available. If we click, we should be able to bring that product here to make the other functionality. So let's just dig in, and before providing that, I'm gonna go in my store and I'm gonna initialize last other 2, which it will be the remove from favorite. Now as you see, once you click, we need to remove the favorite item, because till now we are dealing with the 2 similar functionality with same properties, but here in the last one we're not going to adding anything. So after that add to favorite, we're gonna write 2 more function which going to be remove from favorite. Now we are just passing the product and we are filtering directly. Okay, previously we are comparing with that if it's available or not, but right now we are just filtering whenever we are passing a product ID. And also we will get one of the button by which we can reset the favorite altogether, which gonna make that favorite data as empty. So let's roll back to our favorite and how we are going to add joining with that. If we just go and see our existing it, so that could be like that. You see, adding the favorite products to the description here, then gonna pass the product functionality, and it will just go and combine with yeah, it will also be for like responsive. See the button here, you can also remove it from here. Now for regarding the design, it's up to you to change and make it more plausible. You can do it as your own. If you need any further assistance from my side, let me know in the comments below. So now we're gonna write a simple condition back here. So if we have the favorite data, so we need to get the favorite product, and remember we got it already in the header. So I'm gonna just go and bring those properties here. Okay, that's the store, and I'm gonna remove that. Okay, not require. Okay, close the header, close the cart, close the typo. So that will be my favorite product here. Bring the store, no need the cart product, so it should be favorite product. Oops, I'm gonna copy paste, and favorite product dot length, if that length, because it's a part of array, if bigger than 0, that I'm gonna just return a div which going to pass the product. And if it's not available, means we are not having any product, then I'm gonna just return another div which going to be also regarding that, just passing an h2, and that will be nothing added to favorites. Okay, first we will make that our product properties. Okay, then later on we're gonna go with other functionality. If we go here, we can see the product available. So now what we will do over there, let's go and create passing one h2 tag. It should be calling favorite products, and then I'm gonna just pass that one p tag, lorem 30, just random text. Okay, that's the text is available. So now let's go in the top layer of the div. We're gonna make some of the class name over here should be class name, and that would be, let's put a border bottom, and border B should be gray of 300, and also padding bottom of 600, just to pass it here. That's the thing we are going to deal with now. And then for that h2 tag, put a class name which is going to be text should be 2XL, and font should be bold. You can also provide a title text. It depends on you to get the variable writing list code using the component wise. It depends on you. I'm going to just go to finish on that. And tracking tight, and text should be gray of 900, and SM text should be 3XL. So right now we'll get the 3XL text. Okay, so is our text, we are getting that? Yeah, we're getting that. And now for that p tag, put a class name which is going to be margin top up to. Text should be a small text. Text will be gray of 500, and then I'm going to give you max width which is going to be 500 pixel. As you see, now it's just passing the same compatibility. Also you can just provide some more properties like tracking wide you can make. Also you can make font medium just to see it. It depends on you, but I'm just gonna go in the simplest way. Now I'm gonna wrap everything which I'm provided here within another div, so that I can now pass the product div here. So it will be the product div, and here what I'm gonna do is that take one more div, and now I'm gonna go with that to pass to like I need to map through my entire favorite list product, so that I can show a single favorite product and create all the functionality there. So it will be a favorite favorite product dot map should be product, and that would be no, it should be directly return. So I'm gonna just grab one properties, not the properties. I'm gonna create one UI. In the UI I'm gonna create a file which going to be name of that favorite product.tsx. So now this one, it will toggle through entirely. So now let's grab that favorite product. Okay, favorite product is not defined, which we need to import for sure. Okay, now you see we have 3 products, and also we need to define the key for it, otherwise it will just start shouting when you're going to upload that. We give the unique ID as the ID, and we're gonna pass the product as product, so we can grab the products in that favorite. Now in this layer, put a class name. Margin top should be 6, and also I'm gonna just make that, let's say, flow should be from the root, and padding x should be 4, sm empty should be 10, and sm padding x should be 0. Okay, cool. And for this one, let's just put a class name. Margin my should be 6. Okay, you see it's getting the top. Yeah, it's okay. And should be divide should be y, and divide should be gray of 200. As you see, little divider is running here. Okay, cool. And then sm minus my should be 10. Okay, now it's cool. So let's roll back to our favorite data properties, where we're gonna create other parameter which going to be cool. So let's just go over there, and what I'm gonna do is that to start using my favorite properties, which going to be the product, and that product should be product dot as the product props. Now let's just in the favorite, let's see how we're gonna create that. So that be one div, 2, yeah. So similarly it just going to be having 2 properties, and then also it gonna align with the image properties. So first thing first, let's just go and grab those things. So in the favorite list properties, I'm gonna first get 2 of the div. So that would be the first one. Now in that div will be product, but here I'm gonna keep the image, so it will be image properties, and should be product dot images. As we are going to have multiple images, we are just going to give the first one, and the alternative tag should be product image. And also let's provide a class name which is going to be height of full and width of full, and then rounded should be LG. Let's see how it's going to align and how it will look right now. As you see, it's so big, but we will set the things in a very good way. Let's put a class name should be flex, padding y should be 6, and yeah, that's it. And then in that particular layer of the div, over here we're gonna do the functionality, because this div will take the major properties. So like min width should be 0, so no minimum width, like it will just go with that. And flex should be 1, and LG, just we're gonna make flex, and LG flex should be column. Okay, so now still you will not get to see those properties which we are going to talking about, but what we are going to do is that let's just see how we can do that. So in that particular layer of the div, let's put a class name, margin left should be 4, and then flex shrink okay, should be flex, why is not coming that, okay, flex shrink should be 0. Height I'm going to provide 20, width going to provide 20, and SM which should be 40, and SM height should be 40. Okay, as you see now it's coming on the line. And also we will make that SM order should be first, so it will sing in the first layer. And then I'm gonna make SM like margin should be 0, and then SM MR should be 6. Okay, so it will push a little bit together. Let's give a border, and also border should be gray of 200, and then rounded should be MD, and hover rounded should be hover not rounded, it should be border sky text. And duration I'm going to provide 200 to create a smoothing sensation, and cursor pointer I'm going to make it as a group, and overflow should be hidden. Now as you see, that's my product is ready. So now you will not to see all the major thing till we are going to pouring a lot of other properties. But for the image also, let's just make it in a bit better. So rounded, okay, MD or LG, anyway both are in cool way. An object should be cover, it should be cover, and then object I'm gonna make it center, and also SM call star should be 1. Actually we're not providing the column as, yeah, so I think yeah, that's fine. So I'm gonna make that group Uber, which is going to be give a scale of 110, and duration should be similar of 200. So if I hover at, you see. So now let's just start working that other properties which going to be pretty cool. So let's see here, I'm gonna grab one div here, it will be another div, then I'm gonna go and grab the product here, which going to be h4, providing that product name. So should be product dot name. Now you'll be able to see the product name, you see, but we need to arrange it in a proper fashion, which we are going to do it now. So first thing first, for that name, this div it will just keep it same like that, but here we're gonna start working from that particular div. So providing the class name should be LG, flex should be 1. Okay, so getting the entire room, and class name SM should be flex. Okay, so now it will be keeping all together with the flex properties. So let's go here and put a class name, font should be medium, and after that text should be gray of 900. Okay, cool. And after that p tag, after that product name, we will also pass that product dot description, and that description going to giving that class name which margin top should be 2, and by default it will be hidden. Text should be SM, text should be gray of 500, but whenever we are not in the smaller screen, we want to see the text as block. And what we did, if you go here, you see in that smaller screen, because there's no need to keep that one, so we just make it as simple as possible. You can show it, you can keep the pace and align that one, is up to you. And after that, let's just getting another p tag, and it will be brand. It will be the similar things which we created in that curve. So it will be, let's say, product dot brand. Okay, now you can see the brand properties here. We'll just go and create some of the functionality, which going to be text should be SM, margin top should be 1. That's it. And for these properties, class name, font should be medium. Okay, done. So I'm gonna copy that one again, as I'm gonna go and grab the category, which is going to be product category. Done. So what else we need to provide? We need to provide that functionality for the card. So let's just go and bring those properties. And one more thing is that also after that, finishing that particular layer of the div, not finishing that, yeah, one div. So I'm going to grab one span tag, which is going to be md close properties. Let's see if we can see that cross things. So now here it will give the magic to remove that product from here. So text should be LG, and text should be gray of 600, and also hover text should be rate of 600. Duration I'm going to provide, or better to give 200, align with that. Cursor pointer, inline block, empty should be 4, SM empty should be 0. So now if we roll back to smaller screen, you see it's also available here. Now you can keep that one where you want to put align this space where you will keep it that, so no worries for this. Now what we're gonna do here, once we click on the span tag, like on click, we need to remove that product and pass one message. So we can do it in the similarly over here without going through the other properties. What we will do, we'll create an inline functionality, which it will be making that remove. I think it should be removed from favorite, but as you know, it will not provide that one. So we need to go in that our store to grab those. So it will be this one, because we are not individually sending that one like we used to send it for that Redux toolkit. That's why it was exporting. So it's showing that prediction, but here as we are not just passing it as a function, it will not go and grab that. So, and it will be from store. Okay, store. And now what we can do, and also we need another properties, because once we click in the image we want to navigate that. So also we can make navigate. We're gonna use that use navigate hook. Okay, so now to make that remove from, let's just say remove from favorite. Okay, and we're gonna pass that our entire products here. Okay, so the product we are seeing there, and then we're gonna also do one more properties to show that is actually removing or not. So it will be toast dot success, and that going to say removed from favorite successfully. What's wrong with that? Product type is not assignable. Okay, so should be okay, it should not be passing that product, because as you know, we need to delete that with the type. That's why it's just asking that error properties. So if we go back here, if we remove, you see remove from favorite successfully. So now as you see, we are close to finishing or wrapping those things, but before going through any further, let me grab that our add to cart functionality. It will be add to cart should be btn, and here we're gonna pass our product, which going to be as the product. Let's see, you see, you can see that right now here, and that's what's, but the price section which we need to also initialize here. Now put a class name which should be 32. Okay, it will define, don't worry about it. Now what I'm gonna do, put a class name should be flex text should be small, item center, and then gap should be 6, font should be medium, padding y should be 4. Till now, yeah, you are already getting that. It's it's already added in the product. See the functionality, it will work seamlessly. So now it's very simple to go and create other properties. So let's roll back in our add to cart properties, so we can just go and grab something. Now here what we can do, because we want to show the price alongside, is we are showing the price from the product. No, not yet. So what we can do here, we can simply get one properties here. As you remember, that price section, if we just roll back in that product, as you see, we are just providing like that, but according to not, because we are using the same components. So what we can do, we can reuse it here. We can just combine that together. So what I'm gonna do, it should be show price, and I'm gonna keep it as right now, it will be boolean properties, and that one should be okay. Oops, it should be true. Yeah, show price, it should be true, and also the properties should be, means it will always available, like it's true for everything, but if it's not providing that, it would be false. Okay, so now that's the add to cart btn here, but what we did wrong is that we need to align with that properties. Okay, now when a show price is available, what we want to do, as you may remember, that price section, we keep that price section any of that properties name price tag? Yeah, that's our price tag which we are providing. So what I'm gonna do here in the top, I'm gonna just write a simple thing, show price available. Then what I'm gonna do is that return that particular div, and I'm gonna say that, let's say price tag. Okay, and in the price tag, I'm gonna pass that regular price as the get regular. Did we have that functionality? No, not yet here. So what I'm gonna do, go in that price tag, and okay, that should be the regular price. And okay, as we are going to dealing here, we need to combine that regular price properties. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just wrap things. Yeah, we need to provide the regular prices, we need to provide we need to grab this. If we just go back in the cart, not in the cart, in the product cart. Okay, so in the product cart, we are going to passing that, I think we're passing here. Okay, the thing we're gonna do is that okay, we are passing that regular price and discounted price, so we need to grab that where we call that price tag. Let's see what those properties are. So that would be here in that okay, so that's the price tag we are combining here. Okay, should be a while some of the things which going to get us the regular price and combine. Okay, now we got that point. What we are going to do is that we need to make that things very simple and easy. So let's just go and make that. This price, as you see, it's going to be changes, right? So we need to go and track it with our the properties, because as we define in the price tag separately in that card, it can be available there. But what if we are just going to make that in a different way, then we need to go and combine that. So now I'm just go with that in a pretty usable manner. So I'm gonna just write two of the functionality here which can give us the favorite price, the regular price and other price. So it will be regular price. As you may remember, we also gonna replace that one with the product card, and everywhere except the card product, which we are doing it the separate way. So now first thing first, we need to get the is existing with the cart or not. So yeah, it's already existing, so it's add to cart button, means we are having that available product. Okay, that's cool. available existing, it will be the same. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna write a simple functionality which going to say is if existing product is available, then also we're gonna write if product is available. You can just go an operand bit, so make that functionality work. So now if product available, we're gonna just return. What we're gonna return is that it will be it will be return that product dot regular price. Oops, should be regular price. Then also we're gonna add with that existing product dot quantity. So we are just making the prices. So, and if that is available, okay. If it's not available, means we are, this product is not, like if this product's in the cart, we are adding that item price for the regular price, the regular price into quantity, for the discounted price dot quantity. Else I'm gonna just return, it should be returned that particularly product dot regular price. So means if this product is not available in the cart, it should just provide that regular price. If it's available, it will just merge with that quantity, and that will be one get regular price, and also const get discounted price, which also going to go with the similar fashion. And remember, I'm gonna just copy that as it will be the same format, just I'm gonna remove that with discounted price, and also that will be this not the discounted, even should be discounted price. Okay, so now here the regular price should be get regular price, and also for that discounted price should be get discounted price. Okay, now let's roll back to our a discounted price is not defined. Okay, here should be product. Oh yeah, it should be not the discounted price, it should be product, because that will be the quantity, not the price itself. So now as you see, if we click, it's working. If we go back in the cart, you see now we are messing with the two properties. So let's roll back to the cart. Not, I think it will be the cart product. Oops, not here. It should be cart product. And from here, where we are calling that add to cart properties. So where is that? Let's find it here. Should be somewhere. Yeah, that's. So here we're gonna make that show price as false. Okay, now that one is good. So let's go here, but the problem it will be once you go over here. No, there is no problem, so we define it here properly. So now let's roll back to our favorite. As we are seeing the price, we have one more section to provide, is that to go and create this. And like if this product is not in the cart, what it gonna do, because both product is available in the cart, so I'm gonna remove that one. And you see, add to cart available. If we click, it's added. So if we remove from here, okay, not that one, remove from here, you see, need to add. So that is the simple formation. Whenever you are creating as a unique like a center proportion, it will be very good to go with that. So I'm gonna close those properties, also the typo not required. Okay, add to button worked. So now what we'll do is that in our favorite product, we need to go with some of the other properties, which is that after passing that div and that div, so these two div, I'm gonna get another properties. No, not that. I'm gonna get a p tag, which going to say you are saving. I think I have that somewhere in the cart product. It's the same things. Yeah, you are saving. So I'm gonna grab those things. No need to write over and over. And then gonna pass that things. So now should be passing that formatted price, product.regular price, and that's it. Okay. Okay, you are saving 70. Okay, that's cool. So now even you are going in the smaller screen, that's giving a boost. Okay, cool. Now if we remove that, also that, see, nothing added to favorite is providing. So we need to make the things look much more perfect. So let's roll back in that. And there is one more property which you need to create. Once we click on the image, it should redirect us or navigate us to the image. We will do that. And to do that one, it should be very simple to provide. You see that div, we will just write a function. You can make also that one and one href, then it will also fine. So I want to show you the both way how you can do that. So it will be simple, navigate, and where it gonna navigate with the backtick, it going to navigate through the product, and after that it will go with that our unique properties which we create the pages with product underscore id. So it will go with that particular patient. So now in the favorite, as nothing to be added, we are already showing here. Let's put that, and also I'm gonna put a p tag which is going to be lorem 30 just to provide some text. Let's make that class name should be text3xl. And why try so hard? Let's go in the top and grab those properties, so it will be the similar of that, and paste it here. Okay, nothing is working. And also for that p tag, text should be lg, and tracking should be wide, leading should be 6, and text should be gray of 500. Okay, and one more property should be there, and I'm gonna use the link properties. So whenever anyone click on that particular link, they should go to directly on the product. Okay, product, so that they can add product from there. So it will say add products. This one, let's just okay, let's just go and make that this products. Let's put some of the class name here, which are going to be, I'm going to give you a full width, I'm going to give you margin top of 2, and then I'm going to make it MD. Also the border it will be transparent, and then padding X should be 8, padding Y should be 3, and after that what we can do is the text should be base. Also font, I'm gonna provide a medium font. Text should be gray of 900, and then background gray of 100, and let's say width should be auto whenever it's gonna be bigger screen, and hover bj should be block, and hover text should be white. Let's just put a duration, not wrap, white, duration should be 200. Okay, that's the properties which we are going to create. Now let's just go and make some of the flexible. Okay, no need to provide the margin top, or why? Okay, let me see what we can do here. Okay, so in that div we're gonna start pouring the class name, which I'm gonna make that mx auto to keep in the middle, flex, and should be max width should be 3xl. Yeah, I think that would be enough. Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna make it also, as we make it flex, let's just grab that one as flex column property, gap should be 3. Okay, now looks better. And also item center, text should be center. Okay, so now that should not be MA, should be MX. Yeah. Now you see it's in there. So if you go here, add some products in the fabric. Okay, cool. As you see now, there is one of your tags which you can do is that. Now if you click in the image, you see it's getting in that our same properties. So now your tags is that to untitled, the receipt favorite properties here, which you just need to create a button. So now as you see, let's go back to our my account section here. So we didn't create anything yet. If we go back here, we need to create those two functionality. And again, I'm referring, if you, because this one we can go a little bit fast forward, but if you have any like query regarding that, how to do it properly, there will be a video, and the video link will be in the description, which you can feel free to follow through, and you can learn more about how you can create a login registration with Firebase in a proper way. And now, if you really thinking that video is helping you, please subscribe the channel and like the video. Okay, so now as we finish almost overall here, we need to create one properties here, which going to be make our registration and login. So let's go here. So in the profile, we are going to toggle through with registration and login. So I'm gonna just grab, did we create those no, not yet. So let me create two files, which going to be registration.tsx or refce, and another one, it would be login. So that would be login.tsx or refce login. So let's roll back to our profile. Not the product, should be profile. Okay, so now in the profile, we are going to just create one instances. Remember, we have the user in our store, so we need to grab those user. So let's make that, it should be current user, and then also it will get user info, and also is loading. That all properties going to coming from the store. Okay, so now we will just create one use effect, so it will always toggle through to check if our user is available or not, and that will just get with that, combined with that get user info. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna make a function named unsub, and then it will just go with that on auth state change. That's like we are preparing from the Firebase auth. This will just check if the auth available, means if the user is available or not. So you're gonna pass the user here, and what it's going to do is that get user info, we need to set that user dot uid. So it will set the user with that particular uid, and after passing it there, we need to return that. So the return, we should return a simple function here, which going to be make unsub. Okay, so now this will define us to provide the user here. So let's go here and check in the console here. So now if we check log, let's see what we have. Current user, we have null, so that it will not combine with that, but once it will always cross check with that. If we have that uid, then it will just providing us the user, otherwise it will not provide anything. So now in that particular section, I'm gonna take it as a container. Okay, and here I'm gonna just do a simple functionality. What I'm gonna do, if the current user is available, then provide, and also we need to create one more event is here, which going to be user info.tsx. Okay, so now if user is available, we are going to render that user profile, should be okay, user. Okay, we passed that as info. Yeah, okay, no worries. If current user is not available, we will pass that registration. Okay, so in the registration, we're gonna toggle through whatever the properties we are going to define or not. Okay, now it's registration here, as we are not having any user. If we have the user, it will pass us the other properties. So now what we can do is that in that layer, we can provide that loading properties. So if its loading is available, means whenever it's going to check the user is available or not, then I'm gonna just render that which we have our loading component. So if loading available, then it will go render that. For right now, it will not be loading because as we are not having the user. So now let's roll back to our registration properties. We're gonna start working on it. On the registration, we will create one state which going to be const login, set login, which can be by default. Right now we'll keep it as false. So now what we can do it here, we can just also check with that. If we are having that login, then we're gonna provide, means if login is true, then it will be giving us that login instances. Otherwise it's going to be providing a particular div, not divide, it should be div, and here we're gonna pass a from, and also in the from let's just pass a p tag to see the from. You see, it's from available. If I make it just the keeping that condition as null, okay, right now I will keep it as true. Okay, as we're gonna work with the true properties, I'm gonna make it just toggle true with that. So we have that from. In the from, we will just go with just creating a similar functionality to align with that. And for the design, it depends on you. We can make it, you can do it to make it in better purposes. So let's make that background of gray of 950, not 20, should be 50, and rounded should be LG. You see, that's what we are talking about. So now also, yeah, I believe, yeah, keep it simple in that. So you can do the other tricks, make it more smaller or bigger, it depends on you, but I'm gonna go with that designing parameter. This one you can give it a try to redesign again to match with that background color. You know, if you give a round like border and background of white and keep this one black and white, it should be more good. But I'm gonna go with very simple preferences, as this video is getting so much long. I don't know either you can finish it or not, or you can watch it from the beginning or not. So now let me go to start with that. So put a class name, max width should be 5 axle, mx should be auto. How much is the 5 axle? I think the similar, yeah, 1020 was we provided here in the container. How much is that? Why it's not showing here? Okay, it's not showing here. So now let's put that screen axle. Let's see, I just want to see how much is similar or not. No, it's not similar, it's little bit smaller than that. Okay, that's cool. Okay, now mx auto, and also okay, yeah, this should be, because remember these properties, it will be on that. And also what we're gonna do is that let's just go and grab padding top should be 10, padding x should be 10, lg px, padding x should be 0. Okay, right now the form is not showing because we need to style keep it styling that form properties. So by default, let me just make the text white so we can see all the available text here. This one, don't worry about that because we're gonna start working on it, so that time it will be looks perfect. Now for that p tag, instead of p tag, I'm gonna generate one div here, and in that div I'm gonna take one h2 tag which saying as registration from. Okay, and also I'm gonna make some class name which going to be text should be lg, font should be semi bold, and I'm gonna make it uppercase, leading should be 7, and text white by default. Okay, cool. And let me grab that. For right now, instead of padding top, I'm gonna just write that py so that it will not break. Okay, later on we're gonna put that functionality in an upper level. So now let's put a p tag which going to say is that you need to provide required information to get register with us. Similar, if you're watching the video, which in the link in the description, the same thing, but there is defining is more allowable and free, feel free to go and watch it. But if you're looking to finish that project, this one also be fine. Text should be sm, leading should be 6, and text should be gray of 400. Okay, cool. And now what I'm gonna do is that for the class name, which going to be, I'm gonna provide a border of bottom, and border bottom should be white, and I'm going to give it 10% of opacity. Padding B should be 5. You see, that's the one. If you just go and make that 100%, you can see it properly, but I'm going to keep it as 10. Cool. So after finishing that div, we will go to create our other properties. Let's just make one div here. So within that div, we're going to start creating those properties. So first thing first, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take one more div, another div here, then one more div, and then I'm going to generate a component which going to name as label. So let's put a UI name as label.tsx rafce. So that will be our label, and within that label we're gonna keep all the label parameter. So what we're gonna do is that instead of that, we're gonna pass a label here. Okay, and let's just put that title, which is going to be title as a string. So now we can provide the title here. So in the title also we can define two more properties, which going to be HTML4, and that one also going to be coming as a string. So let's put that HTML should be 4, which going to be string also. Let's put that HTML4 should be the HTML4 we are receiving. And for the class name, it should be block, and text should be SM, font should be medium, and then leading should be 6, text white by default, but we can keep it as white also. Okay, now let's go in the registration. So as we are having the label there, so we will just pass that label here. Okay, we need to import that label in the top, not that label, should be label from our UI, which we created already. That's the label should be aligned here. And now we're gonna pass that title, should be title is the first let's, what do you say, called name, and HTML4 should be first name. Okay, cool. So let's go back here. You see our first name label is appearing. So in this layer, I'm going to define some of the class name, which going to be, let's say, with a class name. We will also provide that border properties, which going to be border B, border bottom of white, opacity should be, let's say, chain, 10 should be padding B5. Okay, so now in this div, empty should be 5. And then I'm going to make it grid, and grid call should be by default 1, gap in X should be 6, and gap in Y should be 5, and SM grid call should be 6. Okay, so now in that div, class name should be SM, call span should be 3. Now after that label, we need to get that our input property. That input property, first one, it will be the text, and the name should be first name, and also the class name. Now there is, we need to define our class properties. So let's put class name, it will be block, which should be full. Okay, and then rounded should be MD. Okay, I'm gonna close my explorer. Okay, that's the things. So now let's make it much more professional. Border should be 0, no border, and then BG should be white, opacity of 5, as you see. Yeah, looks cool. And now padding Y should be 1.5, padding X should be 4, and then outline should be, okay, outline should be none. Okay, and then texts, I'm going to provide white text, and after that I'm going to make a shadow of a small shadow. I'm going to make it ring as 1, and the ring should be inset, and then ring should be also white and with the 10% of opacity, as you see. That looks better, but why the padding y is not working? Oh, should be py, not only y. Yeah, now it's working. And now what we will do is that once we are focusing on that, ring should be, let's just put that yeah, by default is offset, so it should be there. So I'm gonna make it ring of that indigo, or we can make that ring of sky text, and sm text should be sm leading. That's also make that leading should be 6, not left. Leading should be 6. Okay, cool. As you see, that's defining how it can be merged. Also, one more thing, margin top should be 2. Okay, cool. That's our properties for this to create that. Now what I'm gonna do is that this, we have one properties, so it should be same like we're gonna have what you can say. Let's go here. How many we have? We have first name, last name, email address, password. So that's those properties we're gonna create. So let's go and rolling back with to create that. So to do that, this is the first one. So I'm gonna grab and create one more like that. Save. You see, 2. So now here it should be the last name, and also it will be the last name, and the HTML4 also going to be last name. And after that, creating, I think we need 2 more. 1, 2. Okay, so now this one, I think the third one, which going to be for us that this should be for okay, last name. That's also for last name. This one should be for email, so it will be email address, and it will be email, simple email. And here the type should be email, and also the name should be email. Okay, the email is done. And what I'm gonna do is that instead of sm call span, I'm gonna do I'm gonna directly make that call span of 4 without keeping is 3. Okay, and for that password also, let's just grab here, and that it will be password, and the HTML4 should be password 2. Let's just go the type, and the name should be password. And also this one I'm gonna make it as 4 so that it will align. As you see, looks cool. If you just go in the smaller screen, should be working. Yeah, cool. Okay, now one more properties is needing to applied. As you see, yeah, these properties here, we also gonna entertain that. So after finishing this properties here for that password, I'm gonna go and grab one more div here, or instead, yeah, I think we can delve on that. Let's just create one more div, and here we need to provide that, so it should be call span should be full. Now let's just go create that. So I'm gonna just pass a div and then another div, and I'm gonna get my label here, which going to say the title as for, let's say, cover photo in the label. And we will define, if the HTML4 is available, then it will say, otherwise null. Okay, what we did changes here. Okay, so now this will be the cover photo. So for this one also, in this layer, let's just put a class name should be empty of 2, and I'm gonna make it flex. Item should be center, gap x-axis should be 3, and also this one giving the room for like flex 1 to get all the available spaces. So after this portion, the label portion, I'm gonna get one more div, and here I'm gonna provide all other properties, and this also going to be margin top of 2, and I'm gonna make flex justify should be flex, and that can be, yeah, justify should be center. To keep everything center, rounded should be LG, and I'm gonna make that border should be dashed, and border should be white with opacity of 25. Padding X should be 6, padding Y should be 4. Okay, this one is there. Now we need to just injecting those properties. So let's roll back here. So within that div, first we're gonna pass a div here again and another div. So now in that first layer of the div, here I'm gonna grab those images later on, but right now I'm just go with that MD photo library, because as I'm not gonna use that image yet. So this one should be class name like MX auto, height should be full height, which should be full, and then I'm gonna make that text gray of 500. In this particular layer of the div, let's just make class name which should be 14, height should be 14, and then it will be also, I'm gonna make a border gray of 600, and then rounded should be full, padding should be 1. Let's save. You see, that's the one we created. Later when we put the condition, as you remember, once we are having the image, it should appear there also. And how it will appear, if we just click here, as you see in the photo library, we can choose the photo that we need, can show it here. So that's also you will create. Later we're gonna go and grab the condition. Okay, so after that particular div, I'm gonna take another div. Now here I'm gonna take a label, so that will be our label, which going to be getting us, yeah, we will get also HTML, which going to be file, so should be file upload, and that label going to be containing an span tag should be saying upload a file, and then also it will interject with one input which going to be say file upload, and that one can be the name also should be file upload. Oops. And then the ID also can be file upload. Okay, so that's the need to align with that. So let's go in the top layer of the div. Margin top should be 4, flex, item center, MB should be 1, text should be small text, leading should be 6, and then text should be gray of 400. Okay, cool. But now we need to make polish with that. As you see, it's not looks anywhere near like that, but we'll create that. So in that is span tag. But before going to span tag, let's go in that our input. Here I'm gonna say the class name SR only, so it will be available only for skin reading, but it will be available here. It's still here, but it's just we are hiding that. So now let's go in the input section. Let's, okay, not in the input section, but in that here, let's just make it a class name which going to be relative, as whenever we are doing that SR only, that's can be like, if you just see the properties here, what is written here is that it's making the positioning absolute with height and other properties is giving. So now it's relative, and cursor I'll make pointer, and rounded should be MD, padding X should be 2, padding Y should be 1, BJ should be gray of 900, font I'm gonna make it semi bold, and then text should be gray of 200, focus within. Okay, I'm not gonna provide any outline and other properties. Let's just make of that. You see, that's cool. But where is our, that is not opening means it's not working at all. So if I just remove that properties, okay, yeah, it's what we are missing here. The type we provided should be file upload, and name should be file upload. Oh, okay, type should be file, not the file upload. Okay, that's what we are missing. Now if we click, yeah, now it's working. Okay, and should be SR only. You see, if we click here, okay, that's cool. And we can just simply do it over bj of gray of, let's say 800, just to see. Yeah, it's working. So now after that span tag, or like after that label, we're gonna also put a p tag which going to say or drag and drop. Let's see. Okay, cool. And now it's going to say class name padding left should be 1, but it's not aligning together. And to implement that one, let's just roll back over. You see, we put the label here, we make it item center, but it's not coming as center as it. So let's roll back in the top, should be here. Okay, flex. Let's just okay, that is the layer which we created this part, so it should be here somewhere. Now we are providing that cover. Okay, I think it should be here, item center. No. Okay, it's not that properties which is messing around, it's the images which we are providing that mess. So let's go in that here, and these two properties, so these two we need to keep aligned, which can make the things done. So let's put a class name here. Flex should be flex on column, and then item center MB should be 1. Not MB should be 1, that's it. I think item center should work. And I'm also going to make that text as center just to pass any of the confusion. See? Okay, that's cool. So now after that p tag, okay, where we define that, that's the here, the upload file, and that's the p tag here. So after providing that p tag, let's in that particular finishing that d, we can say it will be taking that png, jpg, and also it can be get GIF up to 10 MB. Okay, looks here. So now put a class name here. Text should be extra small, leading should be 5, and text should be gray of 400. Okay, cool. So as you see, that's our thing is done. I think with that we can go with that. So now after finishing those properties, so before finishing that form, let's here come. So before finishing the form, I'm gonna take one button properties which going to say, let's say it will be sending send, and that button, the type should be submit, and we will also make that functionality, but we'll come later on that. Let's put a class name, empty should be 5. Let's see. Yeah, that's here in the button. Also, let's make that bj of, let's what you can say, integer of 700, or we can make our own background. So should be bj of sky text. Okay, and which should be full, py should be 2. Cool. That's you can put, or either also you can go with that, depends on you. So I'm gonna go with it, just indigo of 700. Now this one you can change as the way you prefer, no worries about that. So text should be base and font should be bold. Also tracking should be white, and then text should be gray of 300. Rounded should be MD, and whenever I'm hovering on that, text should be providing as white, and then hover bj should be indigo of 600, and I'm gonna make a duration of 200. Cool. Now you see. Okay, and one more property should be aligned with that. If I'm having that error message right now, I'm just gonna say, let's say error message will go here. Okay, just to provide that ideas, but we're gonna implement it later on. Put a class name, bj should be white, and I'm gonna go with opacity of 90. Text should be red of 600. Text should be center. Padding y should be, let's give 1. Rounded should be MD. Tracking should be white, and font should be semi-bold. So that will provide the error message properties. And after that from tag, so when we finish the from, a p tag which going to say already have an account. If we have the account, we will provide a button, or you can provide a link here, so it depends on you. So let's just put a button which is going to say login. Okay, so right now what I'm gonna do, as we did before, so for the padding y properties, I'm gonna just make with that padding t. Now we can define it here, so let's go and grab those things. Okay, put a class name here which going to say as that text should be sm, and then leading should be 6, text should be gray of 400, and text should be center, minus empty should be 2, and padding y should be 10. Okay, already have an account. Login properties, we just going to implement some logic here. Class name, text should be gray of 200, and font, I'm going to provide a semi-bold font. Underline should be applicable, underline offset should be 2, decoration should be 1 pixel, and then hover text should be white, and duration should be 200. Okay, cool. And now once we click on that, we're gonna also write a on click should be, we're gonna make set login as true. Right now it will work in a very out of the manner. As you see, it will not go with that particular event, as we didn't finish it yet. Okay, later on we're gonna implement that. So how, because right now it's already true, so it will not make that things to be done. So to see if it's working or not, we need to make that as false, and we need to eradicate on that properties. Okay, if it's false login, so we need to go with that. If we click on that login, you see, that's what we are dealing right now. Okay, I'm going to keep it true for right now. So as you see, we are done with the functionality. Now we need to just go and create the login instances, and to do that, you see in that from, we're gonna write a function which say on submit, should be on submit, and that it will be handle registration. So let's define it here at the top. It will be const handle registration, and then okay. So first thing first, if I just go and click here, you see there is a reload going on. We need to stop that reloading. Okay, in React we are not doing any reloading and other instances. So that one we're gonna pass an e. Just try to get the event value here. That's your tax. You can put it in the typo. And what I'm gonna do is to just make that e dot event default. Okay, now if I click, you see it's not giving me the default behavior. Now there is one fundamental thing. Don't worry about to keep it a try. You see what I'm saying, you once you click on that regarding that event value, you can just go and make this one to get the typo. If you having if you're unable to get it done, let me know in the comments below. I will provide the exact typo, exact types definition which can be provided. And now let's just start rolling on that. We're gonna also create some of the instance which should be login, and it will be set, sorry, it should be loading, set loading, which is going to be user state. Right now it should be false, and also we will make that error message properties. So error msg set error msg for the message. Age state, it should be by default empty, and for the image, and we're gonna make that avatar set avatar, and use state. Now we're gonna define a particular object for it. The file should be by default null, and URL should be empty. maybe I'm just running it through a little bit fast way. If still you are having any doubt to understand these things, just go and grab the link from the description regarding learning the login and registration using Firebase, and there you can get all the small explanation. So now what we're gonna do is here is that first thing first, whenever we are gonna coming on that, let's make that comes from data, and we're gonna use that new from data, and then we're gonna make the data from that e.target. So const, we know what this data is available to do is the first name, is having the last name, is having the email, is having the password, and let's just getting any typo of that. Okay, and then we're gonna make that object, because this from data contains that object done from entries, and that entries we are just going to include it from that from should be from data. So now we can go and grab those things to see if it's working or not. Let's put a log and see if we can see that our first name and also the last name, email and password, if it's working or not. So let's just make that things. Let's type something, should be, I'm gonna give my name, okay, and email address should be okay, providing that, password, blah blah blah. Try, you see that's now combining here, so means everything is working, it's good to go. And also one more properties we will check. Let's upload file here, but right now it will not do anything yet. So what I'm gonna do is that first let's roll back to our upload file properties over here. That's our file, upload a file. So here we're gonna write one properties here on that, so it should be on change, it will be like handle avatar. So let's just go in the top layer, we're gonna create those functionality to upload the avatar, so that it will be const handle avatar, which I'm going to get everything from the top. And again I'm going to just define as any, give it a try to make that, and if e.target.files available on that, so means we will grab a file. Then what we're going to make that, let's make that set avatar, and we are just going to pass the object on that. The file should be, you can just make a console log to get whatever we are receiving there, so that it can be making more sense to you. So e.target.files will be coming from the 0 index, and then also it will make that URL should be URL, and then also created object URL which need to be right there. So e.target.files should be 0. So now we're going to have an avatar whenever we are having those particular event and effective images. So now we can go and grab those avatar and pass that one here. Remember we did it here one, I think this one, yeah, that photo library. So here we're gonna just write a simple condition here which is going to give us the image. So let's just cut that, and now should be avatar.url. So if avatar.url is provided, we want to provide something. If it's not, provide something. So if avatar URL is available, we are going to render one image properties, and the source should be like avatar.url, and the alternative tag should be like user image, and also the class name should be, which should be full, height should be full, rounded full, object. Let's just put at cover, save, and let's roll back to in our application here. Let's grab one file, upload. You see now this property is working. So with that we are almost there to compiling everything. So it's time to talk to our database there over there to create our user. So I'm gonna open that. As you see in the authentication right now we have nothing. Now we will start using user. Also in our Firestore database everything is empty. You need to configure that. Also our storage should be empty because we didn't keep anything yet, but we start keeping things up. So now here we're gonna write one simple proportioning, which is going to be try catch. Okay, oops, not trace, should be try catch. Why is not giving that? Okay, I think, yeah, it's going to be affected from here. So let's just make try catch. Okay, try catch. So in the try catch, now in the catch value also I'm providing any. So now here what I'm gonna do, again, if you're having doubt, let me know in the comments below, and also see the link to understand in a better way. What I'm going to do, I'm catching the error, and then I'm passing only and taking an empty variable as an error message. Then I'm switching to see all the error is providing. Those all error going to coming from the Firebase. So I'm checking that, then setting the error as the error messages, and also I'm gonna make that finally. So what I'm going to do that, because set loading, I need to make it true as I make it false once the instances is running. So now let's just go and grab what I'm gonna do here. So first in the try, I'm gonna make that, let's make that const response, and that response it will await. As it's going to be await, I'm gonna make this entire function as a asynchronous function, so it will be async. And why I'm doing that, because I need to talk to Firestore or Firebase database and Firebase authentication, so it should be await functionality. So it should be create and user with email and password. Okay, create user with email and password, and here I need to pass the auth, I need to pass that email, I need to pass that password. Okay, so that's why I will get the response of user. So now that will be my response, and also I need to grab that image to upload there. So let's make that image URL, so it will be image, let's make that image URL should be first, it should be null. And now what I'm gonna do, let's make that if avatar is available and an avatar.file is available. So if both thing is available, we are going to upload our image. So now it will be image URL should be await, and I'm gonna make that upload functionality which we created beforehand, and that I'm gonna pass that avatar.file, so it will upload the image for us. And when now in the response I have user metadata, in the image URL we have the images data. So now as we are having both, we can just make that await, and then it will be set document, which need to be imported from Firestore. As you see, I'm importing everything once I'm accessing that. Okay, so if you're not importing, it will not work. Okay, so feel free to import and check, cross check that one. So now in that await set doc, and here I'm gonna access the document again from the Firestore. Then I'm gonna passing that as the user, so it will go and grab and create the folder as user. Then it gonna pass that and rest.user.uid, so which user is saving, it also going to get that impression. And I believe okay, I think I made a mistake, because I need to pass the reference. So after that I need to access my DB, right? So after the documents, I need to access my DB, and in that DB, I'm going to set that from the user. So whichever user is passing that, rest.user.uid, and then, okay, it said doc is imported. Yeah, it's already imported. And after that, what it's gonna do, it's gonna save my user first name, it's gonna save my user last name, also email. I'm not gonna pass the password as it's not required. And in that avatar, I'm gonna pass that image URL, not my avatar. Remember that my image URL I'm passing, which URL is I'm getting, and ID should be rest.user.uid. Okay, so hit save. Let's see what's wrong we did. Did we miss anything? I think so. Let's roll back in the top. What we did, okay, oh, okay, that's what we did. Import use state from React. Yes, okay, so now we're good to go. So what it's going to do now, if we go over here, everything is working properly. It's going to create a user. Now there is two things we need to do. Whenever user is created, means everything is fine. We created the user. We need to make that set login as true. Means set login should be true here. And now what's an error message. For the error message also, let's just okay, what's wrong? It's import I missed maybe. This and remove something. Okay, good. So now for the error message also, let's go in the role in the bottom here. After where we are passing the error message, upload a file. Yeah, in the top of the button. Okay, now here we're gonna just combine one that which going to be error message and we're gonna pass that properties here. And instead of that text, we're gonna just define the error message. Okay, cool. So now if we save, if we see, please enter a valid email, and that one is coming from the Firebase. If you are having any doubt, let's inspect and let's console there. As you see, that is coming from Firebase auth invalid email. Remember the instances we have been tracking here, that's the one is giving the fruits. So here you see auth invalid email, please enter a valid email. You can change the messages from here as well if you want. So now let's create a successful user. Let's see, should be first user and should be gmail.com. Password, I'm gonna provide my password. A cover photo should be, let's just grab that. For right now, nothing here in the authentication in my database, nothing is running. So once we create, should be running something. And also one thing we can do, as you see, we are having one loading instances. We can provide the loading, right? So whenever we're gonna make that button disable once the loading is running. So you cannot click, even you click, it will not take any action. And also okay, and also once we click on that loading, like if we have the loading, then it gonna do something. If loading, it will say loading, otherwise it will say sent. So let's click. You see, this email is already in use. I don't know, did it create it already? What's wrong? Let me just check. Maybe, yeah, by mistake, maybe previously I have been created. I'm gonna delete that one. Okay, fine. So let's roll back here. Yeah, once we are passing that as a test purposes, maybe I create that. Let's click on save. I don't know, is my loading instances is working? I think so. That's where I'm having the issue, because I'm not seeing the loading but user is created. So let's go and see set loading is working or not. No, we didn't make set loading true. That's the problem. Yeah, because our user is created, that's why it's giving us the user. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, let's put one again. Let's just see this time. But the problem is, if we are successful, why that set logging is in false? I think it's because by default is true, and also we need to remove that condition. Yes. So now, okay, first I want to just see that. Okay, let's just try. You see the loading? Yeah, loading is added. And also if I save, you see we are just going to pass with the login. So if we go back here, just hitting refresh, we should be able to see our user. But the last one, did you see that? No, it's not yet created. What's wrong with that? Let's just see and what's happening. Okay, our first user has been created. Let's go in the Firestore. Let's see if we are having the user or not. Okay, in the user meta, we have our users and we have two users, which is okay. Both is coming with the same email. So, okay, that's having an issue. So I'm going to remove one particularly. So delete document and start delete. And also in the storage, we should be able to see one user available here. You see the images, and there should be two images. I'm going to remove particularly one. We're going to configure it. So now, as you see, we now can making the registration. Now it's time to create the login properties. So what I'm going to do, grab everything from the registration. I'm going to grab it all. So in the login, I'm going to just dump it here. And whenever whatever the things I'm not requiring, I'm gonna just remove that portion from here. And be careful once you're removing, maybe you're removing something which you need to have that. So that's the properties, and their set login should be false, so I need to pass that login instances also. So it should be from the login, set login should be set login. Okay. So let's go back in the login properties. Also, we need to bring back the login instances. So it should be set login. So now what we are going to do is that instead of these properties which we are not requiring, so we can directly inject the from properties. So as you see, that's the from which we are going to initially use. Okay, and I think it should align here. Okay, so now from here, instead of handle registration, it should be handle login, and also need to define that login, and let's just define the scenario. And for some of that more parameters which we need to create, which are going to be for that error messages and set loading properties. So let's import that. And now in that this proportion, what we no need to record is that a first name, last name we are not requiring. We should be requiring only that label properties. So this will be our email, and this will be our password, and these properties which we are not going to use it. So it should be loading, or it should be saying that login. And what else is it can be done? So let's go in the top. Let's just keep it. So I'm gonna say set loading should be any. Oh, not loading, should be set login. Okay, so now as you see, we are here already, just pretty much to see that. So now this one need to define some of the properties. So what I'm gonna do, instead of passing those properties here, I need to get the actual class name which we defined there at the top. So let's just bring it back, and we are going to give it here. Okay, cool. And for the register, let's see, it's not we can make that things to work. So you see the button, so it should be on the, oh no, yeah, it should be on the button. That should be on the button, and the other properties which I have been provided before, that should be in the top. Okay, so now this could be here. Okay, cool. We can go registration now, we can go login now. So now what we can do, instead of putting those preferences here to make it null value, I think it's already we defined. Yeah, it's good. So now in the login, what we are going to do is that on that from parameter, let's go and create the functionality. So we need to define that our properties, which going to be, let's just say e dot prevent should be default. And after that, we need to make other parameters too. Okay, we didn't explain the e here, so it's giving that error. Should be any. Okay, now what we need to do is that create the same functionality of the try catch here. So should be try catch, and I'm gonna just break those properties which we have been provided in the registration. So it will be that passing that error code, and let's just pass that error as any error can be provided, and also need to create that finally properties. Finally set loading should be false. So now after passing that error properties, as you see the simple error we are getting with the switch case with the if user not found, you can roll back to make mistake and find the error properties. Now what we need to do is to getting the from data, remember, which we have been provided there. So that's the same properties we can grab from here by which we created that from data. So make that should be, we can keep it here, or now instead of that first name last name we should be here. So first we will keep it out of the context. So once we have that too, now we will grab it here. So it should be await, and then we make it that sign in with I think it should be await or we can go with that, but yeah, I will keep that here instead in that here. So it should be await, as I need to make that as async function. So now you can also grab the response if you want to do it. So it should be await sign in with email and password. Here I need to pass my auth, which, and also I need to pass my email, also need to pass my password. So now if every credential I am passing properly, it should give me the login instances. So what I'm gonna do is to create another user. So let's go in the register, let's make that Jennifer Lawrence, jennifer@gmail.com, and password, I'm gonna provide a password, and this just passing that previous instances. You can either make it true false, no worries about that. So let's hit send. As you see, as it's loading, so after creation it should be our set loading should be true. Okay, you can also put a subset of loader if you're having any doubt on that. So as you see, we are now in rollbacking on the registration. So for the registration, let's make that with jennifer@gmail.com 123456. Let's put the login. So after grabbing that login, we should be able to is it working? Let's just grab that. Yeah, it's working. It's just having to load the properties. So now we have the user, and that user will reflect within the user info. As you see, our user info is popping up. So now what we need to do is to assign the user info to show our various information about the user. That's now what we can do in that instances. So let's go back to our user info properties, and here let's just in the user info, let's go to our profile, and here we can pass our current user, right? So should be current user as current user. So now we can access the current user in the user info. So let's go back here, let's put that current user, and I'm gonna define the properties here. So let's just interface props. Now for current user, I'm gonna put it any user just to see what we are receiving. Log, and should be current user, and let's just see what we are receiving here. Okay, we are receiving an object who is providing the user properties. So instead of any, we can now define that what could be the current user. It should be taking the, I think it's defined in the typo in the types. So let's go, you see it should be available user info, user type. See, so that's the user types we need to get. So instead of that props, we can just provide that user types. Okay, so now we are having the user, so we can provide the user info properties. So how we can do that? If you see, if we just roll back in our previous build, let's go to the login, and if we make sign in, That's the loading properties, which we can access that one. So let's just go and create that properties, but I think I need to log out first, but we'll create that instance, don't worry about that. So to get things done, that properties, what we will do is that let's roll back here. Instead of the div, let's take a container here, container. Okay, so now in the user info, we're gonna take a div, and here in the div we're gonna make the properties. So class name padding y should be 5, and here after that div I'm gonna take another div. Let's grab the image properties. So if the image is available, means if current user dot avatar is available, then should be current user dot avatar. Otherwise, I'm gonna just grab one thumbnail image just to show the image properties. So it will be that one, and here the name should be user image. Okay, you can pass any of the properties here. So now let's just, if I save, let's see what we are receiving. Okay, we should see a very big user image here. So let's go and define some properties with a class name relative. I'm gonna make it as isolate. Overflow should be hidden. bj gray should be 900, and padding axis should be 6. Padding y should be 112, so 12. Or we can make it as 24, make it much bigger, and shadow should be lg, not lg. I'm gonna make it bigger, 2xl. sm rounded should be 3xl, and then sm padding x should be 16. Okay, much more bigger. Now let's roll back here in that div. Class name flex call, sm should be flex row properties, item should be center, gap should be 5, and sm gap should be 10. Okay, now let's roll back to the image properties. Class name, which should be 40, height should be 40, rounded 4. Let's give a border should be gray of 700, and object should be cover, padding should be 1. That's the image. If we just roll back the condition, what we are receiving, let's see, that will be the cover photo. Okay, so now we have the current user, and after that image we will take one div, should be saying h2, and here welcome back dear, and I'm gonna put a span tag here. It should be providing that the current user first name. We'll just concate with that, and current user last name. Okay, that's 2 is coming, but we will also define one space here. Or what we can do is that instead of rolling these two together, crampling all together, I'm gonna just separate it. Okay, let's just select those portion, cut it from there. I'm gonna make a space. I'm gonna paste it here. So now it's gonna adding a space here. So also by default, I'm gonna make it text as white. See, we can now view that. So now this h1 tag, or make that h2, put a class name, which should be text should be Excel, font should be bold, tracking should be tight, and then sm text should be 4xl. Cool. And also that div, let's put a class name, and item should be start, and not items start, text should be start, and flex should be 1 to give all the available space. Now for that span tag, I'm gonna provide anything not so fancy. Yeah, we can provide underline offset can be not 4, should be 2, and similar way put a decoration of 1 pixel, and then font should be medium. Okay, just to define that. That can be okay. So see, yeah, cool. Now what we gonna do after that h2 tag, we're gonna just take a p tag which saying lorem50 just to define some of the text properties. Put a class name, tag should be start, and we can also put an asterisk, and margin top we can provide as 6, max weight 3 axle, and then we can make that text base, and empty should be 3, and leading should be 6, and also text should be gray of 300. Okay, cool. Now one more thing is to go and get those button properties. So after that particular div, let's get another div. So one button should be edit profile. So there should be 3 buttons altogether. Okay, so we will create one design, then we will just pass those design parameter. So let's go in that edit profile, or let's go in top layer of that div actually. So margin top should be 10. I'm gonna make it a flex. Item center given x should be 5, padding x should be 4. Okay, now for that button, let's just make rounded should be MD, and BJ should be white, and also padding x should be 8, padding y should be 2.5, and then text should be SM, font semi bold should be semi bold, and text should be gray of 900. Okay, and now hover BJ should be not white, let's just give a gray of 100. You see, cool. And also let's just make focus visible, and whenever it's focus visible, outline, we're gonna provide an outline here. So let's just make outline, and then focus visible, that outline should be should be 2, and also focus visible, we're gonna make outline offset, outline offset should be 2, and focus visible, that outline should be sky text. As you see, now that not saying, but let's just make it red of 600. Okay, but did we remove the outline? Okay, should be okay, fine. Let's just see, we will check why it's not working later on. So let's just make 2. One should be edit profile, then one should be add address, one should be logout. Edit profile and address, and one should be logout. So now in the logout, what we will do, once we click, we will make the things to create a logout session. So now to create that, also I'm gonna provide one SPG formation that you can just copy paste. So that SPG going to create that circle at the bottom. So let's just define that here. Hit save. Now as you see, bit of SPG effect. So now what we will do, once we click on that login button, so that's the logout, so it should be on click. We're gonna make that auth. No, first we need to go to make that foundation, so it should be auth dot from where we define the auth dot sign out should be, yeah. And also we are just going to pass one on click event for both parameter, that for the edit profile, like one of the simple function where we are getting the toaster, So it's saying edit profile option available on pro version. For right now, we are not going to provide that. And also at address, we will define that the same parameter. Okay. So now if you click on this two, edit profile. Okay. Now for sign in, if we make logout, you see it's logout. Let's go in the login. Let's try here. Login. We will make that what you call that, we'll make that login instances, so that's why it will be super fast. So if we are having that, so let's go to the login instances. So we will simply pass that loading instances so that it can be effective. So in the login, on the bottom layer here, so what I'm gonna say, loading and we're gonna pass that loading a component here. By the way, if you want to pass that one in your instances, it's very simple. Okay, we are in the profile. Okay, let's go in the login. Let's try again. Hit. Did we missing something? Are we missing something? That let's try here. Okay, it should work. I'm providing my email. Let's try if we are having that email or not. Scroll back. Okay, I'm having that email also. So why is giving just not working? See, the login button is not taking the hit. So let's scroll back to the login if we miss something. Okay, so the button disable once is loading. Okay, make that button again. What's happened? Now that's is coming. Okay, one is coming. So try now one. Okay, but this instance is not taking action. I think I missed one parameter. Type is submit. In the registration also it's working. Okay, so in the from, what we have been written on the from should be on submit handle login. Yes, handle login is provided. e.prevent default try. We are trying that. Oh, okay. Similar parameters we did. Set loading should need to be make it as true because loading is activated, so means we are not accessing the state. So only one time we can access that. Later on it's giving us that error. Try that. You see, now loading is working. Okay, but we are not able to access the data. I want to catch the log also. Let's see, console log error should be giving us the error. If we are having error, did my thing is running? Yeah, it's running properly. Let's hit reload properly. Go back here, just go back to my account. Okay, I will try with Jennifer again. I think that could be probably, remember we have been removed some of the properties there. I think we removed the user base properties, so I'm gonna remove that email. So that's what is mismatching, because it's not, because that email is available, but when it's going to fetch the data from Firestore, you see we have the duplicate properties beforehand. So I think that's the one is giving that issue. So we can just simply go and remove that. Okay, now we can click one more. So let's go register. Okay, I'll go with that and with my password, giving a cover photo. You can also putting the loading instances here, the way you make simple loading, because it will not work. So that's up to you. Also, you can make the color on that. Like I will try to do it in the login. You can try in the registration. So no, in the login it will not be on that, but let's go back in the registration again. Okay. Okay, it's just getting that again. Log out, go in the registration. So now what we can do is that once any user is created, we will make it a disable functionality. So means once loading, even it will not be on that proportion. So let's go here. the backtick, and if loading available, page should be gray off 500, otherwise page off, indigo off, I think 600 maybe, oh no, 700 we are providing. Okay, so now let's see, let me refresh. So it will be our like test user test@gmail.com, and we are going to provide the password, provide the same image. You see, so we just need to make hover out of the way. So once that one is happening, hover should be hover. Let's make hover also page gray of 500. That's it. So now we can go, and these two things you can make align. It depends on you, the way you want to see it. You can just roll back with the properties, it will be fine. You can just make that if we go in the login, instead of +44, you can just provide as 3, so it will come all together, you see, side by side. That's it. Okay, now it's cool. So now within that build, we are having that portion. So once we are having the user, means we are having the user, we can create the checkout, right? So let's go in the checkout portion. Let's go in that cart properties. So cart. Now from here, as we can get that current product, so we can get the current user too. So now what I'm gonna do is that, so in that cart properties, let's just go here. So we, in the checkout button, I think we create one checkout button. So in the checkout button, yeah, we already created those instances, right? So let's go in the cart. Yeah, we have the checkout instances, but as we are not having that current user here, so let's see, that current user going to be coming from store. So we have the user, but let's go in my account. Let's say log out. Let's try in that cart. You see, you need to sign in to make checkout. So now that will be here, and in our last build, which is going to become very soon, maybe by tomorrow, day after tomorrow, where we're gonna try to implement our checkout, and also we're gonna process data to come back here and save it in our storage. So there's all the properties we're gonna implement, and we're gonna create our payment with Stripe checkout. So that will be, I think, one more video should be available later on, 1 or 2, we'll see how much needed. So that's all in this video. I think now you are somewhere to create those properties, and you are very good to go to make things happen. So I think that can be really helpful if you are giving a like and subscribe the channel, and also stay with me till we finish this project, because it's really helpful. It will be really helpful to grab you much more project for you and just get a good job. So we'll see in your next video with other properties of those things to compile everything to finish that. So all the best for this project. We'll see you in next video. Hello everyone, welcome back as we are creating this amazing e-commerce website, and today's build, it will be part 5, where we're gonna create our payment authentication. As you may remember, in our last build we already finished regarding that user authentication, creating user and also having user logging out. So all the functionality we have been done, and regarding that videos, or you can just find everything in the part 4. Also, you can move through the channel playlist, where you can find that on that Super Gear e-commerce project. In that playlist, you will find all available videos regarding that project. As you see, 4 is available for 1 to 4. So 5, it will be entered here. So how many part it will be, all will be in this particular tab. So now, please do subscribe and like the video if it can be really be helpful. And today what we're gonna do, we're gonna integrate the payment authentication. Now what about you want to get back the previous code? How you will get that? The link, it will be in the description for that GitHub repo. Here you can see there is 4. If I just hit reload, I should be able to see a 5 also. Okay, let's put the git branch here. See, so main 5432. So main is the part 1, then rest of that constant. So if you get all the latest code, just move through that part 5, the code will be available. Or if you want to go part by part according with the video, you can just toggle through all that available repo branches. Now after finishing all, it will be moved through one final branches. You can just go and grab that code from there. So now let's start building our today's application. And if you are following me previously, you need to do one thing after cloning that application. Now if you just start with me for this branch, you need to just check which branch you are underlying. Just check with that git branch. Oops, it will be git branch, and you need to just moving through that part 5, or you can just, if you're in part 4, you can just continue the latest code which we are going to build. Now here you need to give the credential for the Firebase. You already know I have been provided for you. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna keep my credential and then I'm gonna close that tab. Okay, so our first thing is that to create our payment authentication. As you may remember, we have already user. I already logged in with one user. So let's just, the user is created and also in logged in. Now I need to change that logo here, which we didn't did in our last build. So what I'm gonna do, let's just roll back to our header. And in the header where we are passing that, I believe it will be somewhere here in that constant. Yes, so we have, okay, that's our search, that categories, where we are heading. I believe it should be somewhere. Okay, it's here. So now what we need to do, we need to pass our user profile. Okay, so I will just make that for that icon. I'm gonna just make that current user. So I believe we already get that current user. Did we have that user in the top? No. So we need to grab that current user from our store. So it will be current user. So now we can access that current user to show the available photo of that current user. Okay, if current user dot is available, then I'm gonna just wrap one image tag. Okay, image properties, and if it's not available, that will be just simple icon. Now in that property there will be a source. So the source, it will be current user dot let's just go with that avatar which we are having that, and also alternative tag, it will be just make that profile image. So what's the error is giving? I think nothing yet. Okay, now what we need to do is that, as we did before, for the class name, I'm going to provide a width of 5, height of 5, and rounded should be full, and also object should be cover. Object cover. It's saved. We should be, yeah, it's already here, but we can just make, you can play through it like how many big you want, or if you want or not. If you want a smaller one, that depends on you. I'm just gonna keep it simple. Okay, so now even I click here, it will just take me to my profile. So that's simplicity we have. Now if we roll back to our cart here, shopping cart, you see the checkout button, we can just avail that. Like if I just make logout, you see the checkout, need to sign in to make checkout. So we cannot be able to check out. You can put a button here, it depends on you, but I will just go from my profile and just log in again. Okay, so after login, let's roll back to my checkout session. Now this button is available on that particular checkout tab. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna close others, and so now also I'm gonna minimize that so that it will be easy to see. Okay, that will be our button. So now what we need to do, we need to create the other rest of the scenario. How we gonna create that? You see the checkout, we also passing the product, so all the other things we can do it here. So this is our button which is providing for the checkout. If we have the user, we can grab that button. So I'll just write simply one on click event which going to be available that our checkout, like let's make that handle checkout. So I need to call that in top, handle checkout. So let's roll back the checkout. Okay, so first thing first, just I want to make a log here just to see what is providing. Okay, test. And in the test, I want to see all the products which we are passing here. So let's just open that console. Okay, that's the console. Make it clear. Check out, see test, and all available products are here. So now we can easily toggle through that all other properties. So I think we are good to go to create the scenario. So in that handle checkout, before going further, we need to install one dependency here. So that's my PowerShell here. Let's put ls to see which directory we are in. We are now in the root, so let's put cd client, means the change directory to client. Okay, now here I'm gonna just install one dependency. It will be pnpmi. If you're using npm, just put npm install, or pnpm pnpm install. You can put also install, or yarn, just yarn add. So it will be at stripe. So that's one. Then Stripe.js. So that's the dependency which will be reliable to provide me to create one Stripe promise to create a Stripe payment integration. Okay, so I'll install that. Okay, now while it's installing, let's roll back to our Stripe. Let's see what the things we needing here. So I'm gonna sign in with Stripe. Now, if you don't have a Stripe, you need to create an account with this Stripe, and then you need to just go through all the formalities to receive the payment. That's very simple. If you cannot be able to do that, let me know in the comments below. Maybe I can help you regarding that also. So that is my account homepage here. So as you see in that super gear, so now you can, if in the left button, you can see if you have any account, it will show here. If you don't have, you need to create a new account. You can do that to create. So what I'm gonna do in the payment section, you'll see I already received one previous payment. So now I need two things from here. One is that API key, and one is the secret. That API, one is the publishable key, one is the secret. So in that API keys, you see that one is publishable key, which can be revealed, and that one is the secret key, which you don't need to show to anyone. So it will be a secret, so don't show to anyone, but I'm gonna use that publishable key. Okay, so I'm gonna copy that, and after copying it, let's just come over in our code. Here I'm gonna just put that in a variable, so it will be const public, or you can make that a publishable key, and I'm gonna just keep that key here. Okay, now you can wrap that in .env file. That depends on you. You can arrange it. So this code is very lengthy project, so I'm not gonna go with to show each and everything in that preferences. You can just make that things to happen. It's very simple to do that. So now we also need to create one Stripe promise. So okay, so it will be const Stripe promise, and that promise, it will be coming from load Stripe, which gonna come from that Stripe. So here I'm gonna just pass that publishable key. So as you may remember, you see the load Stripe is coming at the top. So now let's see how and what we're gonna receive on in that load Stripe key, right? So now let's put that const Stripe. It should be Stripe promise, right? And now I'm gonna lock that promise to see if anything coming from there. Okay, because with that we will be able to create that redirect to checkout and other properties by which we can create that Stripe instances. So now if I go back here and click checkout, as you see, it's passing that promise, so it's not fulfilled, it's unfulfilled. What happened is there we just hit in the checkout server, so in the Stripe server, asking for something, and we didn't wait for it. We just hit and run. So whatever the Stripe is providing, we didn't get it, and just we come back without fulfilling our promise. To initialize that one, I need to create that function as an async function, and here for that load Stripe, I need to await until it's providing me that data. So let's hit save. And now if I click in here, as you see, I'm getting an event from Stripe, and that event, there is almost all the possibilities for the payment and other properties. So from here I need one which is redirect to checkout. I think redirect to checkout. So let's search for it. Redirect to where is that? Yeah, you see, redirect to checkout. Here you can see in the prototype here, and on the with that one, we can get to create the checkout instances from this tribe. And as you see, API key is using the key which we provided here. So now, as you may know, our things is ready. We can now send each and everything to our database there. So let's start working on that. So what I'm gonna do is to create one try catch event. Okay, so if it's successful, or you can put it as a try catch, or you can go with directly in the response. So let's just go in the response. It should be, now you can use the Axios if you feel free, but I will just go with default fetch functionality. That will serve the purpose here. So now here, where we gonna land, what kind of things we gonna build. So these things, let's just see if we having our config file or not. Did we create any config file? No. So what I'm gonna do is create one config file at the root. Okay, no, we already created config file. Yes, that's our config. So we have that config file and is targeting to our local. So now let's roll back there. It's very simple to do that right now, as we having the configuration. No need to worry about either we are in that local or in the production. So now I'll go with the backtick, and from the backtick I'm gonna get that config. And as you know, if you just roll back to the config, you need to see select server is local, so it will just get that configuration for localhost 8000. If you're in production, which we're gonna do while we are deploying, then we're gonna pass that production API key here also. So now config, after config dot base URL, which is the URL we provided, I'm gonna just pass that null check. Okay, so now I'm gonna roll back to checkout. So that will be our endpoint checkout. So in that endpoint, we're gonna hit with our data. So after hitting, what we're gonna do, so in that method we need to pass the method which going to be a post method, and also we need to pass our headers, and in the headers we will define that as content type, and the type, it should be application JSON. Okay, and after that also we need to pass another parameter which is going to be get our body. So in the body we will make that JSON stringify. So whatever the data as is making a post request to our router, so we cannot send the JSON data. We need to make all the data as string. So we will, all the JSON data, it will formulate, doesn't matter whatever formulation it's had, we will make it as a stringify. Then in that stringify, we're gonna avail that what we want to send. So in the items, we're gonna send our products. So whatever the products we have, all the products, it will go there. And in the email, we're gonna provide that current user dot email. So that's the email, we're gonna send it there. Now what's it's gonna happen once we are having that response? So as you see, that's the entire response we are created. So now we're gonna just make that checkout session. We're gonna await for response. Okay, response, and after getting the response, we will make it as JSON. Okay, as it will send in some parameters, so we need to make that response as JSON. So what's wrong here? Why was giving the error? Does not exist on the type. Okay, I'm gonna make that JSON. Simple. JSON. Okay, now what's we're gonna do is that let's just log our parameter, which is going to be checkout. Let's write that checkout session. Okay, also one thing we need to go forward with that, while we are fetching the response, we also need to keep it as await, so it will just go with that further constant. So now here, as you see, we are having ready our frontend. So in the from the frontend, what we did, we just go and keep a connection with our checkout portion over there in our backend structure. So let's go and explore what's the things we're gonna have in our backend. If we roll back to our localhost 8000, you will see that's our backend which is running in localhost 8000. We are getting all the data from here. Now we need to create another route which will be a checkout route. So let's roll back to our admin. So in our last couple of video, we already working only in the client. So now we are rolling back to the admin. Feel free to see how those things is working on that both scenario. So in the admin, on the routes, we will create one file which going to be checkout.mjs. So now you need to be careful. The name you are providing here, that should be the name also CHE. As you see, I'm making a mistake here, so it should be CHECKOUT, checkout. So now this name, both names should be mashed together, otherwise it will not find the route. So now here what we're gonna do, we're gonna just import, it should be, we're gonna import that router, and it will be from this call express. And also we need to, now here in that particular constant, I'm gonna get another PowerShell as I am in the root directory. Let's cd in admin, and I'm gonna make that pnpmi stripe. So that's the stripe we're gonna install now in our backend. As you see in the package, we doesn't have anything called stripe, so it will install a stripe here. So while it's installing, let's just roll back here. Now here let's put const router. That router should be the router which we are providing here. Okay, and also okay, so if we roll back to our package, you see stripe is already installed. Don't worry about the version you were installed. Maybe whenever you are trying, you're already upgraded, but there will be nothing that much changes. If you are facing any difficulties regarding that version changes, either you can go with that particular 16.1.0, otherwise just contact with me, I'll help you to go through that. Okay, and now we have our router set up. So how we can create the router? So let's just make that router dot, it will be a post, and in the post parameter it will hit on the checkout, and of course I'm gonna make it as async, so it will be get one request and get one response. So now hit the return. So what I'm gonna do is here is that let's just make a try catch. Okay, so in the try catch we will just go and first, and before starting anything, let's just make that we need to provide that export functionality, otherwise our router gonna crying. If I go back to see my backend, you see it's breaked already. So what we need to do, export default router. Okay, okay, don't worry about it. What it's saying, yeah, we create the async functionality. Yeah, that was the problem. Okay, now cool. Now regarding that routing setup, as you may know, previously we created that dynamic routing. So means doesn't matter how many files you create, no need to set the routing here. It's already passes through that route files.map, which is we are getting from that rig directory sync. So we are pushing all the routes path here, so it will automatically get the route. Okay, so no need to worry about the routing setup anymore. Now in the checkout, in that properties, what I'm gonna do, whenever we are passing a just getting a catch functionality, means we have an error with that, we're gonna make res.status, and that status going to be a 500. Okay, now you can just go and search whatever the code properties, what means what, you can get that, and we're gonna get that error should be error whatever we are receiving. Now if we have something, let's just roll back on that. So we should get that parameter const body, then we should await rec.body. So this our backend. If we just click on the particular checkout, we should be able to see whatever is coming on the body. So let's click, and okay, we didn't log the body, we need to log it, otherwise we'll not be able to see. So it's the body here, so keep the body, click. As you see, in the body we are sending two things. One is that items, one is the email. So that's the email, and that is the all items whatever we are passing. How many items we are having here in our card? We have 8 items. So if you just go and check one by one, it should be 8 items. So now we're having the body, we are having the items here. So now we can start working on it. And how we gonna work? First thing first, let's roll back to our, we need to provide that .env file, if we can get the env file or not. So how we gonna get the env? Let's just make how we did that. Let's just go in that env file here on that Yes, we need to provide that stripe key, and the base URL key also for right now is no need to keep it here. And from where you can get this stripe secret key, you need to go in that. As you see, that's the key. So I'm gonna copy. I don't want to reveal the text key here, so I'm gonna copy that key. Don't reveal your secret. Publishable key is fine, but don't reveal your secret to anyone. So I'm gonna keep copy that, then I'm gonna keep that here, paste here, then I'm gonna link that one here. Okay, so I'm gonna do that right now. Okay, I got my secret key. So now how we can access that env key here? So as you may remember, previously we already used that in our index.mjs. So here we use that, what you can say, we can just go through that process.env. So let's just go that. So it will be, let's try if we can make that const port equal to process.env log ports. So let's see if we can its port is logging or not. Is it okay? I'm gonna just cancel that, this one on it. Okay, so ports process.env, and then I can make that port. Yeah, you see the port. So now if I click that process.env, that other parameters, that will also be available here. And how we can do that? So that's the one. We will just grab the key which we provided there in .env file. So that's the key, is that stripe secret key. If I just place that stripe secret key, so it should be, if I just make like that, if we log that one, you'll be able to see that. But right now I'm gonna just cut that one, not requiring. Or I can say that key, okay, stripe secret key. So that will be my stripe secret key. I'm gonna close the console. Okay, so now I have the secret key over here. In the body I have two parameters. One is that items, one is that email. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna destructure that, so it will be that items, also it will be the email. So in that stripe secret key we have that secret. So what I'm gonna do is that oh, secret. Okay, let me just check. Okay, it's just a minor mistake here. So now I'm having that stripe secret key here. Let's roll back to create that stripe instances. So in here, before going to the try catch block, I'm gonna go and grab that. And where I'm not taking that to the try catch block, as you may remember, that's in my .env file. So it's in my local, so I don't need to make that one to pass the server. So make that const, it should be stripe key, and that stripe key, it will be that the key which we are getting that at the top. Remember this one. So that's the key. And so no need, if I'm having that stripe key on that. So what I'm gonna do directly, I'm gonna just write is stripe. So in that stripe means I'm gonna get a new, and then I'm gonna grab that stripe. Okay, so it should be stripe, and I need to import it in the top layer. So import stripe from stripe. Okay, so now it should be from stripe, and after passing that stripe, I need to pass that stripe secret key here. And after passing the secret key, I need to also pass one API version here. So I will just keep it, yeah, is 6, the latest one. I'll keep on that version. Okay, so it now depends. You can go with the latest, you can go with the old version. It depends on you. Just check which functionality is available in which version. So now as I'm having there email, items and email, so now I need to make the item from, I need to extract the items the way Stripe going to check. Okay, so I cannot provide the items I have in that format, just I need to make formulation functionality. So it will be const extracting items. So in that items, I'm gonna make a wait for that items.map, and from here I'm gonna pass it as item. So what I'm gonna do, first I'm gonna define the quantity. That quantity should be item.quantity quantity. And be careful while you are typing, because there is no TypeScript checking. Maybe it can be mistake can happen, so you need to be careful to check either is working or not. And for the price data, so in that price data, I'm gonna pass one currency. Let me see that. Did we make any mistake here? Okay, let me just go here in that quantity. Okay, there is one minor mistake here, because as you see, we need to return on that. Then in the object, we need to pass the return item. Okay, so quantity should be item dot quantity, and after that, the price data, it should be within an object, and then that one currency should be USD. And after providing the currency, I will also pass that unit amount, and that amount should be item dot discounted price. If I roll back our type in the client sector, let's see what's the name we provided. Yeah, discounted price. So that will be the key here. So discounted price into 100. And why we are putting 100? Because it's a USD, so we need to destructurize to pass the cent value. So if like $1, 1 into 100 means 100 cents. So if like I have $100, it will cross check with 100 into 100 cents. So we need to pass that in at the lower value for the cents value. So we need to keep it as 100. If you're using different currency, you need to, like, if you're using that Oman Real, which is going to be 1 real is 1,000 Vaisa, so you need to make that into 1,000 to go that in the lower value. So in that product data, so in the data, what we're gonna do, we're gonna pass that name, which is going to be item dot name, and also we're gonna pass that description, item dot description, and then images. Now here we have the images as an array of images, so I'm gonna just pass directly the images here. No need to keep any other fancy things. So that's my item is ready to go. So after getting that items, what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna create a session. Okay, so it will be const session, and while we are creating session, we need to await, because we remember now we are going to start talking to Stripe database. So we need to await till the Stripe is providing any of the data. So await, now we get the Stripe dot, you see the checkout, and then we're gonna get the sessions from there. And after the sessions, we will create a session which is going to be a function, and in that function we're gonna pass a different method. So first thing, it will be the payment methods. Okay, so it will be payment methods types, not data. It should be payment method types, and in the types you can pass an array of types. I will just go with the cart right now. And after, we need to pass line items. So line items, it will be extracting items which we are providing, because we modified our data to match with that line items. Okay, and then the mode should be payment. And after that, we need to go through to create that success URL, and that success URL. Now here, you remember we have one config file in our client side by which we are checking either we are in the development or in the production. The same procedure, you can do it here, but you need to do it. Okay, so for right now, what I'm gonna do is that just grab my thing here. That's the same procedure. If you're following me on that, you can easily create that one. So it will be success. Okay, and then if for the cancel also, we can create for, like, if we're canceling that, cancel URL, and that cancel URL also should be cancel. Now after that, we are gonna pass that metadata. So in the metadata, what we're gonna do to pass our email so that it can be referable. So now we are having all the element here. So if we are going, everything is good to go. If we are having the session, means we are getting the data. So now what I'm gonna do, rest.json, we're gonna pass a JSON data to our frontend. We're gonna pass a message which going to say server is connected, and then we're gonna make that success as true, or success true, and also you're gonna pass the id should be the session which we are getting, so that id should be the id. So now if everything working fine, we should be return the data over here in as the checkout session. So let's roll back and see what we are receiving there. Or if you just to see what the session is mean, so we can just pass our entire session before rolling back there, just to show you what is gonna return as the session data. Okay, so in the console, if we just do everything properly, click. Okay, now as you see, we are getting one checkout session data. We have message, server is connected, we have the success is true. In the session, you will be able to see all the data. Even this link, if you just copy and paste here in somewhere, you should be okay, I think I got the wrong, I didn't get the full. Okay, copy property path, and let's how can I copy all together? Should be like that. I don't know why it's missed previously. Okay, there should be, because it's getting all the tackle from the search parameter. So I'm gonna just remove that here, and okay, I'm gonna copy it again. I don't know how it's going. Okay, that's the parameter we have. Why it's not? Okay, what's wrong there? Let me see. Okay, that's the clone. That's the one is making trouble, not the other parameter. I'm gonna cut that. Enter. So if you see, you're gonna see you have a valid checkout session here. Okay, so now even you put success checkout authentication, you will be able to go to in success page, but we are not going to do that one. See, success URL which going to provide with that success. Success, the spelling is, we make the wrong spelling, of course it will take us somewhere else which we don't want, where we don't want to go. So I'm gonna make that success SU. Okay, success URL should be okay, that's the one. AWS success. Okay, we will not go in that way. So what I'm gonna do, we will go with the functionality the way Stripe is making feeling better to serve us in these purposes. So what I'm gonna do to create that session. So now to make that, I'm gonna just take a variable to see the result. Of course I'm not needing that one, but just to see. Okay, so now I'm gonna await, and that await, I'm gonna make that, remember we have a Stripe in the top, so I'm gonna make that redirect to checkout, and in that redirect to checkout, remember we have session, so in the session ID we need to provide the checkout session.id. And of course there will be one problem if you send it right now, as we need to do is here to provide only that ID, okay, not the entire session. So session, so ID should be session.id. Okay, and over here, while we are passing that ID, we can now toggle through that ID. We should be able to grab the result here, and if we having any error, means we have no result yet. So I'm gonna make that results.error. Then I'm gonna just make an alert at the, you can make alert or you can make window.alert, both it will do the trick. So it will be the result dot, and in the result error, if there is a message, it's gonna pass the message. So now if it's everything is working fine, we should be able to create a checkout, and we should be get our payments here. So that's the first payment, 3580. Let's roll back to create another checkout instances. I click on the checkouts. Now as you see, we are rolling back to our payment 3580. So that's the similar. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go back. See the cancel page we are now. So that's the way we can do. So I'm gonna close and change. I'm gonna go a little bit lower amount, so it should be see the changes. So 2150. I'm gonna just go and grab that 4242, which is going to be the default payment card for our Stripe payment. Valid month 123 is the CVC. I'm gonna pass my name and the pay. So now after payments, right now it will just take us to the success page. As you see, our cart is not empty, even we didn't receive the data in our server. If you go our Firestore database, there is data is not provided yet, and we need to create all the functionality right now, the way we can send data as our order data here in that server, and also we can check our authentication, like our payment is done or not. So that's the entire things we're gonna do. If we roll back here in the payment, it should be available somewhere. Okay, so it's the one result. If we just hit reload, we should be able to see our other results, which is gonna be 2150. That's the payment which we did right now. So what I'm gonna do, create the other properties, other parameter, and to create that we need to go, I'm gonna just close all, and then I'm gonna go our success screen. Here we need to do all the trick. So as you see, now you can go with that to create. If you just roll back here, you can create the webhooks to go and check all the actions, then you can create, but also you can do it from in the success screen. So let's just try and do that. So in the success screen, what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna grab 3 parameters for my store. So one, it will be my current user. So I'm gonna see which is my current user, because I'm gonna set the data according to my user email. Then I'm gonna get the cart product, because that's the product I'm gonna directly inject to my database, as is already already succeeded and is delivered. Now you can go and do one thing, either only you can check the payment is success or not, then you can roll back to just update the payment, like in that normal e-commerce website what they are doing. If your payment is successful, they are just updating one status, means payment is done, or it's in that way they do it. But what I'm doing is here to grab the checkout payment instances. So either if you're feeling no, we don't want to do like that, let me know in the comments below. I'm gonna create another video by which the modern e-commerce website just handling the payments as an URL. They just get the payments and that's it. Okay, so we will get the 3 things from there, and after that let me see how we can combine on that. Also we need to get the location. Okay, so it will be const location. It should be passing that use location, so just to see where we are. Okay, now using that location, like if we just make log, just to see what location is providing here, if we just roll back and see, you see in the location we have the path name, the path, and other properties. It should be available also, so we can get all the properties. Now it's just coming with a simple success, but we need to provide another parameters. Okay, remember, once we are coming here, we need to provide also our session ID. In that way we can grab our session. So while we are coming here in the success here over, so after success we need to pass our session underscore ID, should be our checkout session ID. So it should be the parameter which going to provide is coming from the backend, so it will be that session ID. So we need to grab that ID so that we can go and fetch the things that if we don't have the ID, it will take us to that parameter. If we have the ID, it will keep us in that parameter. But before going through, I'm gonna just let you see what is actually doing that. So it should be const session ID. That ID, like if I just make that, okay, that's the session ID. You see right now we don't have any session ID. You just came here without session ID even. So now we're gonna check the parameter const session ID. It will be new URL search params, and in the search params we're gonna pass that location, the location we have, and in the search, and I'm gonna make that get function. So in that get, we're gonna get as session ID. Okay, remember the key you passing here, you need to match that key accordingly with that key, otherwise it will not give you the things you are looking for. Okay, so now that's our session ID. So now we can just make one simple functionality. So const navigate, it should be coming as use navigate, and what I'm gonna do is that like we can also go with that loading parameter, loading set loading ug state should be false. Okay, so now I have all the parameters. I'm gonna get to create one use effect hook. What I'm gonna do is that if I doesn't have the session ID, we should not be able to land in that page. Only whenever we have the session ID, means our payment is successful, only then we can create like we can just come here and grab the parameters. Okay, so now how we can do that? We can just say if we doesn't have any session ID, then what's it gonna do? Navigate to home. Okay, so it will navigate to home and it gonna check with the parameter which we have that session ID. Okay, hit save. As you see, as soon as we just keep that, now if we roll back to is a success, we cannot okay, we should not be, that link should be expired. Okay, let's just, okay, now if we just try to go and make the success, you see it will not give you the link to go enter in the success page. Only whenever we have the session ID, then we can enter. Okay, so let's just create another success event so that we will be able to get the session ID. Okay, the similar parameter it will follow. Okay, and again, if you're still having any doubt how to handle those parameters, let me know in the comments below. I'm gonna try to create another video, go in a very slow motion so that it can be really helpful for you. Okay, what we did wrong? Even we have session ID, did we not mention? It's just take us back, so means we doesn't have the session. So let's roll back. Is that's the one we are providing? We have the session ID dot get. Okay, and in the checkout we are passing our checkout session ID. Why? What's wrong? Why just going like that? Okay, I'm gonna create another, and this time I'm gonna just make that one empty. Okay, okay, let me just, I'm gonna put that on empty just to see the parameter why we just blew up with that. Okay, so right now we should be able to go and see the success screen. Okay, we are in success screen, and then we have our session ID. So either, let me see if we can grab the session ID or not. I think not, maybe. Okay, so now if we just click log with that session ID, okay, now so it's not getting the session ID. So let's just pass the location here. So in that location, okay, we are getting one hook. The problem is arising here, so that's the problem. So in that particular tab on that checkout, we need to change one instances. So in the success is passing that session. Okay, it should get to that. It should get to that. So means we are having the session ID, right? So why it's just it cannot save it? I have no idea. So means we are having the session ID. So let's just roll back. Did we save the session ID? I don't think so. Okay. So that's the session ID we are having here. Or how about we can just put that also, just to see. Session ID still it's null. Let me see how we can do that. So that's the URL search params which getting our location. So it should work. Location.search.get. I think the problem, it should be available here on that particular tab. It should be equal. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that's the thing. I think we mess around. So now if we just roll back and create one, it should be able to see. If we just create one more payment integration just to go and check. So sometimes you need to just go with some of the valid purposes how it should work. So don't worry about it. Just keep toggling on that till it's work. That's the way you will get the purposes. So now I believe this time it should be able to give us the session ID as we are providing that equal sign. Yeah, that's the session ID. So now we should be able to see. Let's just go and log. Okay, object. Now that's the our session ID we are having. Okay, so if you see in the object, now if we pass that, see the object and the session ID. If we just remove that location object, you see we have the session ID. So now if we just reveal our previous portion, it should stay because now we are having our session ID. So our ID is working perfectly. We can now go and grab stars to check the other parameters. So what's the parameters it would be? So if we doesn't have, like if we have the ID, then it can be. So, and also I'm gonna check one else if condition. If the cart product dot length means we have the success ID, but in that length is not 0, then we will not want to do the action. Only if it's bigger than 0 means we have the cart product. So now we're gonna make that one try catch. In the catch block, we're gonna pass a catch method, which going to be pass one like we're gonna make one error. So just make that, we're gonna just pass the toast out error, and that error it should be coming that error saving order data. Okay, that's the error we want to just to show. And now when everything is final, like everything is okay, like we will also manage the finally parameter just to pass that set loading should be false. As we are availing the set loading here at the top, we're gonna make it true. So while we are trying that, it should be passing that as set loading should be true, and once we are doing the other trick, the set loading should be false. So set loading should be true. So now what's we gonna do? We're gonna do several parameter. Be careful while you are dealing with that. It will be very sensitive and you need to be very careful. So we will do one parameter should be const order. We're going to create a order reference, and that reference is going to be coming from document, and we're going to access the DB, and in the DB we're going to check orders. So that will be the table where we're going to keep the order, and we're going to make the order according to the name of the current user dot email. So whenever we are passing one data there, it should be available with that current user dot email. What's wrong with that? DB getting the one argument, I think. Okay, email should be available, don't worry about it. Okay, now also you can do one more parameter is that if the user is not available, you can just roll back here. You can put like bulletproof parameter, like to just go and check if it's available or not. So now I'm gonna create a document snap. So snap, it should be await, and then it should be get doc. Now here it will not work. Still it will not work because as you see, that's the things, everything we are doing directly injecting to the use effect. But what we need to do, we can go and make everything that try const we're gonna create inside a function. Okay, so it will be save order, because we need to make our function as a async and await, which we cannot do directly in that, what you call that, in that use effect. So now it will work. So it will be get doc, which is going to be the Firebase Firestore, and we're gonna pass our order reference. So now after that, what is going to happen? So now if we have that doc snap, means we are having, previously we are having any order. So doc snap is exist, means we are having our previous order. So we will manage one particular tabbing parameter. So if any user having an order already, we're gonna push through that order to that particular user. If that doesn't have the order, we're gonna push injecting the new order, same like we did in that cart product. If the user has a already a product in the cart, what we are going to do, we are increasing the number of that quantity. We are increasing the same quantity, but if the product is not added, then we are sending the entire product. So that's the thing what we're gonna do. If the user has that order, we're gonna pass that order data, rest it will be the same. So now if a user doesn't have the order, so we're gonna await, and we're gonna make a set document, and all the import you need to do at the top, otherwise it will not work. You see the get doc, set doc is all coming from Firebase Firestore. So now in that set document, what we're gonna set is that we're gonna pass that order reference which we create at the top, and in the order reference we're gonna pass one object. The name, it will be orders. Okay, so in that orders we're gonna pass one array. Okay, array of order. So first it will go in the object, so it will be user email. That should be the current user. It will be current, what we have, that user. So user email, current user email. And after that, the payment, we're gonna pass that also payment ID, which is going to be the ID of the session ID which we are rollbacking at the top. And now order items should be the items of the cart product. We're gonna pass entire cart product there. And the payment method, right now I'm gonna just pass that as a constant method. Keep it as a constant, but you can make it as a dynamic way. If you feel free to give and explore a bit, you will be having the ability to make that. So what we are doing here, this function is coming when it's coming if document doesn't exist, then what is going to do, it's creating a new one. So that's create a new document. But what if the document is available? So now if document available, what we're gonna do, document exist, we're gonna just update the order items array. Okay, that's what you're gonna do. So like if we have the documents, we're gonna make that update documents, update doc, we need to import also. And here we're gonna pass also that order reference, and in the order, after passing that order reference, we're gonna pass that method. So in the order, see, we are only handling the orders, nothing else. See, that's the only we are passing. So this the table we're gonna handle. We are gonna just update the orders, and be careful while we're passing that. If you're making a mistake of that the name, it will collapse. So I'm gonna make that array unions. So array union, and in that array union I'm gonna just merge the array. So I'm gonna merge that user email, it should be just, we can pass the similar properties, it's gonna merge with that, no worries for that. Or you can just simply go and pass the properties. So now what it's going to do is that user email should be the current user.email, payment should be the session payment ID, session ID, order items, cart items, and now we're gonna pass another parameter, user ID should be current user dot ID. Okay, so now we should be able to do the trick, and our payment should be saved in our Firestore. Now what it happened after passing those parameters, we're gonna show a message toast.success, which is going to say payment accepted successfully, and what you can say, order saved. And after that we will make that receipt our cart. So our cart should be empty. And now this action should be happen whenever the session ID going to be changed, whenever the navigation going to be changed, whenever the current user is going to be changed, whenever the cart product is going to be changed. All that action should be called, and it will still not work till we are providing our function to run. So it will be, we need to pass our save order function here. Now it's gonna go and do all the tricks once we are landing here. But before going further, we're gonna just go and grab those parameters. First thing first, instead of that div, we're gonna pass that as container. Okay, so in the container I'm gonna go and grab two parameters. What it's going to be do is that if I have the loading instances, I'm gonna just go and pass that loading. So we have that components, and now I'm gonna pass a div. Like if no loading is available, what is going to say? So in h2 here, if loading is available, it's going to say something. If it's not available, it's going to say something. So if loading is available, it's going to say your order payment is processing. And if loading is not available, it will say that your, let's say, payment accepted by supergear.com. Okay, so that's it. Now you see no loading available is accepted by Supergear. So let's just put a class name over here. Should be min height should be 400 pixel. Okay, 400 pixel, and then flex should be in column, item center, justify center, gap in y should be 5. Okay, cool. Now this h2 we're gonna also styling that one. Put a class name, text should be 2xl, and md text should be 4xl, and then font should be bold, and text should be center. Center. Okay, that's cool. And after that we're gonna pass a p tag, passing a p tag which going to say if loading is running, then it will say once done, and if it's not loading, it will be say now. And after that, now you can view your orders or continue shopping with us. Should be n. Continue shopping with us, UNTIN. Yes, so that's the one it's gonna say. So let's just put a p tag, or I can just make it the similar function, and here I'm gonna pass 2 parameter, which after that p tag it will just come appear in a diverse manner, where I need to also import the link. What I'm gonna doing is that just creating a simple 2 button, which one it will be take us to the orders, another to the home page. So now if we roll back here, view orders, we should become in the order. Let's go. So now we're gonna create one successful order again. So let's just go and reveal the categories. Here we're gonna add a few products. Let's roll back to our cart. We can add, we can delete. So that will be 1710. Let's see how much it can avail from there. If any console is running, I'm gonna remove. No, nothing running yet. So now let's make a payment. Okay, now this time once the payment is happening, after successful payment, it gonna do couple of things. One, it gonna give me to a success screen. You see that your order payment is processing, your payment accepted by Supergear, view orders, continue shopping. Now here is the trick and fundamental ideas. If we roll back here, I'm gonna just make a reload for, because we changes a lot of things. So if everything's working perfectly, we should see an orders tab where we will get the orders. So whatever the orders we are saving, you see that orders, yeah, that's here, and you see it's my email. So now you see the orders and the first parameter, the first order. So I think it previous order also it taking here, so I have the 2 order. Okay, so now I have 2 order. Let's create another order using the another account. So I'm gonna just log out, and I'm gonna make that order as, let's create one user here. Should be Jennifer Lawrence, and Jennifer. Okay, also pass a password, and then let's grab this. It's sent. So now I'm gonna create another order with different user, and let's see how it gonna maintain. Is it going to change the scenario? It can be able to separate the user, or it gonna dump all things all together. So that's the things we are going to check. Okay, and login. So now you see that's the order. We should be create and separate parameters. What's wrong? It's not saving. Yeah, sometimes it's stacking with that state. Just check with that. So now let's go create a shopping instances. Let's just go with that. Go here, checkout. Don't worry, if you reload, all will be available here, because still it's not a success. It will not go to our screen. Okay, so don't worry about the payment situation here. All the payment is receiving. That's why you are getting the success URL. You see, everything is coming here. So now let's just go back here. Okay, and here this email, don't forget about it, because it's saving the cart item, because we know which user is giving the payment. That's the fundamentals we need to know. Okay, by which user they pay doesn't matter, because we are tracking our user ID, so the card no need to track. So if we roll back to our super gear, as you see, data is already available and it's only one single order. So now if we roll back to our orders, we should be see the orders. Now we have nothing. So in the orders, we need to make create some of the parameter. So let's design that order data so that we can see how it can really be look more fruitful. So let's go in that order tab. So orders. Now in the orders, we need to grab the orders first. Okay, so first thing first, let's make that we're gonna grab that current user, should be from our store. Okay, and then we're gonna get to one array, should be orders, and set orders. You just state it should be an empty array, and right now just I'll keep the empty array, and also passing that loading. Set loading instances should be false. Now I'm gonna grab one taking that use effects event. Okay, and also I'm gonna put the variable here. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna get the data here. So it should be const get data, and that it will also getting the assign function here. Okay, so now what it gonna doing is there, I'm gonna make that set loading as true, and then I'm gonna make a try catch, and if it's coming with the catching error, I'm gonna just log that one. So it should be data fetching error, and I'm gonna pass the error here. So that's the one, and in that finally I'm gonna make that set loading as false. Okay, it should not be like that way. It should be with second brackets. And now in the try, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass that as a const doc reference. So it will be doc ref, and here I'm gonna just go and grab that documents from Firestore, and then I'm gonna access the DB, and then I'm gonna pass that my orders, and in the orders I'm gonna grab the orders according to the current user.email. Remember, we are saving that user according to the email, so it will be const doc snap. So we'll get a snap for the document, and should be await, and then should be get document to that doc reference which we provided there. And now if doc snap means we have the data dot exist, if it exists, then we're gonna do something else, we're gonna do something, and else it should be, we're gonna just pass a log parameter, and that gonna say no orders yet. And if the orders is available, what it gonna do, we're gonna make const order data, that should be doc snap dot data, and whatever the data is available in the orders, it gonna provide all the orders data. Now if we just go and make a log here, which going to be order data. Okay, let's see if we are able to grab any of the data here. Okay, make a reload to see. No, we are receiving no data yet because we didn't run our function. That's the thing. So we need to go and call our function, should be calling that get data function here, and after passing that, you see we are having one data which we are having 4 array of items, the items which we are providing here. So now we can toggle through with that. So before toggling through, let's create several orders for that user. We created for this user 3 orders. So now what we are going to align there, as you see, we're going to create this fashion. So we're going to show the user whatever the items they are having. Now I'm just putting it as a tracking number. You can do so more lot of tricks, either you can do or not, it depends on you, but I will just go with the similar parameters to create those functionality here. So now let's roll back to our order. So in that orders, instead of the div, I'm going to use our container. Okay, should be container, and in that container I'm going to make it smaller so that you can see it properly. Okay, it's a little bit small. I think that will save the purpose. Okay, so now what we will do here, I'm going to remove that console.log, because as we are having that data, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass that set orders data should be set order should be passing that orders data. Okay, so now in that container, what we are going to pass is that if there is loading, we're going to pass the loading, otherwise we're going to show the data. So if we have that loading, now you can do one more things. If a user doesn't have orders, what you gonna pass? Of course you're gonna pass that you don't have any orders. You need to go and create the orders, right? So first we're gonna go to create the loading instances. If loading is available, it will pass us our loading parameter, the loading components which we have. And if this loading is not available, then what it's gonna do, if orders dot length if bigger than 0, it's gonna pass a simple div where you're gonna pass that orders. And if it's no orders, means we're gonna also pass a div nothing. Now as you see, this returning order because we have the order. So I'm gonna just do a simple trick here just to pass those variables I'm in that particular div. So this one will be here. Okay, so it will, okay, I need to import the link, it will give error. So now if we have the data here, what it's gonna do, if we just roll back to make that with a null parameter, so okay, it will just show that no orders yet, it did not create any purchase from us. That will show us for particular orders for that users. So let's just go and check the orders parameter. I'm gonna remove that null check. So now in that orders, how I want to show the orders, remember we already have a demo, so that's the way we want to keep the orders. Now to create that, first thing first, let's just go here in that div, and I'm gonna make one h2 tag which going to say customer order details, and a p tag should be customer name. And after that I'm going to generate one span tag which going to give us that current user first name, and also you can merge that name once you are sending the data, depends on you, current user dot last name. So we have the username, and after that we're gonna pass a p tag which just generating that some random text here, should be 30. What's wrong? Oh, okay, the num 30. Okay, what's the is saying valid p cannot be appear as a descendant of p. So okay, you need to make that out of that p tag. It's inside within that. Okay, so now let's just keep a little bit designing fashion here. Max width should be 5 pixel, and I'm gonna keep it in the middle, so it should be mx should be auto. And after that I'm gonna make it bigger so that you can see it properly. So that's the things we are creating here. And also orders, total orders should be also available there. Let's see, yeah, we can do that. So before passing, after passing the name, I think, yeah, after passing the name we should be getting another p tag, and here we're gonna get total orders, and in the span tag we should go and grab that orders dot length. So that's the parameter should be upheld here. So if you see, we have 3 orders with that particular. Again, the p descendant how from where is coming. Okay, that's gone. So this error, you just forget about that. That's coming from that, especially from that stripe. So because our publishable key is it's just parameter, so it's just showing in that way. So don't worry about it. So now the class name text should be 3 axle, font should be bold, margin top should be 1. Okay, 1 is done. And then for this p tag, let's make it more bigger. So put a class name, and their text should be gray of 600. Okay, and for that span tag, let's see, span tag text should be block, and font should be semi bold. And for that p tag here in that bottom, so for the orders class name, the same parameter we can provide here should be gray of 600. And for that span tag, it should be as semi bold. Okay, font semi bold. And this one, let's just make a class name. Text should be sm. Max width should be, let's put 600 pixel. And tracking should be wide. Text should be gray of 500, not 50, should be 500. Okay, done. So now we need to start doing this portion. So let's go here, and after that p tag, let's grab one div, and here I'm gonna get another div portion, and right now we're gonna make that orders dot map. So which going to be, let's put that orders, it will be order types. And if you're having issue, you can see that order types, whatever the types we are available for the orders. So it will be highlights, items, yeah, that's the orders type. Order items, payment ID, payment method, and user email. Okay, so after passing that order, so now we can grab that. Let's okay, instead of directly injecting the return, we will just pass that value, and then from here we can grab that return also, because we're gonna check our total amounts value also here. So let's get that disclosure from that headless UI, and here we're gonna go and grab those parameters. So first thing first, let's just go and grab that. If it's open, what we're gonna do, if it's not open, what the things is going to pass. So if it's open, and if it's open, it's going to return something. It's going to return that a value here. Okay, so which let's just pass, we will pass and data. So it will be the T here, it will be disclosure button, disclosure button. So in the disclosure button, what we are going to pass is that we'll pass one span tag. We will get that as a name of tracking number, and here after that we're gonna pass in the span tag another span tag. We're gonna pass that order payment ID. So it will be order dot payment ID. Okay, so the order payment ID should be available. As you see, that's the ID which we are passing here. And after that span, there's two span tag, we should be providing another span tag here. And here, if it's open, then we're gonna make that for minus icon. Okay, and if it's close, we're gonna get that for plus icon. So that's the two icon. We're gonna just go and toggle through. Okay, hit save. You see, if it's open, minus, so it's open minus, and no, like it's not open, is plus. Okay, now let's go and grab styling these things for a bit, so that to make it looks perfect and better. First, that particular div, make a flex. Flex should be column, gap should be 3. Okay, so providing the gap, and here in that div put a class name space y should be, let's give 6. Divide should be in y sector, and also divide should be gray of, like I just put gray of 900. Then I'm gonna get 10% of opacity. You see, that's the tracking line which we are providing here. So now as we did that, let's come over in the disclosure here, and that disclosure, it will work like a div. So as div, and then we're gonna pass that key parameter should be provided. So key will be order dot payment ID. That's the key, because everything going to be having a separate ID parameter. And class name padding top should be 6. Okay, cool. So now let's go in the disclosure button here. We're gonna design a bit here to make it look perfect. So should be class name. Okay, so in the class name flex, okay, should be like that. Flex width should be full, and item center justify between, text should be left, and text should be gray of 900. Okay, cool. As you see, looks cool. So now with that, we also can make these things looks better. Class name text which is going to be base, font should be semi bold, leading should be 7, and for that order ID we can make that class name font should be normal. And after that, this portion also can go with the class name margin left. Okay, should be class name margin left should be, let's say, is 6, and flex. Okay, I think this one not requiring, as we're just having to keep there, and the way it's saying here, that's perfect. We don't want to change anything. Okay, now we have our items here. So now the other parameters, that's the dt is finished here. So now we're gonna pass that panel. So before passing the panel, so as you see in the panel, we're gonna pass the image and other properties, but we're gonna get one more parameters here. As you see, if we roll back the items, you see we have the order item amount and total order items count. So the amount we need to calculate, so that's the calculation. We're gonna do it right now here before returning that portion. So how we gonna calculate? It should be const total amt is should be equal to order items dot reduce. We're gonna just go with the come with the reduce, and let's put the account amount and then the item. Okay, so here we're gonna return that parameter, what it could be and how much it could be. Let's say, okay, sorry, it's not should be in that way. So and reducing, so should be okay. I need to grab it one more parameter. Okay, so now here we're gonna provide that plus, and how it going to be item dot discounted price, and into should be item dot quantity. So if the item dot quantity is available, then item dot quantity, otherwise it should be 0. I think it's going to be work. Why not? Let's see what's the changes. So it will be const total amount. If order here, order dot order items dot reduce, we can get the account amount then the item. So the account amount plus item dot discounted price into item dot quantity should be 0, and if it's not available, we'll return a value of 0. That's it. So okay, product types, Why? Yeah, it's cool. So now we have the total amount. So after passing that disclosure button, we should have that disclosure panel. So after that dt, we should get that disclosure panel. And in that panel, we're gonna pass a div parameter. In that div, let's put a p tag, and here in the p tag it will say your order, which going to be this span tag, and here I'm gonna pass a hash to just to modify with that. Should be order dot payment should be order dot payment id, and then we're gonna pass, so that will be our order dot payment id, and also we're gonna make dot substring on that because it's a big id. And here we're gonna make 0 to 20 characters. So maximum, it should be 0 to 20. Maximum should be that. And after that parameter, after that span tag, let's go and define has shipped and will be with you soon. Okay, let's see if we are having something. Click, you see the tracking. So all the tracking items is now coming. You see, that's the one which we are creating. So now let's go in that div. In the disclosure panel, we need to provide as, it should be as dd, and also class name. Class name should be, let's say, margin top should be 5 and padding right should be 12. Okay, and after that in that div should be flex should be in column, and gap should be 2, and let's put a background here. We're gonna put a, so f4, and we'll go with the 80% of the opacity, and also padding should be 5. We're gonna put a border gray of 200. So it should be something like that, you see. Okay, now we can go and design these things here. So that one, text should be base and font should be semi bold, and for the order id, that id, let's just put class name. Text should be sky text. Okay, so it looks perfect on that, the similar parameter of that we created. So now I'm gonna go and grab the other parameters which going to combine those other things. So let's just, you see, that's the parameter, we're gonna grab it. So after providing that p tag, let's just grab those other parameter, which what we are doing here, you see. So in that div, we are passing that order item count, which are giving the order items the total length here. Then the status paid by Stripe, and also the order amount. We need to get the formatted amount here. Here we are passing the total amount, should be total AMT. Maybe we are, yeah, total AMT we are passing. Okay, not total amount, it should be this one. Okay, now if we just go back to the Chrome, you see, okay, that's cool. So that's the simple things. One more parameters is pending. We need to create those images ground. So what I'm gonna do after finishing that div parameter, which exclusively getting that our, what you call that, that's the orders after that div which we created here till now. So after that, I'm gonna just go and make that order and order items available. Then I'm gonna map through it, map, and here I'm gonna pass that as item, which going to be as product props, and I'm gonna return. What I'm gonna return, simply I'm gonna return a div here. So in that div, let's put the key. That key should be item.id. Okay, so that would be the key. And now what I'm gonna do in that div, let's pass a link parameter. So in that link, I'm gonna pass the image. So once we click on the image, it should be taking us to that screen of that particular product. So now for that, let's see, for that link, I'm gonna go with the backtick. It will land to directly in the product, and also it will pass that item dot underscore id. And now we're gonna define one image tag here, image. Source should be item dot images, and it will go the first parameter here. And alternative tag should be product image. If we come here, you're gonna find lots of bigger images, so we're gonna make that things looks perfect. And to do that, let's go in the div here, put a class name. We're gonna make it flex specs space x should be 0, so border should be in bottom, and border gray should be 200, and padding y should be 3. And for that particular link parameter also, we're gonna provide some class name, which is going to be height of 20, width of 20, and then we're gonna make the flex none, and sm height should be 40, sm width should be 40, and rounded should be lg, and bj should be gray of 100. And after that, we're gonna make it as a border, and border should be gray of 300, and then hover border should be sky text, and overflow should be hidden. So now in the image, we're gonna just make in a constant the similar class name. Height should be full, width should be full, and also object should be cover, and then object should be center. Okay, object cover, object center, and then hover scale should be, let's put 110, and I'm gonna give a duration of 300. So let's scroll back there. Okay, make it bigger, as you see. Okay, cool. So now as we are finishing our link parameter, now we can go and access the other tabs. So after that link, I'm gonna pass another div, then another div, and now providing that h4 tag, which going to get us item dot name. So that will be item dot name, and also that name going to be passing the similar parameter of href. Means if you clicking on the name also, you will be able to go to the product page. So how it going to be happen? If we click here, you see, if I click on the image taking here, if we click also in that name, it's landing me here. Okay, now let's make that in a good option. Class name, it will be flex should be auto, and flex I'm gonna make it as column proportion. Now this parameter here for that h, okay, where is my h4 tag? It should be just passing within the h4 tag. You can do it in that way. Also, I can directly inject the class name here. Let's put a class name, which going to be font should be medium, and text should be gray of not amber, should be gray. Okay, cool, it's working. Okay, now how we can make that ratio? So as you see, that's the div we have been created, and that's the image properties. So this should be coming somewhere here. So the order item, okay, space x should be 6, not 0. Now you can see the gap. Yeah. So now let's just go and grab the things which we have pending here. So after that link, I'm gonna get a p tag where I'm gonna define that item dot description. So in that description also, let's just grab a small design here. So margin top should be 2, text should be a small text, and text should be gray of 900, So that's the description. So this is a similar fashionable way you can create all other properties. Nothing fancy here, just to provide whatever the opt properties we have. So what I'm gonna do to show you how you can achieve that, see, after the description I'm getting another div properties, and then the items from there, which passing that quantity, getting that item dot quantity. So the styling changes here, then coming with the prices, and that prices I'm getting with the discounted prices. For all that prices I'm just gonna dumping with the formatted price. And for the subtotal here, we are minusing that subtotal, like we are making multiply with the item dot quantity into discounted price. So that's the discounted price which we are providing. If I save that one, you should be able to see our almost all the parameters is covered. And okay, done. So that's the thing. So now we have the subtotal here 1295. If you just add it one by one, it will add here. So now how many items we have? We have total 3 items. So let's roll back to create one more order. Let's see if it's updating in real time or not. So getting the orders, go in the checkout, and from the checkout, what we need to do is to passing the email, passing the card here. Okay. And done. So it will come with the 4 orders now. So let's go back to view orders. You see the 4 orders. So that's the way you can create with the payment. You can save your data here in the database. As you see, all are updating in real time as you're using the Firestore database. So I think our build is almost finished. As you see, we have our fabric card, we have also our all the parameters is done. So one more thing is available here. This one I have in my live, and everything is working from the live. So that's the things which we need to work on. We need to make these things happen to be appear on live. So we're gonna create that one also. But first thing first, let's just go and pass that one in our GitHub repo so that you can have that code. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just pass that in the repo and then let you know how you can go and grab that. I'm gonna close all the other properties from here. So I'm gonna close my local host also. So let's just go and reveal one more properties, which going to be, whenever you're gonna pull that code, you will be able to see in that .env file for the admin, there is no secret key. You need to provide your own secret key. And also for the client side in that Firebase, which we are having all the authentication, you will see empty. So you need to import and provide all the parameters. So let's put ls. We are inside the admin cd in our root, or we can just do it from here as we are already here in the root. And also I'm in the branch, I think it's a part 5. So I'm gonna make git add dot, adding everything. Git commit should be part 5 done. Oops, it should be a mistake. Git commit message part 5 done. And I'm gonna make that as git push. So what's okay, I'm gonna make that git push origin part 5. So it's gonna push that one particularly on that part 5 code. So let's roll back to my repo. So here in the repo, you can see I have the part 5 and all the available code should be available here. As you see, that's my last commit. So again, I'm saying in that main, you will get only the part 1 code. 2, 3, 4, 5. So latest it will be the 5, and in our next build, so one more build is pending, one part is pending, which will be the part 6. In this part 6, we're gonna deploy our frontend and backend. Both one we're gonna deploy in that Vercel, and we're gonna make it live. As you see, that's my frontend here, and also I have backend which we deployed. The data is coming from the backend. So these things we're gonna build in our part 6, which will be the last part of this project. And also, if you are having problem to track all the part, let me know in the comments below, that I'm gonna merge all the part all together, then gonna upload a full functional part which going to be having all the parameters which we built. But before that, I'm gonna provide you that part 6, by which we're gonna just what you call that, deploy the code in Vercel. So now if this video is helping you a bit, let me know in the comments below. And also if you are having any preferences to create some more projects like this, also let me know in the comments below. And please do subscribe the channel, which can helpful to create something more on that. So just try that, finish that one, and I'm gonna come up with you on the next build. Hello everyone. In our today's video, we're going to deploy the front-end and back-end part for this e-commerce website. As far as you know, we already created all the functionality and all the designs for this project, and all the code, it will be available here in this repository, and the link, it will be in the description below. And if you want to know from top to bottom, like from the start to end, how we created that, all the videos you will find in that Super Gear e-commerce project. The link, it will be in the description below, and the playlist is the 5 videos available here, and this one will be the number 6, where we are finishing the deployment. So you can feel free to go through all the videos, and you will learn so much things from there. Doesn't matter if you doesn't know anything about React or anything about Marine Stack, you can find your guide way to go through it. And if you already having idea, you will be rocking here. So wish you all the best to go through the project, and please subscribe and like the video. And of course, if you are knowing from the beginning, as you know, we have all the code available here in the part 1. Like part 1 is now in the main, but we're gonna run everything in the main. So the main, it will grab entire code, then the part 2, 3, 4, 5, you can just go through with that. So what I'm gonna do is that to get the link from there, so even you didn't fulfill the entire part, you can just continue from here. So I'm gonna clone that from this. So let's just go in my directory over, which is the build directory, and here I'm gonna clone this project. So even you didn't finish any of the part of the video, you can directly just grab it, grab the project from here, then you can deploy in your repository, you can make it live, the code is yours. Okay, so now I'm gonna make that one is git clone, and I will just paste my code, which gonna link to my repository. And as you know, there is a 2 part of the code. One is that admin, another is the client. So this, it will be available in the repo, and now I'm gonna just go through it. Let's go ls to see. So now cd super gear yt. Now we're inside within it. I'm gonna just open it within my code editor. So as you see, it's already opened, and we have our admin, and also we are having our client. So whenever you are just cloning any of the repository from the GitHub, by default, you will not get the node module. So this is the 2 project is as in the similar directory. So what we need to do, we need to install the dependencies on both of the projects. So just be careful here when you are trying. So now I'm gonna take 2, 3 PowerShell, or you can just go with the git bash. It depends on you. Okay, one will git bash, another will be PowerShell. So now if you put ls, you can see we have admin and the client. Let's cd into the admin, and as far as you know, you can just see here I used pnpm to start the project and to create all other facilities. As you know, the index is just be entry point, that .env file, you need to provide that Stripe secret key, and all the other details, how you can grab the key, is available in the video on the part by part. You can feel free to go and just play around, and you will having a better understanding. So what I'm gonna do is that pnpm, it will be pnpmi, just to make that installation. And one thing you need to be careful, you see I'm in the main branch. If I just make that git branch to see which branch it has, as you see it's having the main, I'm now in the main. So you can just toggle through all the branch. As you see, you can just go through the like branch 2, 3, 4, but today we're gonna just start with the 5. Now here the cd to client, and I'm gonna make that pnpmi to install all the client-side dependency to run our application. And there you need to remember 2 things very carefully. Whenever you are cloning this project, by default, if you start, it will never run. You will get a blank screen. Why? Because in the source folder on that lib, you can see one firebase.ts. That's the Firebase config, the configuration for the Firebase. You need to provide the key here from the Firebase, which the authentication, all the things there in the others video. You can feel free to go back there and learn properly. So what I'm gonna do to learn to just install other things, I'm gonna just grab my previous credential and I'm gonna paste it here. So you need to do that part also. So I got my credential, and also you need to do two more things, is that if you just go with that checkout btn in here, as you see, I put my publishable key, so you can see that it will not make any harm for me. But I didn't show you another one, which it will be to keep that in that .env file, which will be the Stripe secret key. So these two key you need to provide, otherwise your payment will not work. So first thing is to get the Firebase credential. The second part is to get the credential for the Stripe API. So what I'm gonna do, replace all the things to fulfill my application. Okay, everything is good to go. So all the setup is done. So what I'm gonna do, just to make a demo spinning, let's just make that pnpm start, just to see if everything is running. After that we're gonna deploy. Okay, so it should be pn, I just make the mistake of the command, so pnpm start. Okay, so with that command you will see our front backend should be start running on that localhost 8000. Let's go in localhost 8000 and you'll see all our route will be available, and also one route should be possible to get, is that checkout, which we cannot get as it's a post route. So this will be our route. Let's just start the front end part, which will be pnpm dev, and that one, as we use Vite to create our project, so it will be available in localhost 5173, and that is our previously the live project. So I'm gonna close that one. As far as we're gonna do is to create the live one. So now to initialize each and everything, what I'm gonna do is that remove my git from the top over this project, because I'm gonna grab my, because there should be the credential should be going there, so I want to make my repo as private. So what you can do the same thing as well, because I'm gonna push each and everything, so that all my credential, it might be compromised if I make it public. So I will just make that repo as private repo. So let's go in the GitHub, and from the GitHub let's just create a new repository. So what I'm gonna do is here it will be super gear YT. Okay, so I will just get my link here, I will make it as public. Okay, it's already exists, so YT deploy. Okay, so now I'm gonna make it as public and create that one. So as far as my e-commerce website is running properly, I'm gonna just hit reload. There is one minor change you need to do also, which I forget to tell you. In that file, you're gonna just get in the client side, you're gonna have one file available, which is config.ts. So in that config.ts, we're gonna giving the route. So as you see, this one was my previous demo route, so that it should not be that. We're gonna provide a production route which you're gonna deploy. So I need to trigger that one as local. So whenever I'm gonna trigger that one as local, it will just go to get the data in my localhost 8000. So now as you see, I'm having my data, I'm having users, everything is working fine. So now what I'm gonna do is that to go and deploy the backend first. Why backend? Because as you see, I need to configure the route here. That's why I need to provide the backend. So as you see, it will be my production code. So I will just give production, and the data, it will just disappear from here. If I reload, you will not get any data here. As you see, no data. So first we will get our backend structure, then the front end. So first let's deploy the code here. So what I'm gonna do, so I'm now in the main route. Here you need to check just one small thing. You just make git status to check if it's initialized. No, it's just in my main route, so it's not initialized. I'm gonna initialize that one git init. So the git is initialized in that particular project, and I'm gonna add each and everything. Now be remember, you should be able to stay in the root directory, not the subdirectory itself. As you see, you need to be within here. Okay, so if I put ls, as you see, I'm just in the main directory. So don't make that mistake, because we're gonna deploy both sides from the single directory, from the single repository. So now let's put git commit, which will be initial commit. Now we need to link our project, so I'm gonna just copy this portion and it should be okay, it should be that command. And after passing that, I will just make that main branch as my particular main branch, and then I'm gonna push all the available code which I have in my repository. So what it gonna do, it gonna just initialize each and everything, and my repo is totally clean. So we are going to deploy it in Vercel. As you can go with the Netlify. Now I'm gonna initialize the Vercel. If you want Netlify, let me know in the comments below. I'm gonna also do that for you. So let's open the project just to create a new project from here. Okay, so now here you need to configure with the Vercel. Just you can log in through the GitHub, so it will automatically get each and every single repository. Of course, you need to give the permission for it. Now that's the Supergear YT deploy, so I'm gonna import that one. And now you need to be very specifically very careful here. Why? Because here we're gonna give the route, so this will be our admin. So we want to deploy the admin first, so that's the code where you're gonna get all the admin credential. Now let me check one small things for you people. As you see, there's a vercel.json file. Just cross check either you have that or not. So everything is in the main, so you should have that one. But even if you just somehow is not available there, just you need to have that file, otherwise Vercel will not make the deployment. Okay, so let's deploy our application. Okay, starting deploying. Now it's may need some of the time depending on your internet connection, depending is in your zone. If you are not getting that Vercel, just try to open the VPN. Sometimes it's just getting worse, it's not giving the connection. So feel free to do those tricks which can really help you to boost your morale. So as you see, everything is good to go, and I think it's deployed. Okay, now let's see. Yes, it's deployed. Continue to dashboard. So we are now here. As you see, Supergear YT deploy.vercel.app, that is our backend is ready. So if we just give it a time to load, okay, as you know, it's just giving some of the problem of loading. It's because of my internet connection. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just use some, like I'm gonna connect my own domain over here, so which going to be admin supergear.reactpd.com. So I'm going to prefer my domain to take action here, by which I should be able to see that one as it's gonna run locally. Let's just give it a time to configure. Okay, so now it's running from my subdomain, and also as I open my VPN, the both things it will work. So now I have my backend structure. If you go to the categories, as you see, the categories available. So instead of using that, I'm gonna use this one, which is going to be admin supergear.reactbd. Now what I'm gonna do in my code, as you see in the front end, I need to make the changes. Why? Because I need to change my structure in the config. So now I'm gonna put that. So I'm gonna fetch the data, and don't use that / delete that, otherwise you will not be able to get the data. Okay, so it will be running here. Let's see that. And now let's go in my local host, which is running, and reload. Okay, I'm getting my data, right? So this is the time to deploy that one in live. So what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna just need to push that code which I changed it. So admin, Firebase, and checkout BTN. So both all the things is changed. So I'm gonna make that git add dots. So particularly add each and everything. Okay, and now git commit, just a simple message, and it just make git push. Okay, so now it should be okay. Why is not going there? Let me just see. Okay, everything fine. So now let's just start deploying the front end of our application. So to deploying the front end, we will go our what you call it in Vercel. So let's roll back to our project directory at the top. So from here we're gonna deploy another new project, and that will be also from the same repository which we use. So that will be from the same things here. So previously we already deployed the admin. This time we're gonna deploy our client application. Okay, so let's just take a new project. Sometimes it's just you need to provide a little bit time. Don't to be freak out for that. It will be all right. So now let's import, and we're gonna import the client side project this time. So that will be, let's add it, and it will be client. So let's deploy each and everything of our project. Okay, and maybe you should have some error here. I know that could be possibly be there, because it should there some of the import which actually I keep it as purposely. So I'm gonna show you what the error it will be, and I'm gonna resolve that one in front of you. Then you can get that things how it should be done also. Okay, so packages installed. Okay, cool. Okay, resolve 402. Okay, going good. So here I actually like the interface of the Vercel is giving such a very good facility to showing whatever the things is happening. Now here is the trick. As you see in the page of cancel, there is we declare the React, but we didn't use. So that's the things you need to check. So if we go back to the cancel page, so it will be cancel. Now here we use that React, but we didn't we just import, but we didn't use. So what we need to do, we need to remove. So you can just go through all the files, but you don't need to go, because I'm gonna keep push that one. But feel free to go with that. Also you're gonna have exploration of how the things is going to work. As you see, the current user, we didn't use it, but we just import that. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna remove all the parameters, all the import things which is not necessary, but means we didn't use, but we import. So you also no need to do the same. Remove all the other unnecessary import. I keep it just for your practice, how you can resolve the error and then go by yourself. So I'm gonna just finish that, then start again. Okay, I resolve all the error from there. So again, I need to do the same trick, which I'm going to do git add dot, and then git commit, which will be Vercel error resolved, and then git push. So now after pushing through, you just need to go and check our deploy scenario. So let's go just root in the project, and that's already available here, which is just committed through that Vercel error resolve. So let's go into the project, and now I will just check my deployments, which is not successful yet, but is now in the queue, so it will start again. So let's see if it's working or not. Okay, it's building. So let's just see the log. Okay, it's loading. Just provide some time with that. Okay, it's running again. Okay. Okay, all the things is just installed perfectly and everything running properly. Okay, one more thing is that page. I think that's the minor error. It should ignore that. Okay. Yeah. Everything is good to go, and I believe we are having our application. Okay, let's just open that one. As you see, everything is running properly. So we are here in the application, and if it's not getting the data, don't freak out for that, because remember, we are having that issue just to getting the loading issue. Okay, so you will get the data. Maybe you will not have that problem. Maybe I'm just having only, because by default, as you see in our local host, we are getting the data here, right? So it should be also appearing. It's only the link issue, because it's not generating like it's okay, let's see again. Okay, as you see, yeah, now see, the data is overpowering. So it just simply can be the connection error, can be some of the problem with the data rendering and others. So now if I just roll back to just log in here, I believe I have my account. So let's just create that and keep logged in, and all the things, it will work properly, perfectly. You can just go through it. It will be so simple and so easy. Okay, so now also the payment authentication, the other parameter, it will work, but you need to make two changes again. So let's just in orders, I believe in that account I have some orders previously, so I will be able to see that. So we will just go and make one checkout. And why I'm gonna make that, because I'm gonna show you how it will work. So as you see, this is in the live project, right? But in our locally, we need to change something. So this one I didn't prepare, because as you see, we have one config to maintain, either it's in running in local or in the live. But you also need to maintain one config over here, because whenever we make the checkout, as you see in the link which we have been provided, the success URL which is going to be that localhost 5173 success, but it should not be there, right? It should be just dealt within our application. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna also change the domain name for that one. Let's go in my super gear or in the project structure over here. Now I'm gonna change the domains from here. I'm gonna use my subdomains just to go and trickle on that. So it will be super gear.reactbd.com. okay, edits. Okay, so let's just see if we can open the project here. Okay, we are having the project. So now in that link, I'm gonna just copy that, and that's the link which I'm gonna provide in the backend. So it will be here. Instead of that success link, it should go on that success link. Okay, and also for that cancel link, it should go on that cancel link. If you just made something on that, your application gonna collapse, because all the setup, all the available things we did after finishing that success. Okay, so you need to be keeping that mind. So now let's put again, so it will be git, let's just deploy in that backend. So git add dot, and then make that git commit, which should be success page edit. You can just write your commit as you feel better. I'm just gonna go in a super way on that. So now what it's gonna be able to do after successfully deploy and deliver it, we can be able to do that. So after providing that, you just can wait a bit, because it will deploy, then the admin, it will be run again, right? So now what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna close all other parameter which is no longer necessary, because we are now applying everything in live. So now let's see in live if it's working or not. So this is, we are in live. So let's just search for some product. As you see, it's all are coming from our live database. So let's just buy. Okay, good. So we can see our card. Okay, one thing is added. Let's go in category, explore the headphones, and now we can just add one headphones. Let's go in the shop where we can see all the, as you see, spinner is also available because it's loading. So now that's the beauty. So everything is working fine under the hood. So all the things is appearing perfectly, and you can just go to your Firebase dashboard to see your users. You can go to other parameter in your like the Stripe dashboard to see the Stripe payment, but I will just go from simply from here. So let's just log in with that simple. Okay, should be okay, gmail.com, and here I'm gonna just provide my password. Oh, so what's wrong with that? Why is coming an autocorrect? I don't want that. Okay, 1, 2, 3. That's really giving me nuts. Okay, I don't want that, but it's empowering to have that. Okay. Oh, okay. Now it's cool. Okay. Okay, now I logged in with my credential, and I can see my account here, as well as my previous order, which I have 3 orders available. So what I'm gonna do, create one more order, and if I click on the checkout, so previously you may be able to see it's happening in the local host, but now it should be appearing to go in the live session. So all the properties, all the parameters, we should be able to just get in live. Now you can do one more thing to make that happen. You can just directly pass the credential to your for the Stripe secret key. You can go and grab that key. You can just put it directly here in the checkout file without keeping from the process.env. Then it will work perfectly. And either you can do one more things. If you just go through your project setup, then over here in your project, you can do similarly. One possible scenario is that to deploy the .env. Okay, just having, you can just go over here in the settings, and over settings you can just pass that environment variables there. So I think my net connection is a little bit crazy now, that's why it's not loading that much. But you can just simply go and directly pass that value here and it will work. So let's just go while it's loading a successful payment. If we can do that, as you know, we have been just happened to be 3 orders here, so we should be able to see one more order if we just go and grab the successful payment checkout. So now we are in directly in the live, not doing in locally. So okay, it's loading. Okay, now we are in the Stripe payment checkout section, so we will be able to create a checkout. So as it my previous card is saved, so it will just coming like that. I can also add several payment method. I can go with that, but as you see, okay, I can cancel also. I can just go and choose my previous one which is selected and I can pay. So after finishing the processing, means after successfully the payment, 4280 should be available. And okay, now as you see, success session which is not coming back. I'm not getting one page here which should be able to get the success page, but it's not providing. But before going that, let's just go back there and see if I'm having that particular orders is available there or not. So it should be able, the 4 orders should be available. No, it didn't happen, and there is, I'm facing some error. First let's fix these things. Why is 404 not found is coming even I have the pages? Okay, to resolve that issue, we need to just go to work a bit. So that should be, as you see in our client side, as in the in our admin side, we have one Vercel config, Vercel JSON file. So we will also just create another file which should be that Vercel.json, I think so. Yeah, JSON. So now here I'm gonna just rewrite the parameter which is going to be rewrites, and on that rewrites I'm gonna pass an array of objects should be available there, and that array of object going to be just go with that source, and that source I'm gonna just go and programmatically gonna pass all the available source there. So it will be just go with asterisk. Okay, so now here I'm passing the source properties so it can grab my source, and also I'm gonna pass that destination, and that destination it's going to be starting from index.html. So as you may remember, in our that project we have one HTML file, so that's the HTML file which we need to redirect here. So that's the things we need to rise there, so that so that our friend over there in Vercel, they can access that. So I'm gonna add that one, git add dot, and similarly git commit and Vercel, let's say JSON added, and now I'm gonna pass that git push. So after passing that push, we should be able to see that our code is working properly. So just give it a bit of time to just publish that one. And by the way, you can pass that your environment variable on that particular tab. As you see that environment variable, you can add your okay, it's still not loaded. I don't know what's wrong with my internet today. Okay, so whenever you click on that environment variables, it should be available here. Okay, now you can pass that like you can make that next stripe publishable or the secret key, then you can pass the value here and add it. So with that, even you put it in the .env file, it will work. So let's go in our deployments, which the new deployments is working. So let's see if it's just doing all right or not. Okay, it's working. Yeah, it's just ready. Just now it has been ready. So let's just go and make a reload here. If we reload, it should be available, right? Our page should not go away, it should stay. So even we reload, it will not disappear. As you see, now it's working perfectly. I think, yeah, now it's good to go. So if you go in the super gear, okay, and also just grab one more product, and if we go back to our cart, if we refresh, it's still there. Okay, so till now it's working good. So let's go in our checkout screen. Now let's see if we make a successful checkout, what's the response it's gonna arise. Okay, so we dealt with that possibilities. So after finishing the checkout, we should be able to redirect to our success page. So let's pay, and after paying, let's see what it gonna do. Okay, processing. So don't just be patient, because I think the delay is happening because of my net. As you see, now we are landing in our success screen, so we should be able to see now it's loading, means it's gonna dispatch each and every action. And if we go to the orders, we should be able to see 4 orders. As you see, that's the I think okay, as you see, 2, 3 and 4. Previously we had 3, now we have 4. So you can just go through by, I think that's the last one, which we have 4360. So you can go and learn how a bit you can change more things, how you can do more random properties. And by the way, all the code, it will be available here. So I'm gonna just keep that code, everything, all the scenario, which will be perfect for you. And that thing's going to be added there in the link, which will be in the description below. So the link you will be see in the description, and also you will see the link other properties. And please go in the Super Gear e-commerce project. You can find all the available videos. I think this project may be helping you to grab something new and understand something better way. So feel free to like the video and share if possible, and also subscribe the channel, because next is some other more new project is coming, which also can boost your morale. And please stay tuned with me. There is a lot of other things coming in future. So all the best for this project, and I hope in very soon I will be able to come up with you another next project. Okay, we'll see you next video. Hello everyone. In our today's build, I'm going to show you how easily you can integrate Stripe payment checkout in any React e-commerce application. As you see, that's the dummy application which we are going to use, and it has a very good functionality to go and move around to see all the latest feature which require for that Stripe payment. And of course, we are maintaining also that our user also, because without the user we will not be able to make login and then create the payment. As you see, that's the card by which we are going to create our payment. As you see, we are not unable to click here because we need to create the user, so we need to make the login. So this entire setup, how you can get it, because I will also provide the video by which you can know how to create that from the scratch. But if you are not having that, how you can get that? So that's the repo link which will be available in the description below, and you can just need to clone it. You just clone it or fork it, whatever you do it, and that's it. So after that, you just need to, because there is 2 setup of library. As you see, we have one admin, we have one client. You just need to go cd within the admin, then put npm install, then go in the client, put npm install, then all the packages it will be installed. Then there is 2 things you need to remember. First thing first, you need to go and check this library of that Firebase. You need to put all the key required to access your Firebase app, otherwise it will not figure out to get the actual ratio of for the user authentication. So I'm going to leave from here. Then also what you need here to get back the keys here. So first thing is that for the admin, in the .env file you need to provide one secret key here for the Stripe, which will be that our Stripe secret key. So that's the one we are going to use for creating the route. Also here we need also one Stripe publishable key. So now what we're gonna happen if we click in that checkout, first I will just make the login. So I'm gonna just go with my dummy account here. I'm gonna just create the login. To go back, we'll be able to just create the checkout. And so now if I come in here, okay, if I click, so Stripe checkout is coming. So that's the where we are going to start working. So first let's see our dashboard here. So that's the Stripe dashboard we are going to use. So I'm gonna just change some accounts feature here. So I'm gonna use that Super Gear. So that's the account I'm going to use to create my Stripe payment. And if you are not knowing how to create the accounts, it's very simple. Just log in or register in the Stripe, then go within your application. That's it. You are good to go. Then you need to create an application. That's it. And also, if you want to learn more about how the checkout is working, you can go in the Stripe documentation for the payment. You can go through the quick start and other parameter. That's pretty simple to go with. So first thing first, what I need from this Stripe, I need two set of things. One is that Stripe publishable key, one is the secret key. So here is the tab, because now as you see I'm here within the super gear. So as you see in the developer tabs, you can just click here in the developer tabs, and from here we'll go with the API keys. So that's the one for the public key. So publishable key, you can just make it in public, but for the secret, don't ever try to make it public. It will just start giving you a problem here. So now here I'm gonna just make a blending to create the secret. How I'm gonna do that? So const, I'm gonna make it Stripe, it will be secret, and I'm gonna directly inject it here. You can make it to keep in with the key, it depends on you, but I'll just blend it here. So now I need to have this one more key. I'll reveal the test key, then I'm gonna copy that key, and after copying, as you see in the admin folder, I have one .env file. I'm going to keep that key in that env file, then I'm going to close it. So you need to do the same if you want to deal with that project. Okay, I'm done with that. So if I go with that, I think it will be coming in the transactions here right now. So now its last payment is 1680. So after that, whenever I'm going to create the payment, it will come on that segment. So now let's start setting up our other parameters. So how I can communicate here in that routes, because I don't have any routes yet, but also the packages. As you see, if you just move through all the packages folder, all packages are available here regarding this Stripe, regarding that other parameter. All the packages is applicable here. Even also in the admin, all the packages are available, so we no need to worry about the packages. Even though for the development consent, as you see, we have that Vercel.json setup here, and also one Vercel.json setup here, so you can simply deploy it in Vercel through. Just so easy to do that. And of course, even if you cannot do it, if you're having any problem to understand that, let me know in the comments below. I will help you out. And also, if you're feeling you're learning something new, hit the like button and also subscribe the channel. So now that's the Stripe secret key here. So now as you see, that's the function is async function here, and of course this alongside with all the code, it will be available here. Okay, that repo will be updated, and all the code what I'm typing here, writing here, you're gonna find it here. You just need to clone it, and please give a star mark here once you're doing that. So now I have that Stripe key. I'm not going to need it right now, that one. So now what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna communicate with my database here. So instead of writing the secret, I'm gonna just make that as Stripe should be, or I'm gonna just make that as public key. Okay, so that will be my Stripe public key. So after giving a Stripe public key, and of course I can get the user, so that's the user I have here already, so I can access that user too, but I can also keep that at the top. So my application layer, it should be just simple as it is. So now I'm gonna make that Stripe, const Stripe is equal to await, and then I'm gonna make that as a Stripe promise. So Stripe, I think it should okay, I need to first make one more layer. I need to load Stripe here to create the Stripe promise. So const Stripe promise is equal to, should be coming from that load Stripe. And of course we need to import it, as it's not automatically coming here, so I need to bring back here. So load Stripe, and within load Stripe, I'm gonna just push that through that public key which we are taking at the top. Okay, so now we are having that Stripe public key. Okay, what's the error is coming here? I think nothing. So const Stripe, it should be await Stripe promise. So now if I just log the Stripe, let's see what we're gonna get. So I'm gonna log the Stripe, and of course it will log in my console here. So if we inspect right here, let's see. Okay, give the time to reload. It will it may take a little bit time. So if I click here, as you see, I can get all the Stripe, like for receiving the payment, for creating. One of the best thing we're gonna use to redirect to checkout. So all the session things we can grab it here from this Stripe. Okay, so our Stripe is good to go. So now we need to handle another parameter. So now it's time to talk with the API. So make const response. It should be await, because we are going to talk about within the Stripe database. Also, we are going to talk with our API instances, so it should be await. If you don't give the await, it will collapse. So it will be fetch, and then from the fetch, I'm gonna use the backend here, and I'm gonna make that a config, not a config. Okay, and what is the config here? That config is redirecting here in which data set it's going to go. Of course, I'm going to run it in my local, as I'm gonna locally going to access this all parameters. So it will be running from my local database server here. So it will be going through a localhost 8000, this data set here. Okay, so now let's go in that checkout here. Config dot base URL means the URL which I'm saying you here, that's the localhost 8000. So the base URL, and after that I'm gonna just hit through one endpoint which will be checkout. So what's going to happen once I hit with that endpoint? We didn't create it, but we're gonna create it in a second. So in the method, we are going to make a post method here. So also for the headers, and the headers we're gonna make that as a content type. So it will be a content type, and the type will apply for application / JSON. So that's the one we're gonna inject here. So after pushing that header in the body, what we're gonna pass it there is that on the body it will be JSON.stringify. You're gonna keep everything as a string as we are talking with the API. So the items, it will be all the products which we are having here. So it will be all the products, and that products is coming as a properties here. As you see in the checkout btn, if we go in our cart product, in the cart product, I believe not the cart product, in the cart I think it will be there. So if we go in the cart, you will be able to see we are sending all of the products at, you see, all the cart product as the product we are sending here. So we will be receiving all the cart product here. Okay, this amount total is not recurring here. Okay, so now we are sending that products, and also we're gonna sending that email, and the email it should be that a current user dot email. So that's the email we're going to send. Now after that, what we're gonna receive, let's see. So const checkout session is equal to await response dot JSON. So whatever JSON responses we are getting, we'll make it as a checkout session. Then I'm gonna just check the checkout session. So whatever we are receiving here, it should be available in our console.log. If we just inspect here, it will be coming here, and later on we can access that. So now we need to create a route. As you see, we have the route here. So the route, it should be that checkout.mjs. So we are using the modular.js, so it will be that mjs. As you see, that's the checkout. That's the name, should be similar on that name. Otherwise, it will not work. So here you need to see the route for how we set the route. As you see, all are injecting here in that index.mjs, and we are just pouring all the routes as from just reading all the file parameter, then passing it from there. So whatever you file you create in the routes directory here, you no need to make it manually as a file, or just you need to connect it manually. There is automatically, it will be directed and connected. So in the checkout, how it's going to be rendering here. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna make that it should be const, and it will be router. We're gonna use that router from that express. As you see, it's imported at the top, and also we will call that Stripe here, which we are needing later on. So it will be Stripe from Stripe. Okay, so now we will create the router. So it will be router dot as a post method going to be amplify, and of course the parameter name it will be as a checkout. Okay, so it will be an async routing, as it will just talk with the database and also the local server. So let's hit that. So first thing first, we will make a try catch block. Okay, so in the try catch block, we're going to pass any error which we are getting, if there is any. So it will be res.json. So in the JSON file, we will return a 500 error, and I'm gonna make it a JSON format. And then, sorry, it will not be res.json, it will be res.status here. So after the status, it will be a 500 code, and then we're gonna pass the JSON method, and we're gonna pass that error, and we will just cooperate with the whatever error we are going to pass in here. And after, in the try block, what we're gonna say. So in the try block, right now, let's just put a res.json. We'll just pass a response here, and we're gonna make a message from there. So the message is that keep alive, so means we are still live here, and we're gonna make that success true, and we're gonna make a status. We can pass a status here, but I will just make the success true. And for right now, that's it, just to say hi, hello from this parameter. And after making everything here, we need to export it, export default, and here we need to pass our router. So now if we click on that router in the checkout parameter, we should be able to receive that message. Okay, as well as we are trying here, I'm gonna close all other parameter which is not required right now. So here we're gonna console logging all the session parameters. So if we go here and click here, okay, what is saying here is 404 not found. Okay, why is not found? If we go here and if we make is as a checkout, okay, cannot get means as a post method. So I'm gonna just reload again, maybe it's getting taking time to get that. If we click here right now, okay, we are missing something here. What we are missing, let's just have a little debugging here. I think we just need to restart our server for a bit maybe. So it will be npm start again. So it happens sometime whenever you are still developing that, maybe some caching data or some other parameter it can hold. So I'm gonna keep reload here and then type that. Okay, now as you see, we're getting the message and everything looks well. Okay, so now what we are having here, so first thing first, we need to destructure our items email, and we are not passing the total amount. And why we are destructuring that one, as you see, if we just make counts request body, and if we just lock that request body, so it will be rec body. So whatever the things we are passing here, just to check if it's coming or not, click here, and it should be coming somewhere here. Okay, I think we need to also add here, because for that index.mjs, so we'll go in the package.json file, and here instead of node we will use that node1, so it will constantly keep running on that. So again, npm start. Okay, so now you will see, okay, so now it will continuously give us the other parameter. So let's hit again. So okay, we got keep alive, and as you see, we were getting our items. So as you see, getting the items, so all the items is available here, and also I think in the below we're getting our email. So that's the one we are destructuring here. As we know, we are having our email and having our products here. So now after getting the product here, we need to destructure the product. How we can do it? So why we need to destructure? Because the Stripe, it will not know what kind of things you are going to pass it. So you need to structurize it the way Stripe know. So in the quantity, so whatever the item which you are sending here is an array of items. So after mapping that, we are going to pass that quantity here. And in the price data, the currency will be USD, and unit amount is should be coming with a fraction, that dollar with the cent. So it will send it everything as a cent. So $100, it will be like 1,000 cents. It will become aligned with that. So $10 is 1,000 cents. It's coming on that sense like that. So in the product data, we are passing the name of that product. We are passing the description of that product. We are passing the images of that product. So we are not sending one images because it has a multiple images. So it can be go as an array of images. So that's the extracting items we are extracting from there. So now we need to get this stripe here. How we can get it? So in here, we'll make that const stripe, and here we can make that, so we can just in the top we can define here const stripe secret. It should be process.env as the process env we are maintaining here, and we need to pass the key name stripe, and it will be stripe underscore stripe secret key. Okay, so that's the key, we can pass it here. So as we are having the secret key, we can just make that const stripe is equal to new, and it will be should be coming from that stripe, and here we're gonna pass that stripe secret key, and in the parameter we can also pass that API version here. For right now I will use that, yeah, the latest one, 10 for 2024, so the Apple version here. So that's our stripe integration is here. So now after extracting that item, how we can render that parameter. So what I'm gonna do is there, I'm gonna make it a session, SESSION concession. It should be await, and then stripe dot, as you see all the instances is available right now. I'm gonna make it a checkout, then I'm gonna pass it with the sessions here, and then I'm gonna make it a parameter function update create, and within that I'm gonna pass the object, and that one should be taking several methods. So it should be payment methods payment method types. For right now we will just pass one method. There is so many methods is there available, that's why it's an array. You can put multiple method. I'm gonna pass that as a card. And for the line items, so the line items, it will be the extracting items which we are passing here, that will be the line items, and the mode, it should be as for payment mode. And then we're gonna provide one success URL and also one cancel URL. Okay, so that's two URL we will provide. So for the success URL, what I'm gonna do is that, so it will be going to be there in like that way. Okay, so and also for the cancel URL, so I'm gonna just go with that segment and gonna marking that as a cancel. I need to put a comma here. Okay. So if you roll back to the success URL, if you just go over here in the success, you will not be able to go there, because without user you will not be like without that like for the ID you will not be able to go there. So if we just go in the success, as you see we need that ID here, the session ID, which we are going to pass it from here as in the this parameter. So that will go with the session ID. So checkout session ID going to be inject here, only then we can access to the success screen. If we are canceling, it will just roll back to our cancel screen. So now that things I think quite good. So we need to send one parameter which going to be session.id. So that's the session ID which we are requiring there right now. So we have everything done here, right? So if everything got to go, we should be see some magic in our Frontend status queue. As you see, we have around 2155. So if we just go in our previous checkout segment, we have 1680. There will be some discrepancy on the value. We'll check it out first. Check this payment, what we have 1680. Okay, so now still there is something is pending here. So if we roll back here in the checkout, so now as you see, as we did each and everything here constantly, right? So now what we need to do more is that we need to find a way to declare the result. So the const result, so I'm gonna keep within a key, you can just put in any way. So as a tx I need to provide the type, so it can be any, and it will be await, and I'm gonna get my stripe here. Okay, so stripe dot redirect to, oops, it will be dot if stripe instances is there, it should be redirect to checkout, and within the checkout I'm gonna within the object I'm gonna pass the session ID. That session ID going to be my checkout session dot ID. Okay, so how we gonna get that? As you see, that's the checkout session, and here we're gonna passing that ID. So that's the ID we're going to capture here, and we can get it directly here. So now if we can also pass a parameter, if result dot error is available, then we can just alert, we can alert with that. So that should be our result dot error dot message. If anything happen. If like error is coming only then, otherwise it will directly take us to our success screen. So now if we just click on the checkout, as you see we have items here, 8 items altogether, so 8 items and amount available there. So we click on that checkout button. Now let's see where it's gonna take us. If we just roll back here in our client side directory here, I think it's not taking anywhere yet. So I'm gonna make a reload here again because it will take time to integrate that. Let's click checkout again. Anything happened? Nothing. Okay, just give it the time to console. Nope. Did we miss something here? So I'm gonna just inspect a bit why nothing is happening. Okay, there is some errors we're getting. So integration, stripe, redirect, checkout, you must provide one of line items or session ID. So it means we are missing something here. So that's the session ID we provide. I think, yeah, that's the session ID we are passing it there. So if we go back here, session.id. Okay, what we are getting here, first let's just make this one in a log here. So that could be a log, and we're gonna see what we are sending in the checkout segment. Click here. Okay, error is coming, checkout. Okay, invalid request type and blah blah blah. It didn't provide an API key. You need to provide. Okay, the API key is not getting. Okay, so our publishable key, like our secret key, is not getting there. So we need to make something here to figure it out why it's not taking. So in our index.mjs, did we use that? I think we use, yeah, process.env. We get that process. Okay, so that .env is there. I think that's enough for to create that. Yeah, import.env.config. Yeah, that's it. I don't know why it's not working. Let's just try again. Maybe that could be an error for that properties. Let's see. Click. Okay, again. As the default sandbox. Okay, let's just debug it a bit. I think we found the way of that problem here. We just mess around with the Stripe secret key name. I was just misspelled one error here. So be careful once you're typing here. Just try to match with that env file written here, which is the Stripe secret key. Otherwise, you will get some unlisted error here. So that's what we are getting right now. Okay, so we're gonna close it here. So right now, let's try to get one Stripe payment here. So click checkout. And now as you see, we are here in this Stripe payment here. So 2115 should be our payment. The previous one is 1680. And you may remember there is a price discrepancy here. As you see, that is coming here like some other price. That should be 2155, right? So if we just roll back again here to 115 to 115 or to, yeah, that's some difference here because we are having the text emission shipping address that should not be added here as raw method. So we're gonna figure it out. You need to just remove that one, then this product price will be mashed together. So if you minus these two together, that's I think around 40, then you will get the exact value here, so which is going to be to you can just check with the 2115. So now I'm going to put my email and the photo, which is going to be the default Stripe properties here. So 35 1234 CBC, and I'm going to provide my name and let's pay. So after payment, so we should get an session ID, and with the session ID, we're going to land here. As you see, we're landing in our success screen, and as you see, our card is going just pass it out as empty. We can view our orders, and also we can go and other parameter. For right now, it's not don't worry about that, so I'm not handling this parameter here. So let's see, everything is working smoothly. Or actually we can view the orders. As you see, let's just go in the orders. Yeah, so I think you can see the orders previously which we have been trying to 115, and you can get all the data here regarding your price segment and everything. And if you connected your Firebase database properly, you should be able to get everything in the Firebase too. So that's the little bit of the description about how you can connect Stripe in your proceeding of that any application creating with the React.js. So as you see, that's the very simple procedure. We are just connecting here using that React.js and like the JavaScript and also the Node.js. So that's the simple setup. You just create a route which can talk through the Stripe integrated, and it can be just go through there and make that promises how it can be done. And then what you're gonna do, you're gonna in the orders. So also one more things which I didn't pass here, you can just pass that email also if you are looking forward that in the metadata, as you see. So in that cancel URL, we can pass one metadata. So in the metadata, what you're gonna do is just going to pass the email. So if you just roll back in your transaction here, just make a reload here, and after reloading you should be able to see the transaction, right? So which 2115 should be available here. Okay, it's loading. Yeah, that's the payment is done. You see, so the customer email and everything is just available here. You can also drag that properties to your own dashboard if you want it to, and you see all the prices, all the quantities are available, and pretty much everything is there. So that's the simple setup, and of course that link, it will be in the description, so you can get entirely this project within your domain. And of course I'm gonna provide you the video also by which you can learn how to create that project from the scratch. So it depends on you. If you have like 6 to 8 hours to spend with that, you can fully build an e-commerce website for yourself. So I think that's up for today. So again, before going, let's create one more payment. It's very easy to make payment nowadays. You see, I'm gonna use a lot of product here. So how much is 366? Let's add some more products, make it 10,000 more products. Okay, now still not 10,000. What is this? Okay, so 11,950. Let's create a checkout. It should not be that amount, we know that one. So it should be around something. How much is that? Let's see. Okay, still loading, and sometimes it will be a bit of annoying to get that with the loading. Don't worry about that. Whenever you are developing mode, it will be causing that error. Okay, we're getting 11,910. I'm gonna go with my separate email admin, and it will be same that 4242 and 35123. Provide a name, test user, try. So 11,910 should be should be received here. So I'm gonna go in the root layer of the transaction. Okay, it will again create a loading instances here. So let's go in the transaction, and here, okay, that's our, and you see the email is changed. So we use that email, and also the name, everything going to be changed. You see, so test user admin. Okay, that's cool. So I think that's the way you can create a very flexible payment solution here. So if you go in the view orders, you go in the bottom, I'm just making it the bottom align. You see, that's your parameter here. You can see the product, you can see the quantity, you can see the price, you can see the subtotal, everything is in the perfect shape. And again, if you're believing that that project is motivating you, as you see, that's having every single functionality. You see, almost all the functionality is covered up here. If this one is motivating you, let me know in the comments below. And if you're feeling that you are going to clone something else, like in some different website, let me drop the link in the description or drop the link in the comments. I'm going to help you out to how to create that website and how to make it easily as your own. So I think all the best for all of you. Create that project, make that as your own, and deploy it. Then also share the link so I can see how you deploy that one. All the best for this project, and I'm gonna see you around in next video. Hello everyone, hope you are doing well. In our today's video, we're going to create this amazing e-commerce website using Next.js, Sanity CMS, Clerk authentication management, and so many other latest features. So this is our homepage for our application layer, and at the top we have our header where we are entitled to logo, and then we have the search bar, then also the card icon and the account section. So till now we didn't logged in, so it's just showcasing the logged in. Now in that banner, which is fully carousel, you can just toggle through and you can see all the latest details here for the new year, if offer and discount rate, and the code also available. Then we have section on the product. topper as that the filter by category. If you click on spices, it will filter the data and it will serve you only the spices related product, and that product is coming directly from here. We are managing our product category, order and sale directly from here. So now if we click any of the product, it will automatically redirect to us to our in the single product details. So as you see now in that details, we are having the image, title, reviews, price, in stock section, and how many people are viewing, and also add to cart. We can add to cart from here, and this cart management, the store management, we are gonna do using Zustand. As you see from here, we can add to cart, increase the quantity, decrease the quantity, and at the last product, it will automatically just delete that because that's the last quantity. So now also if we click on the cart, now it will redirect to us to the cart page, but as you see we are not signed in, so that we cannot be able to view anything. Log in to view your cart items and check out. Don't miss out on your favorite products. So now if we roll back to our clerk here, we can see how many users is logged in, so we can manage the user from here. We can create a new user, and whenever any user logged in, the data it will reflect here. So let's try to log in. So I'll click on sign in, continue with Google, and right now I'll just log in with this account, and after logged in it will automatically redirect to us to our home page. And from here now, as you see in the cart, we have one item, so we can increase more quantity, we can delete the product manually one, and also we can reset our entire cart. As you see, your cart is empty, looks like you haven't added anything to your cart yet. Explore our products and find something you have. All the message, all the product scenario, I was trying to make it as relevant as possible. And now previously, if you see, there is one more tab is here which called orders. Means if you are not logged in that tab, it will not show. Also, if you click on the image, you can like manage your account, you can upload the image, you can add the details and each and everything. It will be perfectly aligned here. And then if you click on orders, you should be able to view the orders, and in the order, as you see, click to see order details. If you click on here, you can see the order details available here. So the customer name, email, date, status, and all other details is directly here, which you are fetching from the Sanity. Now let's go and create one more payment just to see how the things going to be done. If we click okay, so now we are having to have our product. Now before going to the checkout, as you see, once our checkout is done, we are removing the product from cart, as we are directly injecting that data over here in our order tab. So whenever any new order is coming, it's injecting right here. So what I'm gonna do, first thing first, there is an order, I think this order I'm gonna remove, and then I'm gonna try to make order from this account, because so that we'll also view the details which the orders is not available. If we okay, delete the product, okay, cool, it's deleting, and let's go here, and I'm gonna log out from this account, and then I'm gonna sign in with a different account. Okay, logged in, and it will be this account. Okay, right now if we view here, as you see, no orders found. It looks like you haven't placed any orders yet. Start shopping to see your orders here. So now let's browse some products. As already added some in the cart, we'll go back to the cart, and right now, so there is one things need to be implemented. As you see, we have the order summary where we have the subtotal to the 7.14 with the discount, and after discount applied, we are getting only 201.00. In our Stripe, the previous one 61.50. So let's roll back to create one payment, and here as you see, only 2 orders available, so there should be 3 orders after we submit it. And one more things also need to be started while we are doing that payment authentication, is that the webhook. And why we need the webhook? Because when the Stripe is accessing the order details, like whenever we are click on the proceed, there is some instances where Stripe is taking the actions. So we need to check all of the instances. Once our payment is done, completed, only then we are going to redirect our orders to the Sanity and also remove the cart, and all the things we are going to do it in API. So that will be as simply done. So what we need to do is that we need to let Stripe to listen listen. So if I just make a Stripe version, you need to install. I'm going to show you how you can install and how you can configure each and everything. I'm going to go in depth details. That build, it will not be like a quick fix and go. No, I'm going to explain each and everything. So don't worry if there is a 2-3 part. Stay with that. It will be a super cool if you are going to learn how to work with that, any of that e-commerce website, even it's the monistic or full stack or super full stack. So this build is for you. I'm trying to explain each and everything, so keep patient, go with me slowly. After finishing that build, you will be able to create a fully functional e-commerce website. Both will be available for the backend structure as well as with the frontend structure. And as you can see, the design is super cool, and both for the responsive. As you see in the order details, if you just roll back, as you see now, it's taking at the bottom. You can now also scrolling to the products, and this is tick at the bottom. So all the design, it will be fully responsive, and you're gonna create it from the beginning. So let's say Stripe, we just make with a listen flag. With that flag, Stripe can listen our port. So I'm gonna forward to that port 2, which will be localhost just 3000 and /API /webhook. So our webhook gonna listen to our API directory there where the webhook things is running. As you see, the secret is here, which is the webhook secret. Now it's running directly. So let's click to go with a proceed to checkout, which will be 201. Now we are in this Stripe page. It's directing to us the email, which the email we are providing, the user email is grabbing from there. Now we need to provide the name of that any of the dummy customer card, and we are good to go. So let's also card name and pay. Also there is one promotion code. We're gonna use it in the next one. So now as you see, all the instances I can access: charge succeeded, payment intent succeed, payment intent created, checkout session completed, charge updated. So that's the instance which you are handling. After happening that, only we know our payment is done. After that, we are redirecting our customer to that in success page. If we now track to our orders, as you see, we have those products available, and 201 is just deducted from there. So this is super cool. And also here, as you see, one more order is just submitted, and in this dashboard, now normally it's not the tech guy gonna handle the product, right? There is the content management system like the product management. They're gonna handle the product, they're gonna handle the customer. So there is that a call center and other departments. So we need to keep the product as anyone can handle. So now this dashboard, whoever have the access, they can see the order number, Stripe checkout session number, ID, store ID, and get the name, customer email, and the intent, and then the product, whichever product they are. You can now from here, you can update the product, you can duplicate, you can create a more order instance. If you click on that, you're gonna also have an overview of the product. Okay, so you can now take a decision that whenever it's taking the order is properly shipped. So whatever the customer order, you're gonna have everything within your dashboard: total price, currency, amount, discount, and status. So all other things is right here. You can go through all of it. And so let's just go one payment. If you go in this Stripe, and also need to make it reload here. After reloading, we should be able to see our checkout instances, so which is the 201 we have been paid. So right now it's loaded, and we can see the details here also for the payment, from where it's happened and from which device is accessing. And you see the details, the quantity, price, amount, all things is appearing here. So this right now we are going to use one coupon here. So if we roll back to our product catalog, and here is the coupons, we created one coupon for the new year, and the coupon code especially we keep it as vary. So if we just click that vary, and let's go to our page again, we are going to create another order. So this should be something more. Okay, I think enough. So let's roll back to the card. Here is 498. So 498 we need to pay, or we can keep it like 503. So let's proceed to checkout, and this time we are going to use our coupon code. So add a promotion coupon code, and this coupon code has a 25% discount, and after applying, as you see, after 25% off is 125.75. the price now is 377.25 we need to pay. So now we are going to provide our dummy card number, a valid details, CVC, and also need to provide the name and pay. And this time again, it gonna listen to all the instances, and I'm gonna let you know how to set all of the things in your locally, as well as after the build end we are going to deploy it in Vercel, and I'm gonna show each and everything for yourself. So you can see the order confirmed. Thank you for your purchase. We are processing your order and will ship it soon. A confirmation email with your order details will be sent to your inbox shortly. All the things I'm gonna show you how you can do it. So go to the orders. So you should be able to see another orders is 377.25, not that one, this one. We can see the details. So everything is super sleek. Now there is one more things I want to showcase to you, that is you is working as a live bait. How? And I'm gonna show you that. I'm gonna take a new tab here. I'm gonna open this one, and from here let's roll back to our application layer and go back to the home. And right now anything we're gonna change, it will affect the right time. As you see the black pepper spice jar, this is the one. So from here if we change something, it will automatically come directly. So black pepper spice pack, I'm gonna say it, not the jar but the pack, and publish. So as you see, I publish as a pack, but here is the jar. I'm not refreshing my application, right? As you see, it's automatically taking. I'm not refreshing, but it's taking the hit. And there is one more things in the arsenal, is that if you come here, there is a presentation tab here. Once you are in the presentation mode, now you can present your, like this one can create a replica over hovering here in direct one presentation mode. Like you have an employee and his duty is to update the product, right? But he doesn't know by which side this application can break. Like there is a icon, there is a, if you just make some random text here, as you see, if you click here, you can now make that one to be, so it will be that test product title. So I'm gonna make it as a product title. So after updating here, as you see the text product title, it's gonna reflect here too. So it's just give it a time. As you see the product title, test product title, now he has an idea. Even he typed that text product, it will not break because it's a one-line frame. So he can type it properly if he wants. So now you're gonna have a real-time view. Like whenever before publishing, you can access that view. You can see the product segment, and then you can go with that. If I publish, it will publish. If I unpublish it, it will be fine also. Now let's see, we want to change here the new year discount value. If we click here, now as you see, I'm not searching for any of the parameter from where I'm taking. I'm just directly just selecting here is selected on there. So new year discount value. So new year, let's say we can make it, we're gonna delete some of that and then we're gonna go with that. So it will be new year if discounts. Let's see it's changing or not. So we have the new year if discount, and that will also inject, as you see, new year if discount. So if you publish here, it will reflect here as well, and then it will also gonna reflect within our application premises. I'm gonna just directly inject it here, and let's go in the application. And as you see, new year if discount. So it's a real time, and still as you see, I can select that because the draft mode is enabled. I can just quite disable the draft mode. So right now after disabling, it will be same like my present application. So whoever have the permission to like accessing that project, they can have an overview to understand how the project structure can go through, how the project gonna look like after uploading. So there will be less mistake because it's not about only the tech guy. Any normal guy can handle that, can focus on the design and can make sure to have an idea how the design can really make more of sense. So these things I'm gonna showcase to you. Again, I'm saying that build gonna be really a little bit slower because I want you to understand each and every single tech, each and every single thing. I want you to grab it simply and understandably. So you're gonna create it from this scratch, and then we're gonna do it as our own. So let's start building our application. Before building, I want to showcase you something. So this is the front face of the application. Then the stripe we are going to handle using the payment section, and then also you're gonna have our clerk, as you know, for our authentication status we're gonna handle with that. Then the Next.js that will be building with the latest feature, so everything here it will be go through that feature available, the latest one. Then we're gonna use the Zustand to use our store to create this store and manage a store within our application. We're gonna use that Shashian UI to create lots of cool UI tactic, and I'm gonna let you know how you can configure that one within your application. Then here is our friend, the Sanity CMS. So we are going to create our content management using the Sanity. Also, you're going to use the motion, the framer motion, to create a motion effect in our application layer. So everything we're gonna create and do, which will be up to date till today. So feel free to go start with that boost. So to create our application, we are going to go with grab our Next.js, and as you see in that React framework for the web. So now we're gonna click on that get started, and again whenever I'm referring any of the documentation, there is a lot of things you need to go and learn, because I'm gonna just showcase you whatever I need, but for learning in a better way, you need to read and understand that. Like here we have an intro, what is Next.js and main features and how to use those docs. So you should read those things, otherwise you will not learn. Now from here we have two scenario we can choose. We can use to go with the app router, or we can also go with the page router. That's up to you, but I prefer the app router because that's the latest one. Then also there is that stable version, the canary version, and also you can choose any version you like, but I'll go with the latest stable one. And after that, as you see, you have the time to read it. Then I'll just directly go deep dive into that installation process. So now how to set up a Next.js project. As you see the system requirements, you need to have the Node.js 18.18 or later. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna close my previous terminal, and also I'm gonna close my webhook from here, as we're gonna create it right now. So there is an empty directory here, which is the build directory. I'll open my terminal. One thing you need to check, either you have the node or not. To check that, I'm gonna type that node-version. So as you see, 20.15.0 is available, and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna close all the instance which is right now not required. We're gonna set up later, and then we're gonna grab one by one. So now if you doesn't have the node in your machine, you just need to go with that nodejs.org, and from here you can download that LTS version and easily you can configure. If you can do it, let me know in the comments. I will try to reach you out and help you with to configure and do all other things. And if you have any particular setup which you really don't understand, let me know also in the comments. I will try to create a separate shorts video where I can show you how that things can be done easily and let you know too. So from here, as I have that node, so I'm good to go, and I need to copy this code and px create next app at latest. Copy and paste. Now here, as you see, if you just paste that, it's gonna ask that project name. You can just define the project name as beforehand. So I'm gonna go with that, like it will be Ecommerce Web YT. Enter, and after entering, it will go with some of the suggestive question. So it's gonna take the permission from you, so that you will know which project and how you can combine. Our entire project, it will be written in TypeScript to keep type safe for everything. Okay, Slint will be fine. Tailwind CSS, yes, and we're gonna use that source directory. This build, no source directory. You're gonna go with the normal phase, and then the app router recommended. We want the app router and turbo pack, which will help us to boost our development process, and import alias, no, and enter. And let it give it time to install. Sometimes it will take a bit of less time or more time, it depends on the network, but don't freak out. Take your coffee, take the time, and while it's installing, I want you to focus on that project structure. That's one of the most important part in the Next.js talks. Most of the people, they are not willing to come here. As you see the project structure and organization, as you see the folder and file conventions, the top level folders, and how it gonna be rendered, how gonna get the top files, you better to have and try to read the documentation. Once you are reading, you're gonna have a lot of sense that how and why we are rendering project in that sense, and how it's working in that lower level. So you should have to read it properly, to have a proper and valid understanding. And feel free to come here to watch the routing fundamentals, and as well as how you can getting the data fetching segment, data fetching and caching, so everything. And by default in that Next.js 15, Next.js is not caching directly, so you need to force it to cache. Beforehand it used to cache each and everything, now it's not caching. You need to tell Next.js that you want to do the caching or not. So we'll go in details for all of this. So what I recommend you to go and read those things. Okay, so let's see here, and our project is created. If we roll back to our folder here, as you see, one e-commerce YT app is created. Now from here you can directly open it within the code editor, or you can put in ls to see the file is created, and then cd e-commerce wave YT, and I'm gonna make that code space dot to open it within my code editor. So that is open in my Visual Studio Code, and right here there's the dummy project here. So first I'm gonna open my terminal, and from the terminal I will take one git bash, and before explaining each and everything, I'm going to run that npm run dev to run our project in localhost 3000. Let's open that in my directory here, localhost 3000. While it's opening, I'm going to explain what the things we have in our, this is called the root level directory. So in the root level directory, we have the root level files. So in the files, we have some of the root level parameter files, and it's compiled. It's because it's super fast. Now we are having the turbo. It's not like the webpack, so it's rendered very fast. And this is the dummy page by the Next.js for the application. It's super cool, looks very simple. And now here we have the tsconfig.json, which is handling all the TypeScript configuration for our app. We have the tailwind.config.ts file. Here you will find that all the Tailwind configuration. This one may not require because we are directly injecting our app and components, so you can delete it or you can keep it, as it will not be harm for you. We have one readme file. You can have the preview to read it, how we can set up, as you see, the npm run dev or yarn dev or pnpm or bun. It depends whichever package manager you are using, so it's not make that much difference. Then we have our post css.config.mjs, also having the package.json, which having all the packages installed. Right now we have the React 19, which is the RC mode. Now we may need to have to install some of the packages using the pair dependency or using the flag of the force, because the React is still in release candidate in RC, but Next.js is already released at 15.0.3. so if anything, any problem is there, we're going to resolve it together and we're going to make our build to be done in the next page. So we have that package-log.json. Here we are maintaining all the package scenario. Then we have the next config.ts file, where we are going to configure our images or other third-party domain. We're gonna just inject here. Then we have the next-anb.d.ts, and as you see mentioned here, this file should not be edited. It's the Next.js thing, don't touch it, just keep it as simple. We have .gitignore, ESLint.rc, then we have the public directory here where we are having the public file. This is the best one, the Node.js, the Node modules directory, the bigger one. Then we have our app. This gonna relate it because most of the work we're gonna do within this directory, so this is very important. Then we have the .next directory for handling the Next.js running thing. Now in that app we have our page, so everything you are looking right here is coming directly from the page. If I just select all of the things and I remove and say h2 should be e-commerce website YouTube and hit enter, we should be able to see e-commerce website YouTube is there. And some of the color, if we just go back in the globals.css, if we remove all of those things and save, you see the dummy color and dummy style is just go away. We have the Fabi icon for the icon. We have the fonts directory. Later on we're going to access that because we're going to create our font as pop-ins for our application. And then we have our layout, all the important things, injecting the fonts, injecting the metadata is all our handling from this file. So this file is one of the important one. Now before going further, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create a directory here which will be client. Okay, and why I'm doing that, because there will be two directory, one is for the admin, another is for the client. So we, or instead of doing right now, we're gonna do it later, and then I'm gonna explain why we need to do that, right? So in here we will change some of the metadata. We're gonna change that and make e-commerce website for shoppers. As we change that, you're gonna see it's going to be reflecting here. Okay, as you see, it's changed e-commerce website, and also we will make that change that one, which is going to be say e-commerce website for educational purposes. Done. So we have our description, we have our title. Now after that, what we need to do, as you see, our application all are injecting from here. So we're gonna start building our application. In the root level of there, I'm gonna create one of directory, which is the components. As you see, that component's name should be matched with the component's name here. If you want to change any of the directory in the root and you want to access the CSS style, you should combine that, okay? Otherwise it will not work and you're gonna freak out on that. So right now in the components, before going further, we're gonna set up our Shadchan UI. So let's go in that Shadchan UI. Okay, ui.shadchan.com, and from the documentation we're gonna see there's the intro is there. So this is not a component library, it's a collection of reusable components that you can copy and paste into your apps. So there you need to focus. This is not a component library. Basically, whenever you are using the Bootstrap, Material UI, or any other library for the CSS, they have their own congested library, but it's a collection of reusable components. It's gonna create the component within your application so you can reuse it, and there is no dependency on it, right? The Shadchan, it will not install anything in your package. You will not find anything named Shadchan, okay? Only the icons library is gonna using, only the styling like CLSX or the Tailwind March, it's gonna happen to increment that, you're gonna find it, but you can also change it if you want. So this library, it will not, this Shadchan, it will not install anything with the package. This is super cool and super simple for the developers, and I recommend that one for myself. Every time I am having trouble to create the design, I love to use that one, Shadchan. So let's go from there. An installation, there is support for the Next.js, Vite.js, Remix, Astro, Laravel, Gatsby, and manual also, and its setup is coming with the TypeScript, and as you see in the type js config.json is just getting the configuration. So I will go with the Next.js, and after clicking create the project, which we created already, then after creating we need to run that command npx Shadchan init. So I'm gonna copy that command and I'm gonna take one more terminal here, but before going there I'm gonna close all. As you see in the components, or we can remove the components also right now. We're going to remove it because it will create a components library itself. So let's see the Shadchan magic. So enter, and now what it's gonna do, it's gonna provide some of the pop-ups like which style you want to use and which color you're gonna use and variables you want or not. So that's the things it's gonna provide for me. I'm gonna go style, I'm gonna choose the New York neutral, and yes, so hit enter. Now it gonna install, and what is saying, it looks like, so here you need to focus. Here, why you need to focus is that, again, I'm saying the React 19 is still in release candidate. So in the both way, you need to get the support. Either, like here is saying, it looks like you are using React 19. Some packages may fail to install due to pure dependency issues in NPM. So I don't want to force anything. I will go with the legacy pure dependency. So whatever the legacy scenarios that it will support. So no worries about that. It will work. So now installing those dependencies, and let's see. And some of the things which we're gonna use may not have support still for the React 19 in legacy dependency. That time we're gonna use to impact it within like injecting it manually, or we're gonna like install it by force. So now it's installing the dependency, and as you see there is how would like to proceed. It's done and created one file in the libutils. If we just go back here, okay, that you may now add components in the lib. in the utils, as you see, there is one file is created, means that one install, and in the package you're gonna see a lot of different package, which is the Lucid React icons library. It's open also the CLSX, then class variants authority, Tailwind March, Tailwind Animate. So all of those things is installed. And if you just roll back to our globals.css, there is that dark and light theme moding here, so you can toggle through the mode. And also if you go in the tailwind config.ts file, this is all the style variables it used for Shadchan UI. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna open a new file, which going to be new folder, which previously named as components. Okay, components, and here we want to use a button. As you see how you can use it, we just need to run that command npm Shadchan latest add button, enter the command, and it will create a button for you. Okay, either if you're not creating the components, it gonna enter, but okay, if it's supposed not to create, because by default it gonna create. As you see, it gonna render that button component to your project, so it's okay, that will be fine. Also in the components, as you see, there is a UI directory here, we are having one button. So now this all the code you can change, there is no dependency at all, like Shadchan is not gonna hold. Now if you want to change the variant, if you want to change the link, anything you can change right now from here, and we're gonna change a lot of things from here, so no worries, we're gonna see. So if we go in the app, we're gonna check if it's working or not. So right now we're gonna just grab one button from Shadchan UI, and we're gonna say click me, and let's see if it's working or not. As you see, it's having that click me, and here we're gonna make that also padding of 10 so that we can have a good view. As you see, a little bit design here. Now if we may have the variant, so let's have a different variant. First, let's say we're gonna have a ghost variant, and you see it's a ghost variant, and then also we can have another variant called destructive, which is a red alert, you can see. So now that's very simple to use. So as the Shadchan is set up, we're gonna get back to start spinning our other things. We're gonna create one file which will be header.tsx, by which we're gonna render our header, and that dummy I'm gonna remove it from here. And right now in that header we need to combine what we're gonna have all together. But before going that, I'm gonna explore you how we're gonna face the build setup. So we're gonna create our header with logo and other parameter. Then after the very beginning, we're gonna introduce the clerk to create the authentication, and then we're gonna set our other parameter like the Sanity Studio, and to grab and fetch the data, we're gonna write the query, we're gonna update the product, we're gonna keep it as live, then we're gonna implement the payment. Why I'm explaining the scenario, if you are, doesn't matter if you are part 1, 2, 3, whichever you are part you are, you know the flow. So whenever you are following, you know which part it gonna inject, like which the parameter it gonna hit. Okay, so let's go in the header. We're gonna start building our other phase. So this is our header. Okay, and we are going to inject our header directly in the layout, because we want header to be shown in all the pages. And if you want to provide that one, you need to inject that HEADER. Okay, it's not showcasing here. So let's see if we, okay, it's not coming automatically. What's wrong here? Let me see. So here we're gonna make that import header, and that will be from should be from components and header. So what's wrong here? Let's see a bit. Okay, what is saying? It's not finding. So this is the components, that's the header, should be okay, we didn't create the file. So RAFCE, so that's the header file. So after not creating you need to import it before injecting that. So now we can grab the header, and the way I created RAFCE, so I'm gonna showcase some of the the libraries, or you can say as the extension which you can use. I'm using that also close tag to happening to let the tag automatically close at the bottom. Auto rename tag, if I by mistakenly rename it in a misspell, it gonna render in automatically in redirect. I use the code spell checker to check all the code label here. I use that code matrix. As you see, once I'm importing, I can see the file length, the depth here, so I will know if the package is really overweight or not. Then we have one .env to focus on the env template. We have that +7 React Redux React Native snippets. That's the one I use to create that RAFCE to create a React Native functional component, and there's a lot of views on that. Please go get that extension. Then we have what I recommend you to get the image preview. If by using any dummy image, you can have the preview. Also that import cost, a similar work is doing here with that import cost layer. And then we have our material icon themes, which is really focusing on to set up that icons. As you see, I have the different layer of icons. Then that one thing is here, the ptr. Like if I type something here, if I make empty space or something, if I put Ctrl S to save the file, it's automatically like checked the setup and formatted it by default. So I'm using ptr to get the formation. Then we are using the sanity.io to just check the color combination in the grok query. Then the best thing is that Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. And if you see here, if I come back here and make the width full and like background color of red, and you see how it's suggesting me that, and that's happening is because of that extension in Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. So feel free, go to install whatever you require for your application layer. Now we are going to build our application for this norm. So I'm going to remove this, which is not required right now. So in the header, we're going to have it 3 segments. One, it will be the image, or you can say as the logo, and another should be our input field, and another should be our like the other step. Okay, so that will be our tabs. So these 3 things we're gonna combine all together. And before going that, what I recommend to grab my image from my file. So I'm gonna take that here. Okay, is it came? I think no. So let me grab my images. So that's just a few of the images which I'm gonna use it here, because most of the things which will be really and like the backend structure, we're gonna grab directly from the Sanity. For image, we're gonna have that using that empty card image, also the loader image, and our logo, and one for the payment. And you just grab any of the images from the internet, and if you are just looking forward to extract those logo, let me know in the comments. I'm gonna just inject, like publish it, and gonna forward the link to you. So now here, first we're gonna inject our logo, right? And everything we're gonna go, and instead of the div, I'm gonna keep a name as the header tag. That will be very and super simple. And here I'm gonna provide a div here, as we're gonna provide some of that max width height properties. And to let you show, I'm gonna make it that background of gray of 300, so that you can see that is the background, nothing is there, so no background available. So here right now I'm gonna grab one image directly. That image need to import from the next image, and here next / image should be, I'm gonna import my logo, should be from it should be my images and then the logo. As you see the beauty of the TypeScript, so it's just going to prompt up and focus on whatever is available here. So very less type mistake and very less type impromptu. So in the source it will be as a logo, and alt tag it will be like passing the logo, so you should be able to see one logo. Now also make it as 200. I'm just gonna keep the background for instance. Now as you see, it's getting the entire width, but this one should be injecting with the max width parameter. Put a class name provided that max width is screen axle, and mx auto to keep in the central. Let's put a bj red of 300, so that the background color you can see, as you see, that's hovering here. And let's make a px of 4. The padding should be provided in the 4 layer. And what it gonna happen, even you are in this smaller screen, you see there is a padding here for the horizontal padding. So right now, instead of keeping that directly here, we can use it in a component layer, as we are going to recycle that one, that max with the screen axle and mx auto and padding x in the 4. So what we can do in the components, we can create one file with the name as a container.tsx, again RFCE, to create the functional component. Now we're gonna render each and every single things that's selected design here in the container. Then we're gonna wrap the container every time we want to use the same style. So right now what I'm gonna do, I can inject that one. I'm gonna just cut this one from here, because I will not inject there. Let's make it bigger, as you see in the sideway. And here I'm going to put a class name, but before entering the class name, I'm going to make that, as you see in the utils, one parameter is already coming from the shell as the lib, the cn, that are going to use at the clx and tw merge to combine any of the conflict is resolved for the class name properties, so we can use as the cross contradiction. We'll import the cn, and then we're going to provide some the dummy class name, and also then we can inject the class name which we are preferring. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna also take two separate properties going to come. One, it will be the children, one it will be the not the class, should be class name. And to define the, you can remove that one also. Now I will make that interface as the props, as is coming by the props. So the children, it will be that as the style of that react node, so that's the TypeScript typo. And for the class name, it will always not be there. Once it will be there, it will be coming as a string. And now here we can define as the props, so the props and error is go away. So now here we're gonna pass the children, it will interject the children. And remember, in the previous days, once we are using the bootstrap, we used to make that important flag to provide the priority, right? And here that important flag, it will be handled with the cn. So first priority, it's gonna provide the class name we are going to send here in this, like the props, it's gonna put as a first priority, then it's gonna inject those colors. If we go back to our header, and instead of the div, if we just roll back to our container, from the container, and also rename it, now you can see it's injected. Now here, if we make that bg red, okay, cool, we get the background color. Now we want to change the max width. You can say max width lg, and after doing that, as you see, we get the large background color, like the large width here. So that depends on us. However we want to reflect it, it's gonna show us the same parameter. So I think in that way it can make a lot of sense, and we can really start building the process. And for this logo, let's just provide some class name on that. So I'm going to provide a width of 24, and here I'm going to provide also a priority flag. And at the top layer of this div, here also let's provide that some of the design. The padding y should be 3, or you can make it as 4, just provide it a little room to breathe for this application layer. And instead of gray, I'm going to make it as white. And also after that, I'm gonna make one border color, so it should be border in the bottom, and border B should be gray of 400. Right now I'm gonna keep 400, later on I'm gonna reduce it. So we have our logo, and after that logo we should be injecting one from here, which we need to import also from the next/from, and that from, it will handle, like it will grab one input, which the type, it will be the text, and in that name we're going to pass the name as a query parameter, and for the placeholder it will be saying that search for products. So that will be saying here. So let's import that from. So import from, it will be from next/from. So you're gonna use that next from here, and that from by default gonna take an action. So the action we're gonna render directly whenever the action going to hit, it will redirect us to /search screen. So that's the action we're gonna dispatch directly from here. And also let's provide some of the class name. Put a class name, not the class ID, the class name. It will be width should be full, or we can make it as a flex 1, so get the entire width. And whenever we are in or we can go with the width full, or let's make flex 1, and SM scale I think flex 1, which will be good. And for the SM screen, it should be, let's say, okay, I'm gonna keep it like that. So let's see how it's gonna say. I'm gonna make also a border just to see if anything appearing, and I'm gonna make it as a border of the block, so you will be able to see. Now you see it's taking the entire space perfectly. In the container, put a class name which is going to be a flex, and item center justify between. So as you see, it's pushing all together a little bit far away. Gap should be 5, so it's gonna give a 5 span of the gap. And here in the tabs view, I'm going to take a div here, the tabs going to render. So now we have our search area. So we need to, as you see, the search area only coming in that bit, and also before pulling that up, we can directly injecting here this one within that container layer. So get the container and appear everything here, so it's having a little bit of good contradiction. So right now let's roll back to header, and in the header we need to provide some classes for this one as well. For the class name, we're gonna make that width should be full, so that you will be able to see the full width. Now this entire is getting the full width. And also in that tailwind config.ts file, we're gonna have some of the dummy color, so the color which we are going to follow through in our build purposes. So as you see, that's the colors. There's a lot of colors coming up from that section UI. You need to be careful on that, because that colors need to be appearing there too. So here we're gonna use a 5 extra color, which will be the light orange, and the value is that hash FCA99B. Then we have the light blue, we have that dark blue, and the dark text and light background color. So that's the 5 color we are going to handle in our application layer. Now over here we are going to make it in a very perfect way, and we're gonna make also, as you see, the border which we are providing here, that's, I'm not gonna keep it here because the border we're gonna keep in our input field, so that once we are focusing within it, we can have an idea what's going on. So now we're gonna make that border, and the border should be gray of 200. As you see, providing a little bit space. I'm gonna make it a little bit darker. Later on I'm gonna change to make it light, just you can see it in proper way. Make a padding, okay, should be 4, and padding X should be, let's say, providing a 4, and padding Y should be 2.5, and you're gonna find a gap here, and then rounded should be MD. Okay, and whenever you're gonna focus within or focus visible, and the border should be dark blue. Okay, and if we just go and make, as you see, there is the border is injecting. And also you can make that outline should be none, so outline should be none, so the extra outline, it will disappear. As you see, now we can reflect how the border it will be. We can make it as a 2, which will be 4. I think it's cool. Now we can make it as 200 also, so it's gonna be a perfect blend. Okay, I think that's perfect. So after that things, as we are having that, now if you type something, let's say enter juice, as you see, it's just directing us to the search with the query as the juice. So we will create that. If we click in that logo, it should taking us to back to the home. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna wrap it with the link from the next link, and here I'm gonna paste our image, which will be href should be /home. So now if we come back here and click, it will redirect us to our home page. So after passing the home, in the tabs we're gonna have a certain parameter, and for the tabs is required, we're gonna use in a different way, because in the tab there will be 3 tabs altogether. One is for the cart, one is for the order, one is for the account. Now cart gonna access the product from the store, which is in gonna be a client-side library, because we're gonna use the Zustand. So right now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make that card as a client-side library. So in the components, I'm gonna take a file here, which will be card icon.tsx, create a file, rafce, the card icon, and then I'm not gonna close it. And here I'm gonna import that card icon. That's it. So you will be seeing that card icon. So one, it will be card icon. Let's have a p tag which going to be for the orders, and one another p tag which going to be account. I'm going to render that. Now also in that div here, gonna make it a flex item center and put a gap of 5, so that it will be perfectly aligned together. Okay, and I think, yeah, that's much. Now we are having some of the library here, but we are also can inject one of the libraries for the React icons to grab that all of the icons perfectly. So let's inject here. You can use the lucid icon and other parameter, that's up to you, but I also love to go with that. So what I'm gonna do, or did we need that? I think we can directly go with lucid icon. I think that's perfect, because no need to use the multiple icons library. So we need to grab one icon named car, so we can use that, or the shopping bag icon you can use. So that's a very simple to use also. As you see, you can copy in SVG and see in action. You just need to import that, create icons and icons. That's it. So we can go through it. I think the shopping bag icon, it will be perfect. So let's go in our application. Here we need to grab one icon, so let's to grab that. We will make that like shopping bag icon from the Lucid React. And if we coming back here, as you see, one icon is available. You can change the icon, you can feel free to go any other parameter, and by default we're gonna make it as a use client flag. Okay, so that once is the client parameter. We know later on you will understand why we use it as the use client flag, because it will be very simple to eradicate and very much easy to contradict with that. So now after that shopping bag icon, we can also make another div. In that div, a p tag will be there, and here it will be one span, gonna be passing the item value, which right now gonna be a 0 item, and after that we will say that items, and after that p tag it will be another one which gonna say as cart. Now we're gonna roll that everything in a proper way. For the class name should be flex, item center, text should be small text, and I'm gonna make a gap of 2 in between. Gonna make a border, and the border should be gray of 200. And let's see, as you see, it's aligned properly. And let padding x should be 2, padding y should be 1, and rounded should be empty, shadow should be, let's say, empty. And whenever you're gonna hover, that shadow should be none. So right now, as you see, if we hover, the shadow is disappearing, and also you're gonna make it in a proper way. So right now, as we are having, instead of the div, we're gonna render it with the link parameter. It's because once we're gonna click on that, we're gonna href to our cart, so that it's gonna be link attached on that. And to have properly aligned that, for the class name should be flex, flex should be column. Okay, I think it's okay. Now here in that p tag, for the class name, text should be xs, so the extra small text it will be there. As you see, it's getting a little bit slower. And here on that dummy scenario, like in that span card, for the class name, font should be semi-bold. So we're gonna have a semi-bold pattern here, and also this one we can make the semi-bold. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna grab this entire things, the fonts parameter. We can direct or no, we don't want that one to be as bold, so we can make that one right now. Font should be semi-bold. Okay, so this is our card, and also we can align with the icon for the class name, and the text should be dark blue. Okay, and text should be 2XL. You can go with the 2XL. I think there 2XL it will not work. There's a width of 4, height of 4. Okay, now it's defined. So provide the 8 of width and 8 of height. Okay, it's getting bigger, so I'm gonna go with a 5x5 image. Okay, 5x5 or 6x6. Okay, 6x6. If we click on the card, now this the hover effect is getting really fast, which we don't want to happen to like that. So we're gonna create one effect property, and we're gonna use it within our application layer. So we're gonna create it in a global layer. So as you see in the base, we're gonna create one like called hover effect. So this one going to apply, so let's add apply, and here it's going to be, let's provide the duration of 300 and easy in out, and we're gonna create that transition should be in all dependency, cursor should be pointer. So that's hover effect. We're gonna just render within this card icon properties, so this gonna affect the hover effect properties. Now if you're coming here, as you see, pretty simple, and smoothly animate that. So we have our card. So the same thing I'm gonna just copy, and here in the header after that card icon I'm gonna paste that one, and instead of that shopping icon we can now render another one which is going to be, let's say, basket, shopping basket. hit save, so that we should be able to see another one. As you see, shopping basket, and here instead of carts it's gonna direct us to the orders. So here it will be orders. Okay, cool. So one, it will be order. Now it's time to take our account parameter, whichever we want, and setting up the account. First we are going to that our friend here in the Clark. First I'm gonna log out, so that you're gonna see the process how you can inject and start with that. You need to log in with some of the parameters. You can just having the GitHub and Google. So now I am logged in with like a different account here. So from that account I need to create this the new account. So first thing start is that to create application. So let's create an application. Need to provide the name, should be e-commerce web YT. Just gonna keep it like that, and here gonna get the email, Google, and also I'm gonna add the GitHub. So that's 3 parameter: Google, GitHub, and the email and others parameter it will say. So this is the preview for my application, the sign in parameter. So create the application. Now it gonna set up each and everything, and it will let you know how you can set. You see, you are just a couple of steps. So now we can configure it with Next.js. And by the way, if you're using any other application like React, Remix, Astro, Expo, JavaScript, Tanstack, all the same setup you can follow through. And from here I need to install the dependency. So let's go over here and install that. After installing, we need to also pass those things in our .env file. I'm gonna copy that, and in the main, like on my root file, I'm gonna grab one file which will be .env, and here I'm gonna just paste my code. That's it. Okay, so that's the things I'm gonna do. I don't want you to see that secret and others. You just need to have that in .env file. That's it. That will work perfectly for you. And after having that, what else we can do? We need to create a middleware.ts file, and we need to put everything with that file. So let's create one more file which will be middleware.ts, and we're gonna pass everything here. As you see, that Clark middleware and other things should be aligned here. And after that, now we need to wrap our provider, wrap our layout using that instances should be the Clark provider. So let's go in our layout here in the app. That will be our layout. Here we're gonna wrap everything. So we're gonna make that with that Clark provider. And by the way, is as we are here in that Next.js 15, we should be able to use that dynamic. So it will not render, it will not gonna hit everything, it's gonna render perfectly. So now if we come over here, I want you to make a reload. If everything is go upside down, now is the time we can set it back. So let's roll back to our header. So now we can see as we having any user, still our header is not the client side, it's the server side. So we need to call the user as server side. So as it will be in server side, I'm gonna use in asynchronous way. So const user, it should be is equal to await, and the user we're gonna get from that current user. Now we can log that user, should be console.log. If we log the user, let me open my command prompt. Now here, if we just grab the user, let's hit save, we should be able to see our user status. As you see, no user is null. So now we can define if the user is there or not, so that we can be able to showcase our things. So let's go here. Let's see. So that's the input, that's the card icon. So here, remember, the card icon is a client-side library, so it will always be popping up, but the orders and account, it gonna depends on the user. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna wrap this entire thing with a parameter called Clark loaded. So Clark loaded, Clark CL, I'm just misspell the name, Clark loaded, and here I'm gonna paste that. So first, if the Clark is loaded, only then it gonna render. And also I'm gonna check is that if we have user, like we're gonna render within that if it's signed in, only then, not signed in, it should be signed in, SIGNED signed in. So whenever the sign in, it will gonna render. So right now, if you go back to the orders, we should not be able to see the orders. Okay, let me see what's happening. default to, did we import different time? Okay, Clark user, oh, that's the one. Signed in, Clark loaded, should not be an issue. What's happening? Okay, let's see. That's the Clark loaded, that's the sign in. Okay, what's wrong? Let me reload again. I think it should not be an issue. Okay, I'm gonna just remove that sign in parameter for right now. Okay, let's see if it's rendering. Okay, it's rendering. We're gonna go with that, but I'm gonna just go and check something. But before that, like, we can also just simply use that to check if we have the user, and then we want to combine these two, like this one as the Clark use, like this, both of that. If we have the user, only then we need to render, but we're gonna keep it in a simple way. But right now we're gonna shuffle it with our user parameter, how we want to showcase the user. So if we say if we have the user, then I'm gonna render a div. So it will be if there is a user, so user is available. If there is no user, then I'm gonna also render another div. So it will not be a div. I'm gonna just render through that sign in button, and where we're gonna pass a div, and in that div we're gonna pass that one account, which is going to be user. Let's say getting the user from Lucid React. So we should be able to grab one icon. As you see, user icon is available, and after that user icon we should be having another div. So another div which gonna say as welcome back, and then another p tag which going to say user dot, we're gonna pass that. This time, no, we don't have user. Yeah, why we are passing that? We are not having the user, so we're gonna say as account, and also another p tag. It should be saying us as logged in. Now remember, the similar status queue, we're gonna keep it. So either you can copy it or you can feel free to create it. So I'm gonna just copy paste that, and that one should be saying, so span tag, it will not recur right now here, should be that as account, and that should be saying as login. Okay, so that's two things is implying here to the class name. And right now what I'm gonna do, the similar effect which having here right now, I'm gonna just copy that, and let's say paste it perfectly aligned here. So now you're gonna see that parameter looks perfect. And also one more things I can do is that height 6, text should be dark blue. So now once you click on that, if we click right now, what it's gonna do, it's gonna take us to our the page which is required for the Clark authentication, but we don't want to redirect to in a separate page. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take a mode which will be as a model. So means it's gonna open up a model. If we click it right now, as you see, now we can go and click to log in with different user. Let's say to log in with that as the very first login, it will take you to in that page where you can have to set up your profile and others. If you just hit reload, it's gonna combine all together, and as you see, it's gonna redirect to your own account page, but the second loading it will not be there, so don't worry about it. Now here we need to go and grab the other properties. So first thing first, in that div we can provide that user button from the Clark, so that it's gonna render the button and you will be able to see the user status queue. As you see, that's the button is handling that properties. Now after that we're gonna render this two here again. So here that should be naming as welcome back. And here we're going to pass the name for the user, which is going to be saying that user dot full name we need to provide. Now you can see the user also. If you just see the log here, I think did you remove the log, you can just go and grab the log property, that what we are just getting as the user properties. Let's hit save, and you will be able to see the user data. So you see the very big data here, so you can see the ID, you can see the password enabled or not, image URL. If you click here, you should be able to see your image also. So that's the way it's gonna contradict that. So now let's go and make it in a proper way, in a proper visionary way. So let's copy this portion, and here it not be there, and I'm gonna just copy paste it here. So we should be able to get our design in a proper way. If we logged out, you see that one is just removed. So right now we need to also forecast the order, and this one I don't know why it's not injecting properly. It's supposed to work. So the clerk is loaded. We have the card icon, the clerk loaded. Let's cut again and inject one more time. Should be signed in, and that one need to be clerk. Okay, need to be import from the clerk Next.js. I think our import was wrong, that's why it's having some error. Now as you see, the card is removed. If we signed in, just go through the procedures of logged in. I will use a different account this time, and I should be able to log in and roll back to my home screen perfectly. As you see, it's now logging in. And also if we roll back to our dashboard and specifically see the user, you see the one user is available. So let's give it a time to log in again. And now we are having a different user. And also if we go to our dashboard and hit a reload, we should be able to see two user here. Okay, I think that's a super easy to implement and super cool to go on the procedure. And one more things also, we can contradict in the card, we can define when the card should be loaded or not. So in the card we can just manually inject one thing. So it should be const means is client, and set is client should be is client, and we're gonna make that use state properties. And here we're gonna define that if is no is client, if it's not is client properties, that should be returned null. So if it's not a client set property, it will return null. So this layer, it will just drop nothing. So only it will render on the client set application. As you see, is no client means it's nothing there. Now we need to set it as use client, and use effect should be as false. And in that use effect properties, we're gonna set when it going to be is client, and here within that empty dependency we're gonna just set it, let's that set is client true. So this application going to be aligned as the use client. As you see, now is available. If we just remove that check, if it's not use client, it will just render nothing. So we're gonna check if it is client or not. That just to be go in a safe zone. That's it. So now our application layer is set up. Okay, so now that one is rendered perfectly. So as you see, if you reload, our user is available, our everything looking so smooth. I think we are good to go in the next page. Now this is the time to set up our other properties, but before going there, I'm gonna love to grab my footer also, because that too is the different one. Others all things going to be rendered perfectly. So let's go footer.tsx rfce to create a footer component, and in the footer we're gonna make it a simple way. Now that is depends on you how you're gonna render, right? But for me, I'm gonna keep it a similar fashion. So because that is not my moral concern to generate this one in that norm. So what I'm gonna do in that div, I'm gonna take a simple container. So container, and that container going to having to be have one like a p tag, which is going to say copyright at, let's say copyright. I'm gonna just grab that write text property. You can just also grab the icon if you want. Copyright at 2024, put a span tag which going to be react bd, and here I'm gonna say all rights reserved. That's it, hit save. After p tag, we're gonna also render one image here, which going to be coming from the next image, and here we're gonna make that import payment logo should be payment from at images, and that will be the payment image. And in the source going to provide that payment, and in the alternative tag should be also as the payment image. Put a class name which should be 64, and then object should be cover. Done. So we should be able to see two things here. One is that copy text parameter, one is that image. So instead of that div, I'm going to render is as the footer tag, and here put a background color. Let's put a background should be bj, should be that light bj color, and text should be small text for all over the properties. That p tag, put a class name. Text should be gray of, let's say, 500. And in that span tag, we're gonna just furbish it better. So class name text should be dark blue and font should be semi bold. So now the text should be generate. Okay, cool. So let's go in the container, put a class name. Padding y should be 5, going to be flex item flex item center, justify should be between. So right now we are having one parameter, and also in the page let's put a class name. Padding y should be 20. Right now gonna just keep it like that way. Later on we're gonna render in perfect properties. Now it is the time to implement our friend here from that Next Sanity. If we roll back to our sanity.io, here you need to just sign in to create the account properties. As you see, I am logged in. If we go in my project, I would be able to see all my available projects right now is here. So also in the documentation you're gonna learn a lot, but we're gonna go with Next Sanity to click on that. And this is a tiny package which can really help you out to go and install all the dependency for the Next.js setup. And to implement that, I really recommend you to read the documentation properly. They have a GitHub homepage. You can go over there and you can also understand a lot of things, how the way it can be supported. Now from here, I'll go with the quick start. As you see in the quick start, I just need to grab that in my project. So npx sanity at latest init. Now let's go in my terminal here. So in the terminal, I'm gonna inject that one. So here in my git bash, the second one, I'm gonna enter. So now it's gonna create a Sanity project. Now here I want you to focus, because the command we're gonna use it will be very important, and you need to like circulate it in a very properly. Now here you can choose either your previous existing application, or you can just go with that a new one. So I will just click at that create a new project. So, and I'm going to provide the name, which going to be e-commerce, let's say Vite. That's the or e-commerce. I think e-commerce Vite would be perfect. And after that, I want that default dataset. Yes, that will be fine. So now it's gonna creating that default dataset. And there is one more thing. Okay, should be a next folder. Okay, perfect. And TypeScript, of course, the entire project will be the TypeScript parameter. It looks like you are using Next.js 15 and React 19. Okay, compatible issue we can resolve. Let's just okay. Also that studio need to yes, otherwise it will not enter that. So it will go with that redirect on that purpose. And now either you can go with the blog schema, you can use the clean project. Now if you didn't create any of the project using Sanity, I prefer you to go with the blog schema. We're gonna resolve that schema properties, so you're gonna have some combination. So what I prefer, let's go with the blog schema. As we are having that e-commerce, we're gonna remove that properties which is not necessarily. So you will know how to combine and calculate all of this. So let's create with the blog schema, enter. So now, as you see, it's installing that npm install is running that legacy pair dependency. So all the properties, it's just going to get that Sanity vision, that image URL, components, and the Sanity icons. As you see, the icons layer also is available. We have two library. One is the Lucid React, one is that Sanity icon. So both we can use. Just give it a little bit time to install those dependency here in your application layer. Also, if you just roll back to the package, you can see in the package, it's now going to implement all of those. So now you see that Sanity icons, image URL, vision, and all the properties is Next Sanity is all are installed. So I think it's perfectly aligned. And here, as you see, we have one .env.local. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna cut that entire things, and I'm gonna go in my .env file, and here I'm gonna paste it. I'm gonna remove that local file as I'm using that .env. The other ones is not necessary. You can also use that .env.local. That's not a big deal. Now here in the app, we should be able to see one studio. As you see, that's the studio we have, and all the configuration is done perfectly. And after that, for the Sanity configuration here, you see one directory here, especially for Sanity. And here we have the structure, we have the env.ts, we have here the schema types. So that's the file which going to render all the parameters and categories, block type, all things is available right here. And from the lib, we have the client. So we can use the client directly, fetch from there. So in the client, we can be able to set other properties. Right now, we are not going to touch it. We're going to do it once we are doing it. Then we have the image URL to render the image. We have the live option where we will set the others property. And as you see, let's see now if we go in our 3000, I'm gonna go /studio just to see if our studio is rendered or not. So you need to check it. As you see now, is compiling studio tool. So means that's the folder is just going to accessing. So that's the file it's gonna render, and that's the studio. You can go and read the documentation how those things actually working, how you can set up the combined dummy header or navbar or any other parameters. Is pretty simple to use. Again, I'm referring is you to go there and read more how you can access much more data layer. As you see, it's now accessing the studio, the first instance. Okay, Clark auth was called, but Clark isn't detect uses. So I think it's because, remember, we have one parameter here, that layout is inject with the Clark provider. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna separate the concern. Remember, which I want to do it the first layer. So I got stuck. Now I will do it. So in that client layer, I'm gonna take my layout and page from here. I'm gonna directly wrap it in that client layer. So this layout and page in the client. So in the layout, I need to, as we are shuffling one step further, so let's need to add the directory here. Okay, so that's the one thing. And right now, if we just go in that particular studio, is now out of that instance. So now also we need to provide a layout here, remember? So we will provide a dummy layout, which will be layout.tsx. And here in the layout, what kind of things we are going to combine? It should be a dummy layout. So it will be just going to grab just a simple feature, which should be const, let's say const root layout. Also, we're gonna provide some of the properties here. So first, we're gonna just inject that, which going to return, and within the return, it should be return one HTML, and here it's gonna render the body. Within the body, it will generate that children, which still is not there. We're gonna get it. So from the props, it will passing the children, and that children, it will be just as a properties of react note. So that should be body. Okay, and here that language should be en. So that's a dummy layout here. And in the layout also we can pass that what if you just go back here in that client properties on the layout, we can grab that metadata also. If you want, you can just directly pass that metadata. At the top, need to import that metadata and hit save. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just make a reload here. Let's see how it's gonna render. Okay, now the default export is not a React component in the studio tool page. I think if we go back here, the page, okay, default layout. Okay, we need to export it. That's what we forgot. So export default should be root layout. I create it in a functional component. You can also create it in a normal way. It's just up to you. Hit reload again. I think this time it should not freak out, and it's gonna provide the parameter in a perfect way. Okay, yeah, now it's reloading. First thing first, it's gonna ask you to get to load. Okay, go with the Google, and I will choose now the account. Need to choose the same. So that's the account I used to create the application. I think this is the one, the default one, so I will go with that. So this account should be responsible to create the application. And also we can check it. If we go here, make just a reload, I should be able to see my project within that parameter, so which is that Ecommerce YT, as you see is right now here. So I believe that was it. Now it's loading, so that I should be able to see my schema here. So as you see, we have the post, we have the categories. If you click here, it should be able to render the categories property, the data. So right now we will create our own schema. That's just giving you a properties to having a try and to understand how the things can be done in that Sanity Studio. So we are going to focus to combine that schema. For right now, we're gonna create one special schema which is really important to generate, because first we want to create our banner, right? And to generate the banner, we will go in that Sanity. On that schema, we're gonna create a schema which should be, let's say, cell type dot ts. So that will be our first schema. So in the cell type schema, what's the things it going to be there? That's we need to understand first. So let's just create the parameter which it will be saying that, let's say export. It should be export const cells type, and here we will make that define type should be define type, need to import from the Sanity. And as a functional, we're gonna pass some object from here, and the name, either you can keep it as a cell or you can also keep it as the banner. So let's roll back here. Instead of keeping the cell, we can just make that banner type, or I think that's fine, or yeah, that's okay. So the name, it should be the cell, and also for the title, it should be the cell title, and then the type should be a document type, should be document, and after that the icon should be that tag icon which gonna be imported from that Sanity icons. And here we need to define the fields. So here it will define as a field, it will be as an array, not the icon, should be only the icon. So we need to define the field here, what kind of field it will be there. So in the define field property, define field, the define field, here we need to pass the function. In the object we need to pass the name of the field, so it should be name, which going to be, let's say the name, it will be the title name. And here the title should be, let's say, cell title. And after that we also need to provide the type, which will be as a string type. So that's the cell which we are going to passing there. We just added one. So let's roll back how we can inject that one. As you see the index here, in the index we can just directly pass that. So it should be, let's say, cell type, and also need to import directly here. So now as you see, it gonna reload and fetch that our cell type. Forget that error, so no worries about that. It will freak out for a bit as we are just injecting our new schema here. So right now, if we just roll back in our schema, okay, still is loading. Now you can see the post, categories, authors, and there is the cell. So we have our cell properties. If we click here, we should be able to see the design setup. Only one, we have the one single title, so we are having the title properties. Now we need to define the other field. So let's go to define that. So in the next parameter, we are going to put the name should be description, and the title, which is going to be combine that as cell description, and after that the type, which is going to be a text type, okay, as is going to be a defined field parameter. And another field, we are going to also grab that other parameter, and this one, it should be the name, which will be the badge. We want to see the discount badge, so the title should be discount badge, and after that the type should be string, and also we want to provide a description, should be, it will just say make that discount badge ratio, so it will be DIS discount ratio. Then after that we're gonna define another field which going to be having that the document, the discount amounts need to be provided there. So what I'm gonna do is that just to rendering all of that properties, it will be, I think, fine for all of you, instead of writing all over again and again. So after that, we're gonna having some of the setup, which going to be the discount amount, which the name it will be discounted amount, the title discount amount, type number, and description amount of in percentage or fixed value. We have that coupon code, then passing the coupon code, which the value as a type of a string. Then we are having that valid from, the title valid from, type is the date type, and the define field coming valid until. So we are passing a date from valid from, and then we're grabbing that so valid until, like which time it will be expired. And then in the define field is just type as the date time, then is coming is active, it is active or not, title is active, type as boolean, description toggle to active, deactivate, activate or deactivate the cell, and initial value is true. By default it's just set up as the true. Then the last one, in the define field we want to showcase the image, so the name should be that image. And here we also define the title, so the title should be product image, and after that the type should be as an image type, and also we can render in the options by where we can say the options we will combine that hotspot should be true. So that's the define field for all of this. Now after defining the field, we need to create a preview by which we can showcase is it active or not. So let's create the preview mode. In the preview, whenever we're gonna select that, the title should be the title of that overall title, and the discount amount we want to apply, so discount amount, which going to be that discount amount. And after that we also may use that coupon code, so the coupon code need to pass that coupon code, coupon code, and we will pass that is active value, and here it will render as that is active. So that's the select preview here. Then we need to prepare the value also. So in the preparation we will grab that as a select properties as a props, and we can render that. So const, we're gonna get the title, we're gonna get that discount amount, we can get that coupon code, we can get that is active from there, and should be is equal to select. And from here we're gonna make also that status status is active is available, then it will say that active, and if it's not active it will say inactive. And now we'll return. In the return we're gonna define that passing the title, we will make that subtitle here, and in the subtitle going on the backtick we're gonna define in that parameter which will be discount amount, which is we're gonna pass the percentage variation percent of, then we will also showcase the code, and in the code it will render our coupon code. And after that also we can pass our status queue here, so it will be our not studio, should be status. Done. So this is the setup for our cell type. So all the cells parameter, all the details we want to showcase, it need to be injected within this parameter, and that is the field which gonna render all of those. So we can go through and click that. As it's a banner, I will make it in that we can introduce the validation rule, like without, like every banner should have an image, so we will not let it go without having the image. How we can set that, right? We need to configure some of the parameters. So let's go in the image. So without passing any image, it will not be going through, it will not be validated. To implement that, we're gonna pass the validation, and it will take the parameter one is as a rule, and we're gonna pass that as rule dot require. So every time anyone rendering one image, that rule should be implemented. So you need to submit one image, which otherwise it will not go over that. So right now let's create a select like a cell document. So click to create a new document, and here we're gonna create the title. So for right now we're gonna make some of the test title and some of the other properties. So let's say new year if cell, Okay, and the description that I will just go through to provide some dummy data right now, because later on we can inject the property to interchange the data layer. So here, let's go in that page here. Okay, client page, and here I'm gonna make a lorem of 10. Okay, lorem 10, and I'm gonna grab that. So cut, let's see here, I'm gonna pass that. I think that will be a little bit cool. Okay, so now the discount badge should be, we're gonna pass that discount badge. Discount amount should be like 15% on it. The coupon code, I think that will be, that not be the badge, should be year end, yeah, okay, year end. And here we're gonna pass the coupon code, should be vary, and valid from, we need to select a date, which let's select today, and after that we're gonna valid till, let's go in the next year, we're gonna keep it as valid. By default is active. As you see, the product image that is required, without the image you can't publish it. So to before uploading, I will select my image here. So let's choose this one and open, so it will automatically upload. That's the best thing using Sanity, that is handle the image and other properties pretty efficiently, and it's super cool. Let's publish this one, so we should be able to, as you see, the new cell, if cell, and the 15% off code vary and is active. If we make is deactivate, the property ratio, it will be as the deactivate. As you see, the inactive, we can make it is active. So right now, let's go back to our application layer. We can just feel free to go in that our structure, which is the localhost 3000. Now here we will try to get the data, because as we are having the data, we should be able to generate or populate the data within our parameter, and how we can set that data to let the action to take in the personate. So to start with that, I'm gonna go in my file, I'm gonna close all, and here in that Sanity directory here, as you see, I'm gonna just go and open another directory, which will be helpers. And on the helpers, I'm gonna create two files. One, it will be my query.ts, or you can say is queries, queries.ts. So there we're gonna keep all the query, and here it will be index.ts. so here we're gonna keep all the projected file, how we can grab the query, how we can take the parameter, that's where we can keep that. So right now what we're gonna do is to get all of our, like, the banner data, or you can say the sale data. So that's how we can grab it. And to showcase, as you see, we have one, and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna import, I'm gonna just add one more here, or it's a very way to, actually it's pretty way to do it, to, as you see, is activate. I'm gonna just duplicate that one. Okay, so let's hit duplicate, so it should be able to create one more here, and we are going to replace the image. So let's take another image here, and I'm gonna go with this image, and also I will make it as flash sale. So that's it, and instead of that it should be 20%, and it will be flash, and I think publish. So we are having two data. And how we can set the query to grab the data, as you see, there is one tool called vision tool. Here we need to be exercising, and don't worry, the presentation tool, we're gonna grab it later on, but right now we're gonna go slowly to understand it in a proper way. Here we can write our query, put in star mark, then the third bracket. Here we need to put the type, what kind of types it going to render, right? So it will be underscore type is equal to remember the name which you provide the cell, so it gonna render that all the properties of cell, and I'm gonna make it in order, which will be name A as C, so the name ascending. And if we just gonna grab that, as you see, we are having two properties here, and see the name, that name going to be the similar name which we define in our, as you see, it should be cell type. So that name going to contain the name which we are providing here, that's the name. So you need to be careful once you are injecting those names. So this is our first query, which it will be there from here I'm gonna like export const. I'm gonna make a query, cell query is equal to, so let's we need to define the query, how it can be defined. That so it will be define query, let's say define query, and within that parameter we need to inject. So I'm going to render the backtick, let's put in star mark, and then we're going to go in third bracket, let's go in the type should be equal to cell, and from that properties we need to render that cell, and after the cell we will make also that order which going to be name ASC. So the similar parameter, the way we use it, you can also copy paste that one here, it will work in the similar fashion. Now we need to create a function, and we're gonna make a function. We can make we can make export directly, so export const get cell is equal to, it should be in async way. So right now we need to make that query here, so try catch block we're gonna render. In the catch we're gonna say if we are having any error, so make that as console.error. so this error going to be render error fetching, and that one going to be fetching that cell data, and here we're gonna pass the error, and from here we're gonna return like an empty array as we are not having any data. Now from here we're gonna grab the data, and each and every time we're gonna just inject the query as the products, so that it will be, or you can just grab it as a cell, it just depends on you. So I can pass it as cell, or you can say it as cells. I think products is better, so that it will be understand every time that the same parameter we are using. So await, and from there we're gonna make that sanity fetch, and that sanity fetch is coming from the live new. As you see, that's the parameter can handle to fetch all the data parameter, how we can inject, how we can exercise. And now before going in further, we need to configure a lot of other things here, which we're gonna do it very soon, but right now I'm gonna keep it in that way. So with config we're gonna go, later on we're gonna make the server token, we're gonna provide the browser token, we can also pass the fetch options which going to revalidate every time we're gonna render the data. We're gonna inject, or I think we can inject it right now, so that you're gonna have a better understanding. So to generate that one, let's go in our env file, because there we need to inject one more property .env. Here we need to grab one property which going to be passing that as I think a Sanity API token is there, and also two properties we need to provide. One should be Sanity API token, and another should be that Sanity API read token. So these two tokens will be responsible to get that other properties, and let's go in that our sanity.io, and from the Sanity let's go in my dashboard here. Okay, so from the dashboard we can grab the token, and also we can grab the API read token. So both of the token we can grab from there, and the e-commerce YT here is the API. So from these properties we need to grab it. So as you see the tokens, and from here I need to generate the token. So one it will be read token, another it will be, one is the developer token, right? So as you see the two token, API token and the read token. The developer token, it will be the API token, so it will be like, I'm going to pass the name of the developer, having the developer view. So I add the token, and I just simply copy paste the token over here. Whenever you click OK, it will generate the token. So I'm going to take one more token, that one it should be read token. So I'm going to just pass that read token, and here it will be just for viewer, only the read access. If I save and that read access, it will be okay to showcase you, so no problem at all. I'm going to copy that, and here I'm going to paste directly. So now I'm going to having a two token here, so we should be able to grab that token and let it work properly. So let's roll back to our application layer, and from that parameter I'm going to go in that one tool here, that live. Here we can set the other value. So first const token is equal to, it should be that process.env dot the same name we provided here. So this time we're gonna pass that Sanity API read token, and from here with the the configuration you can set it later on, or I'm going to ignore that one. From here I'm going to pass that as our client is available, total client I'm going to pass, and then from the server token should be the token here available, and also for the browser token should be our token which is available, and then from the fetch options we're gonna make that revalidate should be 0. So every time you're gonna fetch, it's gonna passing us through the new data, like the fetch data and whatever data we are requiring here. Also we can check here if there is no token, we can just pass an error here which is going to be throw new error. So let's pass that error, and which going to say us that missing. We can just passing that API read token. Okay, that's fine, I think. So now we should be able to grab our Sanity token, and we should be able to fetch the data directly here. Now why we are using it? Whenever we are gonna fetching the data, it will not take that any revalidation, because as we skip that, but later on once we are needing that, we're gonna keep it in the way we want. So from here we're gonna get the data, and from the query, so query, what's wrong here, page should be the query, and that query, remember the query, the name we provide, the cell query should be our cell query. Either you can keep it here in that file itself, but I love to keep the concept outside the two properties. That's why it should be looked clean and nice. And from here we need to return, we will return that products dot data, or we can just passing that one empty array. So now let's go within our project structure. That should be the client and the page. So now that will be the moment of truth. We should be able to render the data if everything is going all right. So from here we're gonna make that consoles is equal to await. That should be get cell. As we make it await, we need to also make it async. So now as you see, still is a server side rendering, so make the log should be cells, and open the terminal. We should be able to see the data if everything going all right. So vision, as you see, we have our data ready. So right now what we need to do to create our properties where we can really exercise those things. But before doing that, we also need to generate some of the types so that it will be a type safe. As you see in the data, the property data is any, so means it's not totally type safe, right? So we need to create it in a type safe notion so that it can be really helpful, right? So what we're gonna do, if we just go in that Sanity, next Sanity, I think next Sanity, and there you can have a proper understanding how we can go and grab that type safe property. If we go in that quick start, and from there, okay, predifs, and that's the grok query. As you see, the TypeScript types, so Sanity type gen to generate, just click it that, so we should be able to see how the Sanity type gen, so the beta feature is there but it's working perfectly in the property. So now overview using graphical minimal example, you need to just go within studio folder, extract the schema, and then Sanity type gen generate. So I think that's it. So we can go with that. So first thing we need to go like Sanity extract the schema, so that's one thing we need to do. Then we can use the type gen generate. So you need to passing that command, everything is installed properly previously beforehand. So I'm gonna go in my package and I'm gonna write one combination here to start, and by which it will start properly and clearly. So after that lint here, I'm gonna take another property which going to be, let's say, type gen start, or I can just simply pass the types in. So here we're gonna pass that, it will just get the command npx sanity at latest. It will grab the latest if my Sanity is not installed. If it's installed, it will just directly go with that. Then it will go with the schema extract, so it will extract the schema, and I'm gonna pass that npx sanity at latest, and then I'm gonna make that to generate the type gen generate. So what it gonna do is that it gonna just automatically check if we having the Sanity latest or not. If it doesn't have, it gonna install that. Then it will like extract the schema. Then it will also go through to create or type generate. So with that command, we should be able to generate our all the types property here. So all the event types. And how we can do that, let's say npm run, it should be type gen, and hit enter. Let's see if it's working or not. As you see, npx sanity latest schema extract and npx sanity latest type gen generate. So extracting the schema. So after extracting, we should be also able to grab one file which going to be providing that our Sanity types property. So let's just providing a time to extract and generate the types. As you see, Sanity types already available here, and in the type, as you see, the image pattern type and all the properties, it's just going to fetch perfectly. And geopoint, as you see, the cell type. So that's the perfect way. So one grok is enabled. If we just come over here right now, property data cell query results, so means we are totally type safe. So wherever we want to inject that one, it will be fully type safe data, and we should not be worried about anything regarding that instances. So how we can combine and check that one? So first thing first, I'm gonna remove that container right now, as I'm gonna head backwards to start the build process. So in that components, I'm gonna just create a new file which will be discount banner .tsx rafce. There we're gonna render our discount banner type, and instead of that properties, or I'm gonna remove totally this one, here we're gonna pass that as discount banner. So in the discount banner, we're gonna pass the value here, which going to get the cells is equal to should be our cells. Let's remove the console. Okay, so if we go to our discount banner type, we can provide the type here should be that cells, and that cells property is the types of that. If we just previously overseeing that, it should be a cell query result. So should be cell underscore query result. So as you see, the type error is just fully evaporated. So right now what we're gonna do, we're gonna render one carousel. So to render the carousel, we need to go in the Shadchan UI. So it should be Shadchan UI, and from there we're gonna render from the documents, or you can directly visit the components, and from the components we're gonna go and grab the carousel. And to start with the carousel, we need to run that command in our terminal. So let's run the command, and also we need to get some badge and card. So I'm gonna just grab that, which going to be say that should be the card. So let's grab the card here. Okay, let's take another get badge, or you can run a simple command to grab all together to create all the file and properties, or we can try that one. As you see, so we have npx to install the card dependency and others. Okay, there is a button, I think say yes, overwrite it, so no worries about that. So there would be a card. I think it's automatically rendered. I think so. Okay, no worries. So we should be able to have a carousel. So right now, as we have the cells, how we can inject the carousels within the parameter, it's very simple to align with that. If we go back here, we should be able to see one example how the carousel and carousel content is working. As you see, that's a pretty simple way. Feel free to explore a bit here so that you're gonna have a very better understanding. So what I'm gonna do, instead of that div, I'm gonna having directly that carousel imported here from UI carousel. And if you doesn't know where you can find, as you see in the UI, I keep the UI for that only the properties which gonna come from the Sanity, not the Sanity, from the Shadchan. Other components I'm gonna create in my components layer. So that's the way you can find all the things where is injected. So from the carousel, I'm gonna also make that carousel content. Okay, and in the carousel content, I'm gonna grab the card, and before grabbing the card, let's say just test, okay, just to see what it gonna be look like. So I'm having a carousel, and that is only the test, and as you see, it just render indirectly. So here put a class name which should be full, and after that providing a max width. I think if we are passing that max width, we can go back to the container, right? So, or we can provide that max width screen axle, MX auto, and margin top should be 10, or instead of margin 10, we're gonna just make that my 10, so that in both layer it's gonna provide that ratio, as you see. Okay, now we need to combine that. So we are having the card, and remember we have the sales, so should be sales dot, we're gonna map to it, and here we're gonna make that as a cell parameter, and from the map we're gonna return a carousel item. On the carousel item we're gonna just render a card which going to be coming from UI, and from the card contained, and on the card contain we're gonna get a div, and from we're gonna take another div here, give a p tag which going to be, let's say sale dot, let's say we're gonna provide the title. Okay, just to see if it's working or not. For the key we need to provide that sale.id. As you see, fully type safe and it's working perfectly and smoothly. As you see, that's our carousel here. And by the way, we can also define that after that carousel content here, we can make that carousel, I think the previous and next. So carousel previous, and also we can grab that carousel next. So that too we can grab it directly, and as you will be able to see that our carousel, that too is visible. Here we can pass the property should be absolute, left should be 2, and the similar pattern we're gonna pass that class name should be also absolute, right should be 2. So it will be within that property, it will, as you see, is injecting at the very inside. So now we're gonna create the other properties. So first thing first, let's go to grab one badge here. So in that properties here, we're gonna grab one badge. So also let's install that. Okay, while it's installing, let's go in the pattern how we gonna make that things to be done. So in that card content, we're gonna pretty much working on that. So the class name, we're gonna make a 0 padding here, so that it will be in a 0 padding ratio, and here we're gonna get two setup all together so that it gonna be aligned perfectly. So in the first div, put a flex, and it should be by default flex column, MD should be flex row, and item should be always in center. And now that div here also we're going to provide that flex 1, and the padding should be 6, and MD padding X should be 12. So that's the padding ratio we are going to provide. As you see, providing a perfect padding ratio. And here we're gonna get a badge, so that badge going to be coming from that UI, and here we're gonna pass that sale dot badge, so the title it will be there, and also you're gonna pass that sale dot discounted amount, and here after that we're gonna pass that the percentage, and we're gonna say off. So how much percentage is off, it gonna focus on here. As you see, looks cool. And now it's a black variant, we're gonna pass the variant layer, so the variant should be secondary variant, and after that we can also make some class name. Margin top should be 2, MD screen margin margin bottom should be 4, and text should be dark blue, and I'm gonna make it everything as capitalized. As you see, now it should be end up okay year in cell, so the first and last is looking perfect on that ratio. So after the badge we're gonna have an h2 tag, and here we're gonna say as the sale dot title, so the title it will go on, and for the title we can be able to create one title properties if we want to, but first let's go to style a bit, put a class name, text to should be 2 axle, and MD text should be let's say 3 axle, and LG text should be 4 axle. So now we're gonna see the bigger one, the 4 axle right now as in the LG screen. And after that, font should be bold, tracking should be tight, and also margin bottom should be 2, and MB should be 4. So now we should be able to see that perfectly aligned. So we have the title, and now let's go and click the other properties. So here, because we have the two segment here, as you see, there is the one div which is going to generate our entire docs, and there will be another div which is going to render if the cell image is available, cell.image is available, and it's gonna render one image, right? We're gonna provide not the divide but another div. Here we're gonna just grab our image property which need to be imported from next image, and in that image, in the source property, now we need to render in a very different properties. Let's import first from the next image, and here in the source we will make that URL 4, and that's directly coming here from our properties in the image, which then providing the source and is using that Sanity image URL to provide your image properties. So it will provide back our URL, and here we need to pass that cell.image, and then we'll just get the URL from there. That's it. So we should be able to get our URL, and in the outer property just make that banner image segment, and also as the image is external image, we need to provide a width of 500, and we will also get that 500 so that it will direct here the ratio 500 by 500. And after doing the same thing, as you see, that need to be configured. The host name need to be configured there. So this cdn.sanity.io need to be configured within our properties here. As you see in the root layer, if you expand all, you see the next config.ts file. Here we gonna configure this one. So after that, we're gonna just render that image property here. Within that image, we'll pass that remote patterns, which will be an array, and there we're gonna pass an object because it can be multiple ratio, the image or others can be multiple parameters. So the protocol which should be HTTPS, and after protocol we also need to provide the host name, which will be that cdn.sanity.io. and after that I'm going to just reload it as is using that faster loading from that, I think the turbo pack, which should be able to generate. And if you're having or facing any error, just close the terminal and then rerun it again. It will be perfectly blend. Okay, so I think the image is right here. As you see, if we click, we should be able to see the different images. So right now it's working perfectly fine. So roll back to the banner. We need to make it in a more perfect way. And how we can do that? We will style a bit here. To the class name, which width should be full, and MD, which should be 1/2, means the half width which you'll get, and height should be auto. I'm going to make it as a relative because some absolute properties need to be provided, or I think no, not necessarily get there. We're going to make it flex, item center, justify center, and padding Y we're going to keep it 2 so that it can having a little space to breathe whenever it's amplifying. Now here in that classic image, we will make that, we can also make that as object feet as cover to be aligned within the cover frame. Now here we're gonna make that height should be full, and then transition should be the transform, and the duration, on see hover we can provide an effect here that we can do. So yes, so once we hover, we will make that scale of 105. Let's say 105, and easy in out. We can just simply pass that hover effect. As you see, previously we have been created, and now, okay, cool. But right now it's not. I think we need to little bit more duration parameter here. Transition should be only in the transform, so the duration should be, let's give it 500, and we're gonna make it easy in out. I think this time, okay, yeah, that's cool, simple. So now this is, I think, a perfectly blend and properly aligned. So right now let's go and pouring the other items which should be available here. So after the title, we need to provide the description, let it p tag, and here should be cell then description. And for the description, we're gonna just combine it to make it like that. Should be text should be muted foreground. And I think instead of rendering that title properties MB and MB4, we can just get rid of those properties. We can directly go with the scenario because it's a flex, so we can align that in a perfect way. Should be flex, flex should be column, and then put a gap of 4, and I think first it will be 2 MD, gap will be 4. I think that will provide a perfect blend. Yeah, now we can check that. So this is the one way you can go, and if you make that one, now you can utilize that one, like you need to put a width of 32, otherwise it will just take entire space property. So that's only the headache you need to combine. So I just show you, you can go through it, or if you don't want, you can also go through it the way it is supposed to be. It's very simple to implement and nothing that much more on that. Let's put MB4 just to go with that dignity, and first it will be MB2. Whenever it's gonna hit on that MD screen, should be MB4. And after description, let's go to get one more parameter, which will be p tag, and here we will make that as use code, and here span tag should be sale.coupon code, and after the coupon code means after the span tag, we're gonna say at 4, and then again another span tag which should be sale and that discounted amount, and after the span tag we're gonna pass the ratio as of. So that's it. So we should be able to see that, as you see, perfectly aligned. So here we're gonna make that class name MB first, it will be 2, and MB should be 4. Now we're gonna use the code, and of course you can go with to make less space here so that it can be a little bit more affiliate, so more presentable here. So right now, as you see, we can yeah, I think so. Let's put in that coupon code. We can make that class name. Font should be semi-bold, and text I'm gonna make it as a primary, and uppercase need to be provided so that the text should be a little bit darker. Okay, I think quite good. Yeah, not bad at all. And in that here, or we can make that text as without primary, you can also make that the color we are preferring. In the span tag, put a class name, and font should be, and that one also going to be as semi-bold, so we can have the percentage ratio. So use very good for 15. I think we need to also showcase the percentage value, and after that p tag we should be able to generate one button here. So it should be button. Here we will say shop now. Okay, so that's the button to combine the properties, as you see. Okay, quite good. And right now I think that's all. If we just roll back to see in the previous one, okay, we are having that, we are having that. So now that's perfectly aligned. As you see, it's aligned and properly configured. So I think it's time to go and capture other properties, and to do that we can set some of the scenario which is not recurrently accessible right now. Here I'm gonna close all properties, and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go in our Sanity directory here, and I'm gonna just access that in that schema types, that index, because I'm gonna just sort it out what is not recur right now. So what I'm gonna do, as we having the category type, I'm gonna keep the category type as the category, because later on we're gonna just replace with our code parameter. So on the indexed properties, I'm gonna remove the block content which not recur right now. So the block content category, let's see, the block content type, we are not going to use this belt, author type, and also that post type not require. So I'm just gonna remove those properties. Okay, cool, done. And after that we're gonna go in the structure layer here, and from the structure, as you see, the post and author, which I'm gonna remove, and only I'm gonna keep that category layer here. So that would be there. So divider, it will be aligned only from that premises. So if we go in the structure, we should be able to see in the block title, we will change the title as we are having the title here. You can read it somewhere here. We can just combine as the blocked data set. So we will change that. Let's go back to the structure. As you see in the block, we will change the title from here, which should be e-commerce web app. Okay, so that's we change e-commerce web app. We have the categories, then we have our sale all together. So now we can combine how the categories can be lookalike, how that things can be structurized, and how we can really maximize the data scenario. And to do that, again in the schema types, I'm gonna access our category. So let's roll back to our category. Here in this schema, I'm going to remove that author types, remove the block content, remove that post type. And in the category type, I'm going to just fix some of it, which is category document, and title category string, and having the slag define field. I think that's okay. I'm going to just set a preview here. So the preview should be the preview of that. If we just go to select the preview, and here I'm going to pass the title. So the title should be alongside the title, and also I'm gonna pass the description, and the the subtitle should be the description. So that will be our overall parameter. So I think we are happen to be good to go to create and surpassing the scenario. So I think here you can now configure it properly, and you can align that all together, because the next phase we are going to create and pouring our products. Again, what I'm saying, the build going to be slowly, each and every day it will be one part and another. So feel free to watch. So that's the first part where we configure everything. In the next part, we are going to come back with the product, and then we're gonna come back with our payment method, and then we're gonna come back with the order. So it will be 3 to 5 days build. So take your time, start today, or you can start it tomorrow, it's up to you. So we're gonna finish that. So in this build, that's the banner, you're gonna have that. So later on, we're gonna pouring our products and others all together. We got our banner. It's time to get back the product, but before settling the product in that Sanity, I would like to also add the categories here. You can also either add the categories while you are loading the product, or you can just add it right now. So what you're gonna do, you're gonna create a new category. The title, let's say it will be a snacks title, snacks. Okay. And the slag, of course, it's gonna generate automatically. And for the little bit description, what I'm gonna do is that let's just go in my page over in the client, and from here I'm gonna just make that a little bit of lorem text often, just to put some description over this place. So cut from here, and then I will roll back here, description right in this place, and publish. So now we will be attach the product within that category, as we are having that product right here. How we can deal with that? To create that product, like to get back the product to for our page, we need to go in the structure for that Sanity. Here in the schema types, we're gonna start a new schema, which will be for our product schema. So let's just say product type.ts. Now here, basically, we are going to explain what kind of products we're going to have and how we can contradict that one. So it will be export const, and then it will be the name for that product type. And of course, you need to define that define type parameter. So define type, and from that function, just put a tiny object here, which is going to take a name similarly of that product. And this, by grabbing this name, we're gonna fetch the product from our Sanity store, and the title should be a product, and then the type should be a document. And after that, we're gonna also put one icon, which I would love to provide that trolley icon from Sanity. And here I'm going to define the fields, which is going to be an array. We are going to define in that perspective. So first, in the field, we need to define the fields. So particularly, we're going to have several kind of fields right here. So the first one, I'm going to provide the product name. The name, it will be the title in between whenever you're going to grab that within the name, and the title should be passing that as product name. And after that, the type should be as string. And also we will use a validation because every product should have a name. So you're going to set the rule, and that rule should be as required. Okay, so this should be creating one product right here, but there is some error. Let me find what is that. So that is the fields which we define. Then we are getting, oh sorry, it's not the defined type, it should be defined fields. Yeah, that was the mistake. So that one is the defined type category. So there you're going to define all the type layer, and every single field should be coming up as a defined field. If we just want to inject that one within the parameter of our structure, we need to just go in index.js right here. As we have the category type and sales type, we also gonna have that our product type right here. And after passing that, if we just go back to our Sanity, don't worry, that error is the minor error as it's just going to load up. And here we should be able to get back our product field here, where we can inject the product with just a simple name. As you see, the product is available, and from that product we can easily just add a product, and as you see in the viewport, it will avail with the product name. So now we can grab the product. So let's just do and create other fields, and also try to understand why we are injecting that and how we are integrating it. And some of you people are asking to use that product, the image array. Of course, I'm gonna define that at the end of the build, because this build is just for a single purposes. Design is not choreographed just for having a multiple images. But don't worry, after finishing that one at the very end of the project, I'm gonna create a new design where I'm going to showcase how you can grab that image as an array, and also you can manage it with that same theme parameter. So no worries about it. Now we will define the slag, which will be defined field again. And here we're going to define how our slag it will be look like. So the name, it will be the value for the slag, and also we're going to pass the title, which will say as a slag field. And then the type, which the type it will be a slag, and then we will pass the options. Then the options, it will redirect how the slag it will be look like, and the source it will get from the name. So whatever the name we are going to passing through, it will automatically concat it and then pass that as a slag. And also we will make that as a max length, so it will be within 96. Okay, so it will not be more than 96. And we will also use a validation process here, because every single product should have a slag, and that rule it should be required. Okay, that's the two defined field here. So right now, as we having that our slag name and slag, then we're gonna having our image here. So let's define one more properties here, which will be the image property. And by the way, if you want, you can just roll back and make fast and forward, and you can do it by yourself. But what I really want, I want to do it so you can have a pace with me. Then also in the title, I will pass that as a product image. Okay, I think misspelled the name. Product image. And that product image, also the type, it should be an image. And in that image also we will make that an options, which it will be the hotspot, and the hotspot it can be true. And now that product image may not be required, because some product may have image, some product may not have image, it depends, but you can make it require. It's just depend on you. For right now, I'm gonna keep it the image also requires, so my design and other properties it will not break. Now here I'm gonna get some similar properties. Here it will be like getting the defined for the description. So the description going to be named as description, title it will be a description, type it will be a string, and then the defined field parameter coming the price, title price, and the type, as you see, it will be a number type, and the validation, every single product should have a price, and then we're gonna just main concat as 0, so minimum value also need to be required here. Then also I'm going to define that as the discount price, because it will be similar for the price, which will be the defined field, the name discount, title would be discount, type would be number, and the validation, the discount parameter also required. But we can keep it as no need to be have that, because product must not have a discount. It can be go in either way, but I'm gonna keep it, and a validation rule it will be required. It's up to you. You can skip it if you like to. Then we will also get another field which will be defined field, and here it will be for our categories. So the name, it would be categories, or you can just mention as category, but it will be a multi-category, so we will just put it as categories. So here it will be categories, and then the type, it would be type as an array type, and after that we will make a reference of that parameter. That one, it will be type, should be type, which gonna be coming from that as a reference, and that reference going to have a value from which reference it will be there, and that reference should be from category. Okay, so that's the reference it gonna contain. Okay, what's the wrong we have been done here? We define the field, we pass the name as categories, we also provide the title as categories, the array is defined. Okay, I think my okay, that formatter is just having crashed. Okay, let me just reshuffle again. Okay, I think we're good. It's just taking a bit of time to reconcile on that. Now after that, we're gonna have another two same parameter, not like for the category, but for the stock, which the title, it will be stock type number. So we're gonna pass the stock value here. We're gonna pass the level value, like which leveling we are going to pass for our product. And after that, we're gonna create a dummy status queue, and that one also going to define the field. Here we're gonna keep something in a different way. So the name, it will be as the status. So we're gonna define the product's status, and the title, it will be product status, and also the type, it should be as a type of a string. And after that, we're gonna pass the options. So in the options, we're gonna pass a list, and from this list, now the user can choose the title and the value. So the title, it should be entertained for the new, and also the value should be the value of as a new product. So now we can define what kind of product it will be in within this parameter. So they can choose from here which product they're gonna grab and how they're gonna grab. So now one, it will be new, another it will be hot, so we can define the value as hot, and the last one, it will be for our sell product, so it will be sell. Now we can entitle which product going to be which site. So alongside the parameter, as you see, we added multiple field, which is entertaining that as the name. Product has a name, has a flag, has an image, description, price, discount price, categories, stock, label, status. Now, as we define our parameter, we need to also provide a preview, so that every time we upload a product, we can have a very good standard method to just watch in the sidebar. And in the select field, we're gonna select the title, and the title, it will be from the name, and also for that media, it will be the image. And after that, the subtitle, we're gonna put that subtitle, it will combine the price name. Okay, so now we're gonna prepare our selection, so it will be prepare, and from there we're gonna get that selection, and from the selection we're gonna return the value, like the value we want to return. We will pass the title, and the title, it will be that a selection dot title, and also for the subtitle, we're gonna provide the subtitle should be within a $, because as we are passing that subtitle as the price, so it should be, and I'm gonna just concat one more dollar here, so it should be selection dot price. I think not the price, it should be the subtitle, yes. And then the media, okay, I think the media, we're gonna pass that from the selection dot media. So now that will be an overall value, like how the product gonna render, how we can grab the product in between within our field, and then we're gonna prefetch and revoke everything internally. So now if you roll back here, as you see, if we just go in our structure, and in the product, we have a multiple paradigm of the field. Now what we can do here, we can add a new product, and how we can add that is very simple in that way. we just need to pass the product name. So right now, let's say I will say that what you can say, mango juice. Okay, that's the product. So now whenever I'm gonna click on generate, it's gonna generate a automatic slug, this automatically, and it will be unique. So now I need to grab my product image. So let's upload one image, which going to be, okay, that's the mango juice. Now I need to define the price. Let's say price, it will be like 25, and the discount ratio also need to provide it. Maybe it will be like 15%. And we can now take the categories, we can add in new categories from here if we want to create. Okay, also we can just grab it from our drop down, as we created before a category of snacks, but this one is not for the snacks, so we can create a new one. Whenever we click on create, it will automatically open another window. Now here we can create the separate one, so it will be like juice and beverage. Okay, generate the slug, and similarly we're gonna just make some, let's say, dummy text. Okay, so now publish. So this one, it will be also right now available in our category. So if just we roll back here, and this time, as you see, there is one category is selected automatically. Okay, I will close that, it's not required. And we will say stock. So stock, it will be 5, and we can now put a label, right? What kind of label do you want? So we want to label of that 100 milligram bottle, right? And the product status, we can say it will be a new product, right? So we can now define what kind of things it will go and how we can render that. If we publish, we should be able to have one product here. As you see, it's just grabbing that scenario. Okay, I think for the preview, we have the name, we have the price, we can also, I think, yeah, that's it. You can make more thing here, but I think I'll go with that. Okay, so we have the mango juice, as you see, and pretty much that's it. So now what we can do, okay, this subtitle, I think we need to just cut that one. Okay, so the comma, it will be removed from here. It was mistake here. So now, as we have our product, we can grab the product, right? So from this, in this list, we can now need to able to grab that product here. Okay, so first we're gonna add a few more product, then we're gonna grab it. So let's just going to add one more product. I'm gonna add 2-3 product, then I will just go, I'm gonna just go in the same parameter, the same way. I'm gonna upload that, as you see, just upload it, and I'm gonna rename that one. Okay, so now I populated 4 of the products. So now what we can do now is to go and grab the product in real time. And how we can do that? Pretty much simply, beforehand we already got our other banner product, remember? So now what are you gonna do? You're gonna go in Sanity, and in the helpers on that index, now we're gonna grab that. So before going there, we will go in the queries. As you see, we can now go and ask the vision how we can set that. So it's very simple. We will write the query, then we're gonna find how we can achieve that parameter, then we will just grab it. So now this time it will be a type of, as you say, we name that one as a product, so it will be a type of product, and from there we're gonna grab everything. If we just run our query, as you see, our 4 products is right now available. So over here we're gonna make a query which is going to be an export, so it should be export, and that one we're gonna make that a const, should be a products query. It will be products underscore query, and that query, it will be going through with the defined query. So it will be the similar query as we name at the top. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just grab it. Okay, so I'm gonna grab it right here and then enter. Instead of cell, this time it will be product. So now our query is ready. We can go on that and create the other parameter. I don't know why that one is broke. So okay, that's supposed to be, if that one is broke, if we replace that, that should be broke too, right? Okay, that's weird. So right now, okay, I'm gonna just cut this one, and then I'm gonna go and type this one. Okay, whatever, it's just cannot, okay, it's just reshuffling that my okay, what is that for the designing parameter? Maybe my picture is not working that much. So now here as we create one query for get sell, now here also we can make another call which will be export const. It will be get all products. So with that, we're going to create all of our products, and of course it's going to be an asynchronous function. And here we're going to create a try catch block, right? So in the catch block, remember how the way we return, so it will be console log error, and in the error we're going to pass a reasonable message. So it should be, let's say, all products fetching error. So here we're going to define the error so that easily we can reconcile, and from there, if we are passing an error, we're going to return an empty array, so it will not break in our front end. Now here we will get our products, so should be products is equal to, remember we need to pass that await function as a sanity fetch. It will go and create that fetch method. Remember the fetch which we take from here, as you see the token properties and others, so also revalidate, so it will like update in real time whenever we want it to. Then we're gonna pass a query, which the query, it should be the products query, and after passing that definition of that query, we will grab that product, right? And from there we'll return that whatever the products we're gonna get, and from the products it will just populate the data. If it's available, it will be passing the data, otherwise it will be empty. Now if we coming back here, as you see, is passing that product property data as any. Remember we write just a tiny function over there which is the type gen. If you just roll back to our package, now we can run our type gen directly here in our terminal. So I'm gonna go in the terminal, I think the first one, yeah, so it will be npm run type gen. So previously we populated one of that data for our banner, so this time it will roll back to get our product data. So right now, as it's just grabbing that data, let's just roll back to our page here, and this time we are going to grab the products just right here. So it will be const products is equal to, it will be await method and then get all products. So what it means, now this time we should be able to get all of our products. So if we just come back here and put a log method to grab and see if our products is ready or not, as you see the generated TypeScript types for 14 schema types and 2 grok queries, so means 2. We had 2 grok queries right now. As you see in the queries, it's very simple to manage. That's the one number, that's the 2. So 2 query and we have 2. So if we roll back to sanity type file, we should be able to see the product. As you see the product having an ID, also having the type, created at, updated at, reference, name, flag, image. So everything is just right here populated for you. You don't need to worry about anymore. So it will be happen by default. Now if we just roll back in our helper function here, as you see the product data, it's just a data of the product query result. So no more it's now fully type safe and you can use it anywhere if you like. So now here, let's roll back to our page. I'm going to close those files here right now. Okay, so if I save right now, we should be able to see 4 of the data. You see? That's perfect. So now we are having our data. We can now start building our method to create the product design and other parameter. To create the product design in the components layer, I'm going to create one more file which will be named as product list.tsx RAFCE to create that React Native functional component. And from here, what I'm going to do to pass it, let's just call that as product list. And right now in that product list, I'm going to pass that products, and that product should be as products. And also I'm going to pass that categories as, right now we didn't write anything to grab the categories, but first just check the category products, then we'll grab the categories, right? As we also may need our categories to create the other parameter. So here we can just simply grab the products just easily, but we need to also define the interface. So the interface, it will be as a props, and in the props it will be like we're gonna grab the products. So the product should be the product array of the product data, and if we come back here and passing the parameter as the props, okay, you see the error is disappear. So right now it will also combine our categories. So the categories, and categories, it will be also going to be defined. Of course, we will define that, and also it will gonna pass a title, means a boolean value. So whenever the title is available, it gonna pass something. If it's not available, it gonna pass other thing. Right now, okay, let's just see. I'm gonna pass a title flag here. So here I'm gonna showcase the title. So let's go in the product list. I'm gonna pass that title. Whenever it's available, that would be a boolean value, and also I can concat that one within that realm. Now let's just go and grab the category as we defined the previously. So let's go in our helpers and queries. So in the queries, we're gonna run this time to grab our categories, and how we can grab that. So if we just go here, we'll make another one, export const, that should be for our categories underscore query, and that query, it will be also coming for as a defined query. And from that defined query, we can now get the similar thing which we have been done so far. I'm gonna just cut that. It's a pretty simple and similar things going to be coming here. And in the product, instead of the product, we're gonna write that it will be just to grab all other categories. Now we are having our query. Let's go in that our page, not in the page, but in our index, helper index. So should be helpers. In that helpers, we're gonna create another function which will be get all categories. So we need to export that. Export const get all categories, async function. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna define that again, the try catch value, and now we know how we can interject with it. We can pass the similar, so should be all categories fetching error. Also, I'm gonna make it as a smaller one. Now in the try block, we're gonna get the categories, right? So const categories is equal to should be await sanity fetch, and from there we're gonna pass an object, should be query, and that query should be categories query. As we did that, we should be able to get the category, right? So the return parameter, we're gonna pass that categories.data. If that one is available, okay, otherwise it will be an empty value. That's it. So far so much. So right now it's so far so good. So we should be able to generate the category. So if we make that categories is equal to await get all categories, we should be get the categories. For right now, just to check if it's rendering or not, I will check the categories. As you see, it should be appealed here. I have only two categories, so that's two categories is right here. Snacks, one is snacks, one is for like what we make that one here, juice and beverage. So no worries, we're gonna fix everything because those categories also I'll bring back from my previous schema, but not right now, later on. Till now we're gonna use those dummy products, so that also you're gonna have a very good idea. Categories would be our categories. Okay, we didn't get, okay, we got the categories. Okay, I just happened to be delete altogether, so that should not be. So from here, we're gonna pass the categories within the categories layer, and also in that product list, we're gonna grab the categories, and we didn't populate the data yet, so that should be need to be append. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna render one more time our type gen to generate one of our things. So npm run type gen. So after running the type gen, we should be able to get our categories back. So it's populated, and if we roll back to our categories, now we will be able to grab the categories, which will be an array of categories, and now we are good to go with that parameter. So I'm gonna just minimize all. Now we start building our product list to happen to be to make it in a perfect blend. Now how we gonna start popping things up? First thing first, here we're gonna have a two set of things. One, it will just to be holding the categories, and another it will be just grabbing our product. So it will be in both in a different way, so product, but it will inject together in that motion. So first we're gonna go grab our product just to showcase that we have something, right? So before passing that, we're gonna pass a okay, we can also create one over here, I'm going to create a component named as categories, categories.tsx, RFCE. That should be our categories tab, and we will just inject that one over here later on. First, we're going to provide the car, like the product, then we're going to go with the categories. So categories, it should be the categories. And right now, if we roll back with the categories parameter, we should be able to view the category. We're going to pass only the props here, should be categories, and we can just make an inline parameter, which will be categories. It will be an category array. Done. So now, as you see, we have one category list, right? So what I would love to do is that instead of passing that value directly injecting without any design parameter from the client in the page, as you see these two, I'm going to wrap that two within our container. So container, okay, container. So right now it should be popping at that layer. So I think it's super cool. So as we are having that categories now also in the product list, so we will be able to make sure to make everything in a good shape. So first thing first, we need to provide a title here. So let's pass a D here. I'm going to provide a title which will say day of the, and I'm going to make a span which will be deal. So day of the deal, and here after that p tag, h2 tag, I'm going to pass in like for don't wait, the time will okay, what is the time? The time will never be just right. And instead of that apostrophes, I'm gonna use that an oppose because the Vercel gonna freak out on, so I'm gonna make that one. So an oppose. Okay, so right now as you see, we're having that categories there, and day of the deal, don't wait, the time will never be just right. And to make it in a good collaboration, I'm gonna just make that padding bottom of 32 just to give a little bit of space up to just to showcase our thing right here. So in that h2 one, put a class name. The text should be, let's say text, it will be 2XL. Okay, 2XL font should be semi bold, and text should be gray of 600. And right now you see the day of, like the day of the deal is looking perfect. And after that, we're gonna also have a p tag which is going to be a passing that text should be small text, and text should be gray of 500. And then font, it will be a thin form, like as you see, very simple font. Now as you see, we didn't set up our font. Did you set yet? So I don't think so. If we just roll back to our over here, yeah, we didn't get the font because that's the gist font is passing. It should be the fonts popping, right? That's why it's not matching together, but I'm gonna get it right now. But before going there, also let's pass something here. Should be the text should be light blue. Okay, so now we have like the day of the deal and other parameter. So right now what I'm gonna do is that also class name padding bottom should be 5. So we need to inject that parameter, like how we can define our fonts that we need to reveal right now. It's pretty simple way to define the font, and it's very simple and pretty easy way to use. So first of all, we need to go in that Google Fonts, and here we're gonna download the fonts first. So we will use a font pop-in fonts here directly, no others. Pop-ins. I just need to click on the pop-ins, and then let's go to get the font and get embedded code. And from here, as you see, we need to grab this code from HTTPS. We will get the pop-ins font. Okay, pop-ins. There's a lot of weight here. There is, I think, one font or several. Okay, there is a lot of fonts running here. I'm gonna just copy this portion. Then I'm going to open it in a new terminal, and after that, as you see, we have a different formation here. We need to go and check the Latin version here. As you see, Latin the 900, but we'll go to grab that 400 one. That will be perfect blend for our application layer. So this is the 400, now the italic version, but the Latin one. As you see, there's 5, I think there's 3, there's 4 font face Latin. Yeah, that's the one. So we'll get that one. You just need to copy that And after copying it in a separate terminal, as you see in the separate terminal, you just need to paste it, and automatically okay, I think I may have been made a mistake. So that's the HTTPS. Okay, till here, not the format. Okay, that's all my bad. So if you enter now, that will automatically download, and it will be found that in your download folder. And from that folder, rename it. And after renaming, I'm just gonna grab that font here. It will be like that, poppins.woff2. That poppins I rename because that will coming in a different shape. I just renamed that one right now. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna exercise the font value. So here, as you see, we have the gist mono, we have the local fonts. I'm gonna remove that two fonts, and I'm gonna apply my own font, which I just now injected here. You can keep the previous one or you can delete it, so no worries about it. If one is working, that's fine. Now how I can delete? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make that the value, it should be poppins, and here it will get the local font parameter. And after that, we're gonna pass within the object, we'll pass the source name, which going to be /fonts/poppins.woff2. remember, the name should be similar the way we are prefetching in the file. And we will also pass a variable which is going to be --font poppins. And after that, we will make that weight, the default weight, we're gonna pass a 400, and then we make that preload as, let's say it will be false. We don't want to pass any preload value. Now here, instead of these two value for the gist and others, I'm gonna remove one. So let's remove this one, and here instead of that Zustand, we're gonna just grab our poppins. And as we did, okay, I will love to reload, but it's reloading automatically. I think the font is changed. Okay, let's just inspect that one and inspect this one and this font family. Where is that font? As you see, the poppins and poppins fallback. So fallback also poppins, and especially the poppins false is working perfectly. And also you can check in a dynamic way. So right now I think, yeah, that's enough. So our fonts is just working perfectly because it's a default font is popping, and also if it's fallback font also going to be coming as poppins. Oh, I don't think so it's worked, because as you see, I don't think the changes is happened yet. Let me just dig down a bit why it's not showcasing the font. Or what we can do, we can make a var font family directly injecting in our global.css, right? So let's go in that globals.css file. Here we're gonna inject the font directly. So as you see, after that base layer, we're gonna go and fetch the body, and in the body we're gonna pass the font family. So the font family, it will be passing from the variable font. Remember the name we passed that, so font should be poppins, and if it's fallbacking, then it will just go and grab that sans serif. Yeah, this time is changed. Okay, this is the poppins fonts. So that's what we are looking for, and we get it right here. So now our font is changed. We can just roll back to our previous working scenario. So here we are in that product list. So now to populate the product, in that product list, we will go and find in a different way. We can make it right here, and then also we can go and subordinate the other properties. So right now we'll do it right here. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna just pass a simple div here, and in the div we're gonna map through our products, right? So it will be products.map, and here I'm gonna pass every product as a product. And from that product, we're gonna simply return a product card. Okay, so that card we need to create. So let's roll back here in the components. We're gonna create one more file, which will be product card.tsx rafce. That should be our product card, and we're gonna import it right here. And as you see, you need to provide the key parameter, should be the product._id, and done. So we okay, need to post a save here. So as you see, we are having 4 products right here. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna put a class name to inject it in a perfect shape. So class name, and then we're gonna make it as a grid, and grid calls by default it will be 1, sm grid call should be 2, grid calls should be 2, and md screen, and then make that grid calls as 3, so it will be 3, and lg should be grid calls should be 4, and I'm gonna pass a gap of 8, so that you're gonna see it should be split at 5 parameter here. So right now I think it looks quite good, but we're gonna render something more here. But before doing that, we're gonna pass the product. Okay, so for the product, it will be automatically passing the product. But before dealing the other way, we should also need to watch in our previous design how we just make started that criteria, how the product gonna look like, how it gonna reflect the scenario, so that you're gonna have a better understanding. So we are loading our previous application. While it's loading, we can also discuss some other parameters, because we need to create some animation parameter right here. So just give it a bit of time to load this one. Okay, that's our previous version, so that should be our product. And whenever we are loading, as you see, there will be a direct shift, and you see the product, how opacity is working. And also for the category, if you select any particular category, it will take back to us on that space and give back to our category. So right now what we are going to define and to create is that kind of thing. So right here we are now doing this, but we're gonna turn it into this. Okay, to create that we need to go through to go all the scenario together. So we're gonna create that one, so no worries about it. What I'm gonna do, let's just go back in our previous thing. So here we're gonna create our product scenario. So let's go back to our product card, and in the product card we're gonna grab our product, so it will be product. And let's define some interface. So interface should be as a props, and here we're gonna pass that product should be a product of that, I think product. Misspell of the name of props, should be props. And here in the product ratio, it should be coming as a props. And now you see error is gone. Now we can define the simple parameter. Put a class name, we're gonna pass a border, and I'm gonna make that border gray of 300. And after that, rounded should be large rounded. Overflow, we're gonna make a hidden overflow, and that one we're gonna make a group, so that once we are just hovering over in that div, all the like child div can have the similar effect, and they can grab it and put the action. And text should be all in small text from this onwards. As you see, we are grabbing that. So right now I'm gonna also render the image, so there will be a two certain things of portion here. So that will be one div where I'm gonna showcasing the image. After that, we're gonna have another div by which we're gonna pass that our products property, like the text and others. So just define that another, so it will be the description. Okay, so also it's gonna contain another div. So within that div, I'm gonna grab my image, right? So it will be image, and need to import from the next image. And in the source, it will be url4, and from there it's gonna get that product dot image, and after that dot url to grab the url from the image. And alt tag, it will be as product image. And as an external image, we also need to provide an width and height. So I'm going to provide 500 by 500, and also for that I'm going to making a loading, which going to be, I want all the image should be loading as lazy. By default it's getting lazy loading, but I would like to also provide that. Now as you see, there is an error. What is saying argument type, asset, reference, string type, and the mention is coming, it could be undefined, right? So image, it will take a time to overlap and come over here. So we need to pass a condition here. What's the condition? If that product dot image, if that product contain that image, only then you render the image, otherwise keep it as it is. So now if we come over here, we should be able to see one image, but we are not seeing anything right now. If we just reload, we should be able to see the image, but it's not coming. That is the catch. So that's url4, and we are getting lazy loading. Okay, let's just go and put some class name over here. So class name, we're gonna provide a width of full, and let's say max height of 96. Why we should not see the image? Okay, that's annoying. let's say type something description. Is it coming here? Yeah, description is coming, but not the image. What we are missing, we are passing that product. Null check should not be there. Okay, if the product has the image and we are passing that value, so is that one having an image? I think so, it should be. Okay, I cannot read the image. Okay, fine, that's why we're providing that null check. So the product data URL for product.image URL, I think it should grab that, but what's wrong here? Okay, let us debug on that. So let's just go and type, it will be the product, and I'm gonna go and grab my terminal here, and from there let's see if we are having that product. Okay. The product is not passing perfectly. As you see, we passed the product, but we didn't save the file. That's super silly. We need to save the file, otherwise it will not appear. Okay, that's my bad. Very bad. That's supposed not to be. We didn't save the file. That was the error only. Otherwise it was perfect. As you see, that's cool. I think it's just a simple silly mistake, but you know, it's a kind of overlap. Now, as you see, we are having our products, so we can now go and create other scenario. And what kind of scenario we are going to have? First, at the bottom layer, I'm going to make it a little bit shuffling, so the padding should be 5, and that's it. I'm going to just keep it in that way. So this is like that, and now we're going to generate the other properties on that scenario. First, this entire image going to wrap with a link, right? So whenever we are going to click on that product, it will link us to somewhere, right? And where it gonna link us, we're gonna href the properties. It should be /product / we're gonna pass that our product dot slack and dot current. So there it gonna land us. Okay, and also we're gonna pass, instead of passing there, we're gonna pass within a backtick value. Okay, and why I'm passing that backtick value, you will let know. I'm gonna show you. So the object should be cover, and then overflow should be hidden because we're gonna make it an scale, and transition should be transform. And here on we're gonna make in the group of hover, only then we're gonna also scale something. We're gonna make it a scale of 105, and we're gonna pass a duration of 500. As you see now, if we just going to pass that, you see there is a hover going on, and it's look very simple and sleek. So right now, as you see, that's giving a perfect blend on that. So this hover effect, it will be generated on condition, like the product if having this stock. Before going that, I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna write something. If the product dot stock, so means if that product stock is equal to 0, means there is no product. Only then we're gonna return something. What are you gonna return? We're gonna return another div, and within that div we're gonna pass a p tag which will say out of stock. So right now I passed a product which is out of stock. I made it as purposely. So let's see. As you see, this one is showing out of stock, so means it's working. Now this one we will also make it in a perfect way. As you see, the overall in the top layer of the div, we need to make it as relative div. So for the class name, we're gonna pass a border b, and border bottom should be gray of 300, so it will be in a little bit of gap in between. As you see, I think okay, there is an overflow and it's congesting on that. We need to sort it out. Overflow should be hidden, and I'm gonna make it as relative. So if now I'm hovering, still is okay, this time is injecting. Now we need to grab and create the other ratio. So this div, it will be overlap within our product. So here, this one, as you see, that scale be only compiling if our product is not out of stock, right? So if out of stock product, there will be no hover. So if product.stock is not equal to, I can say is 1, not equal to and 0, only then we're going to provide the hover effect. So right now, if you come over here, as you see, this one have no hover, but this one having the hover. So right now we're gonna make some functioning here. I'm gonna make it as an absolute div, and from the top it will be 0, from the left it will be 0, width should be full and height should be full, and bj should be black, and bj opacity should be 50, and flex item center justifies center, and we are gonna land in that design. So there is the out of stock, but this one we need to provide some of the design. The text should be large text, font should be bold, and text should be white. And one more thing is that regarding the font, there is a multiple way you can arrange the font. I just showcase one simple way, and while building this entire application, if you are preferring to having the font optimization using that, you know that from the Tailwind CSS we can directly inject the font in a different way by accessing that tailwind config.ts file, and also we can go with the variable fonts, the Google variable fonts. So there is a multiple way we can go over that. So if you are facing problem to any of the scenario, let me know in the comments. I will try to reach out and help. Okay, so now this one is out of stock, nothing needs to be provided. So here, after that, we will also render something called if we have the product, like product.status is available, and we're gonna pass another div. In that div, we're gonna pass that if we have the product.status, and after that we're gonna split that, and we're gonna split that by from an empty string. And after that we're gonna map through it, and from there we're gonna get the character, we're gonna get the index. That ones we are doing to render it in not in vertically. So let's just return something. Should be returning one is span, so that will be a span, and here we're gonna pass simply our character. First just provide the key, otherwise it will freak out. The key should be index. Now what it's gonna see is here, as you see, the new is available. Okay, that's the one we are creating, new sale heart. So now we need to define that in a very different level. And how we can define that? First I'm gonna make it in a class name. The class name, it will be for that font, it will be semi bold. I'm gonna make it in uppercase to make it look a little bit nicer and better. So this time I'm gonna make it the other parameter. First it will be an absolute div, and from the left it will be 1, and from the top it will also be 1, and I'm gonna make a z index of 10, so it will be at the top left corner. Okay, why is not coming from the left is 0 from okay, that's absolutely a mistake. Absolute. Okay, right now it will inject there, it will be in the left corner, as you see. So here what we can do, we will make it as also in a flex. Flex should be column item center space y should be 1, and tada, there should be something amazing. As you see, that design is just created, and how cool it is. Now we will also need to make something super cool, is that we're gonna make also whenever the group hover, it will be whenever anyone hovering in the group, opacity should be 0, it will not be available, and transition should be opacity, and here we're gonna pass a duration of 300. Why we're doing that? Anyone hovering, you see, that's gone, that's simply gone. Also we can pass that if like and if the product, like we can make it also in that same parameter, like product dot stock. Why is not coming? So product status is there, product dot stock is not equal to 0 and n. So if product is out of stock, it will not be there, nothing is there. So now we can see it's super simple. Now there should be also injecting another menu, right? So how we can do that? Again, is the same criteria we need to follow, but we can actually go and put all that, because all will be related in a stock. So you can make a global way, a global compartment here, then render all the things, but it's up to you if you want it to or not. But I'm going to render it, like define it in a very single manner, so that you will also make understand in very proficient way. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make another things. If my product.stock is equal to 0, like we can make that, like how we can make that. So const is stock is equal to product dot stock why is there stock is not equal to 0. That's the criteria. Easy stock. So easy stock means we have the product, right? So now every time, instead of writing that very big line, I'm gonna make that only if the product having this stock. So if easy stock is available and I want to render something, right? So if easy stock is available, I'm gonna render another parameter which will be product cart bar. So that the cart bar, it will be available right here. So right now I'm going to take another simple component here which is going to render as product cart bar.tsx. So that will be a simple tiny menu by which we can also render our product. So here it should be product cart bar. So should be cart bar. So now in this cart bar we need to make a very good designing parameter, but before making that, or we can create the product bar, then we can do the other parameter. So right now what I'm gonna do is that in that div, let's put class name, I'm gonna make also again that absolute div, and from the bottom I'm gonna make it as 5. Okay, to keep it the topper layer. Is it coming in the top? Yeah, I'm gonna just keep it here right now, and from the left I'm gonna make 0, it will be full. And right now I'm gonna keep it here because I need to work here. Then I'm gonna showcase how we can render and how we can make it in more dynamic way. So now in that div, I'm gonna having another div, and here it should be MD favorite border, and there should be some of the icon here. Did we install the React icons? I think so. No, we're gonna use the React icon also. You can grab the other icon also. So it's very simple to use. I'm gonna just go with that npm I react icons attitude, and the simple way to install that package, and it's very tiny package. And here we need to go with the peer dependency, as it's not passing that in the legacy mode. So legacy peer dependency, enter, and after that I believe it would be available to install. Okay, I think okay, is installed and we are good to go. So now we should be able to get that our MD favorite border, and here we will make the consent bar, as you see. So we should be able to see one, as you see the heart shape right here. So now what we're gonna do, put a class name, we're gonna pass a border, and the border, after the passing the border, the shadow should be MD, background color should be white, and padding should be 2, and also rounded should be XL, and whenever anyone gonna hover that, BJ should be dark blue, and whenever anyone hover, text should be white, and we're gonna pass that hover effect to take the effect motion, enter. Now we should be able to see some sort of design, as you see it's entering in all the parameters. So to avoid that one, we're gonna make the text of gray of 500. To go with that, text should be LG text flex. We're gonna make it a flex value, item center, justify center. I'm gonna put a gap of 2.5, so should be this one. So now we should be able to see that one in the middle, as you see. Okay, that's kind of cool. So right now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just grab that similar parameter and I'm gonna just copy that 4 times, 4, and here I need to render the other icon, which another, it will be far reg I. Okay, and then we're gonna pass that of TB arrow right left, and after that it will be RI shopping bag for line. So now as you see, we should be generating to having that other properties. Yeah, now we have 4 icons, but first instance it will not be there, right? It will only render when we want it to. And how we can do that? It's pretty simple. How we can do that, as you see in that we made it an absolute in the bottom, also we're gonna make it 0, so it will be overall at the bottom layer. As you see, it should go at the bottom. Now we will introduce our translate property. So first in translate y, it will be 12, so means it will not 1 by half, it should be 1 to 12. So it will be go deeper down over here at the bottom. So right now you will not be seen because as you see we made that one as overflow hidden. So this one we made that overflow hidden. If we just remove that, it should be available at the top surface. So as you see, it's right here. So let's just make it overflow hidden. Now what we're gonna do, as you see in the group, we have the group parameters. So now whenever we're gonna group, hovering on the group, then what it's gonna do, translate y should be 4. Okay, and we're gonna make that as hover effect ratio to provide and a tiny little hover effect showcase. So as you see on hover, okay, it's still not coming. Okay, it's coming, but it's coming, but we need to make that as minus translate 4, so it will be more upper and it will be easily visible. As you see, okay, cool, that's perfect. So now we are doing that thing. So we have our perfect product ratio. Now what you need to do, you need to create that description data. Now for the description, what we're gonna do is that in that particular segment here, I'm gonna take one more div layer here, and okay, it's not automatically started. Let's get a div, and I'm gonna put a p tag, and here I'm gonna just make any snacks just to put a dummy text here. Don't worry, we're gonna make it dynamic later on, but now we're gonna just go with this snack, and over here at the top layer we're gonna make it as a flex. So it should be flex should be column, and gap should be 2, because that's the layer we're gonna pass in our category. We're gonna bring it later on, but right now we're gonna just keep it like that. And class name, it will be flex item center justify should be between, item center justify between. Now we have one p tag. After that p tag we're gonna get another div, and from that div we're gonna pass an array of that should be array from, and we're gonna pass a length, with the length should be 5. And from that length parameter we will map through it, and in the map we're gonna get that and also the index. And from this layer we're gonna return it from here, as you say. So it should be const is, we're gonna just make the last star just to combine the design. It will be index is equal to I think so 4, so that will be the last index here. And then I'm gonna return one star, should be low star, and is not providing, okay, low side star, we're gonna pass that. Let's see. And here we need to pass the key. The key should be our index. Let's just see if we are having our email like the icon. I think it's supposed to, yeah, that's the star icon. So we are going to use the Louis star, but it's not providing, so we're gonna grab it directly from our React icons. So it should be at the top layer, and we're gonna import it right here. Instead of the Louis side, we're gonna pass the Louis star here. So it should be our Louis star. So now we are having the star. So this p tag over here, we need to also make some of the class name. Put a class name, and we're gonna make it as a text gray of 500, and the font should be let's say we're gonna make it as a medium font here. So as you see, looks quite okay. And for this div over here, put a class name. I'm gonna make it as a flex item center, and the text should be light text. There is no light text yet, so I'm gonna make it also a gray of, let's say 500, just to see how it's going to be look alike. So yeah, I think that's cool, and I'm gonna make a gap of 1. Now all this we're gonna make it as a 4-star rating. So we're gonna make some class name here. So in that Louis star, we're gonna make it a fill color, and in the fill color, if it's not equal to is last, okay, should be fill. If it's not equal to is last star, and then we're gonna provide one color is that, so FCA99B, that one will be. And if it's in the last star, that should be transparent, means no color at all. So it should be able to see some colors. As you see the colors definition here, I think it's quite okay. And after that, we're gonna pass some class name, and within the class name also we will define how it gonna render. So that time it will be, if its last star is available, then we're gonna provide something like the text should be gray of 500, and if it's the not last star, then it will be text should be, let's say text should be light orange. So now it will provide a combined ratio. The color, it will be exactly match, as you see the snack and also the others looks quite combined properly. So we have that div to get all together for that parameter for that our next title and others. Right now what we're gonna do, we're gonna pass that product name and put a p tag, and here it should be our product dot name. So that will go and pass the name here, put a class name, text should be in that class name, text should be base text, and also you're gonna make text gray of 600, and after that tracking should be white, font should be semi bold, and line clamp should be 1, and we're gonna make it as a capitalized. So even you are making a more than one line text, it will not go beyond one line. And how we can check that, let's put a lorem of 20, so it's gonna generate so more lines. As you see right now, after passing one line, it will not go beyond one line. So in that way we can go strict to the design in a perfect manner. Now we're gonna pass a price view here. I'm gonna take its different component, should be price view.tsx or fce. Here we're gonna pass the price combination layer, how the price is going to be, how we're gonna render that one. So this one over here, it should be price view, and in that price view we're gonna pass some of the criteria. We're gonna pass the price. The price should be that product.price. Now we can grab entire product, right? But why should take the product, as we just did something here? So also the discount should be discount, it will be our product dot discount parameter, product dot discount. And after that we're going to also pass the label, and that label should be product dot label. So that three things going to be combined in our price list here, price view here. So it will generate in this process. So let's roll back to our price view, and we're gonna grab this all together. So first we're gonna get our interface here. So it will be interface, and we're gonna grab that props. In the props we're gonna make that price, which going to be as a number, or it sometimes can be number, or it can be undefined, as it's gonna fetch from the backend. And then we're gonna have also that discount, which going to be a number. Also it could be undefined, not number, it should be undefined. And after that it would be also grabbing the class name. If class name is exist, then it will be a string. And also for the label, now every product may not have the label. If label is available, it will be also a string. Now what I'm gonna do is to grab this thing. So it will grab the price, it will grab that discount, it will grab also that our label, our class name, and everything going to passing as a props. It will resolve, and we are hoping everything looks perfectly aligned. Now we should be generating our price value and others. Now to make that one a really perfect way, we will grab two things here. First, here, like, we're gonna render our price view. Okay, there should be two price, one like let's say 250, another say let's say 200, and after this one will be again with another div. And after that we will, like, after the div we're gonna pass our label. So let's pass the label here. We're gonna pass that our, like, what you can say, we'll pass the price, and here we're gonna pass our discount price, right? So we will pass the value. I'm just showcasing the design, how it will render. So for the first instance here, put a class name, should be flex item center justify between, and the gap it would be 5. So as you see, it will render automatically in horizontal way. And for the price tag here, also going to be flex item center, gap should be 2. As you see, the price tag it will also going to generate in a proper shape. And for the label here, we're gonna put a class name, text should be gray of 500, gray 500. Okay, now as you see the price, this price we're gonna generate as a format price. Remember, we need to pass the $sign and others, so we need to get and conduct it in a local currency. And how we can do that, we're gonna take a different file from here, and that should be price for matter.tsx. So this file will be responsible to format the price, whatever the price we're going to provide on that file. That should format it in any of the local string we want, any of the currency, local currency we are looking for. Now here we're going to take two parameters. One, it will be the amount, another it will be the class name. again passing the interface, which will be a props, and in the props it will be taking the amount, which it will be number, and number can be number there or it should be undefined. And then the class name we're going to provide, if the class name available, the class name it would be as a string format. So right now, if we also going to grade that as a props value, so let's go in the price view over here. Instead of passing that p tag, what we are going to do, we're going to pass that price format, right? Price formatter. And here we're gonna pass our amount. The amount should be let's say amount should be price, and there should be another one which is going to be again the price formatter. And this time also the amount, this time we will not send directly the amount, but we're gonna send, because remember the discount value is a part. Now here you need to be a little bit very witty sense here. Now as you see, if product price is $10, right? Now this product price is $10. Now we are giving a discount of 2%, so like 20%, so the $2 is there. So $10 plus $2 is going to be $12. Okay, the base price is 10, right? We are not providing any of the like the price and another price. No, in the discount we are passing the percentage value. Like if the product is $10 and the percentage is 20, means we have $2 discount for that. So what we're gonna do, alongside to minus the actual price, we're gonna add the discount price. Like we have the $10, then we're gonna add discount price to 2. So original price is 10, but with the discount the price is getting 12. So actual price getting 12, but the discount value, the price number is 10. We are adding the discount value, right? That's the way is most of the supermarket is working. Even you know it's discount, but it's not actually a discounted price. They are just adding up. So now we need to do the price, then we will plus. What kind of things we're gonna plus? We're gonna plus that our discount price into our price value, and that one we're gonna divide with with 100. So in that way we're gonna grab our actual price ratio. So what we are doing here, so that okay, that should work. Why was wrong? We pass that. Okay, was saying possible. Okay, that could be possibly undefined, and we pretty much did that. That could be undefined, but why it's not? Okay, amount is number, and that should not be having any problem because we pass the amount as number, so that would be not having any tricky value over here. So what's wrong? So that's our entire amount here. The price plus price and the discount. Okay, stick on. We're gonna find it and why it's not doing on that. So now what we're gonna do is that, as you see, we are having the two formatter value here. Now it's time to format our price. How we can format the price and cost? It will be formatted price. And in the formatted price, we'll take the new number, and in that number we're gonna pass our amount, and that amount okay, NUM, I think it's a spell mistake here, NUMBER, number, and that amount, what you're gonna do, you're gonna make it to local string, and the string, where is string we want to make it as international wise US is string, and then the currency we're gonna make it as USD, the dollar sign here, and the style should be the currency. And after that we will need to also pass the minimum fraction of digits, like after how many digits it's gonna enter. Like the dollar is had the 100 cents, so it will be 0.00, so 2 extra digits should be entered here. Now instead of passing that in a div, I'm gonna take a span tag here. I'm gonna pass my formatted price value here. After passing that, we should be able to see the actual value. As you see, that's 20, the actual value, 22.40 is the discounted price. Now what we're gonna do is that we need to grab the class name, right? So in the class name, let's say get cn, and from here first we're gonna make the text should be SM, and then font should be semi bold, and text should be dark text. and after that we're going to grab any of the class name we want to provide. So now you should be able to see some of the design formulated for perfectly aligned with that. Right now in that price view, on that the second one, on the first one, we're going to make some more design here. So that should be class name, and here we're going to pass that, let's say we need to make that things to be happen here. That should be like text should be extra small, font should be medium, and then I'm going to make it line through. So it will be concat a line through cut, it will be there, so people will understand that's not the actual price, that's the price you are getting there, this is the dummy price which is not able there. So this time, because as the calculation going on, I'm gonna make that if price NN discount is available, only then render this, otherwise no need to render, no worries about it, keep it as it is. Now we have that, so we are getting our price view, and after also as we're getting the price view, we need to grab the other properties. So we need to add our card view, right? So this add to cart button, as you see, our entire cart is still server side. We render each and every single product as on server side. We didn't attach any client side library yet because entire product thing is getting server side. But whenever we are going to add a single property which will be add to cart button, so add to cart button.tsx or FCE, this button will be responsible to add the products in our cart. So now whenever we are going to add the product in the cart, we will do multiple things. And what kind of things it will be there? We're going to add the products in our local storage. Like we're going to create a store which will be accessing the local storage. So this time we need to use the client side, as we are going to use the Zustand over there, which is not supporting the server side rendering. Now what we need to do here, after that price view, we will make that add to cart button. And in the add to cart button, we're going to pass all of our product, it will be taking as a product value. So you should be able to see one add to cart button here. Okay, so now in the add to cart button, we will define those class name and properties. And first thing first, we need to generate two things. One thing, it will take the product, and another thing, it will take the class name. So now we will render the product from the product, we will get the class name from the class name, and passing the props value as the parameter. Now first, it's going to be rendering a button. Okay, I'm gonna just simply grab one button, and in the button it will say, let's say, add to cart. That's it, a simple button. And also I'm going to design on that button. So let's say put a class name, and of course it will be passing with that again the same parameter like the way we do it. So it should be coming out with the cyan, then bj should be dark blue, and we're going to pass an opacity of 10. So as you see, the background color, it will be changed and give a little bit impromptu here. Okay, quite cool. And after that, we're going to make the text should be black and border should be dark blue, and of course it will be a border there. Padding y should be 2, margin top should be 2, and we're gonna get a full width, so it will be entirely concat with the full width purposes, so you're gonna be visible here perfectly. And after that, we're gonna make it a rounded MD. Font should be medium font, and after that, whenever we're gonna hover, bj should be dark blue, and whenever we're gonna hover, text should be, let's say, white. We're gonna pass the hover effect here, so it will align perfectly. As you see, okay, hover, okay, we made it white, hover text white, and we are passing the hover effect. Okay, why is not getting? Yeah, it's getting, but it's just get a little delay. So now we will create a functional layer here. So after that, also, if any class name we are providing, we can access that. But if we make the button disable, we want to, like, whenever any loading parameter is running, we need to make the button as disable, right? So right now I'm gonna say that disable is true, so means that button is disable. We're gonna create a disable work line, how it will be allowed there. So if it's disable, the like hover disabled hover, and that time it will be cursor, it will be not allowed. And also whenever it's disable, bj should be, I can say, dark blue of, and I'm gonna pass a 10 of opacity. And again, one more parameter, it will be aligned whenever it's gonna be visible. Text should be gray of 400, and disabled over text should be gray of 400, and disabled that border should be dark blue within of the 10% opacity. So now as you see, that button is disabled, and even you go with, as you see, it's nothing working, right? So you know that button is, even you click, it will not work. So that button, it will be disabled later on when we need to make it visible, especially while loading that or making some other promises. Now we're gonna add a function here, a simple function just to go and combine with that. So it should be on click handle add to cart. So this will handle our add to cart properties, const handle add to cart, and we're gonna just run a simple function. Let's say window.alert hello, and after, as we add that just an on click event, as you see, we're gonna run an error here. And the error is saying even handlers cannot be passed to client component props. So means the button, whatever the function we are rendering here, the on click, it should be within our client properties. So we just need to make simply use client. Now, if that button we directly render in the product card, we need to make this entire card as a client set library. But now, as we are just actioning on that card button here, we just may need to simply action that, passing that value as a card button. So that's how you can do it. That's how easily you can grab the concept and you can do something more. Now we will also need to make one more property. We should be a react hot toast. We will apply so hot toast to showcase the toast message over here. And to implement that is very simple. Go to the documentation, you just need to install that library. It's a pretty cool library. Also, you can use that React Toastify or any other platform. There is lots of things, or you can manually create your own Toastify, right? Again, that also need to be go with legacy path dependency. So let's go here and legacy path dependency. No worries, very soon they will all combine to generate their own library. The supporting by 19 still is in legacy mode, like still is in not in the actual versioning properties, still in the RC. So let's roll back to our client layout, and over here after the footer we're gonna add our toaster. Should be toaster, and we need to import that. So toaster, let's import. No, it's not auto importing. So what we need to store, we just need to grab that property, or you can just simply run it here. It should be import toaster and from react hot toast. Why? Oh, it's not from, it will be from react hot toast. Now we need to define some of the criteria here. We need to pass the position. I love to be here is bottom right positioning, and then also you're gonna pass the toast options. I will love to have that style properties, which I will go with that as a background color. The background should be as a black color 000, and the color of the text should be, I would love to it have to be white. So that's the toast options. It's just this is the simple structure to convey on that. So now we can easily use that here. So how we can use it? It's very simple, as we call it in global layer. Now from any of the file we can call it, like over here we can say toast, and we need to import the toast from react hot toast, toast.success cart dispatch successfully. Okay, if we now click on the card, you see card dispatch successfully. So means it's working. Now here it will be some of the different ratio. We can make the design before fetching the other properties. Like how we can do that? First of all, we will make one item count properties. Let's say const item count, count is equal to 5. So that's the value we have. Now we will just simply go and grab one condition. Okay, so that will be matched with our properties of in the store, but we're gonna just create the design, right? If we have the item count, then we will make one, not items, items count. I think it will be one item which gonna provide the count, so it will be better to keep it item count. If we have the item count, we're gonna pass it div, so pass the item. And if we doesn't have the item count, we're gonna pass our value. As you see right now, we're getting the item, right? So what kind of things it will be in the item in that particular div? Remember that count, it will coming from our store, but we are fetching the design. So right now what we're gonna do is that in that particular div, we will also create another div, then passing an span tag, span, and here we will pass that quantity, 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 and after quantity we're gonna also make that a button which will be quantity buttons here. So let's go get a component, should be quantity buttons.tsx or fce, that will render our quantity button. So let's pass that quantity buttons here. So now as you see, we have quantity and then quantity buttons, right? So in that div, what we're gonna do, put a class name on that flex item center justify between, and in that overlayer I'm gonna make all of the class name, the text should be small text, right? So all text should be small. Now we have quantity and quantity buttons, so two parameters there, right? After that div, also in that span tag, for the class name, text should be extra small and text should be muted foreground, so a little bit of that highlighted. Okay, yeah, that's cool. And that's the div. So let's say after finishing that div, we're gonna have another div and we're gonna have a span tag here. So span tag, and we're gonna render our text like subtotal. Then we're gonna have our price formatter here, and in the price formatter we're gonna pass the amount, which is going to be product.price, and then we're gonna, if the product.price is available, then it will be that product.price into item count, otherwise it will be 0, just to be in safe side. So now we have 5 items, so 20 into 5 should be 100 because we manually inject 5. If we just make it as 2 items, as you see, it will be 40. So that's what we manually injecting, not in dynamic way, but later on we're gonna fetch that in a dynamic way. So put a class name flex item center justify between, border should be top and padding top should be 1. So a little bit a tiny gap over here. Now we're gonna go in our over in the quantity buttons. We need to create some of the very good design here to showcase our 2 button properties. Now this one going to be rendered a pretty dynamic way, and of course this over here we're gonna pass our entire product also, right? We're gonna pass our product, and that product will be showcasing our product scenario. So now here again, it should be getting 2 interface, similarly the other one. So it will grab the product properties, and here it will define, it will grab that product, it will grab that class name, which going to be entitled passing from that props. Okay. Now in quantity form, it should be generating a 2 of the button, right? And it's pretty simple way it can go with that. And I think, yeah, there will be another properties which are going to be coming as a border style, which we will add later on, but I'm gonna just grab it here. So with that, because we're gonna call it in some other place in the single, like this one, this properties here, remember add to cart button, this we're gonna call in everywhere in our application. Whenever we need to showcase our button and the product ratio, even in the product, in the card, in the single product, everywhere we're gonna use that same a single button. So all the combination files we're gonna just write within the single file, but we're gonna reuse it in every criteria. So that's the way we can really create a cool design purposes. Now in the div, we're gonna have a button here, so it should be have a button, and in the button we're gonna have one is hi minus icon. So hi minus and we are not getting any of that. Okay, I'm gonna just grab the 2 icon. There's only be a 2 icon, one of the plus, one is the minus. So hi minus should be hi minus, hi minus icon. Now button also need to be imported. Okay, we just got our button. So now this button, first this button we need to make some of the design. So how we can do it? So this the button, we're gonna pass a variant, not a value but a variant. Should be, the variant should be outline, okay, so that the color it will just go away. And after that we're gonna also make the size should be icon size, and then we're gonna put a class name which should be 6, height should be 6. Okay, need to put a dash over here, and you see a super simple icon right here, a pretty unique icon, and we can easily interact with it, right? Looking pretty cool. Now also we will define one parameter, on click. The on click event, it will be there, and there we're gonna make it handle remove product, right? So what we're gonna do is that we're gonna just click a simple function here, should be const handle remove product, that gonna render, let's say, toast dot success removed clicked. So we'll just showcase to see the things. If we click, as you see, remove clicked, and after the button we will show our item count, and of course this time that count, it will not be coming directly from there. Remember, we're gonna get the count from our store. We can just pass that item count. We are not passing as the props, because remember, we will not getting that from here, we're gonna get it from our store. So that's why I don't want to confuse you. If I just pass that parameter as a props, maybe by mistakenly you also be passing it as a props and then forgot, and it will be a mess around you. Then what the hell is coming, right? So right now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just get a dummy here and a dummy right here, and this one also should be our item count. And here I'm gonna pass it within a span tag. Okay. And after that, I'm gonna go grab that button and pass that here. And this time it will be high plus. So we have one icon plus, one icon minus. So in the plus, we will make that as handle add item. So handle add products. So this is the one we're gonna also, we'll just take a copy it, duplicate it, and we're gonna make that added click. So when I click added, when I click removed, both are working perfectly. Now it's time to also, we can make it disable. It will be disable. When it will be disable, if the item count is equal to 0 or is out of stock. So these two criteria, it will be there. So if the item count is equal to 0, that time also it will be. But these two confusion, I'm not gonna make you more confused, because after getting the item count and is out of stock, we're gonna make it disable. That time it will make a lot of sense to you people, because otherwise you will get more confusion on here. So class name, we're gonna put the cn just to grab any conflict from here. We're gonna make it a flex. Okay, we're gonna make it a flex item center, pass a gap of 1. Okay, gap should be 1, and then padding bottom should be 1. Text should be, let's say, base text, not the balance, should be base. So right now, as you see, you are having a perfect good combination here. I think one thing I missed, which is for that span tag should be class name, and font should be semi bold. I'm gonna pass a width here as 8 to not to be freaking out. So center and text should be dark blue. So right now, as you see, you are having a perfect good shape. Only we need to pass our store and other properties to just to contradict with it. So right now, if you just come over here, and as you see, we have a 0 item count. You see, you're having a card, you have 1 item, you're having the design. So both simultaneously will work perfectly aligned later on. But right now, as we did that, we're having our product, even we are making it a small design. As you see, we are getting in a very good shape. So this time, whenever we click in the product, we need to make it within our single product. Now we need to create the product page according to the Slack, right? Once we are clicking on that product, as you see, it's redirecting to that particular page, but as we didn't create the page yet, so that's what is makes providing this error. To resolve that, it's pretty simple. As you may know, we already created one page here. No, not yet. So we're gonna create a, now the folder structure, especially the paging structure, feel free to go there in that Next.js documentation. Here you will find that routing system, how the routing is going on. If you just click on that and the define routes, as you see the creating routes, how it's acting to create the route is the file-based system category. So you can create the UI using just with that app.tsx. So in the apps, the page.tsx, which will be root folder, and then you can feel free to go, you can see after the app, as you see the dashboard, and within the dashboard, that page, which will be /dashboard. That means the file-based system routing is that the route's name, it should be the folder name, and that will be automatically will take the / and that the particular similar thing is that page.js or tsx should be the file name accordingly. So let's just go ahead and unpack this. So in the client, we're going to take a new directory or folder. We're going to provide a name of that as a product. Now, our route, it will be dynamic route. So we're going to wrap it to create that dynamic instances. We're going to wrap that within that a third packet parameter. In that like that, in between, we're going to put that slag. So means each and every route of ours, it's gonna take the route parameter accordingly the slag we are going to provide. Here, let's create a new file, which will be page.tsx, and we're gonna put that rafce, which will bring us back that, let's say, product, or we can say just a single product page. So that doesn't mean to have go on, but it will save the purposes. Now, as you see, we're having our single product page. Means if you just go back right now and click any of the products, it will let us roll to within that particular instances. As you see, if we click on that, it will take product, potato chips, the slag name, and then we are coming on that particular instances. Now we need to grab that slag, because according to that slag, we're gonna grab our product. And how we're going to grab the product. But before going over to grab the product, we will just check the slag. Now in new Next.js documentation, you need to call that slag with async and await parameter, which need to be go through at a promise. So now here we're going to define our params, which will be params, and on that params we're going to also define the types for the params. The params will be containing a promise. And that promise is going to be resolved within that parameter of that slag. So we're going to just define our slag in between. So it will be slag, and that slag, it should be as a string. Okay, done. If we now want to use the slag, so you just need to say const, we're going to just destructure the slag, which will be is equal to await params. Now if we make a log, we may be able to get our slag. Let's open my terminal and also log the slag. And now as you see, we're getting our slag, which is rendering as a potato chips. So means we did that slag property, we can now call to grab our product. Now here we will also going to make so many other scenario, but before going further, we will need to call our product, right? Let's roll back to Sanity. First, we're gonna write a query by which we're gonna grab our product. It will be a simple query, how we can identify that. First name, provide the name of that, which going to be the way we're gonna grab the product. So let's say export const, and it will be like say product by slag, okay, which now here we need to define the query. In the define query, we need to provide how we gonna grab our slag. First of all, it going to grab the properties here for sure, but right now only we're gonna define our property value. So in the define query, we're gonna define that it will get with that asterisk and then the third bracket. So now here we're gonna pass the type. The type is equal to it will be type is equal to, it will be our product type, and after the product type we will join another condition, which will means to match the slag.current. So whatever the slag we are like passing there, it will get our current product. So slag.current okay, rent is equal to, we also need to define that the slag should be the current slag, so it is equal to the slag. And after that, we will be able to grab the product, and we will say order should be, there will be no order ascending, or we can just make the name ascending, ASC, and from there we will grab that the 0 value, the first index, we're gonna grab it. So how that going to be working, right? Because we are going to pass a slag, right? That will be the slag. So that slag, whatever you're going to provide, it should be, that's the current we are going to send, and that will match with the slag only then. So it will go to fetch the product in our product query, like in the product array. Then it will going to match with the slag. If it's matched the slag, it will return it will fetch the product. So that's what's the condition we are passing. Is similarly how we are dealing or doing with, especially in that ID. That's the same parameter is working here. Now in that index file, we need to run another function, which is going to be, let's say, export const, it will be get product by slag, which also going to be an assign function, as we are going to bring the products from the Sanity. And now here we're gonna make the try catch, right? So in that way it will be more safe and more productive. So I'm gonna just copy one of the error log here, which is going to be product, just product fetching error, just to keep it the simple. And if there is an error, this time we'll send null, means nothing will be returned from there. Now we're gonna get our cache value. So const, it will be a single product is equal to, and here we're gonna get our slag here, which is going to be, let's say, await. And here we're gonna define our Sanity fetch. In that fetch method, we're gonna pass a query. In that query, we're gonna pass that query, which is going to be product by slag. And there is one catch: every single product going to have an slag, right? So we're gonna pass the slag from our Frontend, like whenever we are going to pass the call value. Now, as we are having the slag, we can now pass the parameter on the slag. So the params, in that params, we're gonna pass our slag properties. So it will be the slag, which we are having over there. Now, as we are getting the product, we can just simply return some value, which will be return either product.data if there is available. Otherwise, if nothing is available, it will directly get the null value. So that's it. Our function is ready to bring the product using slag. Now if we roll back to our page, we can just simply define how we want to see the page. So we're gonna say const product is equal to await, and here it will be get product by slag, and in the slag we need to pass the slag value. Done. And in the log we will check if we are receiving any product or not, as is in server side. So the report, it should be coming in the server section, so it should be products. Save. And after dealing that, as you see, it's returning one single product, which is coming with the image and it's a product. So means it's working perfectly. Let's roll back there and we're gonna see if we are going to fetch the similar product. So as you see, we have the mango juice. Click on that mango juice and it will redirect to the single page. And if we just roll back on there, as you see, we're getting that mango juice back. So now all the properties is perfectly aligned. We are getting it perfectly done. Now what we need to do, as we're having that, now we can put that things in a show, means we're going to have everything in between. And how we can have that, especially we're gonna fetch everything within our container. And in the container value, we're gonna pass all of those things. First, we're gonna pass the product image. So if the product.image is available, and remember, as we are getting that, remember there is one more, we are not getting the suggestion because there is an error, like because the image should be go here. What we need to do, as we are writing in new queries, we need to run our, if you just roll back in the package.json, there is thing the type gen. We need to run the type gen, otherwise it will not define the type. As you may know, we are not getting the type by default. What we are doing, we are just making that npm run type gen, and it's generating our type every time. So now this time also, if it's just going to generate a new type for that. So whenever we're going to work on, especially on that product, after defining the type, we should be able to get the type of products whatever we have. like if you just go in back in that function over here in the index file, as you see in the data is now an empty property, any value can be there. Now as you see the 4 grok queries there, if you just come over right now, as you see product by Slack result. So now we are having a Slack product, and if we just roll back here, and this time if we type something like previously how we type, if we make that product dot as you see image, now we are having that, we're getting those properties, right? So if there is a Slack like image, then we're gonna pass a div, and in that div we're gonna render an image. How we're gonna render? We're gonna just simply render that one within that next image property, and in the source value, as we did earlier, we're gonna pass that URL for value to generate our URL, to just prefetch the URL and concat with that. And here we're gonna pass that product.image value, and then we're gonna say just get me the URL back. And after that we need to pass one alternative tag. If the image is not showing here, that tag going to be seen, and we will be able to see that image is happening. If I save now, you're gonna get one error, because as we practiced earlier, as that image we are fetching from the like outside of that project, especially from Sanity domain, we need to specify for the Next.js in which dimension they will grab the picture, and I will provide a width which will be 700 by 700 dimension. And if I save, we should be able to see one image right here. As you see, that's what I'm talking about. We are getting our image. Now we will make it perfect to look alike in a perfect shape. And how the things we're gonna do? First thing first, in the div, particularly in the top layer of the div, we're going to make a class name which will be flex, and by default it's going to be flex column. In MD screen it will be flex row. We're going to provide a gap of 10. We're going to provide a padding Y vertically which will be 10. So now that will give a prompt here. First thing, this div, so there should be a 2 div. One is providing the image, another which will be providing the details. Okay, so there will be 2 separate div. Now we need to align these 2 all together. How we can do that? First thing first, here put a class name. It will take the full width, MD. It will be width should be 1/2, and then height should be auto, and we're gonna pass a border, and that border should be dark blue, and we're gonna pass a 20 of opacity. We're gonna pass a shadow which will be, let's say, MD, medium shadow. Rounded should be MD. And we're gonna also make is as a group. We need that group? I don't think so. Yeah, we need group because we're gonna make it an hover effect. As you see, it's there, but this one is not so looks proper, because as you see by default is fetching the product 700 by 700, which will make our product clear. Now as I have the ratio, I grab the product. Now I can style it, because it's already clear. I can make it smaller and it will be more clear, right? So width should be full, and max height, we're gonna provide a default height which will be 550 pixel. Max object should be covered to keep everything stick together. And after doing that, as you see, it's coming, I think, getting a shape. So right now also, whenever I'm gonna hover on the group, oops, not the group, it should be group hover. That should be a scale of 110, and we're gonna pass a hover effect. One more things also need to painting there. We can say rounded should be MD. Okay, as you see, that's overflow getting a dump. So here we can define that overflow should be hidden. Now we see our product. Okay, yeah, that's cool. Also we can define it perfectly. If you just reduce some of the sizes, it will be more visible. Now it depends on you how you want to make it look like. I'll just keep it in default way. You can arrange it a more professional, in a more algorithmic way. So now it's time to provide the details here. So to provide the details, it will be pretty simple. So here we're gonna take another div, and on that div I'm gonna take a p tag where I'm gonna say product name, which should be product.name. And as you see, the name is avail here. So in that list also put a class name which should be full, so get proper width. And for MD it will be similar ratio, which will be, we're gonna provide a width of 1/2, so the half width it will take. and should be flex should be in column ratio, and we're going to provide a gap of 5 to put a good alignment there. Now this is the one div here which going to have our product and then the particular parameter, right? So in that div we're gonna have one more div here in between, so this div, and in that div there will be a p tag by which we're gonna define, like we'll just put some dummy text here. Whenever we're gonna inject our reviews we can concat that, so it will be 25 reviews. Okay, now here that's the review, so we can also design that for to make it look better. And this one, text should be small text, font should be medium, and text should be gray of 500. That's it. So now if we roll back here, we're looking for that one review text, right? But before that there will be some other prompt also. So what are we going to render is that, to define that in a very quick and stable way, remember we are passing one array. So if we go back to our product card, we are already developed one array properties. We are going to just collect that array, we're going to copy that, and then we're going to roll back to our page, and here we're going to just publish that. So import that star. That's it. Now we should be able to see that star and reviews all together, right? Now to make it look aligned, I think we need to provide some design for the p tag for our product. The text should be, we're going to define a text of 4 pixels, and font should be bold, and margin bottom should be 2, so that it gonna align together and it will looks in a proper way. So now for the reviews, as we having that review, as you see the div which is containing our reviews, we're gonna make that one particularly aligned, which will be flex item center. We're gonna provide a gap of 2, so it will just contain our in a very static ratio, which is I think similar, not quite bad, and it's serving the purpose, right? After that review section, we are going to bring back one more properties. So we're going to close that div. After that div, we're going to have our price view, right? Remember the price view which we created? And in the price view, we're going to have a price, and that price properties should be product dot price, and also for the discount, which will be our product dot discount. And after that we're going to pass a label which going to be our product dot label, and hit save. Let's see what we're getting from our price formation. As you see, 25, and the ratio is to 28.75, and we're getting 100 milli. Now we are actually getting a pretty much cool layer there. Now we're going to define the class name. Text should be LG and font should be bold. Let's see if it's working or not, just to try if it's working. No, it's not worked. Means we didn't set that, right? Whenever we are passing the class name, we need to inject the class name, because this kind of small letter is okay. It's okay for our other property, like for card, but we are in the single page, so it must be in a bigger ratio, right? Let's go back in the price view. As you see, whenever we are forecasting the price formatter, here we're gonna pass the class name. So the class name should be the class name which we are injecting, and after dealing with that, it should be getting bigger. Okay, cool. And also this price formatter, we're gonna also pass that. We're gonna concat that ratio. So here we're gonna say cn, and in the cn it should be our default value, then gonna pass that our current value. I think, yeah, okay, so we are having that and it's okay. Now after passing this ratio, so this time we should be able to generating my other properties, which will be after the price view. We need to pass if the product is stock or not. So if we say product dot, let's say if the product is available in the stock, only then this block will generate it. And we're gonna say we're gonna pass a p tag here, and in the p tag we're gonna just pass that in stock. Okay, and we will also customize that to look it to make it looks much better, and should be green of 100, should be green of 100, and we're going to provide a 24 of weight, and text should be center, and text should be green of 500, or we're gonna put a 600 ratio. Text should be small text. Padding wise should be 2.5. And how much is 2.5? If you see here, it's 10 pixel, like vertically, padding top, padding bottom is 10. And font should be semi bold, rounded should be LG. And after doing that, as you see, you will just watching a clear badge here, and it looks super cool. Now after that ratio, after the product is stock, we're gonna get another p tag. We're gonna render a span where we're gonna pass the 20 just to showcase how many people are watching right now. So you're gonna say people are viewing this right now. Okay, so that data should enter here. Okay, after that, for this span tag, BG should be black and text should be white, and padding X should be 3, padding Y should be 1, and text should be extra small, not small I think. Font should be semi bold, and rounded should be MD, margin right should be 2. So to keep that 20 in a larger value, as you see, that looks a little bit better from the previous one. Put a class name. By default, the text should be the base text. Text should be gray of 800. Okay, and after this, but this like the view properties, we're going to render one more property, which will be our product dot, and we are going to pass the description. So you will see the entire description about the product, whatever the ratio is available. It should be passing here, but it's not coming. Why? Description. Why this product has no description? That's annoying. Should be providing the description for sure. Okay, we're gonna render again. Let's go back. We're gonna go and pass in another product. Yeah, it's there, just some refreshing error. And put a class name, and then we're gonna make a text should be a small text. Text should be gray of, let's say, 600, and we're gonna make a tracking white. Done. So as we did this property, now it will be very simple combination here. After that p tag, we're gonna just call back our add to cart button, and here we're gonna render the button properties, and in that button we're gonna pass the product as our default product. So entire product should be available in the add to cart button. And if you click here, you see the same ratio, same one. Remember, we created one single add to cart button, and we're gonna utilize it everywhere. Okay, and after that, okay, there is the product. Why? What's wrong? We can just define if it's in the product. If we go back in our add to cart, so why? What's wrong here? Oops. No, it's product is already here, so it's supposed to. Okay, we can pass one more properties, like if we make a item count of 5, it will getting our 5 value. Okay, that's cool. It's working, means it's working perfectly. Okay, that's the one. We made it as a use client, so we can define one more properties here. What you're gonna say is that const, let's say, is client, set is client, which going to be use state. By default it will be false, and we're gonna render our client property. It should be the start bracket, not the second bracket. It was my mistake. Now here we're gonna also passing one use effect hook to be ensure it's use client. So use effect gonna run here. So if this one is use client properties, only then it will be render. So means set is client should be true. Okay, so we are sending this client true. Now if if the property is not is client value, then we are just going to return null. So means it will return nothing. If we just see now the cart is there, if we say no, it will not be is client, as you see that disappears. So by that we are going to hold back with the properties. Now also we can make one more ratio here. If we have the product value, and we can render the add to cart. It depends on us. It will work in a both formation. So now as we are having that, now we need to create a little bit of flexible design for us. Now this design is just to comparing that, keeping that state properties, so that I'm not gonna go broader and keep that one in a very unique manner. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna popping that design here. It's just a simple design. Don't worry, I'm gonna explain each and everything for you. But first I need to grab those icons here. So let's go at the top and bring back all the icon which I need to use. So those are the icons properties I'm going to use. Now what I'm doing actually, it's a pretty simple concept. I'm just taking an object here, not an object, in a div. In the div I'm getting one like a compare color. As you see, we can compare color, we can ask question, we can delivery and return to share, just to make in a very unique way to design and advance to make it look better. And what we did, we put an, as you see, that's the div is responsible to generate. As you see, it's a flex wrap property, means if you are going in the small properties, as you see how it's aligned, it will support in all the way to the highest to small devices. So it has a 4 div, which is one is the compare color, one is the ask question, one is the delivery return, one is the share. You can make it array and render one time. So I'm gonna showcase, or you can just do it by yourself. You can just render it within a color, within a an array, then you can pass it here. It just to make that one to be perfect design. It's up to you. If you want to make it, okay. If you don't want it, no worries, it will be fine. Now after this property, I'm gonna also grab one more ratio, the similar pattern, which will be, so that will be for our flexible payment and others. If you come back here, it will render pretty soon. Yeah, free shopping, flexible payment. So it's a 2 div which going to be wrapped with 1 div. As you see, it's the top layer, which is flex wrap, item center, gap is 5, and here we are passing 1 div which gonna concate with the free shopping over 120, and there is some small, not complex, a pretty cool design, and here the same ratio coming twice. That's it, nothing fancy. And now if you can see, we have a free shopping, flexible payment amount, so it's, I think it's quite okay. If you just go back here, and now if you just coming back with any of the product, any of the parameter, it will completely, it will be fine. Now there is one more thing is there. Whenever, especially in the search page, if I just put like that chips and enter, it's taking us anywhere. As you see, it's bringing us in the search page, as the page is not created yet. So what we need to do, we need to create our search page, and then we need to pass the value so that it will work perfectly. And how we can do that is pretty simple, as we did our unique properties here. So here we're gonna take one more in the client, we're gonna take one more directory here, which should be as search, and in the search we will bring back our page, which will be page.tsx rafce, which going to be our search, search, search page. And after doing that, you should be able to see one search page here. Okay, it will render okay, what is written here? Search page, is it not coming? SCARCH. Let's roll back again. Default exports in React component, which should be there, and let's say chips. Okay, we have the search page. Now for the search page, it will be a simple, not so much complex, it will be a simple parameter. We first, let's just make a standard design here, then we're gonna hopping through the other properties. Or first we're gonna grab that like the query, and to grab the query, we need to pass the search params, which will be search, it should be params, and in the search params it will be defining a props here. We're gonna define the props at the top, and the props should be interface, and the props it will be defining here, which going to be search params. And in the search param, we're gonna pass our query parameter, which going to be a string. So whenever we're gonna pass any value here, it will just be entirely grab it here. And also again, we need to make it in a async way. So const, it should be the query, and that should be await, and it is search params. So search search params. Now if we log, we should be able to get back our query. And if we just open our terminal here, and now I'm gonna just go at the back. So here, if we just roll back and try to adjacent to create one more things, let's say juice, hit enter, and as you see, it's return, it should be passing the juice. Why it's not passing the juice? So we are not getting the query. We have search for slashers, I think. Okay, let me grab it within a key value so it will be easily be seen. Now what we are doing here, first thing first, we are passing one search params value, right? So that's our search params. So in the search, from the search param, we should be able to get our query, and we are now, it's here. It's rendering, but sometimes it just maybe annoyed of some of the internet issue or something, but it's rendering. Like if we get of that mango and passing here, it should render, and as you see, query is coming as mango. Okay, that's cool. Now, what you need to do is that create a search params query by which we can grab our product. And how we can grab that? It's very simple. First, let's write our query. To write the query, we're going to grab the value, which is going to be export const, and it will be product underscore search underscore query. And here we're going to define how it's going to be passing over there the value. So the defined query, we're going to pass within a within an asterisk. It will be pretty much similarly like the before we used to do it. And underscore type is equal to be our product, and we're going to pass also an we're going to pass a name, and the name should be match with the search params which we are going to provide, search param, and that within that parameter, whatever the params we are going to dumping on there, it will go and fetch the products within that layer if it's available, and the product, it will be name ascending. That's it. So a simple conditioning running. As you see, we are passing, we're going to get all of our products, and from the product there is one more condition. First it will grab all the product, then it will compare that if the name is matched with search param. Like there is a mango, whatever the product, if the product it contains mango, that products it will be available here. So whatever the products contain mango, one product, it will return that one product. If I pass that honey, whatever product contain honey, or if I pass the potato, that product, that much product, 1 2 3 4, how much is available there, it will fetch and pass it to me. Now let's go back to the index. Here we're gonna pass that our value. So const, we're gonna export it, search products by, let's say, by name, and here it will be an async function, and in that function we will take a value, right? We're gonna pass our search param value, so search param, which will be as a string value, and here it will go with the try catch property, and in the try catch we're gonna just similarly go and put an action. This one, instead of null, it will return an empty object, empty array, and we're gonna say either fetching fetching product by name error. And if we are having successful, we're gonna need to try something. So const products, and products is equal to await, which need to be passing with the sanity fetch properties, and in the sanity we're gonna pass a query. The query, it should be our product, I think that value is the product search query, and after that we're gonna pass our params. In the params we're gonna pass our search params, which will be search params, and in that search params we need to pass the search params, so it will be our search params. That's it. So after passing that, we should be able to grab our product, and after grabbing the product we need to return, not that, return, which should be products.data. If the data is not available, just pass that empty array. So now if we roll back to our properties here, I'm going to close this, that one, okay, here. So now what we can do here to grab our product, right? So let's say const products, it should be await, and here we're going to pass search products by name, and let's say log, and in the log we're gonna pass the products. Remember why the error is coming, because we need to pass our search params directly there, or you can say not the search params but the query. That's it, super simple. So here as you see we have one mango juice pack here, so let's say juice, hit enter, we should be able to get. And as you see, okay, there is an error. Okay, we can fix that. What's the error? Client error, response status code is 400, means okay, param search for reference but not provided. We referenced the search param but we didn't provided it. How? Okay, we are passing the search params. the query is there. Okay, let's put a backtick and say search params. Is it holding it? Let's try one more time. Okay, no worries. Let's say try again. Okay, similar effect. We can just debug that issue. I think the issue, see here, this should not be a problem, of course. I think the issue is this one, SCARCH. Yeah, that is one S is extra is there. I think that was the issue. So let's just try again this time. I think it should work fine because it's a simple issue. It should not be aligned altogether. So here, if we just go with the juice again, and we should be render. Yeah, now as you see, we're getting our juice product. So it means we are good to go. We're having our product perfectly. Just a simple error, as you see that params, so as should be deducted as the query is getting that search param. If you put as there, it should be aligned as also. Now we are having the product, so we will take a two condition layer here. First thing first, if we have no product here, like no products dot length is available, means it didn't find any product. And of course we are not getting the our type safe because we need to run a simple command here, which going to be our type gen command. So okay, I think it's stuck somewhere. Let's say we'll just make that. Okay, it's not coming, so npm run type gen. So now it will generate our product types. So first we're gonna just make a simple condition here, which going to be if we have our products but this product has no length, means we doesn't have our products. So products dot length, if that is not available, then we're gonna simply return something. The return, it should be passing us as a div, and in the div we're gonna pass another div which will pass one h1 tag, gonna say no products found for, and in a span tag we're gonna pass our query so that the people will know which query have no products. Let's roll back in the previous session, and here we're gonna type something like the blah blah and hit enter. As you see, no products found for whatever we pass here. Now put some value here, put a class name, should be flex should be column. But before making the column, we're gonna pass one more properties, a p tag. It will be there, which will be try searching with different keywords. Okay, so that's the two value we are going to pass here. And to let it align, I think I think one div should be enough for me. Why I need that too? Because it's just a simple text going to be rendering here. Now what I'm gonna do, put a class name. Background is white already, so no need to. Okay, we can also make that background color white, or I think we need two div because I'm gonna put it in between all together. Okay, so it should be in the middle screen. So put a flex, and item should be center, justify should be center, and min height should be screen, bj should be gray of 100, and I'm gonna pass a padding of 4 just to see where it's landing right now. And after passing that, as you see, it's just in the middle. So now what I'm gonna do in that particular div, background color should be white. I think that padding 4 is not required because as we are not submitting anything in between that layer. So the padding should be color should be white, padding should be 8, rounded should be LG, and DED rounded LG. And after that we're gonna pass a shadow which should be also MD, and we're gonna pass a full width, and we're gonna pass a max width of 4 axle, and that one it should be only in MD screen. Okay, so first it's gonna take the full width only in MD, and that's why we need the padding, right? So should be padding of 4, because in the smaller screen it should go and pass back the layer. Like if you go here and if you're rolling in the smaller screen, you see we're getting that padding. So that's the one is the reason to keep it like that way. We didn't make it responsive? Oh, okay, we'll make it responsive. It's not yet there. Now for the h1 tag, let's put a class name. Tag should be let's say 3 axle. 3 axle, font should be bold, margin bottom should be 3, And also this one, we're gonna make all the text should be center aligned. Okay, so should be text center aligned. Okay, and after that, for the span tag properties, let's put that class name text should be dark blue. And for the p tag, let's put a class name text should be gray of 600. Okay, so now you're gonna see is that we are passing one value here. So if we doesn't have any product right now, it will pass that with error. Okay, so I think it's quite good. Or you can also make that like no need to pass that in the justify center. Okay, justify center, it will be there. Let's say it will not make that item center. Let's see, we can just keep it in a simple way. Okay, cool. And we're gonna make that padding and height should be 96, just to see. Yeah, I think no need to provide that extract, so people can easily concate that. Okay, so now if we doesn't have the product, it will be visible. Now what if we have the product, right? Then what it gonna be? As you see, after having the product, that things is not rendering, it's coming right here. So if we having the product, we're gonna render a container, right? And it will be super simple to generate our product. So we're gonna pass our container, and in the container, as you see previously, we have one we're gonna pass one h1 tag here. We're gonna say whatever is that search results for, we're gonna pass an span, and we're gonna pass our query. And after that h1 tag, we're gonna pass our product grid. Remember, we have that. Is it a product grid or product list? I think we get that product list, right? So in the product list, we're gonna pass our products, which are going to be our products. And after saving that, let's see if we can see something. Okay, we are having one product at a time, which is coming with the categories and other property. Okay, not so bad. I think it's quite okay. So right now, as we have that, if we come back in the product list, this overall segment, we can make it with particular ideas how to do that. So so previously, as we passed the condition, so this one now we can render. So this one we don't want to see it here. If we just save, I think that will disappear. Yeah, that is disappearing, so means it's working perfectly. Now what we can do, we can make that one like in a separate zone. I think that would be perfect, so that it will not combine all together, and it will also pass the value ratio the way it's supposed to be. And to do that, this is our product list. So in the product list, we're gonna make another parameter which will be product grid. I think in that grid we will pass that value. So here we're gonna take one more components, which will be, let's say, our components, and there will be product grid.tsx rfce. Here we're gonna pass our product grid value here. So from the product list, instead of passing that here, I'm gonna just simply pass that product grid here. So let's cut all together, and here it should be product grid. And if we just roll back in our top layer of the home page, we should not be able to see any product yet. So here we're gonna pass our products value, which will be as products, and in the products case we're gonna pass this value here. So this should be all together aligned. Now in that grid properties, we're gonna also grab our products and just put in line the products which will be as a type of product, or as you can say, we can just simply align it together here as a props. We can just pass the props value here, props. Okay, we need to define our types here, and we are good to go. So now instead of that product grid, we will be able to see the product. Now if we click here, instead of this entire product list, we will pass that our product grid value. Okay, so let's grab the product grid. Now as you see, it should not providing us any of the error prone property. Let's just go back here, try to go with the juice. Okay, grade is not defined. We need to import that, of course, otherwise it will not work. The list, which is not mandatory here, we're gonna just keep it out of the box. Now also we need to provide some design pattern here by which it gonna looks a much better way. And to do that, remember that container, we're gonna make a class name here, but beforehand first make a class name here, which is going to be flex. And I think we're gonna make it in a flex column portion. Item should be center and justify should be in the top. Justify top, not start, should be top. And min height should be screen, and also bj gray should be 100, so that it will contain all the gray properties, and minimum height it will take that ratio, so this will look much more better. Now in the container also padding should be 8, and we're going to provide a background color which will be white, and rounded should be LG, shadow should be MD shadow, and then margin top should be 3, just to keep aligned together a little bit more lower case. As you see, it will just push a bit bottom here. Okay, looks perfect. For the H1 tag, remember the one which we give it earlier at the top, so we're gonna just borrow that from there, and we're gonna pass the value here, and we will pass that search results for. Okay, now I think we will be able to good to go. As you see, for the juice is coming here, and if we just roll back, we will be able to grab any other property value, and it will just render perfectly aligned and pretty much in good shape. Now if we put in the chips, if we have chips, it will come here. We can go and search. Now one more thing is that once we need to also provide that search value, right, for the categories value. And how we can do that? It will be also pretty simple to align that categories value. And to do that, let's go in our categories. So we need to go back to the categories, and in the categories we will create one more file. I'm going to close others instead of that, and in the components we're going to create a new file which will be category selector, selector.tsx rafce. Here we're gonna pass our category properties, and to define that, it will be in a pretty simple way. We will just make that as a category selector, and here we're gonna pass our categories as the all categories, so that it will combine all together. So let's say categories should be our categories. And also we're gonna say put a class name padding y should be 5, just to give a little bit room to breathe on that premises. So now let's roll back to our padding categories. Here we will define that property here. So we're gonna pass first, we're gonna grab that categories, and that category is also going to be defined with a props value, and that props value should be interface should be props, which going to be as the properties going to be aligned together. Remember the previous one, it will be the same one. Categories should be category, and it will be an array of category. Okay, done. Now what we need to do, we need to combine all together to grab our category value. And how we can do that? We can simply go bring our like a pop over and other value. So we're gonna use the command and pop over. So let's go in the chat Shen UI. I think here we will pass that command. So let's go in the components, and here we will get our command value, which will be I think this one. Yeah, not the command. I think if which one we are looking for. Let's see. Okay, if we go in the pop over, yeah, I think that's the one. Yeah, that's one will look fine. Yeah, once you go up, as you see how it's fetching, I think that will be perfect. So let's go and grab that. Let's npm, and we're gonna render this one first. So we're gonna get the pop over, and before doing there, like while we're doing that, we will also can face something. I'm gonna show to you what we are going to build up, because we need to go and grab to create our order schema and other value which need to be rendered properly. Otherwise the functioning, it will not be go in the way we are looking forward to. Okay, it's installing. We need to prepare our order schema. So as you see in that our value here, we have that order properties, and also we are having the order. We can now, because previous two we have to tracking with the order number, stripe checkout session, and all properties, especially that products value. If you click on the product, you're gonna have a overly idea how many products and how the quantity is arising. Especially if you go back to your cart, you'll be able to see the details in a perfect way. So that details can be combined whenever we are going to write the schema. So also, as you see, we didn't have that schema yet. So if you just roll back to the schema, we are having only that two schema here, not two is three, I think three, one category product cell. So while is we are getting the category, we will also create that schema here so that it will be available, because I will then change my product category criteria, that the ID and others, to just roll back everything to fetch the all like all the current product easily. So it will be pretty cool to see much more products here. You can upload, and don't worry, the product link, which it will be in the description. I'm gonna upload all the product and attach the link in the description. Feel free to download the product if you want to use the same product. So let's go back to our current project. So we are getting the popover. So now we can also, as we're having the popover, we also need to pass the command value here. So let's go and grab the command also. Then we're going to render our category section. It will be super simple to easily capture that portion. So get the command. And here now, how we will explore and how we're going to keep the tense here, right? To do that uniquely, as you see, that's we have the category selector, right? Now here, we're going to render all together like in a very efficient way. First, what you need to do to make it as a use client, because we're going to use that popover value, especially the open and close value, which we need to use the use client properties. So it's better to keep it as use client, otherwise it will also start making popping up. So const, we're going to pass the open value, which will be set open. And by default, it will take the use state properties, and by default, it will take as a false value. And also you're going to pass a value, which going to be set value. And in that value, put a use state. By default, it will be an empty. Now also you're going to make that router, which going to be rendering from that use route, not the user, should be use router. And whenever you are trying to import use router, especially in Next.js, please remember to capture that using that next navigation. Now, instead of this, all of the things, we don't want it, we will render one popover. So let's say popover, and that popover should be coming from UI. Remember, as we, okay, I think we need to force, will not force, we'll go in the legacy path dependency. So now here, if you just roll back to UI, you're gonna see we have the popover. The command is installing. After install the command, also it will appear right here. Now in the popover, what kind of things we can render? First thing first, in the popover value, okay, command also install. So you will see that command is right here. After installing, you can just use it as I'm doing right now. So now in the popover, we're going to pass a to value here, which will be open, which going to be defined that open value. When we're gonna click that open, it will be open. And on open change, it will be just click to create it and as set open, right? So right now we have nothing here. Then we're gonna pass that popover, and it will be popover trigger. And in that, and remember, not take that from the Redux UI React. It will should be passing from that UI popover, right? Otherwise you're gonna get some error here. And on that properties, we're gonna pass our button. And in the button, how we gonna say in the button, first let's say we're gonna make that a chevron down icon. Chevron, I think it's a SHEVRONS, up down. I think up, chevron up down, yeah, that's the one. Okay, if we hit enter, as you see, we can see now one icon here. Don't worry, we're gonna pass the other value also. Now from that button, we're gonna pass the variant. So should be the variant should be, let's say it will be outline. And also we're gonna pass the role, which is going to be as a combo box. So combo box. And after that, we will also pass that area expand level. So area, it should be expanded. And area expanded, only it will be happen once it is open. Okay. So after that, we also need to pass one more property, put a class name. We're gonna pass a width of 200 pixel, and after that also going to pass justify between, because we're gonna capture two value. Justify between need to be there, and the other value, as you see, that's the popover, right? So we need to pass the other value beforehand. Now this value going to be, we're gonna pass the value, like if we have the value, then we're gonna pass that categories dot find, and from that we're gonna get that category as every parameter as category, and from that category we're gonna pass that category, it should be category dot id is equal to the value, then value dot title we're gonna pass, and if the value is not there, we're gonna just pass a message filter by category, should be category. So right now, as we are not having the value, it will just pass that filter by category. So now we are having the popover trigger. So with that, the popover going to be triggered. Now we are going to render our popover content. So it should be popover content, and in the content we're gonna render our command list, which is going to be from UI command, and from there we're gonna get that our command input value, and in the command input value we're gonna pass the other parameters so it can search from there, right? So right now for the popover content, we're gonna make a class name, which let's say class name, which going to be width going to be full, and padding should be 0. Okay, right now it will be, as you see, it's coming here but not so looks perfectly. We're gonna make it aligned properly, and here let's say in the command, not in the command, in the command input we're gonna inject some of the ratio, should be not class name, should be placeholder, which would be search category, and after that let's say dot 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 3 dot here, then put a class name. We're gonna make a height of 9. Okay, and now once we are, as you see, that's the rendering that. So I think that should trigger perfectly. So we can just make that as a similar width. I think that will be good, otherwise it's lacking, I think, the more space. So let's say give it 200. Okay, yeah, now it's looking good. Okay, so now what we need to do, we need to pass that as having the command. So now we need to grab the command input value is there. So once we are inputting on there, we can just, I want to pass one value here. So let's say on key down, I think it should be on key down, and on key down it should be like we're gonna pass an event here, and from the event we're gonna take some more parameter. If e dot key, like e dot key is there and is equal to enter, right? If we hit the enter button, and then what it's gonna be do, const selected category, category it should be is equal to categories dot find, and from there we're gonna take a category name. I think should be, yeah, should be category, and from that properties let's say c dot title, and that title, and we're gonna make it to lowercase, not local lowercase. We're gonna just make that as lowercase, and after making that lowercase we need to match that, like includes, if that includes that with that e dot current target dot value, we're gonna pass the value, and then dot to lowercase. So whatever we're gonna type, we're gonna match it with the category value, right? That should be selected. If we search something, it will check whatever the category we have injected there, only that one it's gonna pass. Okay, to make you more understanding, I'm gonna just keep it as right now, do this later. Okay, after rendering the category, I'm gonna showcase what we are going to render right now. So after this ratio, we're gonna pass our command list. In that list we are going to showcase the value, or like if we are not finding anything, like if we have command empty value, then we're gonna pass no no category found. Okay, now if we are having that products here, so it should be common group. So in the common group, we're gonna map through the categories, right? We have our categories dot map, and here we're gonna pass everything in between as a category. And after that, what we're gonna do, we are going to return the command item. So in the command item, we're gonna pass our value. So first value, it's going to be taking that category dot title, so it should be category dot title. And also for the key value, we need to provide that. So the key should be category, not categories, should be category dot id. And after that, also for the value we're gonna pass that as the title value, like the category dot title. So now if you see, we have juice and beverage, we have snacks. So we have two value properties, juice and beverage and snacks. So now one more ratio I think we need to provide, like if on select. So whenever we're gonna select a category, what is going to happen, we're gonna pass directly that one to another screen, right? So we're gonna make that as a set value. We're gonna set our value, so it's going to be the value, it should be is equal to category, should be category and dot underscore id. If that is there, okay, otherwise it will just pass that our category dot underscore id. So means it's gonna set the value if the category is id is, I think, yeah, the set value is category id is there, category id. Otherwise I think it should if id is there, then we're gonna pass the category id, right? So category id underscore id. Otherwise it's gonna pass it as a null value. So let's say it will be null. And then we're gonna make that router dot push. We're gonna push that through our, like we need to make one dummy page which will be categories, and in that categories we're gonna make that category with a particular id, should be category then dot slack dot current. So within that Slack property, we're gonna pop that up, and should be set open. We're gonna make that open as false value. So what is gonna happen? Also, you're gonna click. First, we're gonna define one category page. Only then we're gonna render that. Otherwise, because it will just pumping one error here. So what I'm gonna do here in that our app, directly here we're gonna inject another, should be categories. And after that also it will render with, we're gonna render a Slack here because we are routing that with that Slack property. And right now let's create a page.tsx rafce, which going to be categories page. So right now if we click here, as you see, juice and beverage, it's gonna pass that value automatically. As you see in that layer of that like a params, we're getting the juice and beverage, and we are coming here directly there. So right now it should having that, right? We created categories GORIES. Did we miss anything? GORIES categories. Okay, we should have that. Let's roll back here again. We should have that page right there, but I don't know why it's not getting. If we click snacks, okay, it's there, but it's missing something is mentioning there. Okay, before passing that value here, we can also need to fix something. So let's see. Okay, yeah, that's my bad. It's in that, not this layer, it should be within the client. Yeah, it just passing in the root layer. Okay, again, that's the mistake we did. I think what we need to do is that we just okay, as where we are, we're in the client. No, we are not in the client. We'll just inject within the client. Okay, now if we go here in the client, we should be able to see that. We just need to move that within the client because we did it in the app. We should not do it in the app. We should be do in that client directory, right? I think now it will be fine if we just click on that category, and then as you see it's roll back into my category screen. What's the error is there? A button cannot be descended of a button. Okay, there is some button property error. We can check it out. We can just need to roll back to the properties sense. if we just come here, let's see what we did here. So that's the categories, that's the command item. Did we miss anything here? So the command empty, command list we have been provided. Now what the things we did wrong? So that's the command is injecting everything on the command. So if we just grab that list properties, hit save. Okay, the problem is here only. Okay, now what we need to do is that if we are having that command item, right? So we can now put a categories and we are mapping through that. So we have the command group. Now in the command item, as we are passing that, we can also pass a check value. So the check value, it should be check. Need to import it there, and the check value, it should be like the class name. If we having that, also you need to combine with the cn value. So now here we're gonna pass that margin left should be auto, and here we can also define our own variation. Like if we have that value is equal to of that category, should be category dot underscore id, and then we will pass that as opacity of like say 100, and if it's not, then the opacity should be 0. Means if it's selected, only then you can see the check icon. But right now it will not be available, so as we are just fetching directly there. I think our hydration error, is it evaporated? I think so. Yeah, no, it's still there. It's still there, and I believe if we just make that one disappear, I think it's disappearing too. No, is it not yeah, it's not disappearing. Means it's having to be in some other ratio here. So if we go in the category selector, let's see if we just remove that category selector. Let's see if it's persisting or not. I will inspect that for sure, just to see in where exact error is appearing. Okay, right now what we can focus is coming from our category, right? So let's see the category. Yeah, it's coming from the category. Button cannot be descendant. Okay, product list, pop over open. Okay, there is some. Okay, we're passing the pop over, then the popper. Okay, let's see what we did wrong. We may have made some mistake. So we have the pop over, which we triggered as a pop over. Okay, cool. Okay, before doing that, also we need to finish our balance work. So what we have been doing here in that, like we can also finish that one in that category layer. After this, as you see, if we have the selected category slack.item, okay, should be that one selected. I think the okay, that one has a mistake. Selected category. Okay, why it's okay, it need to be entering with that property. So now what we are saying here, if we have like in the selected, like whenever we're entering there, if selected category slack.current is there, we are passing that value as a set category. And how we can see, if we just make it as a juice, as you see is selected. Now we can select and roll back to our there. Now this time also, if matching with the current, we are passing the set value as a selected category.id, and the router we are pushing that through, and I think we are good to go. We are made through a good progress here. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make a quick overview here from where the hydration error is coming. Then we're gonna roll back to pass that our product grid properties. I think the error can be coming from here. If we define that one as child, I think that will be just going. I think so, but it's still not sure yet. Okay, I think yeah, that's good. So only that pop-over trigger. Now it is knowing that it can be rendered through as a child properties, and it's okay. It's like having fun, and we're having fun too. So now let's roll back to our page.tsx, where we can now prefetch our categories. We can grab the categories by product. Now we're gonna define one simple property. Remember how we grab that one as the Slack property. That could be the promise for our params. Now for that, we need to grab that params with async way, which should be our params, and that one it will go define as a props value. So now const we can now define the Slack value. It should be await, and here it will just going to get from the params. So now we need to get the product, right? So how we can get product? So to grabbing the product, first thing we need to grab two properties. One is that const categories is equal to await. It should be get all categories. Okay, first we need to grab the categories, right? So we have the categories, then we need to showcase our product. And how we can do that? It's very simple and pretty much quick way we will go. So first thing first, let's just go back to our criteria here where we can just grab the products by category. And to grab it, let's say to go in our helper function here in the Sanity helpers, first we will go and check the query. We're gonna write the query, then we're gonna do the other things. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy that similar query here. So this query, as is the product query, it should be, let's say, products, and that will be underscore by underscore category underscore query. So we're gonna grab the product according to our criteria of that category. Now if the type is product and we need to now instead of, or we can write this one from the beginning. So this one layer, if the product type, if the type is the product and we need to also make references as the category going to refrain with the reference, then we're going to pass one more value in the reference. We're going to also pass that value which is going to be underscore type is equal to should be category, and we need to provide that slack should be slack dot current, and is equal to, we need to pass that whatever the category slack we're gonna pass category slack. Okay, and after that passing this value, so after outsourcing of that property here in that slack, I think we need to also define one more property here. So after the slack we need to pass our ID, so it's gonna render the product according to the slack ID, so we can prefetch that ID and combine the value. Now we can also define that as order parameter. Order should be name as ascending. Okay, so now what we have here, we are grabbing that product in two criteria. First, we are grabbing product by product, then we are following the references as the category references. We are matching. If we are getting the category product, only then we are fetching those categories product. So the type is product, and the references going to be underscore type is equal to category and the slack dot current, and from there it should be is equal to category slack, which the slack we are going to providing by ID. It's gonna prefetch, and then we're gonna pass the order. So now after having that, now we need to grab the product according to that slack, and how we can name that. So let's say export const get products by category async function, not like that, should be async function as what I'm doing here, async function, and here it will take a parameter which will be category slack, and that one also going to be as a string. And right now we'll make again a try catch property value here, and from there we're gonna just passing that matches message there, fetch product by category name, category error, category, we're gonna pass the error. So now we're going to define that const, we're going to pass the products value, should be products is equal to await, and that will be sanity fetch, and from there what we're going to do, we're going to pass the query which going to be products, I think product by category query, and after that in the params we're going to pass that our parameter, so it should be params, and in the params we're gonna pass our category params. I think where I made the mistake here, okay, it should not wrap within an object. Okay, so the not the category params, should be the category slack. Okay, so now after passing that, we should be able to get the product, then return the products. So it should be products dot data. Okay, if data is available, data, otherwise an empty array. Okay, so now we should be able to get our product according to our category layer which we are going to render. So let's say here const it should be products is equal to await get products by category, get products by category. And here we need to also pass our slug. Okay, let's just to see if we are going to have a product here. Let's go in this next. We should be grab something here. Right now what is saying here, unable to parse entire expression, so means something is wrong here. So first thing first, I'm going to log the products just to see what's happening. Okay, in the products again, one new error, category slug unable to parse expression. Okay, what's the expression is unable to parse? I think something maybe we missed in our query. I think so, that can be only happen, otherwise it's supposed to be fine. So in the query, what we have been done, if we just go back here, let me try again. Yeah, that was the expression. Okay, what's the changes there? So we're getting that underscore type is equal to product. So that's our first parameter. And we're passing that references. And here underscore type is equal to category. Okay, and we're passing that slug dot current. And here also we are passing that category slug. And then we are passing is according to the ID. I think which one we are making a bit mistake here. Okay, I'm gonna make it bigger just to see if we are in the right track. Okay, so now as we can define here, let me see again. The type is equal to product, so we're getting our type, it should be okay. And we're passing the references, and underscore type is equal to category, and we're getting the slug.current is equal to, it should be our category slug. And after that we are passing the value. Okay, I think that one expression can be causing that error, I think so. No, not yeah, not that expression. So which one is okay, wait a minute, why there is two? There should be one. So means we are, yeah, did we duplicate that? So that's our first expression. Okay, let me write again. We are just missing one expression here, that's it, nothing else. So we can fix that. So it should be asterisk, then the second bracket, third bracket, then we're gonna pass a type is equal to, should be a value of a product. Okay, what's wrong? Okay, I close all together. Or let me just go and define the query again. Now here we will pass one, like say underscore type, it should be accordingly products. And then we're gonna make that references, and in the references we're gonna get also another parameter here, which is going to be also that underscore type, which would be it's equal to category. And then we're gonna make the slug.current, which will be is equal to, and then we're gonna also make that our category slug. And after the category slug, we're gonna render that within the ID. I think that's one was okay. We just make one of that, like one of the bracket, it was more ascending. And this time if we can render, yeah, it's now projecting the product. So I think we are in good hand, so no worries, we fixed that. It's just having a little typo error, so it can be fixable. So now as we're having the property here, as we're having the value, now we can go and grab the properties and mix those things popping up in a good fashion. And to do that in the category layer, how we can make that things to be done in a proper way. It will be pretty simple. So let's go back to our page here. So in the page, what I'm gonna do in that category layer, I'm gonna take a container. So in the container, I'm gonna define how we need to capture those. Let's put an h1 tag, and here I'll make that search results for. Then I'm going to pass the span. Here I'm going to define the category. But first thing first, let's go in the top layer here, put a class name, should be flex, flex should be column, item center, justify top, justify should be, I think, item center, bj gray of 100, and hit save. Okay, we should be in a right place. Okay, cool. Now here put a class name, padding should be 8, and here bj should be white, and then rounded should be lg, shadow should be md, margin top should be 3, and we will be coming here evaluating this ratio, right? So right now there is something fishy here. We can pass that width. Why is not getting the full width? That's my question. Yeah, now it's getting, so we need to combine with that to provide the full width. Let's go. So in that h1 tag, put a class name, text2 should be 2xl, and md text should be 3xl, and font should be bold, so we can see the text properly. And in that span tag, we can now modify that. We can pass that slash. So in the slash, we can split the slash. And how we can split? We can just make that one as a hyphen, as it's going to coming as a hyphen. So we need to take it in this actual value, and here we're going to pass the map as a word, and from the word we will pass that word dot, we're going to make that character at, and from the 0 we will just make that, we're going to make that as to uppercase, and after that uppercase letter we're going to concate that. So let's say word dot slice, then we're gonna just slice this within one parameter, and after slicing that we're gonna join it all together, and we're gonna join within according to the empty spaces, so that will be there, and after that it will be our as a collection. So the search results for its next collection, and for this one we can make some of the class name here. The text should be dark blue. Cool. So now we did it. Even you can just, if you want to make it, you can just keep it outside, so we can now have that next collection. If we now roll back to get another positioning here, if we can just make filter category and juice and beverage, we should be able to get the juice and beverage. Now after that h1 tag, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just pass that product list, and in the product list we're gonna pass that our products, which will be the products, and in the categories we're gonna pass our categories, so we should be able to render the entire screen which we have in the home. Now day of the deal and others, we don't want to showcase that. How we can maximize that, right? And to do that, if we see in the product list category we have one value title, right? So now what we gonna say, if this one, so that's the one is the making problem, right? So I'm gonna make a condition, if there is no title value, only then you can render it. Means if the title is not empty, like false, right? So what I'm gonna say, from here I'm gonna pass a value that should be title should be true. So means the title should be true, it should not appear, right? So if only title is not there, only that time it will show. If you go in the home page, it will be available, but here it will not be available. As you see, okay, it's not available there also, because in the home, or we can make, say, not like that. Yeah, that's little condensing. So we will go in our home layer, we can say from here title is true. Okay, it is already there, we just need to add the things. Whenever title is true, title will show. We just need to add that, otherwise everything was okay. So if we go in this next, it should not be showcasing the other property. And as you see, the header is running away. We don't want the header to be run away. So I think that's one is fixed. Now little bit work in the header is pending. We'll go and fix that very quick. So let's roll back to our header, and if you're coming here, as you see, it's working perfectly the way it's supposed to be. So it's done, it's fully flexible. If you choose for the snacks value, it will take the snacks. If you choose the juice and other property, it will check. If you make that like let's say chips, enter, it will also let you get your chips. So now one more property need to be pending values here for the header, and let's go make it have more fun in the header. I'm going to close other properties. Now in the header, what we can do more? The thing is, it's not sticky. First thing first, we're gonna make it sticky so that it will not go away. So let's make it a sticky one. A sticky top should be 0, z should be 50, so it will always be at top. Is it there? No. Why? We provide the yeah, now it's there, providing the value. And also we need to make it as a good way so that it will be in a proper shape. If we just make it a little bit lower, as you see, it's crash altogether. It should not crash, right? So now what we can do in that header properties, so we have the container. So instead of wrapping everything with the container, we also going to make this entire ratio of that should be providing in a proper way. Should be this one altogether and this. Okay, so now what we can do, we can make the things, as you see, is the flex item center, justify between, and putting a gap of 5. We can make that also flex wrap. So every time there is no space, it will take this space and just go below that. Is it going? No, it's not going. Okay, I think maybe we are missing something. If we come here, okay, it's coming, yeah, as you see, it's coming. So now we just need to align a bit. Okay, it's coming there. Okay, so what we can do, we can make it more flexible. So to do that, as you see in the card, in the lower bit icon here, so that is the card icon. From there we can just make a little bit smaller. So text already is small, so we can check the icon here. So MD, we will say MD, it will be width 6 MD, and basically we're gonna provide a width of 3, height of 3 to put a smaller icon, or I think 5 by 5 icon is what you need. And for the text, let's say that is small, and this one also going to be MD screen, and this one text should be extra small. Okay, I think we can just render within this in between time, and we can just re-render the properties, and the gap 2, it should be only in MD. Initially we're gonna provide a gap of 1. Yeah, so you see the way we concat that. You can also make avail that one, the concatation, the way we can make that mixed up. So now in the sign out button, as you see, the name is getting the error. So what we can do is that welcome back and others, we can just disappear. So by default it will be as hidden value. MD, it should be inline flex. So right now you will view only the icon, probably, most probably. I think so. Yeah, okay, that's cool. Now instead of flex wrap property, which I really don't like at all, because the flex wrap only wrapping on the things going to become in vision. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make it is a flex, so it will be flex column, and MD should be flex row. That's it. Simple, super simple. Now if we come back here, okay, yeah, super simple. Okay, that's getting, but it's not so good, because also in MD item should be center, so that the item by default it can also get through any start properties. Okay, good. Now your homework is that this icon and the search value should be aligned together. Right now it's not aligned, you need to make it align together. That's the work only need to do in home. Okay, so now we have this value. So what we need to do is now to create our schema, because we have the product. If we click, we are getting the single product. If we go with the category, we are viewing the product. So everything is good to go. Now very first thing is to write our actual schema, by which we can now grab the other properties. So we need to go in our schema types and now provide the schema. And in the schema type, this will be one of the core schema, so you need to be very careful, don't mess around, be quietly type and be careful with that. So the type.ts, here we're gonna type our order schema, and how it will be. So it should be export const order type. It should be the define type, And in the define type parameter, we're going to pass an object, and over here we're going to pass a name, and the name should be as an order name by which we can grab the data from the database. The title should be as a capital order, and then we're going to make the type, which will be a type of document, and then we're going to also provide an icon, which will be icon, let's say as a basket icon. And then we're going to define our fields, which is an array, and within the defined field, we're gonna, like within the fields parameter, we need to define each and every field. So it will be defined field parameter, and in the defined field parameter, the first field we're going to define is that we're going to pass a name, which is going to be order number, and then we're going to define that title of the order number, which will be order number. And after that, we're going to type a type, which is going to be as a string. And after that, we're going to also make a validation here, which is going to be passing that as a rule value. And as you remember, when we're going to set the rule, that we will make that rule dot require. So anyone who is going to type that, they're going to fix that and make that rules to be required. Now, as a very much defined value should be there, what I really want you to take your time, go each and every sect, and then understand and write. But don't worry, whenever I'm gonna pasting that, I will let you know which one I'm and where I'm doing that one in that scenario. So first, as we are going to having the order number, and then the title, it will redirect to the order number, type is a string, the validation rule, which will be the rule is required. So every order should be having that order number. Then we have the define field, which is going to take that Stripe checkout session ID, and the title should be Stripe checkout session ID, by which we can interact with that. Type should be string, and it's not required at all. The name, it will Stripe customer ID, and there we're gonna get the customer ID from our Stripe, which is the string, and also every customer should have a customer ID. Then now we will gonna get our Clark user ID. As we are logged in using the Clark, we should get the ID back here. So as this user has an ID, so that's the ID going to be required right here, and every time any order should be applied, the user ID should be required. After that, we are taking that customer name, which by need to pass the title as customer name is a string, and the validation is required. Every customer should have their name, also should have their email, which is also be typed as a string. Then the Stripe payment ID, which is required, by which we can generate that yes, that ID, that Stripe payment is done or not. Then remember, we have one product scope there in the order, middle of the order, we are showcasing the product. This one we need to define right here so that we can maximize how we can showcase that one. So in the define field, we're gonna define one more properties here, so which will be an object, and that one, the name should be the name of that products. And by that product's name, we can grab that one. The title also, you're gonna pass that as a products. And after that, we will be passing type, and that type, it should be an array of product, not a single product, but an array of product. And from that fields, in that array, we need to note the field set as it is an array. So not this one, I think we can make an of properties, and from that of properties we can make that define array member. Okay, so in that member we will pass that value here, by which we can also need to property pass a type, which will be an object, the member listed within that. Then we're gonna pass the fields here in between. So in the fields, what kind of fields it will be there? That should be actually going to get two fields here. One, it will get that product and the product bought, and which will be the reference as the product. So entire products criteria, it can be filled up within that. Then it will come with the quantity purchase, how many quantity is purchased, that's the one I'm going to showcase there. And after that, we'll just get that property value. And after that, to just having a quick preview of the product, we also need to interject that preview mode here, so that we will be able to showcase what kind of product validation and what kind of product variation we are getting all together. So to grab that one, I think we need to pass this value, and to create that product value, I think, yeah, that's the S should not be there. In the preview, we are getting that product, which will be the product name, product quantity, and getting the image from the product image. The price should be the product price and the currency should be product currency. That product is the product of this reference. So this reference product should be aligned right here. And for the return, we're providing that product and product quantity and the product price into quantity. So you and also the image. So in that tab, as you remember, there is like a little bit of velocity here, which is we're just showcasing the product quantity value, amount, and the image. And after that, we also need to define some more criteria here, and it will be pretty simple here. I will just popping that up. It's not that much handy, but it's required for that. So now we're gonna get the total price. So remember, we have the product, we need to get the total price, and then we're gonna price should be number. Every product should have that total price value. Then we're gonna have the currency also, which need to be as required role. Then we will also get the discount amount value. After that, we're gonna get the status, order status, either is pending or is paid. So the both value need to be injected there, or the value is shipped. So from these three, it can be aligned all together. And after that, like there is a 5 value, I think, which is pending, paid, shipped, delivered, and cancelled. So these 5 value can be interject in between. Whenever the payment is done, we're gonna pass the like that paid. Otherwise, also like if any of the error is there, you can make it a note in that online payment, or you can just make a cash on delivery. That time you can go and implement those kind of scenario. And then we are going to have that order date. Now, after having that order data, we need to create an order preview to showcase how we want to showcase the preview. And to show the preview, it will be a pretty simple way. And the way is that we're gonna just rendering that. With that, we are passing selecting value with the customer name, amount, total price, currency, the currency, order ID should be the order number, and passing the email. In that prepare list, in the order ID snippet, we are passing that order ID and we are slicing it with the 5. So the 5 character, the first 5 and the last 5 we are taking. So the order ID, it should be a long ID, is coming from this tribe. So it will be the first and last 5 character we are taking, and returning value is that name and then order ID snippet. So the customer name and the order ID, then the subtitle should be the amount, and then the currency value is there, then passing the email, and the icon should be the basket icon. So now this is the pretty much all for the order value. This is the order scenario here. So this the order types is ready. So now as you see, that will be our in the Sanity, we should be able to visible that. But before visible, make it visible, we need to go in here, and remember we need to pass that order type. So after passing that order type, the type should be generating here. So let's just go and render that order type when it's ready. So let's, instead of the structure, okay, where I'm going right now, let's scroll back, or what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna close that, and I'm gonna open one more terminal here, and from there I'm gonna view my studio. So localhost 3000, and this one not require. So now we are going to view the order parameter, so that we should be understand how the order is working, how is maintaining the parameter. As you see in the order, now that one we will not fill up. We're gonna inject the order whenever the order is successfully done. We're gonna inject, as you see, every order having the number and the step checkout and other properties. It's also going to deal with that the item of that products, which we right now we can add it here, but it should not be added there. The order must be from there, and then we're gonna have the date and order status. As you see, we can interject with the 5 status here. So right now we don't need that one, so I'm just gonna simply delete that, which is not required. So now I think we are fulfilled. We have our data right there. I think it's good to go to create the other properties. So now what's the pending things ratio here? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna change my order, like the page ID, especially for the my store ID, the Sanity ID, so that I can grab my previous data from my previous data set. So here is my previous value ID. As you see, the data is available. Now I think also what we did here in between, we may need to go back to the page. Remember, we make some dummy arrangement there, by which we said we're gonna fix that later, or either we did in the product listing. This padding bottom. So if we remove that padding bottom, that should be a clear field here. Okay, we should make that padding bottom as 10, not as 32. It will be pretty risky and bigger more. So now we should be able to see a cleaner view here. Okay, yeah, that's cool. So now what we need to do is to get more to set up our store. Remember, we have almost everything in our arsenal, but to make it in real time as to interface is that to create our store, which we're gonna use it using Zustand. To set our store, we will use Zustand, which will be really helpful to build a clean state and store within our application layer. And we'll go to the Zustand documentation. As you see, you can just go and easily create that state and click and make that really easy cool function. If you roll back to the documentation, it's pretty simple, straightforward documentation by which you can learn that how to use the Zustand. First thing, you need to install it. So let's copy this portion and let's roll back to our terminal here. And what you're gonna do, we will first install it, and after installing we will let the process to done in other way. Now here, as you see how you can start, you just need to create your store using that create store, then you make the use store and then create the state and then declare it. So within the increasing function, you can use increase, you can remove, you can update. It's pretty simple and straightforward. So let's go there, GitHub documentation from here. And after using that, also to save that one in real time, you can also use that persist, should be persist. As you see, the persist middleware that will be responsible to save in the real time. As you see, you need to just wrap your create function within the persist, and also you can use the middleware and other properties. And I will explain everything while we are doing that. Okay, there is a little bit problem is that we need to go with that legacy pair dependency, as it's still not getting the support for 19. So let's just go with legacy pair dependency. And after doing that, we need to create a store. I'm going to close everything here and I will just go in the root file of there. And here I'm going to create a new file named store.ts. As you see, I'm keeping it at the root. So in that way, it will be easily accessible and it can get the entire root status. So now we're going to go with several instances. First, we're gonna go and grab to create an card state, like an initial formation whenever you are trying your application to use that Redux toolkit or React Redux. And to do that, let's say interface, we'll define the card state, should be card state, which will be an object. And in the object, we're gonna define several things, which going to be items, and the item should be our card item. And by default, it will be an empty array. And now we need to pass that card item here. To create the card item, what we're gonna do is that we make here that export interface, and that will be our card item. So in the card item, we will pass the product, and that product should be the product of our Sanity types product. And after that, we will also pass the quantity, which will be as a number. So that's the items for the card. And after that item, we will also gonna having multiple scenario, which it will be to get support is that add to cart add item function, which will add the products in the card. And by default, it will get the product, and which will be the product of our product. And as it going to run a function, it will be invite. And after that, I will just go and duplicate some of these. So let's pass that, make few times here. So one, it will be add to card, one add, which will be add item, another it will be remove item. And for the remove item, okay, it will also take a value. It will not be the product, it will be product ID. So every time you're gonna want to remove one product, we're gonna just pass the product ID, not entirely the product. After that, so there will be another one. So let's just go and replicate that one. Add item, that one should be delete card products. And similarly, it will also gonna grab that product ID, and by that we can delete the product from the card. Then we are going to having another one, which will be our reset card function, and with that it will be simply a function by which we can reset our entire card. And then we will get one more is that get total it will be, let's say, total price. We can get by calling the product itself, but also we can get from the state, and it will be pretty simple in that way. So now here it will be a function, and actually it will not be a function. In the get product function, we're gonna just pass some of the number value, and the similar way I will just duplicate that, because the next one it will be get subtotal, so subtotal price, and also it will be a number. Then we are going to pass one more, that should be get item count, and that one also going to pass the product ID itself, and which going to be let's say as the product ID, all of that it will be string, not as the product, so it will be string. Okay, so whenever we are passing the ID, we are just, the ID value should be a string value. I'm just going to rename that. So in that void number, we're going to also return a number like the product count number, and here we will get one more properties, which will be get grouped items, which will return entire card item. So here we are not going to take any variable, we're just simply going to get that card item, which going to be an array of card item. Now that's the state. So as you see in this state, we have items, we have add to cart function, we have remove item function, we have delete card product function, reset card function. Then we have the get total price, which will get the total price value. We will also get the total subtotal like a subtotal price value. Then there is the get item count, which is a function returning the item count. Then we will get the get group by items, by which we can get all the items. This item count, it will return that actual, like if I add this product twice, okay, so this will be 2 counts, so that will be the count which is providing. Now to get the entire count, we'll just get that get group items, and the item get group items dot length should be our actual item count. Now as you're having it, it's time to create. Still it's just defining the state, right, for the type safe. Now we should be able to create our store. To create that, let's say const user card store is equal to, we will use that create function, create, and it's not showcasing here by default. So what I'm gonna do at the top, I'm gonna import that. So let's say import, that will be create, and it will be from Zustand, not from but from Zustand. Okay, so after that create formula, here we can just get value of that create state value. So create state, okay, not create state, sorry, it's the card state. So card state, okay. After the card state is just passing that parameter of a type safe parameter. Now we will define our function here. It will gonna return, and within that return we're gonna wrap it with the persist. Okay, so that persist also need to be imported, but not from the Zustand, but from the Zustand middleware. So we need to import, that should be our persist, and it will be from Zustand /middleware. Now we have our persist value. So now within that persist value, we can wrap together and can follow through to put other variable here. So that's the persist value, and then we will return one parameter, not one, it will be 2, which one it will be get the set value, another it will be get our get value. That 2 value it gonna render from this instance, and after that we will within a function we're going to return that object. So now that's the settable function for creating our other parameter, and after that also we need to define that name of that, whatever the name we are going to set that, which should be card store. Okay, card store. Now it's time to defining our function here. So this time we're going to create one function one by one. First, items. So the items by default, it will be an empty array. Okay, so that's the first instance. There will be nothing added, just an empty array. Now after having that, we will use that add item, which by default going to take that our product value, the variable which going to be surpassing as product. And now what we may need to do is to create that function within that. So how we can do that? We'll just get that function variable, And after that we need to set the value, right? So in that set it will take the parameter of state, so we can get our state, and from there we're going to return something. And how we are going to return, that's the crucial thing. First, like every item, like whenever we are adding an item in the cart, there should be an existing item, right? Once the existing item is there, we're gonna just increase the quantity. If the existing item is not there, if it's the first time, we will just add the item. So that's the condition we need to write. So now const existing should be existing item, and that should be state state dot items dot we will find from there, and from that item we'll take that everything as an item, and we're gonna get that item dot product dot underscore id. That should be matched with the product we are going to send, product dot underscore id. So whenever that two is matched, that is our existing item, right? Now we'll write a condition. If we have one existing item available, like in our cart there is an existing item, then we're gonna return something, else we're gonna return something. So now if we have the existing item, what you want to return. If we doesn't have, what you need to return. Now you may are facing there is a lot of error is going on. You can do one thing, because this as a type shape, you can just like comment all, then you can define this parameter. You will see the error, it will disappear. But we're gonna go one by one. First, if existing item is available, we'll return something. What are you gonna return? We're gonna return that our items, that should be state dot items dot map. We're gonna take a item parameter, and from that item should be item dot product dot underscore id, and that should be is equal to product dot underscore id. And that is available, we're gonna do something. If it's not matched, we're gonna do something. If it's not matched, we are just gonna pass the item, right? So whatever the item is there, that means if we have the existing item, and if that item's id is matched, we are just checking one more time. Doesn't matter if we have the product, and if the product id is matched, only that time we are going to inject something. What are you going to inject? We are just spreading whatever the item we have, then we are going to pass a quantity, should be quantity, and that quantity should be item dot quantity plus 1. So now let's see. First time what we did, if we doesn't have the item, if the id is not matched, means we doesn't have that product, we're just passing the item. Now if we're finding, if we have the existing product and then also the id is matched, means we can now insisting that this product is matched together, so it's the same product, then we are just increasing the quantity, plusing it by 1. Now after that, if we doesn't have the existing item, we'll return something, and we're going to return the second condition which we are passing. That should be our items, and within items we're going to concat, we're going to pass all of our state dot items, whatever we have, and from there we're going to pass one more things, because our product, we're going to pass the product, and whenever we are going to pass the product, we're going to add a quantity which will be 1. So every time we are adding a new product, if the product is available, just increasing the quantity. Other than we are keeping everything as cool as it possible. Now as you see, if we finished our add to cart item, now we can do is that we can now export that function, which will be, let's say, export default. It should be user card store. That's it. Now with that function we can use the card, right? It's very simple as it is. Now as you see, I'm just defining in that way, because so that the error will disappear and you will feel that everything is going all right. Now we're gonna write other variables too, then we're gonna finish it. So we have now add to cart 1. So after that we will adjoin one more, which will be our remove item function, and in that remove item, the parameter, it will just take that as product id. So now the similar fashion, it will just look alike, it will be in a similar symphony. So from that parameter, let's just define the function, and we're gonna take the set parameter, and now we can access the state by state flag, and here we're gonna define how we want to remove the product, right? If items, so the state dot items dot, we're gonna reduce from there, and from there we're gonna take an account parameter, and we're gonna take the item. So here what we're gonna do, if, so let's say if item, let's say item dot product dot id, is equal to product ID, so means the product is match, is available. What we're gonna do, and also if item dot quantity is greater than 1, then what I gonna do is that account, and I would love to close all, because that's really annoying when you are having a lot of error here. It's difficult to get sort of the things. So we're gonna push that one. So now if it's match, so if it's match, and we're gonna also pass the else case here, and after this okay, let me see where we end up. So okay, I'm gonna comment this portion. So now here we are getting that state, and from that state, I think, am I in a good position? Okay, let me just see it. So we are passing the remove item, where we are taking the product ID, and from the product ID, see, that's the way we are making is reversible mistake, because as you see, that should not be in that way. So again, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna remove that remove item parameter. That's the just a slight mistake happen. So also what I'm just requesting you, whenever you do, try to go with the typeset parameter, go it one by one, so that it will be very similar safe case scenario. So now from here, we're gonna just pass the set method, and from here we will get the state, and from the state now we are going to define how we want to see the parameter. So it will be in that way. And here we're gonna say items dot state dot items dot reduce, and now we are in the line, and here we're gonna take as the item, and after that we'll return something. So if that our item dot product dot ID is equal to our product ID, then we are going to do something, and else we're going to do something, and after if else we're going to return something. So now we know how the value should be there. So you're going to return that account, so whatever we're going to do in that in between. So now what I'm going to do is that should be dot push. And how we can push that, we're gonna push like, also I think, yeah, we need to check that one if we have the quantity. If item dot quantity is greater than 1, then we're gonna do something like account dot should be push, injecting everything in between. Then we're gonna spare our previous item, then we're gonna pass the quantity, should be, let's say quantity should be item dot quantity minus 1. So now we'll be able to just decreasing the quantity minus 1. And now what we can do also, like here in the else dot push, that should be directly as item, and here we need to define whatever the function variable we are accessing. So that one as will be an empty, and it will be as a card item parameter. Okay, now let's see where we are and how it's not working in a way. Okay, so I think if still error is persisting, you just need to make that, just reload your window, it will disappear. For me it was okay, the similar things it was there, just to having some annoying error was there. So now we are having the remove item. Now we will go to create our delete card item. Okay, so we're gonna do this one at next, and to do that we'll just go in a similar position how we can delete the product. We'll just every time we're gonna click, we will be able to delete product from this state, and to do that we're gonna define our, let's say, should be delete card product, and here also we're gonna get that our product ID as the parameter over here, and from that we're gonna set our state. So let's say state, and from the state we're gonna define how we want to declare it. Okay, done. Now we will pass the items, and that item should be state dot, and then say it should be items dot, we will filter in between that. So whenever ID we're gonna passing there, so we will, like if we have 10 items and now I'm passing ID number 2, right? So whenever I'm passing the ID number 2, I'm gonna go and check if all the 10 items, if that ID number 2 is matched, I'm gonna filter it. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna remove that ID number 2, and I'm gonna keep others 9 there available. Okay, so that's why we're gonna delete whatever the ID we're gonna pass, we will make it as not equal to. So now it will be item.filter, and in the filter parameter we're gonna pass that, and here we're gonna take everything as a product value, and from that product value we're gonna just pass that product dot should be id, and that id it's supposed to be not equal to as the product id we are going to pass, right? So this will not be equal to on that, and I think after doing that one we should be fine. Now as you see, the error is persisting. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna reload my window. Let's see. As you see, that's gone. Sometimes it's just taking a bit of time to take the TypeScript to access all those state parameter. And as you see also, my some of the design is getting broken. I'm gonna just refresh again. It will take a bit of time, but it will be fine. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, as we are having the trim of item products, so all it will be a similar fashion. I'm gonna just reconcile all of it. So now what we're gonna do, as we have that our delete product card here, now after that we will get our second value, which will be our receipt card, and then it will be just a simple function. And remember how we're gonna say, we're gonna set the every single card state, which will be an empty value. So should be the items is our product, so items should be an item should be as a value of an empty array. Okay, so after that, as the receipt card, we will get total price, and in the total price we will also, it will be a function, and we are just gonna rendering the simple variable here. So you're gonna return from these premises. So from the total price, how we're gonna reconcile this? It will be a very simple configuration. How we're gonna return? What we're gonna return? We're gonna get, first we're gonna get all of the items. So it will be get should be items dot, we're gonna reduce within that, and from here we'll take an access of total and we'll access the item, right? And in that scenario we will say that total plus it should be our item dot product dot price. So that should be, if it's not equal to 0, so it will check the null check by default, and then we're gonna make that item dot quantity. So like every product, what are you gonna check? So to get the total price, every product, it will go back there. The total is equal to be like item dot price into item dot quantity. Like I have 10 items and like have the price of 10, so it will be $100. And if I have any simultaneous scenario, it will just return that get back entire total card price. So now that's the total. And now what I'm gonna do, I need to also be happen to provide a subtotal value, right? So we have a price, then we are having subtotal price, so it will get also get subtotal price. Also it will be a simple function void, so we're gonna return from there. So we need to return the number from here. Okay, card item is not assignable type, so why get total price? Is it sure? I think it's there. Okay, we'll check again. If there's any missing is around there, we're gonna call back, or we can just make that comment it and then start again. It will be fine also. So now from here we're gonna return, and this time what we're gonna do, first we're gonna get all the items. So dot items should be items dot reduce, and from here we'll get also the total price, and then we're gonna get the item. And now this time we will gonna generate something like we will make a variable. So first we're gonna generate like const, the price should be, price is equal to, that will be item. So as we having the item value, item dot product dot price, and we're gonna pass the null check, so that will be our item, so means the price. And then we will also get the discount value. So const discount is equal to be, we're gonna render with wrapping with that value, so item dot product dot discount, and here also you're gonna check if it's not null, and after that we're gonna make it into with price value, and after that we're gonna divide into 100. And why we are doing that, every discount, because we are not having the discount price. What we are having that in a product, we have the discount percentage, like your product price is $10, now discount percentage is 10%, so means like okay, let's say so $1 you're gonna discount from that price. Now we have the actual figure, $10 is the product price. Now how we can configure the discount, because we don't have the discount account, we have only the percentage. Now what we are doing with that $10, we are adding that 1%, like 10%, like $10, 10% is $1. We're adding is 10 plus 1, making it 11. So we know what is the discount price is 11 and the actual price is 10. Now let's say const discounted price should be discounted price is equal to price. First we're gonna take the price, then we're gonna take our discount price, so both price, and here we're gonna return what we're gonna return the total price, so total plus here it will be discounted price, and after that we're gonna pass into item dot quantity because the quantity value also required there. Now we have these two, and after that, as we are having that two value, we're gonna just get another two one which will be a very implicit. So after that parameter we're gonna get item count. So now we will also get the item count value, and by default every item count we will get that product ID, so that we can check back the product and get it in that. So const item, it should be is equal to get. So first we'll access our items here, items dot find, and we're gonna match with that ID, so it should be ID, and we're gonna say item dot product dot ID, and that should be is equal to product ID. Okay, that's our item, and we're gonna return from there item dot, if item is available, item dot quantity, which will be there. If it's not available, it will be 0. So we have this one. So the last one, we're gonna have that create group items, which going to be supposedly an array, so it will be get. So in there we're gonna just get the value, should be all over item value. Okay, so that's the premises we are having right now. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just reload my window. Let's see if we're having an error. It will disappear because TypeScript is freaking out. So it will be, I think, also going to be same when you are doing that, is having some trouble once you're just encompassing with that value. So now as you see, as we are doing that right now, we should be able to get our value properly, and now this is the high time to just to go and put that value on the action. So remember where we're gonna do that. Okay, still having one minor error here which is happening. That's the get total price. So let's just check at the top. So in the price value, get total price, we are just getting the number value, right? Get subtotal price, we are getting the number value. So these two is still freaking me out. So let's say what we missed here. Get total price, we are passing the function, and from the return get items dot reduce, then we are getting the total and item value. Total is equal to item. Okay, what is showcasing here? Operator plus cannot be applied to types card item and number. Okay, that's the issue. But it's why it's saying something like that. We just replace. Okay, what we miss here, let's say again. So is equal to item and total plus item dot product dot price. We check the null check item dot okay. That is my bad. We need to also pass that fallback check, which is going to be as a 0, otherwise it will not function again properly. So item dot 0, and also we need to pass that fallback value as also n 0. So that's 2 was missing from there. So now if I just reload my window, I think this time it should accept that. I think so, but it's still not accepting. No worries. So we're gonna just go and check what's the things is happening, and we can just debug it. No problem. Okay, so this time I'm refraining that it should work, but let's see. So we need to make that fallback 0, otherwise the TypeScript is breaking out. So let's see, we're gonna get the, okay, now I think it's all right. So as you see, we are having our all the variable. Let's go back to our add to cart button. Here we're gonna make the action, right? So as you see, add to cart button is actually an use client button, right? So it's a client side library. So now here we will make the function and let the other things working as supposed as it be. Now as you see, we get the item count, right? So this count is a static count. Now this time we will not get that static count. How are we gonna get that? Let it be static, but first we're gonna take the action, then we're gonna accept the count. So it will be in a super simple way. First, we'll roll back to our button. As you see, handle add to cart function we are running here. So here we're gonna just throw the product to our directly making it add to cart. So should be add to cart. So it will be, let's say, not add to cart. We use that add item, right? Add item. so it's not showcasing directly. So what we need to do first, we need to get back whatever the function we are going to use it from our store. Should be const, we're gonna get that add item, and also we're gonna get that add item, and then we're gonna get add item count. It should be coming up from our, let's say, user car store. Okay, that's the value we're gonna check here. So now we can dispatch directly. Now as you see, for Zustand, we no need to put that layout wrapper. As you see in the client, if you're using that normally, if you're using the Redux toolkit, we need to put a wrapper in our especially as you see that we provide the Clark provider as a dynamic way in our layout. But whenever we are using Zustand, is no need to provide the wrapper, and it will work perfectly fine as you use the persist manager there. So now as you see, what we're gonna do, we're gonna just make a simple function which will define that, make that add to cart add item, and here we're gonna pass our product. That's it, done. It will really gonna save in that real time. And when we did that, is it still is in use client? What is saying? Okay, React has detected a change in order to hooks called add to cart button. This will lead to bugs or errors if not fixed. Use state, where is, what the hell is happening here? Let's just see one more time. I think we supposed not to get error, but we'll see. So that time we're gonna pass a toast of success message. We're gonna make it in a backtick. We're gonna pass that product dot name. We're gonna make it as a substring. So substring, we're gonna make it 0.12, so maximum 12 character it will be there. And there we're gonna pass added successfully. So that's the message. Also you're gonna check that. Now I'll check if the product is available. So now if we click, as you see, the juice is added successfully, So now it's time to get our actual count, right? So as you see, we have the dummy count. So I'm going to remove that dummy count. I'm going to check the count at the top level here. So that would be const item count is equal to, that should be get item count, and here we're going to pass the product underscore ID. That's it. So as we did, as you see, we're having, if we add, is added, right? Okay, what's happening? It's not adding the okay, because there we didn't submit the function yet. Okay, it's my bad, but here we did it, right? If you add that, you see added. Also we need to inject the number, so that's that's cool. We need to fix that. So many things we need to be fixed here right now. So now as you see, we have our, also we can make that is out of stock formula, right? So when the product is out of stock, if the product is out of stock, we can disable. But right now I think that is not mandatory, because if the product is out of stock, okay, yeah, you see, we can add the product, but we should disable that one. Okay, so if the product is out of stock, the button, it will not work. Okay, so const is out, let's say is out of stock, should be equal to product dot stock, should be stock, what I'm doing, stock is equal to 0. Where I did that, it should be top of that. Yeah, I think I missed something. Yeah, let's see, the bracket I missed, so that was my bad. So I'm gonna just refrain that and get back the things. So that should be bottom of it. So now we know when the product is out of stock. Now also to define that parameter in a perfect way, so what we can do is that right now we are added the product by mistake. We can delete it, no problem. So that time we can showcase that one. So here in the add to cart button, we can now define how it will be there. We will make it disable, and when it will be disable, it will disable once is out of stock. Okay, so it will be disable flag. I think we have another product which should be out of stock. Okay, here okay, we have only one product is out of stock. So now how we can make another out of stock? I think it's pretty simple. What we can do, I'm gonna just check that, and I'll open my studio. And here we're gonna make a product out of stock in real time, so that we're gonna also get the upload things here, so that we will take the dispatch method, because this one we're gonna render later on. We need to remove that particularly. We will do it, no worries. But first we're gonna fix that to grab a product and make it out of stock parameter. So from here, from the product, we will take one product, which so let's see, we will take that chili flakes. Okay, so where is the chili flakes? That one. And we will wipe the stock from here, so it will be out of stock. Okay, it's loading, and from here in the stock we'll make it 0, so no product is available. Keep it publish. And right now if we roll back here, you will apply that without reload, supposed to be. Let's see. Okay, it's taking more time. Let's go. It's updated. It's supposed to come here. Okay, let's take the hit. Now as you see, if it's out of stock, we can't click on it. Okay, so that's why we can make it in a more elaborate positioning. So now as you see, we add to cart the product, but the price and others is not matching with our parameters. So we need to figure it out how to keep that one. So that is the one is done once product is added to cart, right? So now here there should be the other parameter by which it will be make it more sensible. So first we're gonna put the actual parameter here. So in the subtotal, the price format, what we are doing, we're passing that product.price. If its price is available, then item count, then 0. But is it so? Is 52? No, I don't think so. It's the actual match is happening. Did we miss anything? Item count, we are getting total, get item count. Okay, so that's the price ratio. Why the subtotal is not updating? Product.price is available, then item.count. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna check if log should be item count. Let's see what we are getting back in the item count. So let's in the console. Okay, 0 1 1. Yeah, all the product is 1. Yeah, that's right, because all the product is one product. Okay. it was good. Okay, so now we need to make that that's quantity button should be work properly. Only then it will hit the ratio, because in the quantity button, once we are clicking, the product should be added perfectly. Only then it will take the hit. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna also grab that parameter, should be add item, and also make it remove item. Okay, I think after add item we will just pass that, let's say use card store. And now what we can do right now, add item, it will give support that. See, remove item, get item count. So everything now it will work perfectly. So as you see that item count again, so that should not be aligned like that. So what we can do right now, we can just flex it with that parameter. So the item count should be the item count. As you see, we're getting 1, because if we click, as you see, it's 1. So now what we need to do in the button handle product and others, we need to pass the other ratio. So to do that, handle remove and handle add. So first let's go back in the handle add. Remember what we did in that handle add. That's the, I think, the similar function we need to pass it here. So let's roll back in the quantity level here. I'm gonna grab this entire things from there, and in that add quantity, let's go, should be substring. And I think instead of passing that, we can just simply pass a message here, so which going to be say quantity increase successfully. C, where is the C? Yeah. So now if we come over here, if we plus, you see quantity increase and the price also increasing. So I think now that is something which we are trying to build. Also this one, as if by mistake we did it, but we're gonna lower it down, no worries. So now once we are clicking on to remove item, we should be also making that remove product. So remove item, and here we're gonna pass that our simply product underscore ID. And now to showcase the toast message, I'm going to go with the item count. If item count is bigger than 1, then it will pass that toast.success message, which will say quantity dec decrease successfully. And now if it's not bigger than 1, then because it will delete the product, right? So we can pass the message should be success, and here we can say the similar fashion should be that our product dot let's say name dot substring we can make for 0 to 12, and we can say also, I think, remove successfully. Done. So let's go back here, this decrease quantity, and the last one is deleted. Now you cannot add. If you roll back to our primary screen, for the single parameter here, it will be also available in the same parameter. Add, you see edit. Now it's perfectly properly aligned, so you can use it in your application. Now also need to see that product in our add to, like in our cart product, right? So as we are having that, let's roll back to our header, because in the header we need to showcase our product. But remember, our header is totally as not the use client product, right? Is it now the server side? But as you remember, we moved that card icon in our different method, so which should be we use it as a client side library. So now we can also enter get the group items and let it to use on that. So to do that, we're gonna get the group items. So should be group items is equal to, let's say, use the use card store, and from there we'll take the entire state, and from the state what I'm gonna do is state dot and get group items. So from there I'm gonna get group items, and I think also you can grab that const as it's just a function declared there. So get also need to define that. If you're not going in that way, you can also go that way. First get the function, then call the function, but I want to call it in the same line, so just keep it simple. Now here what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass a simple variable. If the group items, not the group, should be grouped items dot length is available, then passing that grouped items dot length, otherwise pass a value which going to be a 0 value. So means if the item is available, it will return the items, otherwise it will keep it as empty. Now as you see, we have 5 items, but here we have 5 items in the cart, but it will not get that interact with the cart. See, I'm adding, but it's not adding, right? But adding new product, it's adding 6 items. So that's the way it gonna contradict, it gonna finalize the situation, how we can interject here. There is one more things which you can edit value on that. You see, once you click that one, that button, you can make it is the lower level. That's your practice again. You can try it to make it, keep it as the end, so it will align with the subtotal to make the design looks perfect and speechless. Now also this one also looks better, but it depends on you how you want to showcase that. So now if we go to our cart, we didn't create a cart page. Oh my god, we should create right now. And to create the cart page, as you see, it's pretty simple, straightforward, the way we're supposed to do that one. If we just roll back to our, I'm gonna close everything, and from there go in the app, in the client, take a new file which will be not page, should be cart, and in the cart I'm gonna take a new file which will be page.tsx or fce. Here it will be cart page. Now you can also directly keep entire page as a cart page as a use client formula, because the cart page, it will access all the product, right? Remember, the cart page going to access all the products, so it's supposed to be as a handle as the cart page. And we did the mistake again, because as you see the cart, I think no, not mistake, we did it in the client. So let's roll back in the home. Supposedly is why is providing the error? It should not be, because as you see, we create the cart. I think it's just a loading error. Yeah, it's just a loading parameter, nothing else. So now if we come back here in the, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna first make that one as a client side library. Okay, so use client, and here I'm going to define if it's not use client. Now you can make it globally function, It's up to you, like how the way you want to showcase that one. You can make it a global function to just to declare whenever it's coming. You can now make that thing to things to happen. So what I'm gonna do in the use effect motion, I'm gonna pass the use effect, and here also I'm gonna pass a variable. I think no need, so that should be set is client true. And now also I'm gonna define if it is client. Now did we create a loader? No, we didn't create the loader yet. So it's time to create a loader so that we can showcase the loader formula here. So how to do that? In the components, we'll take a new file called loader.tsx rafce. Here we're gonna just define one loader, so every time there is a loading error we can showcase the loader. And to create the loader, I'm gonna go in a simple like a simple handed way. So first let's go in the page here. Here I'm gonna just call my loader just to showcase how the loader it will be look alike. So now I have that, but from there we're gonna create in a very multiple way to showcase a perfect loader. And also I'm gonna get the loader image, import loader image from which should be images. And as you see the loader images, if you just get the link which is the happen to be in the description, you will find all the images. So you can grab the images, product and others images, then use it as your own, so no worries about it. And I'm gonna take a 2 div here, so one div, then another, then I'm gonna grab to take one image here which going to be coming from the next image, and in the source I'm gonna pass the loader image, and also for the alt tag it will be loader image, and for the class name that would be width 14, height also I'm gonna pass a 14, and object should be cover. Let's see if we can see any image. As you see that image is right here. Now let's work in that div at the top level. For the class name I'm gonna make it a fixed, and top should be 0, and left should be 0, and width I'm gonna pass a full width, and min height should be screen. Z index should be free, so it will override everything. Background color should be white, and padding should be 10. Also should be flex, item center, justify center, everything in between be in center. As you see, now we need to make it in a loader instance. And how we can do that? We're gonna just make it, we will make it as a relative formation, as we're gonna create an absolute value. Width should be 24, height should be 24. We're gonna make a flex, item center, justify center, okay. So everything will be in center align. So now what I'm gonna do after that instance, so I think we, instead of that's one div here, so instead of that div we will make the div as a self-closing div. Here we're gonna wrap everything. I'm gonna make it an absolute, and also I'm gonna make it an inset of 0, and then rounded should be full. I'm gonna make a border of, passing a border of 2, and also the border should be dotted. Okay, that's my bad. Why I'm tying that? Border should be not dash but dotted, and border gray should be 400. So now as you see there is a border circle over there. If you just make it fully like a blackish, you can see that's appearing. So I'm gonna make it as a gray, or to make it look better, just let you see, I'm gonna make it 800. Then I'm gonna pass an animation, animate, I think animate spin. I think we should create one animation in our Tailwind CSS to make it slow spin together. And let's say to create that, I'm gonna go in, because if I go and make that our animate, default animate spin, you will see that a higher spinning, as you see, very fast spinning around it, so which is not so good. I'm gonna make our slow spin method. To create that, let's go in Tailwind config.ts file. Here, after passing that border radius, now we're gonna pass an animation, and in the animation the name we're gonna pass that spin slow. That will be the name by which we're gonna call that. And here we're gonna pass that spin, and that will be slow, and it will also get that 5s, and we're gonna make it infinite. infinite. And as we are having that animation declared, now we need to define the keyframes. So the keyframes which should be spin slow, and here in the object we're gonna pass when it going to be a 0%, how it going to be entering. So the transform, let's say transform, why is not suggesting, should be transform should be rotate, and that will be for 0°. Okay, that will be the first instances, and also in that 100%. So in the 100% value also you're gonna passing that transform, and that time okay, not to import anything, transform should be, let's say, rotate of 360°. So 360°. Done. So now if we just copy that spin slow, so let's go in our loader. So that should be animate spin slow, and as you see there should be a slower animation. You see, I think it's just a little of giving a 5 linear things just to create that in a very slow motion. I think that's not a big deal. So you can do it in either way, whatever way you like, but feel free to make your own loader in own customizable way. So here we're gonna define something like, first, not this one here, it will be, let's say, card. So we will be able to see the card. Now if it's not is client, we're gonna return something, right? As we making is client. If it's not client, okay, if is not client, not is client, then we're gonna return our loader, not this loader but this loader. So if we just remove the null check, you see the loader is available. Okay, so why is just, okay, what's wrong here? I think something we are missing. Use effects, set is client is true. If it's not is client, make it loader, should be loader is forecasting. Yeah, now it's working. It just sometimes taking a bit of a headache to just to go and showcase the things. Now also we can define one thing, if we have a user or not. If I doesn't have the user, it should supposed not to be in that card page, right? And we need to confirm that. And how we can confirm that? It's pretty simple, right? First thing first, we need to get our, or we will let them come here. If this user is not available, we'll let them come here, but we will also put them to use to keep that sign in, right? And to do that, what we're gonna do after this portion here, we're gonna make that const, it should be is sign, it should be, I think, is signed in, I think so, and that should be coming up from directly use auth. Okay, so with that we can wrap everything, like we can check if the user is signed in or not. So first thing, we're gonna just come over here, this pass is sign in. If sign in is there, means we're gonna just showcase our items, so it will say the products. If it's not sign in, then also we're gonna pass a to variable here by which we can showcase something. So let's say if no sign in, I think we can pass the no user. Okay, right now what is going to happen, we have sign in user, so it will showcase the product. If we just sign out right now, as you see, no user is coming. So let's go in the card. So whenever we are having no user, we can also pass no access card, like we will take a different components which will be no access to card.tsx rfce. Here we're gonna pass that no access card directly to our user, so that they will be having passing to create that user login and others. So in that div here, we're gonna pass that no access to card. And for our page, this portion, I'm gonna make that one as putting a class name should be bj should be gray of 50, and passing a padding bottom of 10 to just make a bit of push over that header, I think the border here. So now let's go in no access card, how we can define that no access card should be aligned. So it will be a simple functional positioning here. We're gonna just define a card and others. So first let's go get the logo, show logo from and images, and we will use that logo. And after that we will access the card. So should be card should be from our UI card, and from the card we'll get a card header, not that card header. And on that card header we're gonna define our div, and on the div we're gonna get our image, which will be coming from the next image. And on the image, what we're gonna define, we're gonna define the source as logo, and after that in the alt it will also pass as logo and provide a width of 8 and also the height of 8, and put a class name margin bottom of 4. So right now what you will be seeing here, the images right now available. So in that top layer, put a class name. We're going to make it a flex, item center, justify center, padding y should be 12, and md padding y should be 32 to get a bigger padding vertically, and bj gray should be 100, and padding should be 4. So that's the one which we are creating here. As you see, the vary looks quite okay. So in the card now we need to define that value. So width should be full width and max width should be md, so maximum that value it will take. So now in that card header, let's go define some parameters. So class name is space y should be 1. Okay, so now in the div layer, put a class name should be flex, justify should be center, so the image will be center aligned. And after that image, so after the div, we're gonna also pass a card title. Okay, in the card title we're gonna pass a message, welcome back. Okay, so that's a simple message. And also we're gonna define, like, we're gonna put a class name for that. Text should be 2XL, font should be bold here, and then text should be center aligned. Okay, welcome back. Now after welcoming the user, we're gonna also, like, that's the header portion is done. Now we're gonna pass that card content. So in the card content, we're gonna pass a p tag, should be login to view your card items, and checkout should be don't, and we will use that our formula of and a post. Okay, and here don't miss out on your favorite products. That's the message we want to pass the user. And for this one, for the card item and card content, I think we're gonna pass a class name space y should be 4. And for the p tag, that should be class name, text should be muted background, or muted, I think, the foreground, and we're gonna put a text in the center align, so that will be the text. And after that p tag, we're gonna pass a sign in button, which is going to be coming from the clerk. And here we're gonna pass a button properties, which will say sign in. Okay, why the button is not imported? Button, and should be sign in. So now also for the button, we're gonna pass a mode, which will be model. And for the button, class name, which should be full, and also you're gonna provide the size should be large size. So now as you see, if you click on the button, it will directly open our page here. Now after that button, also for the card icon and others, we're gonna define that card footer, like after the card content, so that it will also go in the similar progress. We'll import the footer, we will import the sign up button, by which a user like don't have an account, you can create an account. Very simple. Also on sign up, click the sign up, it will be the open at the mode. Click, as you see, that's open. So now let's go and sign in, so that we will be able to see our user page, and then we can add more product and we can go with that. Okay, let's say continue. Way back to our, so let's go in the cart. So this time we should be creating the cart properties. So now there will be two setup. First is to create a product. So I'm going to close this one, this one, this one. So here first need to check the product, right? How we can get the product. So we're going to access some of the properties. from our store, and that will be aligned all together as that we will access for, we're gonna get the delete cart product, we're gonna get the get total price method, get item cart and item count and subtotal price, receipt card. So all the method we're gonna get from there. And also we're gonna get two parameters here. One should be not two, we're gonna get three more parameter here, which will be defining that we're gonna get a set loading method, and also we're gonna get the group items. Remember how we get that for our header, and also we're gonna get our user from our clerk user, and that user will be responsible to get to we will use that once we are going to create that checkout session. Now as we are having here, we need to pass another condition here, like in this div. So once anyone is signed in, instead of the div, we're gonna pass our container value here. So in the container, we're gonna pass two separate parameter. Like if we have the group items dot length, means we have the item, then we're gonna pass a div which will be items available. And if we doesn't have the item, then we're gonna pass another div which will say empty cart. So that's the two parameter we're gonna pass. So now first it will be having the product, so means we're gonna have a group item, so means we need to go to showcase the product and create the summary button here. So to do that, let's go and define that one in a certain position. First we're gonna get like to define how we can make that things to be done. So instead of the div, I'm gonna use an empty curly braces here. So here okay, here I'm gonna define my product layer. So now I'm gonna pass a div here. So first div, we're gonna pass a shopping bag icon, and in that icon put a class name. It will be height should be 6, width should be 6, and after that text should be primary. Hit save. As you see, there is one icon is popping up, and after that parameter also we need to pass one text here. So it should be h1 tag, which will define as shopping cart. So in the shopping cart, let's pass a class name. Text should be 2XL and font should be semi-bold. So that's the shopping cart layer. And now here we're gonna make it looks better. Flex item center, put a gap of 2, padding y should be 5, just to make it in this scenario. Now we're having that our shopping cart value. So this is the time we need to continue with the other properties. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna showcase our product. How we can showcase? So to do that, first we can make, because there will be a two value, right? One it will be left side, another it will be right side. So one side we're gonna showcase the product value, another side we're gonna showcase the cart value, and there will be an multiple digit like, okay, let me just showcase that on how we can fix that. So we're gonna take a div here. We're gonna make another div which will be, let's say, like left, and another div which will be our right. Okay, in the right side will be description, in the right side would be product, in the left side it will be description, right? So in the class name, let's okay, we're gonna design that, put a class name, we will make it as a grid, and LG grid should be, let's say 3, and MD we're gonna put a gap of 8. Okay, that's how it gonna look alike. So first it will be 3D like in a 3 parameter, and also we're gonna make that class name whenever in LG call span should be 2, and this one of course if it's 2 it will take 1. You can also mention that, put a class name LG call span as 1. Okay, so now as you see, there should be two value here, one is left, one is right. Here it will be the product, here it will be our cart side value. So let's first popping up the details value here, and how we can do that is pretty simple. So to initiate that one in our left side value, we're gonna take one like say one div. Here we're gonna put an h2 tag which will be order summary. So it will be summary. So in the order summary we can now showcase the value here. To showcase that one, let's say in the div put a class name. It will be by default it will be hidden. Okay, only in the MD it will be inline block. Okay, width should be full, background color should be white, padding should be, let's say 6, rounded should be LG, and we will also pass a border here. Done. So that's our order summary value. Now for the h2 tag, put some class name. Text should be Excel, font should be semi bold, and margin bottom should be 4. Okay, looks quite good. And after that h2 tag, we're gonna get another div. Here we're gonna pass one more div here, and that div take an span tag which will say subtotal value, subtotal. And after that we're gonna take our price formatter, and in the price formatter we're gonna pass the value. So in the amount we're gonna pass that ratio get subtotal price. We're gonna declare the function here, and it will get us our total subtotal price. As you see, subtotal is 730.39. So let's just go and hit make that in a perfect way. Put a class name, put a flex, justify between. Okay. Okay, I think we may missed one more properties. So in that div, let's say put a class name space y should be 4, but y is not taking. I think it's a hidden in line. We provide a full width. Either we need to also get the full width. I think so. Is it so? No, it's supposed to work. bj rate. Okay, it's taking. Okay, it's just it's not justify not center. It should be let's say flex. It should be item center justify, not normal. It should be between. Now you see that looks cool. So that's the one div for subtotal, and after subtotal we'll also get the similar fashion the another div. So let's say in that one, and here we can define that. So in the subtotal it will be discount price, and here get subtotal price minus it will be get should be get total price. Yes. So now as you see, discount is 73.39. So we got the discount. Okay, I think we are in a good position right now. So here as you see, I think how we grab that, yeah, that's supposed not to be. I think we just make a plain mistake. I'm gonna just copy this portion. I will roll back here again, because this one need to be duplicate, so not the top one. So I'm gonna duplicate that, and here I'm gonna magically pass the price formatter, and here it will be discount value. So as you see, we have subtotal, we have discount, and after that div, so particularly that div, we're gonna pass a separator. It's not, did we use the separator from there? You can use the div, or you can just roll back to Shadchain UI, and you can use a separator from there. In the components there is a good plain separator is there. So where is that separator? This one. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna simply just grab that separator in my project so that I can use it. Okay, so that separator it will go just to be have a divide on the valid personic there. So let's go not force legacy pair dependency, let it install properly. Okay, that is installed. Now we can import that separator from components UI separator. So we should be able to see one separator here. It will appear as you see the separator line. So after the separator we should be able to, I'm gonna copy it one more time here. After separator I'm gonna pass that one here. It will be that total, and in the total price it will be not passing that other formula. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just grab that get total price. I think that will work. Yeah, let's see, 651 plus 73. So I think it's adding the value. So let's just use a calculator just to see if we are all right or not, just to see the calculation in one way. So now we have 730.39, and if we minus from there 79.39, we're having 651, means we are good to go. So it's working perfectly. Now we are having a total price value here. After the total price, so means after initially finishing that div, we're gonna have a button here. So in that button, we're gonna pass a value which will be let's say continue shopping one. It will be handle checkout. So let's say proceed to checkout, and there will be another link parameter, and that will be from the next link that will say continue shopping. So continue shopping, click, it will take us to directly back us home, and in that proceed to checkout button, it will pass us to get back to go and create the checkout. As you see, the proceed to checkout and continue shopping both are all together. I think so what's wrong here, we have separator, we have the button, but it's not dealing in between. So means we are missing something here. So that's the flex item center and flex item center justify between. So I think it's all together here. But why it's so? That's the one item, because it's supposed to work. If it's not work, we will find a fix to fix that one. We will find a new way. So that's the total, that's the proceed to checkout. Okay, I think that's the total price. Okay, what we will do is that we will wrap that in a div here. So another div, passing that one here. So now for that div, we'll put a class name. We're gonna make it a flex. We're gonna pass that as a flex column. And as you see, that will be in between, and putting a gap here also, flex column, and gap should be 2, or you can make it 4 also. I think 2 is perfect. Okay, so now for the link parameter, put a class name that should be, let's say text should be center, and text should be small text. Text should be also, let's pass as a primary, and hover, let's say hover should be underline, and also you're gonna make that hover effects. Okay, and hover also text should be dark blue. Okay, that's super. So now once you click on the proceed to checkout, we will write one more function is here, which will be our handle checkout function. On click handle checkout. So that function need to be defined at the top layer. So let's say it will be const handle checkout, should be an async function, but right now I'm gonna just keep a function like that. So toast dot success, let's say checkout will apply soon. Okay, if we click, should be see checkout will apply soon. So now we have one part of the parameter, which is the one value. Now we need to showcase our product, right? And to showcase the product value is also pretty simple, straightforward definition. It will be available. So after that div, you see that's the left div. So we need to now work on the right side div. So here in the right side, we will take another div, and in that div we're gonna take on h2 tag, not one h2 tag. Actually you're gonna take a 4 h2 tag. So first one going to say as like our product. The second one, it will say the product price, and the third one, it will say our quantity, and the fourth one, it will also focus as total amount, right? So now as we're having that, now we can render it in a proper way. If we just save that one, we should be able to see it, product, price, quantity, total. Now in the div, we will define it in a very proper way. Should be grid, and we're gonna make it a grid calls of 5, and now md grid calls of 6, and also you're gonna put a border, and should be border top right should be lg. That's my bad, not coming auto impromptu. Border rounded, I think top right should be lg, and rounded top left should be lg, and also I'm gonna put a background color of white, and padding should be 2.5, and let's say text should be based font should be semi-bold. So now we're getting this portion here. So product, price, quantity, and total. So now here we're gonna make this h2 tag in a proper way. So class name should be call span should be In the mid, by default it will be 2, not 1, 2, but md span should be, let's say it will be 3. So now it's taking the more space here. As you're having that, now it's time to showcase the product. After that div, we're gonna take another div, and here we're gonna map through our products. Remember, we have group items dot map, and from there we're gonna destructure our products. It will be item.product, but we will destructure to get back the product. And right now we will just pass an object value here, and from that object value we can now, let's say, const, we can make that item count, and that count, it will be get item count. Here we need to pass our product dot our id we need to discuss here. After that we'll return from that function, and we're gonna return a div here. So it will be a div. Here we will showcase our product, right? I think it's supposed to work. Yeah, it's working. So now here we're gonna pass one more div, and in that div we're gonna get one trash2 icon, trash2 from Lucite. And now for that div we need to pass a key, which will be product, and should be product dot, we will pass the id as the product id. So now as you see, we're getting all of that icon here. So now let's go and design for a bit one in a perfect way. Put a class name. Let's put background color should be white, and also giving a border top should be 0. Let's say border top 0, and let's say rounded bottom right should be LG, and rounded bottom left should be not that, rounded bottom left should be LG. So as you see, we're having that rounding figuring out properly, a pretty good round shape, and also passing a border there. So now for the div here, initially which we're rendering here, put a class name, we'll make it a grid, and first it will be grid columns of 5, and md should be grid columns of 6. And after that we're gonna make a border which will be in bottom, and padding should be 2.5, and also the last one should be border bottom of 0, means the last one will not get any border. But where is the other border? So okay, not LG, that was the problem, the last one. So now as you see, also I'm gonna make it border B as red of 600, so you'll be see it properly. What? Border B. You see, that's the border. Everyone has a border, but last one has no border. That's the one I'm creating. So I'll just go in my previous ratio. So we're having the border, we are having the trash card and others. So that's the first div, right? So this one, it will take a call span. By default it will be span should be 2, not 1 but 2. When it's hit md, call span should be 3. And also I'm gonna make it as, let's say, flex item center. Now we have one trash icon. After the trash icon we should be also passing the other property, but first one, put a class name which should be, let's say it will be 4, height should be 4, and md which should be 5, and md screen height should be 5, and also margin right should be 1. Text should be gray of 500. When we hover, text should be red of 500, not 5. I think 6 will be better. And after that we will also make that as hover effect ratio to properly hover on that, as you see. Cool. After that trash icon we will render our image here. So you're gonna make that, if we have that product.image here, and we're gonna pass an image. So it will be, we're gonna pass a div here. So let's say div, and in the div we're gonna, initially we no need to pass a div, because once we click on that product we should be able to go in the single product page. So I'm gonna generate a link here. So in that link, what I'm gonna pass our image here, right? So also need to grab from the next image, and the source we're gonna pass a URL for. So URL for, and here we're gonna define that product.image and dot get me the URL. And also alternative tag should be product image, and as it's external image, need to provide width, and also need to provide a height, not height, it will be height which will be 300. Also going to provide a class name which should be 10, and height should be 10. MD width it will take full, MD height it will be maximum 14, and object should be cover. And now if we roll back here, as you see, if we just directly go in our product card, we did something there, right? If we just click on that image, we should be targeting that ratio, right? So I'm gonna copy that and I'm gonna paste it right here. Okay, so now we should be seeing the image. As you see the image, if you click on that image, it will redirect us to the single product of that image. So it's working perfectly. So now for the div, let's just go and define something which will be class name. Let's give a border. Padding should be 0.5 and MD padding should be 1. Margin right should be 2. Rounded should be MD. Overflow should be hidden. And we will make it as a group. As you see, that's group. Now we will click the effect here that we're gonna say whenever we're hovering on the group, then it will scale as 105, and then overflow as we are hidden. Also we're gonna hidden from the image, and now we're gonna make that hover effect here. Hover effect. As you see, okay, now super cool. Click here, getting back the single product, and you can just come back anytime. Now after that, link property here means after the image, so that will be the ratio. We're gonna take an h2 where we're gonna define our product price. So it should be product dot name, and this name going to be a little bit in a cautious way. So we're gonna make that text should be a small text. We're getting the product image. Product name is there. Okay, cool. So I think with that we are just finishing our first tip, but we can also work in a bit. We will define that one. Whenever we're gonna on click on that product, we will run a function here directly, which it will be handle delete product. So let's say delete product, and we're gonna pass our product underscore ID. You're gonna pass that. So now we can create that function to delete this product, and to create that, let's go at the top, and we're gonna keep that one here, const handle delete product, and here we're gonna take an ID which will be as a string, and now we're gonna just simply make that delete product and passing the ID value, and after that we will make that toast.success. We're gonna say product deleted successfully. Now if we just go back here and if we click any of the product, as you see it's deleted, and now as you see 339 and the ratio you see once you delete, that's everything is changed, means the product deleting successfully and perfectly. Now as we did that, so let's roll back here. So as you see, that's the first div work is done. So now we need to work with the other div ratio, because there is a multiple things going to be happen. So after that, other things is pretty simple how it can be. Now we're gonna make another div. Within that div, okay, need to close div also. Let's close it. And in that div we're gonna pass is the price, right? So should be price formatter, and here we're gonna say our amount should be product dot price. If the product price is available, then product dot price. Otherwise a product dot price into item count, otherwise it will be 0. So we should be having seeing the value here right now. As you see, that's the value. Now for that particular div, what I'm gonna do, make it in center, class name flex, item should be center, keep it in the center. Now after initially done this one, we can also passing the value. So now we will grab that our quantity buttons here. So in the quantity buttons, we are passing the products as our product, and also going to pass some class name, which should be text should be SM, gap should be 0, and MD gap should be 1. So now as you see, super simple and cool. As you see, it's working perfectly in both way. So now I think that's the way you can target the ratio. And I think for the class name, did we amplify that? If we go in the button, yeah, class name we didn't inject yet, so we can inject right now so that it will work perfectly. How we can do that? As you see, we have CN. After that we can pass the class name. Any changes? Should be happen to be keeping the changes, and yeah, padding B, text base, and if we are passing any style, it should get the style. Okay, so text base, that text is small here. I think so it's working. If we make that text LG, yeah, it's getting LG. Okay, so now it's working. Now after this quantity button, what we need to do, we need to make a simple parameter again, which will be giving us the total price value. So let's say passing one more div, and here we're gonna pass that price container, price formatter, and here in the amount we will pass that product price is available, then product dot price into, I think we provide that already. Yeah. Oh no, we need to pass that product price value, right? So the product dot price into if we are having the product, oops, what I did wrong. Yeah, price into item count if that is available, otherwise 0. So now we should be able to see. So that's the price, that's the total, is not match up. This price should be the actual price, not the all together. So we should not include that. That should be only the item price. Yes, that's why is you see. So now we are having that. Put a class name flex item center. We're good to go. So we have item, we have product. If we go in a small screen, as you see, that's getting out because we purposely did that, because we need to fix the other ratio. We will do that. So as you see in the smaller screen, it's also getting perfectly aligned. Okay, now what we're gonna do after having this entire thing, we need to also get a receipt button. And to provide that receipt card, what I'm gonna do after finishing all that choreograph things, I'm gonna just add one button here which will say receipt cards, and we will be able to see one button. You see, that is a receipt card. Now here what I'm going to define, put a variant here, and the variant should be not default, it should be, let's say, destructive, so it will come up with a red color. Also for that button, put a class name, margin should be, let's say, 5, and font should be semi-bold, not serif, should be semi-bold. Okay, done. Now once we click on that receipt button, we should be also getting one function on click handle receipt card. Okay, so that's the function we're gonna call to receipt our entire card, and I'm gonna show you how we can do that. To implement that one, we'll go the checkout, we're gonna keep at the end, so that will be the way we will easily showcase and find out this one. So in that receipt card, we're gonna make a confirm, so it will confirm. So confirm is equal to should be window dot, and it will be confirmed. Here we'll say, are you sure to receive your card? And if we have the confirm, means if the message is yes, only then we're gonna receive the card, which will be just simple function receipt card function. And then also we'll say toast.success, we're gonna pass that message, which will be your card received successfully. And where we're doing that, because deleting a single one is okay, but when you're adding 10-20 items and accidentally you click on that and you delete entire products, it's not good. So we're gonna putting an option for the clients, are you sure? If they're sure, okay, done. Now we are having that empty card, right? So now what we need to do, we need to design our empty card to showcase our card properties. And empty card design also a bit of a straightforward it will be. So let's go here and create one more component, which will be named as empty card.tsx rafce to create that. And we're gonna showcase that one. Where is our empty value? Here it will be empty card value. And to make it splendid, what we're gonna do, we're gonna just pass a div. After that div, we're gonna take another div layer, and here we're gonna get another that shopping cart icon. So should be shopping cart, I think. Let's say shopping cart. Okay, and after that we're gonna pass a size which will be, let's say, 64. Size should be 64, and we're gonna also make that, let's say, text. Put a class name in between. Class name text should be gray of 400, and MX auto to keep it in center. You see, that's the card we have here. So let's just go print out everything in proper way. Put a class name which will be background color, which will be white, and flex item center, justify center, padding y should be 20. Okay, now for that one we're gonna use a motion effect here. So let's say import should be motion from y is not coming. That's really ridiculous. It should apply here. I think we are having motion, right? Or not? Did you use the motion yet? Yeah, we used that motion, I think. Yeah, so we're gonna wrap everything within that motion div so that it will work perfectly. So as you see the shopping cart, we're gonna just render it with the motion.div property. Then we're gonna pass the value. So we're gonna create a motion effect here so that it will be look pretty perfectly aligned. So here we're gonna pass an animate value, which will be that scale value. We're gonna pass an value of 1, 1.1, then coming back again in 1. So first it will be in state in similar position, then it will be bigger, then again small. And after that we're gonna also pass the transition. So let's say transition, and in the transition we will pass that repeat. Yeah, it will repeat is infinitely, so it will be infinity. And here we're gonna pass a duration which will be 2. Okay, I think it should appear, but it's not appearing. Let's see, have a reload. As you see, it's coming bigger and getting smaller. So that's the one which we are doing right now. And also for the class name, let's make it should be inline block. Okay, so after the shopping cart div, we're gonna pass one image here, which will be image, and get it from the next image. And that image also we need to import. For that import should be cart. Let's say it will be empty cart, empty cart from images, and it will be empty cart. In the source property it will be empty cart, and also all tag it will be as empty shopping bag. And here we're gonna provide a width of 200 and also giving the height of 200. And let's put a class name. MX should be auto, and also rounded should be LG, shadow should be MD. Okay, that's our shopping cart is coming, which is showcasing the empty shopping cart here. Now I think so it's not perfectly aligned as we said it. So that's the div. I think this div is not necessary because we are just replicating one more div within inside. Okay, so now it should be flex column. Okay, yeah, now it's quite a bit okay. Put a gap of, let's say, 3. Okay, now we can see that. So we have our shopping cart properties and we have the other value. So after that we will just simply passing one message, which gonna be just message and link behavior we are going to define. And what kind of things it will be there, let me explain to you. One, it will be that your card is empty, so we are passing a message to user, your card is empty. Then looks like you haven't added anything to your card yet. Explore our products and find something you love, then start shopping. Little bit design here just to align to keep that start shopping button here. Click that button, it will redirect you to our home page. So now, as what we did, we simply redirect each and everything in properly aligned. We have our cart property. Now we can come here, we can add products, we can just click, add more product, we can go in the cart and we can view the product perfectly. One more thing is still missing here, like once we are coming in this smaller screen, as you see, we have only the price, but we doesn't have our other property. Means where is our price value and what is our add to cart value, right? So that's the things we need to align. How we can do that? As you see in the page, so after these two parameter, so if we go back here, so in that ratio group items, so now we are having that, I think in that group items, yeah, 1 2. So now we can also introduce third one, so where we can showcase the other things. I think that's the one, the third one. Yeah, so that's the div which will be there. Now here it's the pretty much simple setup, okay, the similar setup which we have been created so far for the top layer. I'm going to just popping up and I'm going to showcase how we did that and how similarly okay, it should be get total price, no need this one. Yeah, now let's see how it's actually actioning that parameter. Okay, let's just go back and we're gonna add more product here. Let's see how we can align that. Okay, more product. Okay, now we have 7 product. If we go there, as you see, we can now, there is one catch is there. As you see scrolling, after certain point we can't scroll back, but here what we did in a simple way. What we did is pretty much similar. We make it first it's hidden, but like empty screen is hidden, means when empty screen we are making that one as also hidden, right? So smaller screen is hidden, only empty screen it gonna showcase. Now when we're gonna reach an empty screen, what we are doing that is hidden, but this one is coming, right? And there we are providing the same scenario, the order summary, subtotal, discount, all the separator value, and proceed to cart, continue shopping. What we did more is that we multiply that property in a very proper way. We make it fixed, bottom 0, left 0, with full BJ light background color. So now one thing we can do here in that grid property, as you see, where we are showcasing the product. Now this one, I think this the one where we are having our product. This the one, yeah, this the one in between. Yes, this the thing. Let's say we're gonna make it a padding bottom of, let's say 100. Let's just not 100, it will not take padding bottom 96. So let's see, as you see, yeah, now we need to align how much padding it can properly perfectly view. Let's say 40. I think 40 is enough. Yeah, so now we have perfectly aligned. So if we go in the full space, okay, looks fine. If we go in the full space, also looks fine. Click continue shopping, that's everything gonna work perfectly aligned, and that is super simply all together is perfectly compatible with all the scenario. I think one thing is need to be there is that for handle shopping, proceed to checkout, we need to click like on click handle checkout. Yeah, we need to define that property. So now we have checkout will apply soon. So now I think this way you can do all the work perfectly aligned and properly generated for you. Now as you see, almost all the things is set up. So one more thing is now pending, is which is more desirable, is to create our checkout. Now again, you can check it if you just sign out, and then now you can have the product in the cart, you can view your cart. We are not letting you that no, don't view. You can go there. Now you will know. Even you come here, you can also go with the GitHub, as we told you. Remember, we are also concatenating that with the GitHub authentication, so you can feel free to go and create that. You see, it's just created. Now you can view your card and you can do other things. So the next thing is that to bring back our checkout and save the order in Sanity. From the card, it's time to create our payment instance with Stripe. If you click in the proceed to checkout, you see the checkout will apply soon, and this coming from here in the card, we have one handle checkout function where we just keep that a toast message. Now here, what you need to do, we need to create a function. So we're gonna render that, but before creating it, we need to also get several things. One thing is that we need to go in our stripe.com to grab the credential for Stripe, and from this Stripe, we need to get two things. Now from there we'll get one Stripe secret key, and I will let you know how you can grab that Stripe webhook secret. So these two will be responsible to grab to create the payment instance from there, and then directly inject that order in our Sanity database. So we're gonna populate that things. So first, let's go in the dashboard. As I'm signed in, if you're not signed in, it's very simple and easy. You just provide your email, then go on. It will be super simple. Now let's go in my dashboard, and from the dashboard, if you just need to create a new application there. And when you're using the Stripe, you need to be just keep in patience, because it's sometimes it's just getting a little bit of slow, but it's working perfectly fine. Okay, so here I'm running my e-commerce app and it's in test mode. So now what you need to do is to create a new application. As you see, create a new app and you are good to go by having that. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create a new application, and it's pretty simple to just go with that. So it should be e-commerce app YT. And with that, I will just keep the country of operation as United States and then create. And after creating, it will automatically shuffle my account with that particular like the app or project I created right now. As you see, I'm now here e-commerce app YT. So from there, as you see in that for developers, there is the publishable key, which is not required. We'll just work directly with the secret key. If you click it from here, it will also copy it. And if you are roaming, also you can just go in that developers tab. And from the developer tabs, you can click on that API keys, and it will be also available in the API keys feature. You can reveal the key and then directly grab the key, and you need to just make that key, you need to paste that key here. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna paste my key and then close my .env file. So here is my secret key. Now one more key is pending. What is the Stripe webhook? We're gonna get it later. So I'm gonna close that. And now you can feel free to go in that developer tabs, like the developer tools for Stripe, or you can search for that Stripe documentation. And from that documentation, you can easily get how the payments thing can done. You can click on the payments, and from their payments, as you see, it will be like you can go with that create subscription. If you click in the accept online payments, which we are going to do right now, you're gonna accept the online payment, and as you see, you are using the Next.js, and now you see there is that's the simple checkout resistance here. You can feel free to go there, or if you also can go with like to in other example here. So there is a lot of things. What I'm suggesting you, feel free to just go and explore a bit here, how you can go through the things, how you can understand which methods can really work for you. It just depends on you. So what I'm gonna do for right now, I'm not gonna do that. So one more things need to be installed right now is this Stripe, and it's pretty simple way to do that. I'm gonna take one of the another terminal, and from there what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just install that Stripe. So npm I Stripe, that's it. So with that command, Stripe will be installed in my package. As you see, now that Stripe is not supporting that Next.js React 19 yet, so I need to go with that flag legacy path dependency. So let's try that, and legacy path depths. So now it will install that one. So what I'm gonna do right now to create the parameter that how we can go and fetch the data. So first thing first, we're gonna just create a function here. So I'm gonna do here we need to also grab several things. As you see, the loading parameter is still here, so means we are good to go. And first thing, I'm gonna make set loading as true. So whenever this function going to be running there, set loading, it will be true. Then I will use one try catch block, means try, it will be getting the error. If we have the error, we can just make that console log console.error. So it will be available to log the error message. So it will be error creating let's say checkout session, and here we're gonna derive the error directly, and that try catch block also passing another value which called the finally. So in that finally block, we're gonna make that set loading as false. So means at the function start, we are making as a set loading is true, because first instances our set loading by default is false. It means till the payment is handling, like when we click on that payment proceed to checkout, we need to make the button as disable, and also need to showcase the text, right? So you will not click like you click one time then click again, so the multiple instance can start work out, which we're gonna stop right now. So right now we're gonna also create from directly here, we're gonna get the metadata. And how we can get the metadata? So to do that, let's say const meta data, and it will be similarly a metadata value here. So we're going to create that value. So first thing, it will be an object, and what kind of things it will be a while in metadata, that's we need to understand. So in the metadata, we're going to just pass some of the values, how it will just go and render the things. First, these functions, like normally when you're creating that payment instance, we are calling directly the API, but now today we're using the server action, not the API. And to create that instances, the server action, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna close all, and at the top layer of our project here, I'm gonna create one directory again, where I'm gonna lay out all my actions. It will be there. Okay, so the actions I'm gonna keep in here, and in the actions I'm gonna create a new file which will make that create checkout session.ts file. Okay, this file will be responsible to create the checkout instances, and we're gonna make it like, you can directly say it export const, or make the export, you can directly say that export, or we'll go with the async function. So that will be the function name, it will be there. So create checkout session, and in the params right now I'm going to keep it like that. Later on when we are going to inject the other things, we're going to keep the params here. Why I'm come back here, because I'm gonna define my type directly from here. So it will be export interface, and here I'm gonna passing my metadata, and that metadata it should be taking the instances of that order number, which will be a string. And after that, it will also take that customer name, which also going to be string. And after that, it will be take customer email, or instead of keeping that things directly here, there is one more file where we're handling all of our types, remember? So that's we are maintaining here. That's this types is injecting by Sanity, right? So either you can also create one more type for you there, you can keep that also, if it depends, if you want it to, right? So as I'm maintaining one types file, that's why I'm just not going to create another types. That's why I'm keeping it here. If you're just keeping in mind that we can directly inject the types in the all the type file in types parameter, right? But I'm now injecting with that action function, because wherever I need that right now, I can just directly call that, like import from here. And as you see, actions create metadata. So that's the data I'm just importing directly from there. See, the metadata is right here. So now in the metadata, as you see, we need to pass customer order number, we need to pass customer name, customer email, and clerk user ID, the user ID which we're gonna grab from here, because as you see in the card we have user, right? So that user we're gonna use to create that user ID also. Now let's pass the order number. In order number, we're gonna use that crypto to create generating that number. We're gonna use a random UUID. And by default is pre-existing build here, no need to install any package there. Then it to provide that customer name, which will be user, and in the user, if we have the full name, only then it will provide. Otherwise, if there is no full name provide, it will just go with an unknown name. That's it. And after that, we need to also provide the customer email. So user, and in the user, that email addresses, which is an array, and from there, and you can log the user data. So there you can find where is an array and how is providing the array structure. Now directly here we will get, if we have, so we are taking the first email, right? So if we user having the email address array, as you see, I'm making that question mark just to providing the null check, means if it's available only then it will take, so my application will not break out, right? Now, if a user have the email address array, from there the first one I'm getting the simply getting that user email. Otherwise, also I'm gonna pass unknown properties if it's not there. Then we need to provide the clerk user ID, which will be user.id. And of course, I need to say whatever user I'm forecasting here, it will be available. Don't freak out. Now that's the metadata which I'm gonna pass. So right now what it will be there, const checkout URL. And why I need to do that, because right now we will directly, like from the server, we're gonna catch whatever data we are passing, then we're gonna like from the checkout, like on like proceed to checkout. Once we click on that, from that function, it will be returning one URL, and I'm gonna show you how it's gonna return. Don't worry about it. So it will be checkout URL await, and here we're gonna make that create checkout session, and there we're gonna pass that group items, the items we have at top, and also you're gonna pass our metadata, right? So that's the two value we're gonna pass. And if the checkout URL is there, only then what we're gonna do, we're gonna pass that, like let's say log, we're gonna just keep it a log, and we're gonna say checkout URL, and we will just directly log that checkout URL if we are having that, right? So right now, and I think pretty much that's all. So we're gonna just go and grab to create other properties within the function layer. And here I need to first, before going in depth on that, what I need to do, I need to create the Stripe instances, right? Otherwise it will not working perfectly. So what I'm gonna do, as you see in I think there will be a lib file somewhere. In the lib, as you see, there is an utils is built here for C and for the CSS class variables. I'm gonna create a new file here, and it will be my stripe dot, let's say, ts. Okay, so this file, it will be responsible to create the Stripe instances. So what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna import Stripe from Stripe. And also I'm gonna define, okay, what's wrong here. There is saying something Stripe is clear, but it's Stripe, yeah, it's just taking a bit of time to find the module. Here I'm gonna define, like, if Stripe is not like in the process.env, and here we're gonna pass that our Stripe secret key. If that key is not available, we are just going to pass one error, right? So what I'm gonna do, if that Stripe secret key is not available, means no Stripe secret key, let's just throw a new error so that we will let it know that the Stripe secret key is not available, the Stripe secret key is not set. That's the error it gonna throw. Now what it gonna do, if we have the Stripe key, right? If we have const Stripe is equal to new, from that Stripe we're gonna grab this Stripe, and it will be process.env, and then our Stripe key, and that Stripe key, it will be as a string value. So for the TypeScript we need to define that, and here we need to pass the API version, the latest one, which is 2024 1120 Acacia. So that's the one we're gonna use, and directly you can export it here indirectly, like you can just call it export, it will work perfectly. But what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make it as a default export. So it should be export default, and there let's pass it as a Stripe. So now we have the Stripe, right? So what we can do, as we having this type, we can directly inject that Stripe parameter within our application layer. So in that parameter on that function, now this function going to inject with two separate value, right? One value, it will be the items, right? So it will taking the items, which going to be grouped items. Let's say grouped cart items. Is it not coming? Okay, let's see what we are passing. We are passing that grouped items and metadata. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna passing an interface here. So should be export interface. It will be grouped cart items, and in this interface it will be simply as product, and that product, it will be cart item, and in that cart item we'll directly just grab a single product layer. And after that, also this product layer, it will also going to get a quantity, which just going to be as a number. So we have the two parameter. So in that method, what we're gonna do, we're gonna first grab the items, and that items, it will be grouped cart items. So that will be the items layer, and it will be an array of the object. And then in the metadata, we will get that metadata, and that metadata, it will be the a constraint of the metadata we are passing. So right now, what we are just having here, we're gonna get the group items as an items, and then we are having the metadata as the metadata we are just passing there. Okay, that's cool. So right now, let's go and create our function layer. So here, again, we're gonna use a try catch value here. So if we are having an error, we're gonna pass the error. If we are having the success method, we're gonna pass the success method. If we are having the error, let's say console.error, and in the error, we're gonna pass error creating a checkout session, and here we're gonna pass the error. That's it. And also we can just simply throw error here just to be in case sensitive scenario. So right now what it gonna happen, it gonna just show the error directly and make it simultaneously perfectly workable. Now what I'm gonna do, like whenever we are passing, because here we need to get the total value, right? Like you are passing some of the item which doesn't have the price value, right? That time we can grab that and easily constrain that. So now we're gonna validate the product. So items, it will be items, let's say without price, and here we're gonna make that items dot filter, and from the filter everything we're gonna take as an item. And here we're gonna define if item dot product dot price. So means, as you see, I'm passing the null. So that means whatever items has no price available there means that is items without price. Mostly it will not be there, but it's just for a case sensitive scenario. If by mistake the product price is not available, only then it will take an action. So it will be items without price, and here dot length is bigger than 0, means we have the items price length. Then we're gonna throw a new error, and that error we're gonna reflect on that says some items do not have a price. So means just the indication you need to have everything with the price value. So now what we need to do, like defining if a user already have a customer, if there is already customer created, okay, fine, it will inject the data within the customers. If it's not available, then we need to create a new customer. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna retrieve the existing customer or create a new one. So that's the things we're gonna do. So say const, let's say customers is equal to await, and here as you see I'm using the async function, so you can use the await. So now here we're gonna use stripe, and that stripe it will coming from my live stripe. Okay, so stripe, and then we're gonna pass that dot, we're gonna get the customers parameter from this stripe, and we're gonna check the list, and that list what we're gonna say, we're gonna say email, and in the email it will be a metadata dot customer email, and here we're gonna pass the limit as 1. So that's the way we're gonna grab the customer ID, right? So now we have a customer value, and now we can call a customer ID. Remember, we are just getting the first value, like with the email we are matching with the limit 1. So means if that email is matched with my customer's email, the metadata customer email, means we have the customers. So now we're gonna just pass that customer ID. So it should be customer ID is equal to, it will be customers dot data dot length. If it's bigger than 0, then it will be that customers dot data, and from there we're gonna get a 0 index value, and from there we can just directly got that with a ID parameter, otherwise is empty. So means now we're grabbing the customer ID. Like if we have the customer, we'll get the customer ID, otherwise we'll just get an empty variable. That's it. So now it's time to create the payload, right? By which we're gonna generate the payment instances. Now mostly it's a typical feature, especially beforehand if you're developing the Next.js application, we are going to use that other parameter third-party library like Stripe client or some others, but today we are just going to hit that with server action. That's it. And one more parameter is yet pending, because as you see we are using as it action, right? So in the top we need to use a flag which will be use server. So now that itself, this function itself, it will be act like a server. If you don't use the flag, like the use client flag to make it the client, so that's the next one kind of client flag, is that by which we need to define that it will be as that will be in a server parameter, and you can use it as a server, so by which we are creating API and others, it will work as the simultaneously same parameter and same instances. So now this the time we're gonna create the other parameter, so it will be const session payload, and in that session payload we're gonna get the stripe. From this stripe and dot, we're gonna get the checkout. Now here also you can just get that stripe, the stripe we have, right? Stripe dot checkout, right? The same thing, you can grab it like that. So let's say stripe dot checkout. So I think better to create that, yeah, should be stripe. Is it imported at the top? Yeah, that's the stripe we're gonna use directly. So that should be stripe dot checkout dot session create params. So we're gonna create the session with the params, and it will be an object. Here we're gonna pass the metadata, right? So in the metadata, remember the way we written that metadata, we can just define directly there the order number and others, so it's okay, it will directly go. But for that, what you need to do, you need to like destructure the metadata. That is up to you, or you can directly fetch the metadata the way we render here. So we need to just go and grab it the way we supposed to be. So the order number, it should be order number here, which will be metadata dot order number, and after that the customer, we can just grab it. It's just similar properties, it's just as it usual like before. So there it will also having a 4 parameters which are going to be contradict with that. The order number, which will be the metadata, the order number we are passing, customer name, the customer name. You just need to destructure if you want it to, just destructure the metadata. Like you can just go through that const, then destructure it. Like we have that order number is equal to, let's say, metadata, and now you can grab the other parameter, the order number, you see. So all the parameters, it will just come by like that. But right now I think this is the way we can save the purpose. Now after the metadata, now we have the metadata, we need to pass a mode, and that mode, it will be payment mode. Okay, we're going to accept the payment, and that allow promotion calls. If we have any promotion, we can now go through it. We're going to make it true. Later on we're going to create our promotion code. Okay, and after that also payment it will be payment underscore method underscore types, and here you can put a multiple types, but right now we will just gonna grab the card. That's it, the card method it will go. It depends, if you want to use the multiple payment instances, it will be simply as fine. Okay, now I'm grabbing one more properties there, which is the next public base URL key, which will be your localhost 3000 key. It will be there, so that's the one it will be using as that thing. So I'm gonna copy that. So right now we're gonna write the conditioning here, like which URL it gonna hit and how it will go through it. So for now, as the payment method types we define, we will pass the success URL. So after successfully align, where it gonna hit. So in the success URL, we're gonna define it within a backtick. So it will be a process.env. Then we're gonna pass our URL, base URL, and after that we will pass that. It will go directly in the success screen, the success page, and there within the parameter in the params, we're gonna pass our session underscore ID. At that ID, it will be the ID for the checkout session ID, should be checkout and underscore session underscore ID. So that's the ID we're gonna pass, and also after that we're gonna pass our order number. So order number, so order number, so in the order number is equal to, it will be the metadata dot order number. So now if the payment is successful, what we are doing, we are just simply passing the variable, directly injecting to that our next public base URL, which is the localhost 3000. Then it will go in a success page, and we can do one more thing here. In the client, we will create a page success, it will be the folder, and here we'll just simply create a success page, page.tsx, it will be RAFCE, and that page, it will be our success page, just to be defined. And also this page we're gonna render it within, or you can just make that, and let's say we're gonna render our container here. So that should be our container, a title tag. Did you have the title? Title, no, nothing. So let's say an h2 tag that will define success page, just without getting the 404 error, so you know we're having a page here. So that's the page. We're gonna redirect it, and after that also we're gonna having a cancel URL. So as long as you're having success, you're gonna have the cancel URL, and that cancel URL, it will be simply we're gonna pass the user to directly go back to our like the process.env dot our public URL, and then it will just make that return back to our cart page. That's it, nothing fancy. Now as you're having that, now we need to provide the data by which the like for the Stripe going to showcase the data, how it will be. So that will inject with the line items parameter. So that's the one we are going to head back towards. So in the line items, we're gonna pass the items, and from the items we're gonna map with that. By default we're gonna take a new item parameter, and from there and inline return, then within an object. So what we're doing, we're returning the value with an individual product. So in the product, the price data, in the data we're gonna define the data, the currency we want to pass as currency, it will be USD. So the dollar sign, it will be there, the USD, and unit amount. In the unit amount we're gonna make that round parameter, so the all it will be equal. So math.round, that will be item dot product dot price, and into 100. So why? And also need to check that, yeah, you can make it as number, it will go also, or you can make that it will be available. And why we are making that? We are just making that to convert it within a sense. Why we need to do that? Because by default it will not look back to, we need to break down every single penny, right? If $1 have 100 cents, so means we are passing that. If a product price have like $10, we are passing $10 into 100, means 1,000 cents. We are not passing the dollars, we are passing the cents. And why we're doing that? Because every single cent is counts while it's timing for the payment method. So we need to be ensure that yes, that method should be count equally there. Okay, now we are having that price value. And after that, you also need to pass that product data, which will be defined within also in an object. And in the name, we're gonna pass that item dot oops, it will be not that. The name should be item dot product dot name. If the name is available, then name. Then you're gonna pass that unnamed product. So the name is given. Now the description, it will be there, which will be, let's say, item dot product dot description. And after that, the metadata. In the metadata, we're gonna pass the ID, which will be, let's say, item dot product dot underscore ID. That's the product ID it will be given. And the images, as you see, the images, we need to pass that item dot product dot image. If the image is available, then we're gonna pass something. If it's not available, we're gonna pass something. If the image is not available, then we'll pass the image should be undefined, means no image is there. And now as the image is going to be retrieved from Sanity, in that, because it will go within a like the array format, we need to pass that our URL for, by which we can directly grab that our URL, image URL. And here we're gonna pass that image.product.image, and here we need to pass that URL. So now it will directly grab our image URL data. So now we have the image, and one more things we need to also predefine here, not directly here but later. As you see that all the data is coming for as a price data. After the price data, also you need to pass the one value is the quantity, which will be item dot quantity. So that's the value we have here. So now in that session payload, what we are doing, we are grabbing that metadata directly, and we're passing that mode as metadata as the metadata we have. We are passing the order number, customer name, customer email, and clerk user ID. Mode is having the payment, allow promotion is yes, so means like it's true. So I'm going to show you how you can create that and how you can use that. Now payment method types, it will be in the card. We are forecasting the success URL, cancel URL, and then passing the line items. In the line items, we are passing the price data, which is the currency USD. We are passing the unit amount and the product data. Then we are having the quantity. Now this is the catch where we need to work and make it happen. So here, what we're gonna do, if we have a customer ID, right? If we have the customer ID, then what you're gonna do? If doesn't have, then what you're gonna do should be session payload dot customer, and that would be equal to customer ID. Okay, done. And else, if we doesn't have the customer ID, means we doesn't have the customer yet, then what you're gonna do, session payload dot customer email, because we're gonna use the customer email to create a new email, to create a new ID, should be metadata dot customer email. Okay, so now with that we can grab this one, and from there we need to, now we should be able to grab one session, should be const session is equal to await. It should be stripe dot checkout dot, and then we're gonna grab the sessions, then we will get the create, and here we're gonna pass our session payload, and from there we will get an URL. We're gonna just simply pass the return. It will be session dot URL. So that's the URL we are needing right now to create the other parameter. And as you see, everything's good in place, but as we use the await method, we need to make that function as async function. Okay, we are getting async await, so everything is all right. Then we should be getting one checkout URL. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna inspect it directly in console. Now remove everything. Let's say create a proceed to checkout, and let's see what is happening. As you see, we are grabbing. If I open that in a new tab, you're gonna see that's the checkout format right now we are having. But we will not let the user to just let out from our like the payment section, right? We will drive it within that URL, within that, like we're gonna redirect that URL within our application layer. And how we can do that? But before doing that, remember we have that checkout button, so we need to make that one in a very crucial way by which we can showcase the loader and other instances. I'm gonna do it for one view, and you can feel free to go and do that for the other view. So what I'm gonna do, let's just go back here, and in there when we are okay, I'm gonna just go and initiate the loader. So that's our second parameter. That's the first one where we have order, and then this is the button, right? So in the button, we're gonna disable the button wherever we are having the loading. Like if it's loading, it will be disabled. And also for the checkout, this text we can define on that. If we have the loading, then what we're gonna say, we will directly say that it will be like processing. And if we have no loading, we will just say it simply that proceed to checkout. That's the one parameter, and that's it. I think we are good to go right now. And after that, once we are getting back the checkout URL, right? So in that URL, we will now redirect our window on the location, because as you see, the checkout URL is just an URL which we are facing. So we're gonna make that window dot, and we're gonna pass a location parameter, location dot href, and in that href it should be is equal to on that checkout URL. That's it. That's the last instant point we are dealing right now. So what we're gonna do, that's the moment of truth. If we are, everything is providing all right in a good format, we should be able to retrieve the order, like getting the data here, and that data, it should be available here. If you go in that Stripe payment section, and we're gonna just go in the transaction right now. So we didn't have any transaction yet. As you see, is empty. So what we're gonna do, let's go in our page here, proceed to checkout. As you see, disable and processing, so you cannot click it anymore. Now as you see, it's deriving to get my email. like the email we have, and 4242, and we need to define that 4242, the default payment card value. And this one, this name we cannot get from the metadata, because that name should be matched with the card name we have, but we are not giving the user, because whatever user I have, we're directly passing the email to that particular user only, not any others, right? So now here we're gonna pass a name. Let's say I'm gonna pass my name and pay. Now after payment, when the payment is successful, it's gonna redirect back to me my success URL, my success page. As you see, I'm having in my success page, I'm getting my order number, I'm getting my as you see, session ID. So all are working perfectly. If you come back here, just need to hit a reload here, a hot reload, as the first payment is done. So now after reloading, we should be able to get one payment. As you see, 296. If you click on that, you will get the other value perfectly, and it will just work properly. As you see, wow, super cool. Everything is right here. Now as you're having the payment, now we need to go and work in a different purposes. But before working in other parameter, what I like to do is to create that success instances. Later on, what we're gonna do, we're gonna create our webhook, by which we can now know how to create the other parameter. So let's go in the success page. So that's our success. I'm gonna close others. Now the success page also typically it will be an client page. Now I'm gonna just make that as a use client flag. You can take a new component here, make it as a use client, and page it will be make it as a server-side page, is up to you. But I'll go in a very efficient manner. So now what I need to do is that first here I'm gonna create two parameters, which will be const search params, and that search params is equal to, we need to get that use search params from the next navigation, and that we're gonna get the search params, SCARCH need to be given. So that's the one. And then we will get that const order number, and that it will be our search params dot get, and from there we're gonna get it according to our order number. And if we just log our order number, we should be able to get our order number. So create, and let's go and inspect console. As you see, we're having one order number, so we get the order. Now we can just simply define what we want, like in the use effect hook, use effect. And here what we're gonna pass, that if we doesn't have the order number, what we want. If we have the order number, we want something. So if we want to like empty our cart, that's, you can do it also after the payment is done, but you can also do it here. That's a simple procedure you can go and follow through. So const, it should be clear cart, and that will coming from that use cart store, and from there we will grab all the state, and from that state it should be there state dot receipt card. You can grab it from here, or you know how you can do that. You can just make that const receipt card. It should be use I think use card store. Yeah, use card store. That's it. As you see, the both way it will work. Now you see, type receipt card is available. So now if I have the order number, what I want to receive my card value, and I'm gonna do it simply. Should be receipt card, and that will always take effect whenever the order number it will be available. When the clear receipt card it will be available. I think receipt card or clear card, which one we prefer. So let's go my store.ts, and that is, yeah, receipt card. So means the card it will be emptied, and we're gonna see, okay, what's wrong here. Use effect change size between renderers. The order and size, this is array must be returned and constant. Okay. If order number is available, only then we are passing that receipt card value. Okay, we need to go in a functional way, because as we are directly calling there, so it can be throwing an error. So instead of having that this layer, we can just go with, let's say it will be a clear card. So we're gonna just grab that card store, and from there, instead of receipt card, we're gonna call that clear card, and it will just passing that instant value. As you see, it will go for sure. If we just reload, it will automatically disappear. Our order item, it should be emptied, as you see. So the first instant is just leading it here. Now what I'm gonna do is to create a simple that look like success page, by which we're gonna get the clear message, and after that we're gonna implement our like the webhook, so that we can check the action and we would be able to send our order to Sanity order, which the schema we have been written, and particularly we're gonna just prefetch the data and directly dump it in the order session we have here. Then we can grab and prefetch that all the modules. So let's create is design pattern for the success page. So instead of passing that within, I think we no need to have that container. So what I'm gonna do, just grab that and put a class name here. We're gonna make that padding y as 10 because we want to keep it in the middle, so no need to put a max width here. So md in padding y should be 20, and then bj should be gradient and to be bottom right, and from it should be passing the value of from green 50 to green 100. Okay, now as you see, we are having a simple structure here. Okay, as we are having this structure, we will also make it flex, item center, justify center, and padding 4. So whatever we're gonna dump it here, it will be at the middle, right? Now here we're gonna also define a motion parameter. First, I'm gonna just take the motion, should be import motion, and it will coming directly from framer motion. Is the motion is not refactor? I don't know, sometimes is not providing. Did we install the motion? If we go in the package, we should have been installed the motion, right? Oh no. Okay, cool. We are still not getting the motion. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna install the motion. So npm I framer motion. Let's see. Okay, installing. If it's not having any issue, okay, issue is providing, so need to pass with the legacy pair dependency. So let's try one more time with legacy, and that should be available. Yeah, now it's installing, and after installing we can now directly inject it here. So should be framer motion. Let install, we're gonna just showcase later on. So after the div, we're gonna having a motion div here directly, and if we just go, let's say it's still installing, we're gonna have a div called motion.div, and within that div layer we're gonna pass an icon which will be check icon. So let's say passing that check. Okay, I think yeah, check should be coming from the lucid icon. Okay, it's installed, so means it will be good to go. Now in the div, what we're gonna define is that, let's say that will be motion, but the check also we're gonna pass within a motion parameter. So should be motion.div, and here we're gonna pass that, injecting that our check icon. Right now you will only see the check icon, so we're gonna make that one looks a bit like put an initial value which will be, let's say that one opacity should be 0 and y it will be 20, and after that we will make that animate. So once the animating is happen, so the opacity should be 1 and y should be 0. So instead of skipping in vertically, it will be in place. And also we'll make the transition, and in the transition we'll make a duration which will be 0.5. Done. That's the one variable. And also you're going to make a class name which will be background color, it will be white, and then rounded should be 2xl, and then a shadow should be 2xl, and px should be 8, and padding y should be 12, and max weight should be xl, and after that text should be center. So that's the value. As you see, just we are having that layer. Now we will make it in a good shape so that it will be setting perfectly. Okay, and also it will be initial should be scale scale should be 0. Okay, so we will just make an keeping it bigger and smaller. So animate should be scale should be 1, and after that we will make that transition, and that transition it will passing a delay value which will be 0.2, and then the type oops, it should be not try, okay, 0.2, it will be type which will be spring, and after that I think the stiffness we need to provide also. The stiffness we are going to provide as 200. So I think, yeah, that's the layer. Okay, still I think you will not see that much ratio here. For the check, we need to make the class name. The text should be tail of 600, let's say 600, and weight it will be 12, height it will be 12. So that's the one. If we just reload for right now, let's see what's it's just casing. Yeah, see, just giving an effect. Okay, as you see on just reload, it's just providing a catchy effect, coming bigger and smaller, that's it. So it's just dumping like that way. So that's the design we create for this portion. Either if you want to make it also a square, you could just make that as you make the padding y value or padding x value, you can just make that padding as 8. It will providing that you that square shape. It's just up to you how the way you feel it look alike. Now in h1 tag parameter, we're gonna make that order confirmed, and after that also let's say a div. Then we're gonna pass a p tag which will be thank you for your purchase, and we're gonna make that using that an oppose. And using an oppose means you can either use that one, but once you are going to dump it in the next like for the versal, you're gonna grab an error. So it's better to using that an oppose so that it will not passing that error anymore. So we are processing your order and will ship it soon. A confirmation email with your order, oops, it will be with your order details will be sent to your inbox shortly. So that's the message we want to showcase. As you see, we're grabbing the message, but we need to make it look in a better way. So right now, as you're having, that's the one motion we have. So that's the one, but we have the flex properties, but it's not injecting perfectly. It's because as you see that's motion, because we need to also drag that every single things within this parameter. So that will be on that layer. So that motion, as you see, once we just reload, all the effect should be directly coming here. Okay, we need to create in that way. Okay. What we are missing here? So we make the text center. That is really bad. We're missing something. And what is missing is here, I forget to provide that color for this one. So you see that div need to combine some parameter. So that div, put a class name. Remember the width for icon is 1212. So I'm gonna provide a width of 24, height of 24, and then background color should be green. Green of let's say 100, and after that rounded should be full, flex item center, justify center, mx auto should be in the middle, margin bottom is 8, and shadow should be LG. Now that's the layer we want to create. Now this will give a perfect effect. As you see, once we are loading, okay, cool, now it's getting in a proper shape. Now for the h1 tag, put a class name, should be class name, text should be 3XL, and font should be less for bold font. Text will be gray of 800, text gray of 800, and after that margin bottom should be 4, and after that this div it will be getting some way. So for the div, I'm gonna make it like put a class name, a space y should be space space y should be let's say 4, margin bottom should be 8, and let's say text, I think the text I'm gonna put in left proportion. By default it will be left, just creeping in that way. Class name, the text gray would be 600. So now we are grabbing the design ratio. So I think in a way it looks not so bad here. Now after that p tag, passing another p tag, it will be in the p tag should be passing that order number, and in the number on this span tag we're gonna pass simply the order number. So to make that one in a proper shape, text should be black and font should be semi bold, and also we can just simply, instead of passing it here, I think I'm gonna just cut that and I'm not gonna pass this value here. I'm gonna directly grab that one for this layer, so all the text it will get the default value. So we have the order number. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna pass another div, and that will be simply just passing the structurable value. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna dump it here. So after that div, we're gonna grab that div, which is what next. So here we're gonna passing that UL list. Check your email for order confirmation. We will notify you when your order ships, and track your order status anytime. And as you see, passing that simple design parameter, making the background green, and then also this one text green, text sm space y1. So that's the one we are creating. What's next? Check your email for order and notify and track order. Now that's the, I think the one last parameter is pending is to create the button, right? So I'm going to give a div, and in the div I'm going to provide a link, and in that link, let's say it will be a home icon from the side React, and here we're going to put a name which will be home. And for the href of that parameter, href I think need to import the link from the next link, and the href it gonna just render to our home directly. So that's the home. So we need to make it align. First, to make it align, put a class name. We're gonna make it as a grid. So by default, grid call should be 1, sm grid call should be 3, and I'm gonna pass a gap of 4. So that's the way it's gonna structurize. Now what I'm gonna do, let's say for the home icon, let's put a class name. The width should be 5, height should be 5. Where am I? Yeah, width should be 5, and here height should be 5, margin right should be 2. I think that will be like that, but this one need to be properly aligned. So it will be just similarly all of will be the same parameter. So first thing, put a class name. I'm gonna make it a flex center, justify center, padding x should be 4, padding y should be 3, and font should be semi bold. So right now, after dealing with that, as you see, is coming together. And what I'm gonna do, background color should be green of 500, green of not 6 but 500 bg. Text should be white color, rounded should be LG, and after that, once we hovering, BJ should be green of 600, and we're gonna make that as a shadow of MD, and we're gonna make it as hover effect. So now if you go here, as you see, yeah, if we click, it will directly take back to our home. So what I'm gonna do, that's the similar effect it gonna pumping up. So I'm gonna just passing my others value here, so which going to be my those of the links. So need to grab the package icon, need to grab that shopping bag icon. That's it. So now if we just come back within the same layer, okay, as you see, order confirmed, home, order, shopping. So now we can track those things properly. If you want to return back, not providing that much gap, you can just feel free to combine from it here. You can just make that padding white, and you know, it will give you a perfect view here. So now as we are passing here, if we click in the orders, we should be able to grab the orders, right? So what we're gonna do here in the client, we're gonna get one more page, should be order, and here we're gonna make a simple page, page.tsx rafce. So that one, it will be our order page. So in that order page, we will create a lot of things. So in that container, it will be passing that order page value. So grab the order page, and I think it should not be order, it should be, I think, the orders. That's why it's not generating automatically. So I'm going to rename that one, and let's say orders, and that will be also just to output efficient should be orders page. Now what I need to do, because once we are delving, like once we are creating the order, is not saving. We are not directly getting it where it's supposed to be. And why we are not getting it is because we need to use that webhook. And how you can create the webhook, that's the first place. How you can use the webhook. To generate the webhook, okay, I'm gonna just reload that. Okay, order page is not defined. Let's go backward. It's defined. Let's say click orders. Is it possible? Okay. So need to rename that one. Yeah. So now to create the webhook, how we can grab that? It's very simple to go and generate the webhook. So that is the order. I don't know why, what's happened. It just redirecting to all of that. Am I missing something? Okay, that's our local host. Let's just reload. I think, yeah, it's just having some issue of the reload or something. Now first we need to install Stripe, right, in our local machine. So let's say Stripe download. So let's go in the download option. Now here get Stripe with the Stripe CLI. If we click on that on the documentation, you can see that install the Stripe CLI. So if we just make it try online, okay, that's the way we can install. I want to showcase the Google like GitHub platform there, from where you can download. So let's say Stripe download. Stripe download. Here is that GitHub. Yeah, that's the one I want to showcase. So okay, it's directly getting the download folder. So I'm gonna cut that. Let's enter so we can. Okay, that's also not coming. Let's say in the download, I think it will be release here. Yeah, so it will be github.com stripe CLI release. And from there is a Linux version, Mac version here. So my system is like Windows 64-bit. So you can also go, and there is a various versions there. You can go, feel free to go and explore, and you can go directly here. I think okay, show 15 assets. Yeah, I use that one, Stripe Windows. So if I just open my terminal here, and in the terminal, if I just try that Stripe, you should be able to see the Stripe. Okay, let's just, okay, Striped V. So now you should be able to see the Stripe version here, which will be available. As you see, 1.22, that's the one I'm using. So you download it. If either you're using Mac or Linux, you need to download, and then you need to go through to create the other instance. So after downloading, how you can run that one, right? So to run that one, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass a value here from where it can run, from where it can listen. So first command, which will be like that, Stripe listen. So first I need to give a variable which by which it can listen that one. So I'm gonna say Stripe listen, and I'm gonna forward that forward to, and let's pass that the value of that local host which I'm gonna render. So it should be 3000/API/web hook. Enter. And after entering, it's gonna pass me one variable here. As you see, that's the key, which will be my webhook key. So I'm gonna copy that, right? So after copying that, I will just directly go in my env file, so which will be .env, and here in that like webhook secret, I'm gonna just directly pass that one. So now I have my webhook key. So you feel free to install. Then only then once you run that command, Stripe listen forwarded to, I need to pass the port, and then it will run. So I'm gonna keep it like that, and now it's time to create my route. And how we gonna do that? Remember which one I post that, localhost API webhook. So if I go in my app, I'm gonna create one structure here. So the directory name, okay, I'm gonna just close all the things. So here it will be my API, and in the API I'm gonna take another folder which will be that checkout, and in the checkout I need to just provide a route here which will be route.ts. So now I'm having my route, so it will be now working perfectly. So let's say export assign function assign, and we're gonna pass that function, and that function, it will be a name of the post function, which will be a post method, and in the request we're gonna directly pass that request parameter, which will be request, and in the request the type should be the next request type, and don't import it from the server. No, import it from the server, not from other parameters. So that will be our total overview by which we can grab that function. Now in that function we will also grab some other property. We can grab the body. So the body, it should be body is equal to, let's say, await request dot text. So whatever the text we're gonna passing there, we're gonna grab that as body. And also you're gonna pass that headers list. It should be is equal to await. We're gonna grab the headers from the next headers. And then we need to get the signature, right? That signature by which we can check that's what kind of headers we are getting. That signature, it will be header list dot get. We're gonna get the signature, like the signature coming from Stripe signature. So whatever the Stripe signature we're getting from the header list, we're gonna grab that. Now we're gonna check if we doesn't have the signature, like it's not, the headers is not coming from the Stripe, then we're gonna pass a value. Return should be next response. Need to import again next response dot JSON we're gonna pass, and in the JSON we will pass the error, right? The error, it will be no Stripe signature. Okay. And after that we will also pass an status code, and the status should be 400. Okay, server failed. So now if we doesn't have the signature, now if we have the signature, we will make a secret, which will be webhook secret. Webhook secret is equal to process.env. And in that env, remember the name we have been given there, and whenever you are getting the name, better try to copy paste it, because sometimes you will get the misspelled and it will be false. Now we have the webhook secret, and also I'm gonna check if we doesn't have the webhook secret, means sometimes it can be fallback. We will just log in that persistence, like if we say Stripe webhook secret is not set, and instead of log we will pass that error. I think that will be perfect, and I'm going to return the value, which will be again the next not next request, it should be response. And for that instances, I'm gonna just copy this layer here, so pass this one. Status, it will be 400 again. So here we can pass the similar message by which you will know that what's happening there. So this will be passing there in the message that no Stripe secret is set. Now this time is like if we have set the secret, right? Now if we having the secret, we're gonna get the event. So that event is equal to should be Stripe dot event. So we're gonna grab the Stripe event value. Event okay, what's wrong here? Event is saying event does not exist. Why? Did we import the Stripe? Yeah, that's our Stripe. Then it should be okay, I think event okay, we're gonna get a try catch block, then we will see why it's not getting there. So in the try catch, we're gonna pass if we are having that error, so we can also grab that. So if we have error, we can pass that response here, and in the response we can just simply pass that, which will be webhook error, and we can also pass the error because it's in webhook error, so we know what kind of things is happening. So here we can pass directly the error here in the Frontend, and also gonna set case that console dot error, and in the error it should be that webhook event error, and in the error we can pass the error. Now in the try block, we will just define how we can grab that property. So the event is equal to should be Stripe. That Stripe need to be coming from my lib Stripe dot webhooks dot let's say construct event, and from that event we're gonna pass the body, we're gonna get the signature, and also you're gonna get that webhook secret. With that property we will be available, like we can create our Stripe secret, like Stripe. Okay, the one thing is that it should be a clone. That was the problem. So now that's our event. First event is going to grab the Stripe event, and now whenever we are getting a try catch value, we are just going to create a constructing a new event with the body which we are getting, passing that Stripe signature, passing that webhook secret. Means we should be having an event. After having the event, we can now pass that event to get the value. Now if we have that event dot type is equal to, now we can check all the event type. Let's say check out session, expired, and others. So now you need to be check carefully one more thing. Like see, once I type the event, I can grab all the event values. So if that things is not happening with you, means something is having error. So if you're using TypeScript, that should be providing that. So now we're gonna get that checkout session completed. If that happen, only then we're gonna grab the value. So passing that session is equal to, it should be event dot data dot object, and we're going to pass that as Stripe dot checkout dot session. So that will be the value for it. Now after that we need to also getting that properties should be, let's say, try catch. So in that try catch value, I think something we have been putting in wrong motion. It should be there, and that should be removed from there. I think so, yeah. Now in the try catch properties, remember if we have the error, we can pass the error, otherwise it will be fine. So we're gonna just passing that error value here in the catch properties. So if we having the error, so here, because now we're gonna create the order, so what we're gonna do, so we will say that order created in Sanity error. So now we know what kind of error we are encompassing. So after that, what we're gonna define is there in that try block, we're gonna say const order is equal to await, let's say creates order in Sanity, which the function we didn't create yet, so we need to create that function. So it will be create order in Sanity. We're gonna pass our session, injecting session directly here. So we're gonna create that function at the bottom layer, and that function will be responsible to create our property. So it will be assign function. So assign function, passing the function name, and in the parameter we will grab the session, and on the type it will be the session type, which the type we are passing that should be checkout dot session. And now we're going to create the variable. As you see, we are passing the order, so that order will be validated once we are just going to inject the order. So after that also we can make a log here just to see, which will be order created in Sanity, and here we can just check the order. Okay, so that's we're gonna check now. So after that we can create the order here. And how we can create, first we're gonna interject everything, like ID is equal to we get from the session. Okay, so what kind of things we want ID, we want amount total. After that we want the currency, we also want the metadata, we want that payment intent, then we want total details. So that's the things we want directly from this Stripe. So now from the session as a D structure, let's say const order amount should be order number, and that should be equal to metadata, as it can be as unknown, also it can be as metadata. Okay, note that metadata, it will be the metadata of action checkout metadata. So now we are having that order number. Remember the 4 instances which we are passing there. We can also get our customer name, we can grab back our customer email, and also we can grab back our clerk user ID. So now we are having the order number and everything. So it's time to create the order. So const line items and say with product. So we're gonna create the line item duct product is equal to, and that should be, let's say, await stripe dot checkout, not charges, checkout dot session dot line items, and from the line items we're gonna pass the id, and after id we need to expand the value, and that expenditure we're gonna grab that the value which will be data dot price dot product. So that's the value we are going to grab. So the line items with product, it will be that checkout session. We will go all of the line items, and then from id we're gonna destructure that with the data price product. Now we're having that line items with product, right? Now const, let's say sanity products. Okay, now here this time we need to create the products for sanity. Should be line items with a product dot data dot map, because we need to individually recognize the product. And here we're gonna take an function, then in return we're gonna pass an object. Here we're gonna pass the underscore key, and that key should be, let's say, crypto dot random UID. And after passing that id variable, we need to also pass the product. So should be a product, and that product should be, we need to pass a type which going to get a reference, REFEREN. I think that we're missing an n, and in the ref type would be reference, and the ref okay, and the underscore ref, we need to pass the ref should be item dot price dot product, and s we need to product s let's say stripe dot product, and here we can now pass that as the value is there dot metadata dot id. So I think we need to make ensure a null check here. So now we are getting a two different value. In that product we are passing a type underscore type which is going to get the reference, and the reference key which will be from that item dot price dot product as stripe product, and then we're gonna pass the metadata dot id. And also we need one more properties. Remember, we need to grab that quantity, right? So the item dot quantity, if the quantity is available quantity, then otherwise it will be 0. Now we are getting the sanity products value. So this time we need to construct the order. How we can construct the order? So let's say const order is equal to await. Now here if you see, we can make it that backend client, that one which is still not yet created. We need to create a backend client properties by which we can grab that properties and directly inject the data in sanity. Remember, in the lib on the sanity folder we have a lib here. So in that lib I'm gonna get another file which will be my backend client dot, let's say it will be also a ts file. So in that file we're gonna create that properties to go and fetch the other value. So let's say export const backend client, and that client should be create client, create, let's say client need to be import from next sanity, and from there we're gonna pass an object, should be passing that project id, and then passing that data set, and that project id need to be imported from okay, where is not coming from that. I think we can directly go and grab from that env file we have. Okay, it should grab from sanity env, but did we have sanity env? Or we can directly destructure it as from the env file. So we can just name it here as, yeah, API version dataset project id, and it will automatically get from the env file. So now as you did that, so now we have the dataset, we have the project id from directly from the env file we have, and also we have the API version here available. And now we can make that useCDN should be true. Right now I'm just gonna true it, and the token I'm gonna passing that token which is going to be process, let's say process.env, dot, you can also pass that, or directly you can fetch that API token if you want it to. I'm gonna just pass that. So now we have that our token properties. So we are just creating that one of the backend client. So as you're having that backend client, let's say that backend client would be responsible to create the orders. So create, as you see now, my data is correct. If we see, I can grab the variable. If anything is missed, the variable information you will not get. So you can just destructure and let's see where is the missing properties. And underscore type, it should be the order. Remember our schema. If we just go in the order schema, order type, you see in the top layer, we are declaring that name. See the order, that's the name should be matching here. So be careful once you are passing the name, it should be the similar name. We're gonna pass that order number, right? So order number, which we have the value. I think we are in the shape. Okay, we are destructuring the order number. So let's say, yeah, we're destructuring, but why is not suggesting order number? Yeah, okay, cool. And then we will also get that Stripe checkout session ID, which going to be the ID we are injecting. Then also it will check that Stripe payment intent ID, which will be payment intent. And then we're going to pass our customer name, which will be as a customer, not email, customer name. And after that, we will make that Stripe customer ID. Let's say that will be our customer email. And after that, we're gonna pass that our Clark user ID, which going to be that Clark user ID. You can keep it similar like that if you want. Then the email should be our customer email. Okay. And after that, also need to pass some of the value. So let's pass the currency, should be the currency we are passing, and that amount discount. So the discount amount should be the amount which we are going to inject. That should be the total, like total underscore details dot amount discount. And if it's available, we're gonna pass, otherwise it will be 0. If it's available, then it should be the total details dot amount discount divide 100. Remember that. So we're gonna just destructure on that parameter. After that, we also need to pass our products, and that product should be the value of that Sanity products. Remember, we have one key parameter by which we're destructuring the Sanity product with ID and product type. So that's the one it will inject here. So we grab the products, and now we will grab the total price. The total price, it will be amount underscore total is available, that amount total, and it should be divided by 100. Why I'm dealing that? Remember, once we are passing the price, we are making in sense, right? So whenever we are going to get back the price, it should be that parameter, right? Otherwise it will not work. Okay, webhook line, right? Maybe error when writing ping message. Okay, I'm gonna just close it for right now. We're gonna open it again. After total price, then let's put that status, which will be, let's say, paid. For right now, I'm going to keep it paid. Also, you can make unpaid and also other parameter. The order date should be the new date, and I'm going to make it dot to ISO string. Okay, and from there, from that person, I'm going to just simply return our order. So right now, if everything is working perfectly, we should be able to create our step in order in Sanity. For right now, in this, from this parameter, I'm going to remove my older product, delete altogether. So now in my order list is totally empty, so no order is available. And also if we just come back, so my thing is loading. So now we can create one Stripe payment, but before creating that, I want to make it /Stripe to run that parameter. Okay, it's running, and this secret, because it's gonna change after a certain time, like after 1 day, 48 hours or 72 hours. So you need to just check that it's finished or not. If it's changed, you need to also change the secret by itself, otherwise it will not work. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go and grab my here. So let's say we're gonna add some more product here. Okay, so this time we're gonna create a checkout instances. If everything is good, we should be able to grab that. We have 114. If we just proceed to checkout and see, there is nothing happened yet. And why it's not happening? Because it will only happen once the payment instance going to be started. So 4242, let's say 1235 123 providing the name of in the card and hit pay. Now we can check if anything is created here. So as you see, I can track right now, but in my track it's not created. Your webhook sign-in secret is I think it's because I need to also make sign in. Maybe that's what I need to do. Let's open that. Let's say Stripe login, enter, because I need to go to create the Stripe login, otherwise it will not inject. And this one I need to check which account I am using this here. So I have multiple account in the Stripe instances, I think. Yeah, so I need to go in my authenticator app to pass the value, because it's a multi-instance I create that. So in my authenticator I should be able to grab one. I think I use which account I use. So okay, it's not showcasing here. Okay, let me I can grab it. So let's say Stripe. Okay, I got that secret 101.625. Okay, now I need to give the access, so allow access. Now access is granted, so that's the step which I misspelled, so I forget to create that one. So you should be able to see two payment is done here. So what we're gonna do, as the last one on 4, we will create another order. Let's go back to the home and we will create one more, and this time I think the Stripe can listen and pass the order and do the trick the way it's supposed to do. Now let's go in the card, and from the card we're gonna directly go in the payment option. Okay, Stripe is still not doing anything. It's not supposed to not do that. So this time hit pay. So now let's see if it can connect. Only then I think, is it? No, it still can't connect. Your webhook sign-in secret is that. So okay, we can debug that. I think the mistake we have been done here is, see the checkout. Okay, that's the problem. Instead of checkout, it should be our webhook. Oh my god, yeah, that's the problem which we have been dealing right now, because we are passing it as a checkout, so my webhook is not running, right? Okay, I'm gonna close again and then I'm gonna run it again. That was a simple silly mistake again. The name was the problem. Instead of that webhook, I provide the name as checkout, so that's just freak out because it's not finding the link. That was the issue only. So let's roll back to the card. I think this time it will not give me any issue. I think so. I think, okay, let's pass that. Okay, pay. Okay, now you see payment intent success. So the checkout session completed, payment intent created. Now I think it's just going to take an action. There is some error we are having. No worries about that. We can just go and check 404 in. Okay, we are having a 404 error in. Okay, maybe that can be happen. Okay, we're having 404. If we roll back here and hit reload, it's not coming anything. I think we can fix that. So we have the product number, we have the value, but from where? API webhook 404 in 1465. Or instead of error, I think we can log the event so that we should be able to see where is actually things is going wrong. So that's my webhook, and we can also grab that log here. Okay, did we create everything perfectly? I think so, but let's just revoke one more time just to see what we missed. I think the mistake which we have been done, especially, you see the client, I think our entire that API webhook need to not to be in the client, but we need to move that not in app but in the client. Yes, that's why it cannot read here. Okay, webhook. Okay, the API is mismatched. No worries, we can delete that. In the client, because we are now injecting directly in the app layer, because we have two different directory there. So I'm gonna just put that within our webhook here. So that's the webhook. I'm gonna cut it. I'm gonna directly pass it in the client. We have API. I'm gonna just paste it here. I think now we will be able to grab those things. So let's just go try one more time. I think it will be fine. And also if we just come back here, okay, I'm gonna just close it again, and this time we're gonna let it listen one more time. I think this time it will work perfectly. And while it's happening, check that if it's the similar or not. If it change, means something gonna be error again. So now I'm gonna try one more time, because as you see, I'm now moving my not in the app directly. As you see the structure in the app, in the client, I'm passing the API, then the webhook is destructuring, right? So that's my webhook. Okay, so here I'm just end passing. Now put an add to cart, and that's it. Let's see if this time we can check or not. So 196 to be paid, and that's our webhook is still running, good to go. So I think if we try this time 4242, okay, and now hit pay. So the instances should be creating. Okay, charge succeeds. Still I am getting that, so let's try again something. I think in the code layer we're not getting anything. If we just check here, okay, see WWB, it should not be, it should be only one, you see, webhook. So I think the naming issue having the problem. So I think, yeah, webhook should be a single category. If we enter, I think this time it will not providing me the problem. Okay, secret, yeah. So now it could be matched, because you're getting 404 means not found. So every time it's running here, see the name here is the webhook, but here WWB, so that is having the problem. So let's try one more time. This time if it's having issue, it's really freaking me out. It's just a silly mistake, but you know, even the silly one, it can be a more, and it can be just making injecting that not to be happen. So now if we try this time, I think the problem is only for the mistake, I think so, but let's see, anything can happen. React PD, let's pay, and if it's found means it will work perfectly. Okay, created. Okay, now it's a different error. So 404, now 500. So API webhook means, yeah, if we click on that, we should be able to get some details. Now we know it's changing, so means we can now debug and go and find other parameter why this is not happening. Okay, char succeeded. Okay, we have the view. Okay, let's just go and debug a bit. I think the error can be aligned. Remember, I changed my product, that data layer in the Sanity. I changed the key, so there I have two separate, like I changed the shuffled account, right? So when I changed the account, I need to also change my the token which I have, because right now what I token have is just my this token. So in my Sanity, especially if we go back to our env file, we can just check that. As you see, that Sanity API token and Sanity API read token, these two token is the new one which we created, but I'm using the data from that Sanity project ID and dataset. So that was the error causing that, because it's mismatching. So I think that can be the valid reason to having an error. And there is one 500 error we should get, because we doesn't have a return value from here. So once everything is making perfectly, we will pass a next response.json, and here we can just simply pass that receipt should be true. Okay, so now with that layer we can go and grab fetch every other thing. So other procedure is okay, the similar passion which we have been done. And if you're having an error, you can just make that, like I'm gonna close that, you can just simply make Stripe login directly from there, it will be fine. And also if you cannot inject the Sanity property, you can also hit here Sanity login. I think that two parameter can give you access to go on that. So now this time if we try, I think this time it can be possible to create a better way that it can work. Now let's try this time 4242 1235 123, and let's say React PD pay. Now after dating that, now this time, yeah, payment to 200 yes. So as you see, I think everything going to work perfectly. And if we just roll back, status paid, we are receiving all the data. Okay, now we are getting it, especially if we go back here. As you see, the previously I created one, the success one, so now we should have that one also. So 144, and we just go back in this tribe, we should be able to see our payments which just recently we have been done. So the recent value is coming as value of 141, and that's the value of 141, which I am having the data, product data, I having the price, currency, and others. So now we're having the data. So that can be sometimes it can be a real issue, like it will be difficult to grab that, you know. So what I'm saying, you just check some of the criteria. Either your API is in the client side, which should be here, API webhook, and this here, this time everything was perfect, especially two things was mismatch. One, I didn't lock that properly, and the next one is was that I didn't connected it properly, and I didn't change the secret, especially the secret, and the API token key, I didn't change it. That's why the problem arise. I think now we are good to go. So we are having the event, we are having the session, everything is properly aligned. So I think also I'm getting on log from somewhere. I need to remove that log. So this the data. Okay, the session. Okay, here that's the order, so I'm gonna remove that. So now, as you're now still, if you are facing problem yet, let me know in the comments. I will try to reach you out and help you if you are facing those kind of problems, because for me it was just to having those problem, because it's just a mismatch of the data connection or others. So now, as we are having the data layer right now, so it's time to showcase our order properties, right? And how we can showcase that? Very simple. And to grab that, let's go back to our page here in the order page. So here we can grab the data, right? And to get back the data directly here, it also be a simple constraint. It will be running here. So first thing first, let's go and fetch our, just typing our query and other parameters. Let's go here in the helpers on the queries. We're gonna write another queries which will help us to get our order data. So let's say to grab that, it will be a simple query, export const. It should be my orders query, and is equal to, let's say we're gonna make that define query parameter. On that define query in the backtick, we will put an asterisk mark, and here it should be underscore type should be as equal to order. And after passing that and we need to pass that Clark user ID, should be user ID, and that ID also going to pass that value, should be user ID. And that going to also, we are going to make that order, which going to be passing that as order data and DESC. So we're gonna make it as descending parameter, and from there what kind of data we are going to get, right? We need to define which data we are going to inject. I think did we miss anything? Supposed not to be. So we are defining the query, which we have underscore type is equal to order, and after that and we are passing that. Okay, we're passing the Clark user ID is equal to user ID, and then the order should be ascending. So means it's supposed it to be okay. Yeah, from there we're gonna return whatever we want. We will get everything, and from there we're gonna destructure the products, which will be getting that products array, and after that from the products array we're gonna get the product. So all the products we're gonna get back from there. So that is our defined query. So now, as you're having the defined query, we can now simply write our function. So let's go and make the function here, which will be export const, and that should be get my orders is equal to async, and here we will get our user ID, which will be coming as a string format. Oops, I need to close that. Should be. And then if we doesn't have that user ID, that time we need to throw an error. So that should be throw an new error, and that error going to be user ID is required. So that's the error it's going to be. Now if we're having that, like if we passing the ID, put a try catch value, should be try catch, and in the catch we're gonna pass that our catch value. So that will be the catch fetching product, or error fetching, we can just simply say error fetching orders. Okay, now if we are successfully get the order, let's say const orders is equal to, it should be await, and here sanity fetch. So in the fetch method we're gonna directly just inject one it should be query. So in the query it should be my orders query, and the params, it will take the params of that user ID. Okay, so now if we are receiving the product, so let's say if we are getting that, so return should be orders dot data, and if the data is available, okay, otherwise should be an empty. Now here we will run one more properties which will help us to get that. So should be npm run typegen. So that typegen will be responsible to create the properties of the value. As you see right now is the property data is any. I say y to go and proceed. So in the page we will now be able to grab the data. So let's see, to get that user ID, and we're gonna make that a async function, because here we're gonna get the user ID should be const user ID should be await. Let's say we're gonna grab it from auth, which will be passing the value from our I think Clark next auth server. And now as you're having that user ID, we can get the orders. Like if we doesn't have the user ID, so user ID is not available, we don't want the user should be coming here, and that time return redirect, directly we're gonna redirect to our home page. Okay, only once a user having the ID, it will be, they will be available to come back here. Now you see we're getting in order page. Now whenever we are coming in order page, now we can grab the orders should be await, and that time you will make that get my orders, and in the orders we're passing that our user ID. So right now we should be able to get the orders. If we save and let's say put a log just to see if we are receiving that or not, we can face the error, but no worries. If we are facing that, we're gonna fix that, no worries about that. So let's say put a log here, we should get back the orders. What's the error we are facing? Get orders. Okay, yeah, I think okay, client error we are facing, so no worries. In the queries, I think the unexpected character in the queries, so let's roll back to the queries. We will fix the query parameter in the define query. Okay, so that's my orders query here. So in the define query we are getting that underscore type is equal to order. We are passing that order, and Clark user ID is equal to, we are passing that user ID, the ID which we are passing, and we're making the order. So order data, whatever we're receiving, we are making is descending, and from there we are grabbing that, passing that products, getting all the products. Okay, that's the mistake. That should not be like that. Yeah, that's a simple mistake we are passing here. We need to pass a variable from there by which we need to inject the products in between this parameter. Okay, I think we can fix right now. Yeah, and this time we should be able to grab the order data. As you see, we're getting our product. Okay, and also if we come in the pages, especially if we just click on that in the queries, in the index parameter, as you see, if you're running here order, we should be able to see the order data. So in the order data we are having data any, source map, counter. Okay, so we supposed to get, but what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make a reload window so to see the view. Okay, it will not be there. Yeah, because previously once you generate that, because that time we are not having the data. So right now if we are having the data, this time we need to generate it again. So I'm gonna type gen again to generate my new data. And while it's generating, let's structure what kind of things we have. We have two array, Remember, we have the currency, we have user ID, discount. Now here is the product value we are having. We're having status, customer name, so everything is good to go. Okay, this time is again is created the value. If we go our index this time, if we check, okay, you see data, my orders query result. So now in that order, we know we have the order ID. So what you can do, you can go and check that payment method, and you know that's we are having some of the small mistake which is created by so far is not so much, but you need to fix that. So whenever you are doing, be remember again, check the API if working properly, check the value of Stripe is working properly, also get that webhook secret if it's working properly, then it will work, because for you it will be perfect. For me, because I changed the product ID, the dataset and others, but I forget to change my token, read token and the webhook token, the API token. That's why the problem was arised. I think for you it will be fine. Give it a shot. If you're facing error, let me know in the comments. I will try to reach you out and help. Now, as we are having the data in that properties, we can now showcase the data in our headers. How we can showcase? Remember, simply we can just go and grab that. So we can make, remember how we get the user ID. I think that user also having an ID. So if we log user dot ID, yeah, we have user ID from here also. So we can now check if we have user dot ID, let's say we can make const orders is equal to awaits and say get my orders, and here we're gonna pass that ID. Okay, I think if user ID, that's the one parameter. So let's say cannot find name ID. Oh, sorry, it should be user dot ID. So we should be able to get orders, right? But what's the error? Let's see. Attempting to fetch resources, the type error. Okay, let's reload again. I think it should, yeah, it's happening. It's supposed not be there. So okay, we can make that. We can make let orders is equal to, let's say, null, and here we'll just pass that let orders to grab the orders to once is possible. Now here in the order parameter, so as you see, we can now simply pass the value here. So it should be orders available if orders dot length and I think in the orders we should be, yeah, we should be get that if orders dot length is available, gth length is bigger than 0. What's happening? Then passing that something, otherwise passing something should be orders dot length. Okay, let's see. Okay, property length does not providing. Why? That is the orders we are grabbing directly. Is it not coming? It's supposed to come. Yeah, so we are having the orders if users okay, we are okay, no need to attempt that late because we are now featuring that, so no need to capture that. So orders dot length is available, and if that length is bigger than 0, that time only it will affect. So right now, if we just go back, it should provide us the items. Okay, no, it's not providing the items. So I think we can check the orders. So let's log again. Should be orders, and that should be passing the orders value as a. So now if we go back here, okay, go at the bottom, we should, yeah, we are having two data, so orders, so we are passing that orders length. Yeah, we are having, so we can check orders dot length, and we should be able to see 2. Yeah, we have the length, so means we are just misconcepting, we are having some misunderstanding. Leng, let's say orders dot length. Yeah, okay, we're having that. Okay, we need to also cross check because we are setting that, right? So now we will make the NN flag. Whenever the orders is available, only then it will redirect. See, two items. So now we know this user having 2 items of orders. So this way you can grab it perfectly if you wanted to. You can also fetch it in different way. Now we have 2 orders. This time to showcase the orders data. After passing the orders, we will deploy it in Vercel. As we are having the orders data, it's time to just showcase the data in our orders page. Here, as you see, the order page is rendered. So we will make the similar of that. So where we can see the order list, and if we click of the order list, we should be able to generate the data according to the order. Every order, that would be a different order list. So that's the one we are going to create. And to create that one in the order page, let's go back here. And now, this is our order page. Here, as you see, if we doesn't have that user ID, we should be go back from here. And also you see in the logged, we are having the order data details is right there. So now what we can do, we can now generate the data according to that details. So first we're going to create this simple list view. After that, we will create the other possible view here. And to create that, let's go in that div on that container. We are going to roadmap on that. So over here, we will make that, as you see, we have the orders. So orders.length. If we have the length, we want to show the order details like orders. And if we doesn't have anything, like if we have no orders length, means there is no orders available, that time we are going to showcase another div, and that div, it will showcase that no orders. So no orders. So right now it will not popping up as we are having that order, so it will go and generate. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna remove one so that it will work in perfect way. Okay, so now in the orders, how we can align, because later on we're gonna shift. As you see, we can delay, like we can roll back from there, and then we can pass through that also. But to make that, let's just put a null check just to go and define that we are going to have one value, which is the no order. So you're gonna just make a design on that. After that, we'll just go back to forecast the orders. So put a class name over here. I'm going to make it a flex. Flex should be column, and item should be center. Justify center. Padding Y should be 12, and also padding X should be 4. So whenever it will hit in the smallest skin, padding X should be 6, and LG padding X should be 8. Okay, it's just go out of the way. Or we can do one more thing. I'm going to just for right now keep padding X as 4. So you're going to see all the details is here. Now what I'm gonna do first is that I'm gonna put an icon which will be flex. I think it will be flex, filex. Yeah, filex. Why is not giving me the? So let me just import at the top that icon. I just not suggesting here. Okay, so filex. Okay. So that will be my icon, and for that one also height it will be 24, and I'm going to provide a width of 24, and text should be gray of 400, and margin bottom should be 4. So you will have to see one file icon, as you see, means it will restrict that no orders. Now after that, I'm going to put an H3, and then it will saying no orders found. And after a p tag, it will be there, like it looks like you and of course we are going to use that and oppose. You haven't placed any orders yet. Start shopping to see your orders here. So that's the message it gonna pass. After that, it will generate one button, and in this button we will also generate a link parameter here, by which we will showcase the link that they can go back to, like let's say browse products. And for right now, I'm gonna just forecast that in our href/home. So it will just go back there and showcase our home data. So from there we will make it make some little small design to make it more creative. So here put a class name, and there I'm gonna make it text, which will be a 2XL, font will be semi bold, and text should be gray of 900. Done. And for the p tag, we're gonna render of that class name. Margin top should be 2, text should be small text, and text should be gray of 600. And then text, I'm gonna make it in a center, and max width should be empty. So as you see, yeah, looking good. Now for the button parameter, let's just put an button I'm gonna render as a child, and class name margin top should be 6. And that's it. So that's the design for our new orders found. And now as you're having the orders, that should be go out from there. So now we will showcase the product by which we can just go and create the design. And to implement that, instead of that div, or we'll use the card. So the card, and of course that card already we implemented from the Shadchan UI. And here I'm going to render the card header. So in the card header, I'm going to pass that card title. So in the title, it will be like order list. So we're gonna just showcase the order list value, as you see that's right here. And what I'm gonna do in the container over here, I'm gonna just make a class name padding y should be 10, so it will be having a space overall on the font and in horizontally. And for the card, I'm gonna just make a class name which going to take us the class name width will be full width. Okay, so that's the card header done. After the card header, I'm going to render the card content. So in the card content, I'm going to also render that our scroll area. Now this scroll area, we doesn't have it yet. So what I'm going to do, let's just roll back to our friend over Shadchan UI, and I will try to find one which is called the scroll area, and it will be at the bottom letter S. This is the scroll area we need. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just copy that. And let's just open the terminal. In the second one, I'm gonna just install that. So after having the scroll area, we can now render the properties. So area, and within the scroll area, I'm gonna pass a table. I think the table also we need to render. So now here, I will not go by force, I'll go with legacy path dependency. And also I need to have the table. So let's go in the letter T, and I'm gonna render the table. Okay, so copy that and paste it to generate the table. And I think for this purpose, yeah, right now table enough. Later on, if we need, we're gonna get one by one. So the scroll area is still not okay. What I'm gonna do is to make that scroll area is not, it is not imported. Let's go check. It will be in our components, UI, and scroll area. Yeah, it's there. Okay, so it's just messing with me, but it's there already. So scroll area. Okay, now it's coming. So in this scroll area, what I'm gonna do is to create that table. So it will be table, and now this table is making me table. And what we can do is there, just I'm gonna open that table here. Now my file can read and it can import it automatically. Table. Okay, now see, table is there. And after table, we're gonna pass a table header. So it will be table header, not the head, but the header. And after table header, I'm gonna pass a table row, where the row it will be generated. So in the table row, I'm gonna pass first, it will be that table head. Okay, that will passing the head, whatever the value it will be in the head. So first head, it will be order number. If you just save it, and if we go back to our application, as you see, the order number is just popping up here, and it looks similar like that, right? So we are going to default style parameter of the Shadchan UI. You can see how that design is just implemented. So no need to be much more headache to create the design. And don't worry, if you want to make it in that way, you can do it. You can enter your own class name. Like if I want to make it width of 100 pixel, I can render. There is no of every single component. Like why the Shadchan is much more complemented. As you see, whenever we go in the table, you see all the components, like you can pass the props and you can grab the class name. So as you see the CN and all the class name, you can just appropriately enter there. So no worries about it. Now I'm gonna take a width of 100 pixel for a smaller screen, and a bigger screen, it will be just taking that entire auto weight. Now I'm gonna make it 3, I think 1 2 3 4 5 6 should be there. So okay, 3 4 6. Okay, now after the order number, it will be passing the date. So let's just generate the date. Should be date, and here in the date there will be some more class name here, which will be by default it will be hidden. Only in the like in the empty screen it will gonna pass as a table cell, so you should be able to see that as you see the date, but a smaller screen it will be hidden after the empty. If we just roll back there, as you see, if we come back in the empty screen, there is no date. Okay, others is available. And after the date we should be taking the customer, and for the customer I will not get any of the class name, or I think, yeah, no need the class name. I'm gonna just keep as it is. After the customer, it will taking our email parameter. Let's just put the email. For the email, I will just keep that same setup of the one is here. So let's just copy that class name here. I think that is not required. Okay. And for the other two, for the and this one, I think it will be for the total number. Should be total. Oh, not total. I think order total. And here I'm gonna pass the status. Okay, and for this logo here it will be also randomized like class name done and also is done. Now if we come back here, we will see that a separate ratio here we have, and now as you see it just redirecting on that. We have order number, date, customer, email, total, status. The similar order number, date, customer, email, total, status. So that's the same scenario we are creating here, and we will also make things in a proper way so that the data it can flow perfectly. Now after that table row on that parameter, like the table header is passing, then we are going to, so table header is done, I think so. Did we miss anything? I think one more parameter is that is the table header, right? So after table header we are passing the table row, so the table row is done, table header is done. Yeah, now here after table header we will generate one more component here, and let's just create it first. It will be our order component, like say orders component, orders component.tsx rfce, and this going to hold our order data. So let's render here, should be orders component, and by default what we're gonna do, we're gonna pass our orders, right? Whatever orders we are grabbing, we are just going to pass that in this portion. So that would be order, should be our orders. I think not order, should be the orders. So what are you gonna see that here right now, that order components is rendered. Okay, now we can do one more thing, is that we can just keep that I think the scroll area which we defined, that put a class name, which we're gonna define that as width. It will be full width. And after that at the bottom layer, so now we have that orders component. So after the table we can now pass an scroll bar also, to having an scroll bar effect. So what I'm gonna do, taking the scroll bar from here, so right now let's see, we have any scroll bar, scroll. No, really, this is, I think is on the scroll area that should happen the bar. Let's just see scroll bar. Yeah, with the scroll area is coming the bar, and I'm gonna pass that orientation which will be as a horizontal or horizontal. Okay, so now it's time to let's our order to be flourish. So how we can show the data in our orders component. So let's go and fix that. So this is our orders component, and here we're gonna forecast the data ratio and how we can show the data in a proper manner. To implement that, we're gonna just destructure the orders, which will be the orders directly coming from the as a props, and we will define the parameter which will be our orders, and here it will be, remember, the my underscore orders result query, right? That's the type we have. Now after that we can also make a parameter which will be const selected order, and that will be set selected order, and we're going to define that use state. By default it will be just taking that, let's say it will be null. Okay, and why we are doing that, remember, because every time we click it will render only this order data. Every time we click it will particularly grab the data according to the order. And to do that, as we're using the selectable parameter using the useState hook, we need to make our component as a useClient component. And for this order data, also we need to pass a type parameter, which going to having that my orders result. So that's the query we need to pass. And here we need to pass also, it will be as a number. Okay. So now the error, I think, okay, that will be number, or I think null. I think so. There should be another parameter we need to define, or it will be null. Okay, done. Now, as you're having that portion, it's time to make these things to be working in a proper shape. First thing first, let's go in the div, and instead of particularly having that, I'm gonna just take an empty braces to keep the things aligned. And how we can do that? So first we're gonna render a table body. Okay, so it will be a table body. Remember, this is under the table, right? As you see, this is the top of the table. Now we are having the table header portion. Now we're gonna render our table body. So within the table body, we can also pass a tooltip. Remember, if we say tooltip, no, tooltip is not there. And what we are doing, if you just hover on that, as you see, click to see all the details. That's the one we are creating. And to get that, we need to install this tooltip here. As you see, hover, we can see the message. So just copy that, and let's just go and grab and install this one. That's very handy. If you're using Shell UI, it's super handy. You see, the design itself is just creating. Okay, so you just need to configure it. You just need to make it the way you want, the preferable. That's it. So no worries about it. You can use it perfectly and without any hesitation. Okay, now as we are having that, so first to use the tooltip, what we need to do, tooltip provider. Let's see if the tooltip is available. So here is our tooltip. So now first we need to wrap that tooltip as a tooltip provider, the way it's showcasing here, provider, then tooltip. So now also you can just trigger up the toolkit. Let's go back here, and now again, instead of that, we can just make that tooltip provider. Inside tooltip provider, we will map through our order status. So orders.map, and individually we will take it as order. And now within that order parameter, we're going to render something, and that render, it will take first of the tooltip. Why is tooltip? Because once we are going to hover, like entire area or anywhere we hover, the tooltip should appear. That's why we need to wrap everything within that parameter, and then we need to make that tooltip trigger. So that's the one which gonna trigger our tooltip. So in the tooltip trigger, we're gonna pass a table row. So should be table row. And on that table row, we now going to make that table cell, and within the table cell, we're going to pass the parameter the way we want. So first we're going to render the order number. So order should be the order number, and what we're going to do, we're going to make it a slice portion to just showcasing the last 10 digit. Okay, not the first one, last 10 digit. If that one is nothing there, we're gonna just put an A. So what we're gonna do, just last one, with that it will be very simply we can find the order data. Okay, now what we can do here for the tooltip, as you see, we're gonna make the key should be order number, as the number will be unique, and the trigger, it will be as child trigger. If we save, we should be able to see, as you see, the data is pouring up here. So right now, as we are having that, so now also you can just make that one just to showcasing that there is some more or some others, or if it just first, you can make it in the first align to just showcasing that something is also at the beginning. It just depends your natural instinct, how the way you prefer. On the table row, let's put a class name, should be cursor, should be pointer, and also whenever we hover, bj should be gray of 100, and I'm gonna put the default height of 12 so that it's gonna grab this space. As you see, if we hover over here, now the tooltip is not passing anything, right? So means our tooltip is not triggered. Why? It's because you see the tooltip trigger, we need to also pass the tooltip content. After the trigger, we will get that tooltip content, and in the content we will pass the value, the one we want to show. So you're gonna pass a p tag, which will be say click to see order details. Now if you click, like hover on that, you should get that one. Okay, let's see. As you see, yeah, you can change the color if you want. I will just go with the default one. Okay, now we are having the order number, and after having that order number, I'm gonna take another table cell. So that one, let's just make that one a bit of design here. Put a class name, font should be, let's say, medium. And after this one, let's get another table cell. And within that table cell, I'm going to pass our order date. So as you see, that's the date parameter. If we have that order date, like if order.order date is available, only then that will be rendering, and we're going to pass that new date. And within the date ratio, it should be order.order date. And we're going to make that .to local data string. Okay, so whatever the data string we are using, it will be just go and grab the local format. Okay, done. After this, let's say grab I think for the date also, let's just pass some class name. It by default it will be hidden. MD should be table, not caption but cell. Okay, after this one, the order data, now it's time to get our email. So in that table cell, we're gonna just pass our order email, should be order.email. And the similar parameter, we're gonna pass it here. Put a class name. By default it will be hidden. SM should be table cell. Okay, so now we can see the email and others respectively. Now it's time to provide our the total price. So in the table cell, we're gonna render our price formatter. Remember, we have one price formatter, and here we're gonna pass our amount. The amount should be order dot total price, whichever we have, and also for the class name, text should be black and font should be medium. So now you will be able to see the price. Now you can make it more bigger, more exceptional. That depends on your preferences. So after this one, we're gonna get our last one, which will be another table cell, and here we're gonna render a button. So what we're gonna do, if we have the order.status, only then it will render. And we're gonna render a span tag. Okay, not that span but a manual span tag. And here we're gonna pass a message. What kind of message it will be there? If the order on dot status, if is equal to, let's say we're gonna put a character 1. So I think what we are actually going to do it, if we come back here, it's just making the camel case. Yeah, that's one of the person was saying why we are doing it in previously. So we can, yeah, I think that's you're right. So we can just simply go to make it in a capitalize. Class name, if we go, it will be paid. Let's say capitalize. Yeah. One suggestion I got that you can make it in that way, which I forgot. Okay, welcome for that. Now I'm implementing this one for you. So now we are having the capitalized parameter here. So now what we can do, we can go and make some default class name. And how we can do that? So instead of rendering this one like that, we're gonna go the second bracket, we're gonna get the capitalize here, and padding X should be 2, padding Y should be 1, and after that rounded should be full rounded, text should be extra small, and font should be, let's say, semi bold. So now you're gonna have a proper ratio here. Now we're gonna render with that. If the order status is equal to paid, then we're gonna render something. And if it's okay, first thing it will be the question mark, and if it's not that, then we're gonna render something. If it's paid, we're gonna make that background color should be green of 100, and also text should be green of, let's say, 600, and also this ratio bj YOLO should be 100, and also text YOLO of 800. So now we're gonna see our forecast as the paid version. Okay, we messed up one thing. We forgot the customer name here. Okay, I think we can roll back on that. Remember, after the email, after customer should be the customer should be before the email. So here we need to provide that. Okay, so should be table cell. Maybe you already know that we messed up. If you know that, you can just keep that one in that proper order. Now should be order, and it should be customer name. Okay, now we have it, right? And for the customer name, I'm gonna keep it like that. As you see the smaller skin, now you can make it more tightful, right? I'm gonna just keep it a simple way. You can make it more complex, more proper, in a proper manner. Now whenever I click on that, I need to popping up this notion, right? That's the one I need to configure. And how I can configure is very simple. I need to write a function here by which it gonna render that on click event. As you see the table row, that will be responsible to click on that. So I'm gonna make just an on click event here. And here what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna trigger that handle order clicked. Okay, that's the one I'm gonna pass, and I'm gonna pass our order, and that order directly coming from here, right? So now I need to get that function here. So should be const handle order clicked, and there I'm gonna take the order, and the order should be that my order result query, and I'm gonna take that as a number parameter, and here let's define the function. If I just go on that toast dot success order clicked, you're gonna see if it's working. You see the order clicked, so now we know it can still work on that ratio. So now we need to render that, what we call that is that to create on that, this need to be rendered here. And how we can render this is to create that, we need to create the dialog, so that will be a very visible way on that. And to do that one, remember we have that our section UI, we will go and select our dialog parameter, that's the dialog. So from the dialog, if we click there, as you see how it's just rendering, so that's the one we needed. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy this portion here, and let's just go and install this one to use it. Okay, so what I will do right now, I'm gonna create another component here. So that will be not in UI but in my component, that I'm gonna pass that as order, let's say details dialog. I think it will be perfect name, details dialog.tsx rfce. So this one gonna render our orders data. So here like after the table body, so it will be alongside, that's why I use the empty braces beforehand, should be order, let's say order details. Okay, order details dialog. Here there I'm gonna take some of the parameter, so I'm gonna pass our order. So the order that will be the selected order, because the function still we are not passing through, we need to fulfill the function. And how we can make the function should be set selected order, and we're gonna pass our simple order. That's it. You can make the console.log to get the data, it's up to you, but I'll just go in forecast way because I know it will be just set on that. We are doing it very long time. And is open, when it gonna open, right? That's the one also I need to check. If we're gonna put a double null check, if we have that selected order, only then it gonna open. And on close, how it gonna work on that, because we need to pass the function, right? So in the function we're gonna define on close how it gonna close, like set selected order, that should be null. So now we are passing 3 value from there in the orders dialog. Okay, I need to get that to go in the legacy path dependency. So in the order, we're gonna pass the selected order. So that's the order value it will take. And every dialog, like the dialog having an opening shut and also the closing parameter. So click is open and on close it will close. So this both function, as this is my parent layer, right? If I click, it will come back here. So it will trigger, as you see. If I click, it's just triggering. So this just trigger, but I need to also make the functionality by which I'm gonna close it and it will close perfectly. So let's just make a reload. I think, yeah, forget about that error because this is coming from here. So now I think, yeah, that's what it's saying. Dialog is open. I'm gonna just say enter. That's it. It will be just overpassing. Now I need to configure how I will just go and make that parameter to work. And to make it work, I'm gonna create it as a react dot functional parameter fc, and from here I'm gonna take a order, let's say order details, or I will just simply pass that as a props, right? I'm gonna pass that value in the props so that I will know what kind of parameter it's just initializing. So to do that, I will just go back here, let's say interface, it will be props, and in that props should be props, I'm going to define that the order should be my underscore order result, and for that it will take as the number value, and by default if it's not available it can be also null. So that's the one value. And is open, it will be is open, as is a true false value should be boolean value. And after that we will have that on close, which going to be a function, so should be, it will be a bot. That's it. So now our function is good to go. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna grab the three things. So it should be, we're gonna grab the order. You see, once I'm typing, is showcasing what I have is open. Okay, on close. That's the best way to work with that type script. You know, you have the very good combination on the letter. If we have no order, we can now define, I will say return null. So means if that, whenever we click by mistake, if it's also open from anywhere, if the order is not found, it will automatically close, right? It will not open at all. So now we need to provide our dialog. So instead of div, I will just remove that. I'm gonna use our dialog. So let's import the dialog, and here I'm gonna also get that dialog content. So get the content here, and from there I'm gonna get that dialog header. Let's say dialog header. Okay, so in the dialog header, I'm gonna pass that our dialog title. So oops, it should be, and remember also, because we have that Redis UI, Redis icon and other parameter, all are putting a lots of suggestion, but you need to be very careful to get the proper things. So I need to grab that title. You see, I have Redis UI React dialog, and I need to get from my UI dialog title. Now I'm gonna pass that order, should be details, and here I'm going to render how I want to showcase my order. Should be order, and after that should be the order number. So now not the date, should be number. If I save, if I click, anything happen, click, nothing happen. Okay, I need to pass the is open value. See, now it will not open because I need to pass when it gonna open, right? So it will open once the is open value is available, and when it gonna close on open change. Okay, on open, let's say open change, it will be just go on that. Let's say I think it will be on close, I hope so. It's not the value. Oh, I think, yeah, it is the value, but you see, I grab it the second because it's just capturing this one. So now I have two parameter. I know when it gonna open, when it gonna close. As you see, if I click, it's opening. If I click, it's opening. So it's having the ratio, but I need to make it in a proper way. So let's just roll back in our orders component. Let's see if anything we messed up. I think everything is good to go. So we have the order details dialog box, and we are good to go. Yeah. So that's our dialog, and here put a class name. Oops, should be class name, and max width should be 3 XL. Okay, that will be the max width here. Now if we come back here, as you see how beautifully it's opening, but I want to make a reload here just to see why it's not giving me my promising data ratio. What is there? Okay, the card contain the child, something we messed up. Okay, we messed up in the dialog. So let's just go in the dialog. We'll see. So we have our dialog, then we have our dialog content, we have our dialog header, then we have our dialog. Oh, yeah, after the header, so content, after the header, we have our title. So the header is done. Let's just grab a div. I want to see why it's not providing the things it's supposed to be. Okay, that's supposed to work. Anything we messed up? See the dialog content? You see, that's the one I was talking about, because if we messed up, it will be a problem. So we're just getting from the Redis UI. That's why it's just freak out. It doesn't know how to work, you know. So now if you click, okay, you see, that's cool. So that's why I told you, be careful when you're making the imports. So in the div, I'm going to take a p tag, and within the p tag, I'm going to take a strong parameter, you know. So there, I'm going to pass the value, which will be the customer, and here I'm going to pass another, like after the strong parameter, I'm going to pass that our order number, order customer name, I think, order, and there should be customer name. So you should be able to see the customer name. Yeah, that's cool. So I'm gonna just render it like, I think 1, 2 more, 3 times maybe. So let's just get 4 times. So see how the value going to generate. So one, it will be the customer, another it will be the email. So order, and that should be customer, I think email, order email, and then we're gonna get our date value. so the date, and here it will be getting that same parameter. Remember the way we did it. So I'm gonna just render again. So if we have the order dates and we're gonna render, you need to make that because it will structurize on that. If you don't put the and function, maybe the TypeScript it gonna freak out and it gonna cry for some of the TypeScript parameter. So it should be the order date, and we're gonna just transfer that one to local data string. So whatever the local we are using, it will just grab that. And after the order date, we will also pass the status. Okay, so in the status, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass that order status. Done, we're good to go. So now our div is done. Okay, so after having the div, I'm gonna run showcasing the other parameters. So passing the div, I'm gonna generate a table here again just to showcase the data. So in the table, I'm gonna just pass that table header. So the table header. So on the table header, I'm gonna pass the table row here again. So if you're familiar the way we did it, you will be knowing that. So that will be table, let's say head. So on table head, I'm gonna pass, let's say, the product. What kind of parameter we have? If you go back here, we have the product, quantity, price. Okay, that's 3 only. So that should be the product, quantity, and price. So let's say it should be quantity, and that should be our price. So we have 3 header here. So now as we have the header done, now we need to focus to have our table body. So now the table header is done. Let's say table body. So in the table body, we're gonna pass that order, and then order dot products. Let's say order dot products, because individual order having the products, and we're gonna map to it. And here we're gonna get 2 parameter. We're gonna get 1 product. We're gonna also get 1 index, because particularly it can be mixed up. So now we're gonna render from that particular instance, and we're gonna just get that table row from there. After table row, we're gonna pass the table cell. So it should be table cell. So on the table cell, the first instances, we're gonna render our image. If the product dot, you see the product dot image, what I prefer you better do one thing, is that console it before typing that. I know, because I did it multiple times, to practice and to configure the project. So I know what it gonna showcase, but what I let you understand, you better log it. Console log it, see the data value, and then try it again and again. Once you know what is happening, what the result should be out, having the outcome, then go forecast it in a perfect way. Okay, just don't follow me and do it, it will be a messed up. Okay, if you want to learn by yourself, follow me, but try it yourself. After watching, then try again by yourself. So do it in a proper manner. Now if we have the image, only then I can render the image parameter. So that will be my image from the next image, and here I will generate the image source property. So in the source, remember the way we do it is should be the URL for, and on that URL for it should be the product dot image, and after that we'll just pass that URL. Okay, you can also put a question mark here if you want it to, no problem. Now here we can also pass that an alternative tag, which is going to be the product image. If the image is not there, it can showcase the width. I'm gonna give a 50 because it will be a simple small image here, and the class name I'm gonna make a simple property, which going to be, let's say it will be border round, it should be SM, not MD but SM. So now as you see, we have 2 product. Now there is one catch for you. You can also hook up with the link parameter. Once you click on that product, it will go to the particular product link. And how you can do that? Remember the product card we designed, right? In the product card, once you click, you see the slug.current. So we're gonna bring that. Let's see. We're gonna bring that, and we're gonna see if it's working here. Okay, if we do that and just wrap everything in the link parameter, I don't know it will work or not, but let's give it a try. Okay, because for in here I didn't implement that. If you just go back here, you click, it will not go anywhere, but here I want to just create it. So product, and that should be product dot, let's say product. Now it should get to the slack.current, and here I'm gonna just make that hover scale, let's say 105. We're gonna pass that hover effect value to provide the design. Okay, you see, that's happening. Now you can just, if you click on that, uh, is it entering the parameter? Yeah. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. That's really amazing. If I click on that, it's generating. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's working. That's perfect. Okay, that's really cool. Okay, now you can do one thing. That's for your tags. Once you hover, you see the overflow. You need to stop the overflow. So that's your tags. You can do it. Now on the table cell, as you're having that, after having the image here, so that's the link. After the link, after passing the image, I'm gonna pass that our product, and if that one is available, I'm gonna pass that product dot name. So the product name, it will be there. As you see, it's getting together in that ratio. So what I'm gonna do in that table cell, let's just put a class name of flex item center, put a gap of 2. Okay, so now it's having a 2 of the gap. And also we can do a little bit more thing if you want. You can make is the to just keep it on that one line parameter. It's up to you. You can pay for it if you want it to. I will just go with the default parameter. Now the next table cell, it gonna render our quantity, which going to be having that product dot quantity. And after that, the last one, let's say table cell. On that table cell, I'm gonna pass our price formatter, and in the price formatter, in the amount, I'm gonna pass that product dot let's say it will be the price. And also for the class name, it going to be text should be black and font should be medium. Okay, what's wrong? Yeah, it should be medium. Okay, now we are having the quantity, and also we are having the product perception. I think it's a similar on that. You can make it in the center, and you can do it if you want. That class name text should be center. Is it going? Okay, it's just, I think it will be simple. Yeah, quantity like that. So right now what we're having the proper ratio. So after passing the table, we can also generate one more div here, so where I'm gonna pass our total value. So it will be a strong tab. Here I will pass the total, and after passing the total, I'm gonna make that our price formatter, and here I'm gonna pass the price, which should be the amount should be order dot total should be order dot total price. And for the class name, text should be black and font should be, let's say, bold. So now we have the total price, and for this one, what I'm gonna do, put a class name, then the margin top should be 4 and text should be right. So now we have a total value ratio. So as you see, if we go back here and if we click any of the product, okay, that's cool. Now there is pretty much everything to create on that. Let's just go through it. I want you to settle down if everything is working perfectly for you, because after that we are going to deploy our entire thing. Because right now what you're watching, that's my deployed version. You see, it's deployed, it's live. So that's the things also you should have it if you are following each and everything with me. So before rendering that parameter, I want you to make sure that everything is perfectly aligned. So let's just go. I'm gonna just recap everything. If it's okay, then we will be just referring the parameter. And also I want to change my Fabi icon. So here I'm gonna just grab my previous icon here, which will be properly aligned on that. Okay, just make a refresh. I think this one, it will work. Yeah, my icon is changed, and I'm gonna close my latest version, and let's go and check. So now I have header. If I search, let's say search for the juice, enter. So it's supposed to provide me all the juice data. I can now add product here. I can add quantity. I can decrease quantity. I can go back there. And after that, as you see, also from here, I can filter by category. I want some chocos. So the chocos data should be implemented here, and it should be providing the chocos data from there. So I can add, I can delete. The last one, it will be saying remove successfully. Also, I can filter from here. If I filter the chips, it will appear. Now in the product section, what I can do, I can add product from here and I can remove the product from here also. Now this one, the chili flex pack, which is out of stock, I want that one to be in stock, right? So let's go in my terminal, and here, not in my terminal, in my studio, what I'm gonna do, as you see, the chili flakes right now is out of stock. I can't sell it because even I can't click it, you know, I can't render it anymore. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make it like I purchased that. I want to make it, yes, it's available, people can purchase. So that will be the chili flakes pack. And here I'm gonna just make that one as available for the customer so that they can have it. So right now, as you see in this stock, I'm gonna add 10 pieces and publish. So after publishing it, that should be removed from there, so it will automatically render the prompts and properties, so we should be able to now sell that again. So now as you see, we can now add more products and we can go through it. So let's roll back to create some more product, because after that also there is one more parameter to keep that live, so that lively we can change that one. So in the card we will create an order, and as you see, our listener is already open. So go and proceed to checkout. So here we can also open the coupon. So that's the part which we need to work on that. And to make our coupon should work, I'm gonna go in my Stripe to check my account, because we need to create our coupon there, otherwise it will not work perfectly. So if we just go back, I will show you how you can open the coupon. So that's the e-commerce app. I think that's the one we are using, right? So yeah, that's the one I think we are using. I will just check the secret here. Yeah, that's the one. So what I'm gonna do, as you see, we have the product catalog, and from there we can add the coupons, right? So I will open a few coupon here so that we can just render our coupon parameter and we can testify it and we can add it, then we can have the discount. And also you can make in that studio to prefetch the coupon the way we are preferring. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just go back in my card, because I will render, as you see the promotion code is available, I need to add the code. Okay, let's just provide a little bit time to load the data. Okay, now as you see, we have a new year. I think this one is creating for the previous one. I'm gonna create a new one. So create a new one, so that one should be Christmas, and that's it. So the percentage, it will be, let's say 20% off for the Christmas, right? And that one duration forever, you can make, or multiple months. Let's put a multiple months, or I will make it as a 2 months, as November and December and January. They can just go on that. So I think that is it. And ID is optional, so the apply is specific for 2 months. Let's create a coupon. So now our coupon is created. If we just go here, as you see, if we just go back for our one coupon here in the new year, which is having 25%, you see the promotion code was the very. So now also we need to add a promotion code. So in that parameter, we need to just go and add one promotion code. So that's the promotion code, add it. And that should be, let's say, new year. Okay, so all are capital. Eligible for first time orders, you can limit the specific customer. I will not choose anything, I will apply, anyone can just go with that. So let's roll back here and again to proceed to checkout. So what is gonna happen, the 20% discount, it should be applicable for that. As you see, we have 2 for 2. So if we go and apply that, let's say type new. Okay, let's see it's working or not. It's checking, no, new code is invalid. So let's say new year, so that should apply, right? So it's applying. You see the 2 for 2 and 48.40 is coming, new year 20% off. So now you are getting a dynamic coupon code, right? So we can just go and grab that 4242 and the valid month, CVC, and the name. And this name, it will not reflect, because that's the name for the card holder, like for the card name, okay, not your actual name. Let's pay. So after paying, you know, the things, the way it work, everything, it will render here. It's supposed to fall back to grab the data, and it will proceed all the parameter. I don't know why it's taking more time this time. Yeah, it's taking more time, and unluckily it's nothing happened there. You see, the Stripe can't listen Why? What's wrong? Again, my Stripe is making me problem. This is really troublesome. Last time also my Stripe giving me trouble. So again, this is my Stripe also providing the trouble here. So client API webhook. Then we have our Stripe. We can directly render there. Okay. Oh, that's my bad because I need to change it. Okay, again, one more time. No worries. I'm gonna change that. So I logged with my browser. I think this time everything gonna work for me. So I'm gonna just choose and go back there. So right here, now I can do it again to check if it's working or not. So let's go and try again that promotion code, which is New Year. Apply. So the 20% off, it will be applicable here. I'm gonna go with the default value here. So let's see if it's working this time. Hopefully it's supposed to work. And enter. Let's see. Okay, yeah, this time it's work. So it just because of that the initial token, you just need to log in with Sanity for this Stripe and generate a new one as I did, and then now it's working fine. So now it's rendering. I think after everything done, you see I have the orders. If I click, I should be able to see 3 orders here. Now there is one catch, because remember the Stripe, how much the payment is done is 254, but check that align that price is not the actual price, because the okay, what's wrong here? Unique key prop, where we are missing the key prop. That's really that's not good. We are missing that. So where, yeah, that's the one. Yeah, we need, no, not that one. In the table row, we need to provide the key. We can just pass the key as index. That's it. Yeah, now even we come here, it will not giving us that headache. So now there is another task for you. If you just roll back to our Stripe data, if we just go in the transactions, the actual transactions 54, right? 254.40, but is it, it was actual data? No. See, 318 was the actual data. So now if your customer, if they want to calculate the data, if you just click, if you add that all together, it will be coming 318. Then you can pass the coupon code, then you can show the total payable price. I think that way it can be more reflexive, it can be more customer orientation, right? So it's up to you. You can do it if you want. So now one more thing is that to make the parameter as the live, so I'm gonna close all from here. So let's go back here, and now let's go in the Sanity, in the live, on the live. We will use that. Yeah, we have the revalidation properties. I think that's working perfectly. So one more thing is pending is that to create the draft mode. So to do that, let's go back here. As you see here, there is no draft mode parameter. So we need to implement that draft mode by which we can initialize our draft mode within our parameters. So let's go in sanity config.ts. Here, as you see, we have the Bayesian tool and others in the plugin. So now there is a structure and the Bayesian tool. So after that, we can go and grab that one presentation tool, the way it will supposed to be present on that. So should be presentation tool, and in the presentation tool, we in that tab, we can just focus how the way that should be aligned to make that presentation. And I think to grab that, I think we need to make one package here, which not the package, it can directly coming from that Sanity presentation. So now here we can create a draft mode parameter by which we can present the data. So it should be the preview URL, and here in the preview URL, the preview, the where we want to see the preview, it will be our /home, right? So now we can also forecast that preview mode, right? How the preview going to work. So there will be like once it's enabled, and there we will pass that draft. I think the draft mode, it will be there. So draft mode, yeah, that's it. So if it's enabled, it will focus to go back there in the draft mode. I think where's the error? Something we messed up. Okay, my ptr is broken. Okay, I think so. I think we need to add the comma here. Why it's not injecting directly? Okay, that's weird. Yeah, because of that comma. Okay, so now we should be able to see one presentation URL by which, as you see, is loading, so means it will inject here. So with that, we can directly get the feature of initializing the draft mode within our application parameter. So now also we need to create a page in our client by which we will initializing the draft mode. As you see, you can also make it draft dash mode, so I'm going to just keep it like that. So here in the client, like app client, I'm going to use a page which will be draft mode, and there I'm going to create a new page, should be page.tsx rafce. That should be for the draft mode page. So that will be for the draft mode page. As you see, we have one presentation URL. So with that, we can focus our presentation to follow back. Remember the ID we have. So now, as you see, in that / draft mode is there, but we have nothing to match. So now we need to create that page to enable each and everything entirely from our that page ratio. Only then we should be able to get the data properly, right? So in the draft mode, there should be a two value. One, it will be enable, and one, it will be disable. So let's go here. I think no, you should not create the page. That was my bad. It should be analytically getting a two parameter, like that's the draft mode. So one, it will be getting that enable. That should be, let's say, enable, and another, it will take us to make that as disable. Not here, but should be disable. So in the enable, that should be both of the route parameter we're going to focus. So in that enable, we're going to create a file called route.ts. So in the route.ts, we will make that to create our all forecasting visionary. Let's say we're going to define a functional parameter here, should be export const. We're going to make that an async function. Let's say async function, and here in the function the name should be a get method. So let's say get, and in that get method the parameter, it will be as a request and request, and in the request the type value should be is coming from as a request, and on that request parameter request, I think, yes, okay. So now in that request parameter, we should be able to generate the request the way we can be handling the operation. So now let's say we're gonna get two properties also, like is valid, and also it will get that. And by the way, from where you can grab that, you know, there is a package on that to create that Sanity preview URL secret. So I'm gonna just popping up that one. So let's go in npm, and there in the documentation is already explained how the way you can grab that. As you see, the preview URL secret, that's the package we need to install to amazingly drafting that ratio and enabling all the parameter we want. So I'm gonna just copy that, and here in that application layer I'm gonna install that. Okay, that's one name, this one is having mistake. Okay, so now how it gonna work? You see the way it will do that, and you see it gonna make the plugins and presentation the way we create that mode, and here you're gonna just render how the way you want to showcase the draft mode, and you see the is valid and redirect to. So that's the one it will going to go and click within that parameter how the way we are going to focus. So feel free to read, and that will make a lot of sense to you, you know, if you just go and read on that. So now there is something wrong because you need to also install that in the legacy path dependency. So let's go and enter. I think this time it will install. So right now what we are missing is that first let's make that I'm gonna import that. I'm gonna import some of the value which will be getting from there. So let's see the sum of the parameter, it will just go, because remember we also need to grab that token here. I think we already prefetch all the token, which the client is Sanity client is there, validate preview URL. You see the URL should be coming from there. That's why we installed it. Then the redirect should be coming from next navigation, and the token should be the process.env, and that one is coming that Sanity API read token, right? So right now what I'm gonna do is that to go and initialize all the properties, and let's say also we need one more properties that we will just make that import, that should be draft mode, and that draft mode, it will just import it from next. I think next headers it's going to be implemented. Why it's not coming? Okay, we will see that. We'll see that. For right now, what I'm gonna do, let's say const is valid, and I'm gonna pass that await as is an async function. There should be validate preview URL, and on that we're gonna pass the other value. So that one should be is valid, and also there should be redirect to, and redirect to is equal to /home. Now in that preview URL, we want to pass that client. That's the client should be our Sanity client .with config, and here we will pass our token value. Okay, and after that we will just make that request.url. So the request is URL should be serving here. And now as you see, I was showing expected a comma. Okay, I think this one. Now after that we will make that if like no valid. So if the validation is not success, we're gonna pass a return value. So return new should be conducting a response, and that response going to say as that invalid secret. Okay, and we will also pass an status code on 400. You can pass it 500 also, that's up to you. So after that is everything is all right, we're gonna pass the draft mode. So should be draft mode, and you see is coming from the next headers, and here we will just pass that. And now this time as is enable, we're gonna pass the enable mode. So the draft mode should be enable, and the redirect to, it will be a redirect should be forecasting on that redirect to. Okay, so that is our first draft mode parameter for our like the route for the enable. And now also we need to create another route to make it as disable, route.ts, and to disable it will be similar fashion, but this time we will make it as disable parameter, and this is very simple, and like it will be the similar pattern, similar fashion. So should be async a function, and here we're going to define that also coming a get request, and here that should be coming a request, and also the type should be the type of request. It should be coming from the next request from next server, and here we're gonna make that await, and from there it will be await, and then await dot it should be the draft mode, and this time we'll just simply make it as not enable, just simply make it as disable. That's it. And after disabling it, we're gonna return a response, should be next response, not request, next response dot redirect, and here we're gonna redirect within a new URL, and here it will be a /home, and also it will request pass that request of URL. That's it. So now we are having the draft mode parameter and the front mode parameter, but still you see the continue anyway, it's not still shifting. So let's go back to the structure. Now we need to inject that within our layouts. See, we have in the client side, so in the client we have one layout here. We need to inject in our live version so that it will be always be primitively be a structure, right? So first thing first, we need to go to create another button here by which we can disable the draft mode parameter. So in the components, I'll create one more function, like one more components is there, should be disable draft mode.tsx, by which we will be able to disable the draft mode. And to disable the draft mode, we will use some of the properties. So should be in environment, it should be equal to, and we're gonna use that use draft, I think draft mode, yeah, that should be next sanity hooks. So we need to create a hooks over here. I think that's created already, we can just need to be implemented. So I'm gonna just import it, and of course as we're gonna click on that, we need to make that one as use client. So that's the one we're gonna use. So use draft mode environment, so it will be use draft mode environment, and that are going to use to grab the environment, and also const router should be use router from the next navigation. And after that, if the environment variable is not equal to live, right? So means it's not a live project, and the environment is not equal to unknown, only then it gonna pass the message. Then we're gonna say return null. So if the environment is not getting the live and unknown, it will return the null. And also we're gonna render a button here instead of the div. Let's say button, and in the button we will pass that a message disable draft mode. So after clicking on that, it will automatically disable the draft mode parameter. Let's just put some class name. It will be a fixed button, and from the bottom it will be 4, from the right it will be 4, and also bg should be gray of, let's say 50, padding x should be 4, padding y should be 2, z should be 50 to keep all like the top of the things, and the text should be black, and also hover text should be white, and we're gonna pass that hover effect value. Okay, so now we are having a button, and after we click on that, we need to pass a function, should be, let's say, handle clicked. And what is gonna happen once you're gonna click that? So const handle clicked, which going to be generating an asynchronous function, because we need to disable the parameter. And how we can do that? Await, we will fetch the data from there. Remember where? We're gonna fetch it from the draft mode. Remember where? That's the method which we're gonna fetch is here. So if you just come back here, you see the draft mode, that's the one it's gonna fetch, as we have the disable and enable. So now await fetch, and from there we're gonna select our disable, right? Disable. So that's the method we're gonna choose, and router dot refresh. So the home /home, it will refresh, and then it will provide us the particular action which we are looking for. So that's the button we need to provide, and we're gonna inject that within our layout parameter. So let's go back in the layout here. After before the header, like after the body, we're gonna render that. So we're gonna pass the method of that as it should be default. It should going back to as an async function, because we need to make the await formula here. So here we're gonna make that await, and there we're gonna make that draft mode, which gonna come from the next header, and we're gonna pass that is enabled, and only whenever the draft mode is enabled, only then it will take an action. Then we're gonna pass two variable. One is that it should be passing that disable draft mode, and also it should be like visual editing. That's the portion need to be imported from the next Sanity, I think. Yeah, visual editing, that's to be imported. And after that parameter, we need to pass our Sanity live key. So Sanity live will be responsible to render the parameter to inject everything as a Sanity. So is it not acting as live.ts? So let's see, that should implement it, but why it's not working? Okay, let's I think it should be coming from there, Sanity live. Yeah, it's just taking a bit of time to render. So now what is gonna happen? Now we can change the thing in live properties. Like I wanna make a reload, and also that's as well. So all the properties should be reload properly. Otherwise you're gonna just follow through an error. So let's just provide the time to reload each and every single page. Okay, enable app SSR. Okay, something is wrong here. I'm gonna just reload one more time just to see if everything working perfectly. If it's not perfect, we need to fix the things, because maybe it's messed up or some error is occurring here. Okay, I think yeah, we're good to go. So let's go in the presentation mode. So this time the left side should be our website, and the right side it should be generating our documents. As you see, okay, no matching documents because it's still loading. So in the draft mode, okay, yeah, something missing, require HTML text, unable to connect. Check the browser console for more information. Okay, we're gonna check it for sure in the console. Okay, the connection is not established. You set up Sanity visual editing correctly. Okay, it's saying the Visual Studio not setting up correctly. That's why it's not giving the proper data. So if we go in our live preview, we should be able to see everything is concat perfectly. So Sanity, live, and live here. What's wrong? Okay, we can debug on that. I think maybe here, because it probably we put that enable draft mode, then we need to also pass that / enable, because we need to pass that all together, the ratio, so it can render all together. I'll go back to the structure and then try again. I will make a reload here. I think that can be a problem because we are not forecasting how it's gonna choose, because that's just injecting draft mode, then we are not passing any route here. So by default, once it's gonna be taking the presentation, it should enabling that router setup. Okay, now you see the URL is getting for that draft mode enable. It's loading. I think this time something gonna happen. Let's see. Yeah, so now we are having our application, which is the / of that. I think now the problem is we are not fetching the data. Okay, so why is not so in the preview, why it cannot grab that? So that's supposed to be draft mode enable. If we go here and enter, okay, that's having the invalid credential. Okay, let's make a reload here. Did we have that credential, the read token? So that's the one we need to check. Okay, there is something in the console which the misleading here. Okay, staging map result is Stega. Okay, we need to set the Stega. Yeah, that's the problem. We messed up, we didn't set the Stega. That's why it cannot forecast like where it gonna happen and how it gonna work. So to implement that, we need to go in the client, not in the client, especially in the Sanity, and here in that lib, let's go back to our client. Here we need to pass our Stega method, so that's why it can just interact on that. Let's say passed Stega. On that we will make that studio URL, so on that it's gonna know where the URL is going to head up. So first thing first, I'm gonna pass that let's say process.env, and let's say node env is equal to, let's say, the production. Then we're gonna pass something, otherwise we're gonna pass something. If it's not production, we're gonna just go in the backtick, and here remember in that our Sanity Studio setup, we have that our all the parameters there. We have one URL there where we need to find that, say process.e not that one, should be process.env dot, and here we're gonna grabbing one thing is that which the next public Sanity URL, so should be next underscore public underscore base URL, should be base underscore URL, and after passing the URL it should be, let's say, / studio. And here if it's in the production mode, I'm gonna just put that https your domain, it will go here. Okay, I'm gonna just keep it like that. So now it can find the Stega here. So the studio URL it can, because it cannot read the studio URL. That was the problem. So it's not in the production, means we are in that normally in the URL of which you are in the developing mode. So it can now render the actual URL. It can find the URL for our studio. So let's see if it's working right now. So we're having a preview mode here. Okay, yes, this time as you see we can now see the data. We can just make it bigger. Ignore that error, it is not a problem. Now as you see we have the chili flags. So now once we click the product, it will directly render that one within that parameter. You see the chili flags? Now I want to check that. I want to change that chili flags. I will change the pack. I'm going to delete that. You see, after deleting that one, it will redirect that one. Also it gonna impact, you see, live impact. If you go back here and you see here that disable draft mode is enabled. Also why is here, it should be in the right side, right? So let's go in the app, on the client, on that particular layout. Why it's still here, disable draft mode, and you see the ring, it should not be the ring, right? Yeah, after keeping right, you see the disable draft mode is right here. Also we can make a border here. Let's make a border so that it will be visible perfectly, and border gray of 500. Okay, cool. You see Now it's rendering perfectly. So now, because that enable is in dark mode, so I know it's enabled in the dark mode. And also, as you see the chili flags, if I disable the dark mode, it will automatically disable the dark mode, like the draft mode, and it will go back to its previous scenario. It depends on how the way we want. You see, it's not render, it's not taking that the byte, right? Also, if we come back here, but here is okay, right? So now if I just go and click on publish, it should be implementing that as the chili flags without the other parameter. You see, it's implemented. That's how cool it is. So every time now your website can be handled by any of the non-tech guy. That is how simple and how pure it is. It doesn't matter about only the product. It also can be dependable of any particular parameter. You can now momentarily like edit each and everything. You can edit this one. Once you click, it will automatically it's going to provide the all data ratio, right? Like you go back here, also you can view the orders. You can just go and check the order data. You click on that, it will render the order parameter, like it's paid. Okay, I will make that one as unpaid. Okay, let's go here, let's say it's pending. And after pending, let's see how it's gonna render. You see, the pending is available, so means it's not yet paid. Okay, so that's the way we can choose, right? So that's how simple and how cool it is. Okay, so if I come back here, I'm gonna just close that because right now I don't want to change. And from here, it's already, I make it disable, it's disable. So I think everything is working perfectly cool and in a proper manner. So the one more thing is that to make it live. Okay, disable the draft mode. So after putting it live, you are good to go to showcase this project anywhere in your portfolio, because you see this kind of project really can mandate something more. You can visualize it. It's super cool build, a simple application but having a lot of creativity, and you can do more from it, right? So it's our task to deploy that in Vercel with entire our frontend and backend. As we did everything perfectly, our page is looking clean and all the pages is rendering perfectly. It's time to deploy our application, and we are going to deploy it through Vercel. Before deploying it, I want to focus on of the error which we are having here in the terminal. As you see that image with source, the source image, you can click on the image so that particularly you can see which image is having the cause. So that's the image which is particularly coming from our discounted banner image. If we just search for that file, discounted banner, and now here you see the error is showing that as legacy prop object feed. So now here, as you see that legacy object feed which we don't want to use, we're gonna just remove it and enter. After saving, it will just go back and the error it will resolve. Now what I want to focus up about that is that I want to go back and showcase the package.json file. Now here, there is some of the trick. As you see, the React is coming with the 19 RC mode, and also React DOM is coming in 19 RC mode. And what basically we did, a lot of the things we used in that, using that npm like legacy path dependency, or some of you can use the force, but still that can cause some problem because as the legacy method can having some up and down with the version wise. So what I'm gonna do, you can go with the npm, that's up to you. If you go with the npm, you will also fix some of the problem which can raise the issue. But for me, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna close my terminal. That's up to you. If you want to follow, okay. If you want to go with the npm, let me know in the comments. I will let you build just as your application built by npm. Basically you're going to npm, but I'm gonna run the pnpm. I'm gonna remove that package.log, and here I'm gonna make that pnpm I. So the pnpm method, it will all install those packages, and I will get less error for the dependency. Just to sort out that issue, I'm using pnpm. Okay, that's up to you. If you go npm, just run that npm run build before that to just see what kind of errors you're having. And if you want to run the pnpm, if you doesn't have the pnpm, you can just check in here that if we have that pnpm -v, see, I have the version. If you doesn't have, you can just simply run npm I. You can go with the global flag, and then you can use simply that pnpm. Okay, that will do the save the purpose. Okay, so now it's installing. I will just provide a little bit time to install all of this. Okay, I use the pnpm. Now I am getting, I think I need to just reload my window. It will just prefetch everything and working properly. So now I'm gonna run my application. I did nothing, just to use the pnpm method and pnpm run dev and hit enter. And also you can easily configure that, just downgrade that React version 18.0.3. you can go with there, and 18.3.1 also. This time it will work perfectly aligned with you. So let's just reload my window. I want to see if everything working perfectly. After that, I'm just going to deploy this entire application. Okay, it's compiling. While it's compiling, we can also do some other method. As you see, we can just check if we have a git initialized in our application. Let's say git status, and right now that is in my root directory, means that project is not initialized yet. And you can also check all of the things. Let's say we'll check the login if everything is working perfectly. I'm gonna go with the login, and then okay, cool. I think it should, yeah. So means all the things is working perfectly. And as the git is not there, I will check the git dash version, means the, okay, should be git dash version. Yeah, I have the git. Now to initialize the git, we need to run one single command, which is git init. That will initialize the git repository, like git method in my application. Then as you see, there is one more file is here, .git ignore. That file is just beside on that is like a components JSON. You can see here. Now whatever the directory is projected or the file is projected, the git will ignore. It will not add it on that image, right? So in this image, it will ignore those files, like the node modules. I don't want to set to my add in the git. I don't want to set the next or the env. So those things I don't want to just pass there. So now what I'm gonna say, git add dot to add everything except those mentions in the git ignore file. After that, just pass that commit, which will be development done. And here now, as the is locally just committed, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go in my GitHub here, and in the GitHub I'm gonna open a new repository, and it's very simple to create. If you just log in with your Google account, it's very simple to easily way to just access that. So I will go in my repository, and from the repository, what I'm gonna do, just create a new repository, and that one I'm gonna just make that e-commerce app. I think the name is e-commerce web YT. Let's say web YT. I'll choose my account, and I'm gonna keep it as public, create the repository. After creating, there is two options. One is that create a new repository on the command line. That's also, you can go through the command line to just connect your repo and just click it from there. And also you can push an existing repository from the command line. So I'm going to select that 3 line. You can go select one by one and then copy paste, it will work. But I'm gonna just select these 3 all together, and I'm gonna paste it all together, hit enter. Now this all 3 command, it will run together and do the all other things. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make a reload, and after reloading, as you see, everything is just in place, right? So now momentarily, one more thing we need to do is to deploy it Vercel. We'll just go in that vercel.com, and also it's simple. If you have the GitHub account, you can link it here and you can just make that as usual. From add new, I'll go to create a new project, and from there I will choose that e-commerce web YT. You can search your project here, it will just find for you. After import, as you see, that's you can manipulate. See, the framework presets is here, is already automatically grabbed, like from which framework you are putting that. So it's coming in Next.js by default, and also you can change the directory here, but by default I'm gonna keep it as root. As you see, the build and output settings, I'm gonna keep it like that, and you can also do it that install command, as you see. So now if you go through that, you need to go that like npm like install for legacy path dependency, you can run, so it will follow that command. Okay, so that's up to you if you are following that npm. Okay, I'm not going through because it can still cause some issue. Now on the environment variables, there you need to focus. Remember, we have lots of environment variable file. If we go in the .env, so those are the files which we need to go and implement there. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy all of this, right? I'm gonna just get one of that next base public base URL. That one we're gonna render later, but I'm gonna select all of that: next public, clerk publishable key, clerk secret key, except that stripe webhook and next public base URL. All of that I'm gonna copy and paste here. Okay, so that's it, just here, and click on deploy. Again, I'm saying you can go with the npm, so that can make your practice. Okay, so that's a challenge for you. If you've successfully deployed in the npm, let me know in the comments. I want to see how many you can finish that. If you cannot finish, or if you want it to finish with an npm, let me know in the comments. I will do the same thing with npm. Okay, so now it will go and prefetch everything. Now still there can be some error, you know, the Vercel is checking each and everything very politely. It will not let you go. Even there is a single error, anything there, it will not let you go. So we need to be very careful once you're deploying. So let's see, you see that everything is installed, package and dependency, just checking, building my application. Now you can go through with the create that npm run build or pnpm run build to check the build command in the locally. So you can do that if you want, but I'll just go directly on that. Looks okay. We are having some issue here. Okay, we can now go one by one. As you see, assertion type is chip. So in the cart page, I think there is an error of that. We can just go and read the error properly so that we can understand where we are messing around. So in the cart, as you see, there is something written here which can causing the error for that. I think the ESLint error. So now we can feel free to find it, and in the orders we have one visualize scroll provider is defined, but we didn't use button defined not used. So it's just a little bit not that much complex. So let's go in the cart and page. So we'll go, I'm gonna close that, and okay, now let's go in the cart. So that's also gonna have a very better understanding. Whatever you build, you can really focus on that. So in the app we have the client, and as you see, all the routing is just described here. Where you can find that, it's very simple in the card and the page, and there is saying in the line of 65 by 22. So 65, that's the one. Yeah, that's user, and we use that line here, so that is not finding that type, so we should not use that. So now how alongside without using that, how we can configure? We use that user. Okay, we should not use that question mark only. Yeah, that's the one. So that's the one it will go, no question mark. And after that we will go in that orders page. So if we after the cart, let's go back in the orders, and in the page we use one okay, virtualized scroll provider is defined but never used. So that should be for this one. Yeah, we import that, but we didn't use it. That's how simple it is. You import it, you didn't use, Vercel will not let you go. After that we have another one, success page, container defined but not used, the similar parameter. So let's go in the success, and in the container, as you see, you can find very simple and easily. Okay, now go in that product list, product card is defined but didn't use. It will in the component. So instead of typing that, I will let you show where it's lying. So let's go back in the components, and in that is naming that product list. So that's the one. And here we define something which we didn't use, the product card. So we can just remove that, hit save. I think, yeah, hit save. And after that we have the quantity buttons, border style is defined and is out of stock assigned but value never used. So quantity buttons, so that would be here. So this one we didn't use, that is out of stock. Okay, done. If we didn't use, you're gonna remove right now, because also border style we are not using. So why we are passing the dependency, we can also remove from here as it's not acting on that. So as you see, as we finish correcting our application layer, what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna just make that git add dot to adding everything there, and I'm gonna pass that git commit error resolved, and let's say git push. Now still I'm not sure that only be that error, there can be more error there. So let's go back here and we're gonna focus on the deployment. So let's go in that Vercel here, and we can check our application, and still in the deployment it will take the next build, which is coming with the error resolved one. So let's just open that and see what it's gonna happen in this time. Again, it will start building from the very beginning and it will do the process. Now if you're using the npm run or pnpm run build and you are focusing to attach that build folder, that time it will take less time, but this time it's gonna just prefetch everything again. Okay, I think, yeah, optimizing the production build, I think we are good to go, but still I'm not sure because last time also once I'm deploying the project here, which now you can see e-commerce app, this one, it caused a lot of problem here. Okay, so as you say, it's not simple to build and run that, but by the way, it's work. So it depends. Sometimes it can happen because as you are using RC mode, and also once the package is updated, especially Next.js is updating in a different version, it can have minor issues and cause. But one of the best suggestion I can provide is that be patient. So whenever you are deploying your products, especially in Vercel or any of the platform, Netlify, Heroku, you should be keep patient. Okay, that is the only key, and you need to focus and read each and every error, each and every fundamental things. Then only it will be very helpful for you to understand that better. Okay, got compiled successfully. Okay, only got one error. Okay, as you see, only one error. That one is coming from that client page. Okay, that's very simple. I think that was we didn't see the last time. Okay, we can now figure it out. Client, that's our root page, and here we got a button, see, but we didn't use it. Okay, how we missed that? Okay, now I will do the same thing. It's really little bit of just oops, it should be there, passing a message, error resolved. I think I'm gonna pass the value second time. I just want to see how many times it will take us to deploy the Vercel. It can be a test for us. Okay, let's go back in our application layer, and I'm gonna reload it so it will just come back. Okay, now again I'm gonna just let it make fast forward. I'm gonna pause it just to go in our previous mode. Okay, now we are at the same position here, creating an optimized production build and lint. Okay, oh my god, again. Really, that's really freaking me out. Oh my god. So now it's coming in the search page, and that's the problem is that it's not taking one by one. You see now this there is some top search of error, or there is some the middle layer of error. So now I think that's the top class error. So now here the error is coming from where I see it's just mentioning here that query string is missing the following properties from the promise any, then catch finally. Okay, cool. I think okay, that one is not getting properly. Okay, I'm gonna just not using that props. I'm gonna define it in this layer. So here okay, we can define that. That's the query we have. So instead of defining this parameter right now, okay, that's better to just remove from there. I'm going to define it all together in this parameter, so where it should be our search params. So instead of the props, we will define it in a different manner, like directly here. So the search params we are getting here, so in that parameter it will be that search params, and within that params I will pass that within a value layer, which going to be up like depend on to make that as a query, which will be as string. I think, yeah, did we miss anything? Search params. Okay, oh okay, I'll roll back again. I'm gonna just close everything so that you will also not having that much problem. Make it bigger, and here first thing we will get our parameter, which is going to be our search params, the one which we are using at the bottom. Right now it's time to define our types, right? So the way we define is that creating a second bracket to define the parameter, right? And here we'll get the same value, which will be the search params, and here I will pass a promise. Okay, so that promise will resolve our query. So in the promise I'm going to define whatever query we have, so it will be the query, and the query value is the string value. Okay, I think that, yeah, you see that two dot is from there from the await, so I think that can helpful for that. So I'll do again git add dot, git commit and error resolved, that time git push. So again, I'm gonna just go back there to focus on that where we are heading right now. You see the a second time is there, so if we just reload, we should be able to see the third time. Yeah, that one. So now it's loading, so I'm gonna just pause it to go until the lint position there. So after that, we will know what's happening again. Okay, so now again in the linting positioning, so I think, okay, collecting page data, something new. So it's building the page. Okay, cool. So means I think that can be, okay, generating a static page 12. Okay, that's happening. That's happening. Our application is just passing each and every single tactics happens to grab our versal. Okay, now we're static, grab the static page. Okay, also making the dynamic, the server render on demand. Okay, cool, because we create all the server side, we didn't static generate the pages. You can go, feel free to go and force to get static generate, it's up to you, but I will just go for that in a simple way. So now, okay, our application assigned domain and everything is completed. Let's go and visit our page. Okay, cool. So now we are having it. We are having our application in a very, very cool manner. Okay, cool. We are having it. Also, we can prefetch that. We can just go in e-commerce web YT and we can just go in our project view. And here, as you see, e-commerce web YT.versal.app. That is our application. That is the one, the similar one which I pass in my subdomain. That's the one is there. That's the same layer which we are creating. Okay, now let's see what we are going to have. If we click on the login, it should enable login, right? Okay, I use my email and continue. Let's see if it's working or not. Okay, perfect. It's worked. Okay, super cool. Now, if I add to cart and let's see if it's going to add it to the cart. Yeah, it's there. If I go in items, is it taking my items? Okay, it's still accessing my items. Okay, cool. So now I will make to proceed to checkout just to see how it's handling. If I click on proceed to checkout, is it going to call the function? Okay, I think something is wrong. Let's see, inspect that console. Okay, there is the course origin, remote sanity, okay, events, production, loader live, okay, then same site. I think something we are missing around, which can be passing that error. If we are creating that proceed to checkout, it's actually loading. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just take my network tab just to see what's actually happening here. Our application, I think the network should work. HTML, I will just get that. Okay, check all, click all. 500, we're getting a 500 from the server is not found, e-commerce versal.control. Okay, that could be having an error, especially when we are running the function in our versal. Okay, we can check that. How we'll do that? First, let's go in our cart. We'll configure that and see what's actually happening. In the cart, in the page, as you see what we are doing here, first thing first, especially to make that handle checkout. So that's we are passing. Okay, cool. Create checkout session, and here we're creating our checkout session, and from there we are getting that next. We don't have that public URL, so let's go in the versal. What I'm gonna do, go in the settings, and from that what you call that environment variables, I'm gonna add that environment variables, the variables which I have here. So that's the one which it's going to take from there, and that will be the value. So that will be our like public base URL and save, because once running that is not finding that base URL. I think that can be happen to be one error, but it's still it's confusing. So let's see, I think that can read out all of this error. So let's try one more time, and this time let's go in the cart. It's a lot of things fetching. I'm just gonna go with, okay, so if we click on proceed to checkout, I think maybe the secret I change. Okay, I will just redeploy the secret again. I think because the secret I'm using, it can be changed, I'm gonna just replace it with the new one. Or I will just go in one of my Stripe account. I'm gonna open a different account here. So let's go in my dashboard, and from there, let's just give it a time to load. Okay, from here, instead of that e-commerce app, I'm gonna change that account. I'm gonna use a new account. Let's just go and check. I'm gonna use that e-commerce app YT or Amazon clone. I'm gonna go and check the e-commerce app YT. Let's see if it's working or not. So now for this one, if we go in the transactions, did we have any transaction here? Okay, yeah, previously we have. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go and grab the API from there and replace that from this. And by the way, you can check that one, like whenever we are clicking on that particular function and this is not happening, you can check where is the error is coming. As you see in that log, you can each and every single activity is just logging here. Okay, in the card, what's happening? Check out session ID. Okay, see, we are not undefined success session ID checkout. So undefined is coming right from here. So that's the one invalid URL is defining. So means, as you see in here, so now simply we can do is that as we are adding that, I don't know how long it will take to just grab that in our, especially we change this one. So if we go back to our environment variables, okay, we added it. I don't know how long it will take. So next, did we add? Yeah, next public base URL key. That's the one which we added. So I think similarly, it can work perfectly. Okay, next public base URL. So process.env. Okay, we can now define on that. Or for right now, what I'm gonna do, because it will I think it will deploy that, but it will take a bit of time to go and finalize that as we are deploying right now. So what I'm gonna do, instead of dealing that, I'm gonna simply copy this one, and right now I'm gonna just paste this one right here, just to go and bypass that error. Okay, so just to forecast that, and also I'm gonna pass that, but it will definitely work. It will just take a bit of time. So let's say git add dot, and here git commit. It should be git commit and deploy URL added, git push. So that's the one you can do one thing. And also, by the way, you can also make that one as a config separation. You can also go in that scenario, but let me know in the comments which one you were preferable by deploying that way, or just going to grab that URL in that env, or directly injecting the env in your file. So that's all the way we can manage. So I'll hit the reload to just to check if it's coming or not. Yeah, that's the one, deploy URL added. So now this time, if the build is perfect, I think we should be able to generate our URL for the payment. So deploy it again. So now let's to check this time if it's working or not. Again, I'm saying multiple scenario can be happen, but we'll go with just one by one. So in the project, let's open our e-commerce. So that's the one. I think, yeah, that's the one. Why is getting toolbar? I should not take. Okay, I'm gonna just hide that toolbar. Okay, I think Flex Explorer. Okay, anyway, let it be. So now let's go in the cart. This time I'm gonna add and try proceed to checkout. Okay, it's processing. Okay, cool. It's now having that. So that's the only reason you can also make a config file. You can just generate that one for production or not. And I have those implemented in one of the previous build. So it's because this build is getting a little bit of time consumed. So that's why I'm not configuring that. Now after payment, something gonna be happen. It should deploy the products, and also my order count should be 4, right? But still, as you see, I have order count as 3 because it doesn't enter like the one I have here. So first thing first, if we just roll back there to access my Sanity account, so let's go in and access to check the sanity.io, and if we just go back from to just configure the Sanity, so that's my project, and let's see which one I'm using. So from here, I think Ecommerce YT. Okay, no, not that one. 23 should be. So I think, yeah, that's the one I'm using. So here I need to, in the API directory here, I need to allow it, and because the same scenario I'm using for my production also. So this one is not allowed. Why is not allowed? I'm gonna delete that for right now, for time being, because later on I need to allow that. Okay, so this one, as you see, that's the route I want to allow. So let's copy that and let's go in that Sanity, and here I'm gonna paste that. So this one I will allow the credential, okay, and save. So now as you see, it's allowed. So what it could be make to eval to do is that now if I just go and open a new terminal, I can now check my studio here. So the studio is available. So if we just open it, so let's configure the studio. While it's doing that, I need to also configure. As you see, the payment 141, that should be another payment. So the payment is happening. That's why it's getting in the success page. And I think this one 141, yeah, 110. So the payment is happen, and that's my also I need to go to login with my provider. Okay, the same account I chose, and now I should be able to come back here in my studio. Okay, it will just come back. Now in the order is not happening because remember we did it using the webhook, right? So we need to configure the webhook, on only then it can work, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna remove one. If I just remove one from here, it's supposed to be reflect in my application layer. I'm just deleting one. As you see, I have two order right now, and it's automatically rendered because it's forecasting on live. So no need to make any reload here. Even I remove another one, as you see, dismiss, and if I just delete that, as you see, I need to configure. After deleting, I come back here, should be one. You see how quickly it's generating, even the product anywhere you do that. So now I need to configure one more thing, my webhook. So in the developer tabs, I will select the webhook. So in the API, I think the API keys app SDK, I will just check the events. I think that will be responsible for that. In the events, I have that webhooks. I need to set add a destination. So I need to add the webhook destination, and that destination should be, remember the way we create the file, that should be our line, then it will go where it will go, that our API, then it will go our webhook. So that's the where we wrote the function, right? Only there it will work. So now we need to configure that in that way. So that will be API webhook. So now to do that, I think here we just need to a destination, we need to add an account, and I think, okay, your account, show advanced options, and your current. Okay, that's cool. Let's just keep it that. Select all events, that should be billing events and account events. I'm gonna use that checkout events. We have 4 events. Select all checkout events. So all I'm gonna accept that. So all checkout, like we are actually doing that checkout session completed. If you are not forget it yet, if you just roll back here and go in the route, as you see the events, checkout session completed. That's the event which we are forecasting, right? So continue. After that, I need to like webhook endpoint. So to do that, as you see, HTTPS, that will be my endpoint. So the HTTPS e-commerce web YT Vercel app API webhook, create destination. So now we're going to create the destination. So this time, whenever I'm going to create our application layer, the event should be start of like pouring here, right? So in the logs, I should be able to see that my events is running, my application layer is instances is creating, and everything going to happen. Now let's see. This is the moment of truth. We did the things which supposed to be. Now here we're gonna create some of the orders and add more products. So 4 items there. Total is 235. Okay, fine. Proceed to checkout. So 235 should be deployed. And now also let's go for 242, and I'm gonna go with the valid month. Let's provide that name and hit to pay. So now if the configuration is perfectly done, that should work. But still, that can be, there can be minor calls here which cannot be work. So we have only one order previously that should define with 2 orders. It's taking a bit of longer time. I think something happening. No, nothing happened yet. If we go in order, that's the previous one. So let's go in here, and in the event, why the event is, if we see the checkout session completed, it's taking time to do that. Okay, errors, what's the errors it can be? So in the webhooks, it's not, I'll just make it test event. Okay, it's the trigger. We have, if we edit the destination, that's supposed to work, or I will just make that destination should be this one. I'll try with one more time. If just going with that, this analysis, let's just see. That should work, but it's really can be causing a problem because our this parameter is working perfectly, so that also supposed to work. Okay, let's say okay. And when you're deploying, that's a constant process, you know. It will not just happen to be at a time. You need to configure that. Okay, we can debug a little bit more. I think one of the part is that to implement that, as you see the sign-in secret, so I think that's the one we need to also pass there. And how we can do that is very simple and fast forward. So remember, we have one webhook secret. So let's go in our env file. We have that Stripe webhook secret. I'm gonna copy that, and this one I'm gonna also add it in our env file. So let's go in the settings, and from there let's add in the, I think, environment variables, and we're gonna add a new environment variables by which it will render. So the Stripe webhook secret, and this time we're going to add this one right there. So Stripe webhook secret, and here we're gonna add our secret and hit save. So now it will add my webhook secret. And also there is one fundamental things which really important. I believe that one should not this one. Okay, that's the one. I believe in our overall data it should just be check up there. And also need to configure one more thing. Is it in the app, in that client API webhook? So that's the one we are having, right? So I need to configure it again. Here I'm gonna edit the destination, and this time I'm gonna add the entire URL. So that should be, and that should be like that API / webhook. Okay, so that would be the destination. And select the events. As you see, I have selected the 4 events. I'll just go and save again. So that should 4 events, and in the event deliveries, okay, nothing. Okay, nothing found. So how we can do that? Yeah, you can get it started. Okay, no worries. We can try one more time. If everything is working perfectly, then can something be happen. So let's just add some of the more products, and also better hit to have a reload setup. So now this time again, I will go back with a several the same procedure on that. So photo, and this time let's see what happened. Okay, again, taking a little bit of time means something is happening, something should happen, but in the events, is it? Yeah, in the events, okay, status is okay. So if we come back here, no, nothing is happening at all. And also in the events, we are not getting. So Stripe send a test events, Stripe and Stripe trigger payment intent succeed. That should work. So that is our e-commerce web YT versal. Okay, let us just take a bit here in our API route. So are we missing something? Are we missing something? So it's getting the header, getting the Stripe signature. Okay. As you see, webhook secret is coming from the process.env Stripe webhook secret. Means it's not accessing the secret which we are generating here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go in my overview, and I'm gonna just grab the secret, the one which we implemented. That's the one I want to just pass it there. So instead, remember the one which we are providing here as a secret key. I'm gonna copy that, and instead of that Stripe webhook, I'm gonna use that one. Okay, again, that one you can generate by just creating a config file. So here I'm gonna make that npm, sorry, not npm, git add dot git commit, and that should be webhook added git push. So after building, it should generate that same parameter. As you see, that's the one which is just coming from that direct version. So let's just give it a time to build our application first and foremost. Then we should be able to generate everything in proper manner. So again, I'm saying constant building process, so should have patience. Okay, everything is running properly. Deploy done. So let's try this time again. So as we are passing that our webhook, I think this can really take an action there. So we can now go in webhook parameter and we can check the overview and event deliveries if you're having any event. So I'll go with the same procedure and let's see. But payment is happening. If you just check in the dashboard, your payment is going on, but it's not accessing that Stripe payment instances to go and create that webhook parameter. So let's try this time and let's hit pay. And if anything coming, no, nothing coming here yet. So means it could work, it could not work, it depends. Yeah, it's a work. Okay, that's fantastic. It work, really, it's work. In our view, in the event, even is not generating, but it's working. Okay, if we just go, or you can check in the log, it should taking the event. It's just happened. You see the payment? Yeah, okay, that's the payment. Okay, I'll just showcase one more thing. I'll just go with the payment methodology so you will getting a better understanding. So right now, if I just hit reload, it's the normal procedure which I'm having right now, so that can go on. So if you see the amount, we'll just go back to with the amount. So we have 58, the last amount. So now I'm gonna go and roll back one more order here, right? So let's just check 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna get a big amount, a big number. Let's try with that big settable amount and add more products. Go in the cart. And here we can add multiple product instances. As you see, 857, we will add little bit more. 1022. Proceed to checkout. So 1022 should be added and we should be able to grab everything. So 4242. And now this time, okay, let's go in a proper manner. But one thing is that why this one is not okay. We can debug that, but let's hit pay. So after having the payment, we should be able to see that everything is working perfectly. We should grab the order. So okay, we got it. Get 3 orders, and in the orders we have 1022 and we have all of the data, right? So everything working perfectly. Also, if you go and check in orders, you should be able to see that 1022 and all the products is right here available for you. And also I think this webhooks is supposed to showcase the event. So if we go and check the event, that's actually there. You see a USD 1022. Yeah, that's happening. You see, that's the payment method. It's checkout session completed, payment intent, charge succeeded. So everything, you can only grab that checkout session completed. I think that's the one we are checking. So you can only grab that portion and that will also work for you. That will be perfect. So now I think that can be really a helpful build for you. You can go and deploy that. So now you have a fully functional e-commerce application running in your domain. Feel free to let it work and make it happen to do something better and bigger. I think that can really help you to find a better job in your career or let you learn something more, okay? So I'm not saying that you just stop here. You explore more, add more products, add more categories, add multiple payment instances. Up to you. You can meticulously do a lot of things here. It just depend on you. It just depend on your favors if you want or not, okay? So I think that is all for this build. I hope so in the next build we'll come up with a lot of more projects, a lot of great videos, and I think till then stay with me. If you're feeling that really helping you, subscribe the channel and of course like the video and comments whenever you are having an issue. I will try to reach out. So many people are commenting, but sometimes I can reach, there's a time things, you know. So whenever I am having free time, I'm trying to reach you out and I'm trying to solve the problem, okay? So all the best, do the things, and wish you to see you in the next video.